In the dead of night, Lin Qing, who had no knowledge of Naruto, found himself transported to Konoha Village, where he became a member of the Uchiha clan, just as the massacre of his kin was unfolding. Fortunately, Lin Qing possessed the JOJO Stand System for physical combat, Star Platinum for ranged attacks, Weather Report for speed, Heaven's Door. Powerful stands manifested behind him, yet his enemies multiplied. Itachi Uchiha sought his death. Danzo wanted him dead. Obito aimed to kill him. Madara Uchiha also desired his demise. Gradually, Lin Qing realized that it was not just one or two individuals who wished him harm, but rather the entire wretched, cannibalistic world around him. Obito proclaimed, "Those who do not aspire to be masters of power are destined to be slaves to it. This is the unyielding law of the ninja world. Just because it has always been this way, does that make it right?" Lin Qing countered, "If the error lies within the ninja realm, then I shall overturn this flawed world of ninjas. I will ensure that humanity is allowed to live as humans." Chapter 1. 10 Consecutive Draws. In the quietude of the night, within the Uchiha compound, Lin Qing sat bewildered in a pool of blood, his chest wounds slowly mending as the gravel beneath him dug into his flesh. He dabbed at the blood on his chest. It was still warm. In utter confusion, Lin Qing could only articulate a single word. Fragments of chaotic memories flooded his mind. Uchiha Qing, 18 years old, inirritable, expelled from the ninja academy, subsisting on family welfare, branded as a disgrace. To the Uchiha clan. On this fateful night, under the luminous moon, he had been drinking and admiring the night sky when he noticed a figure perched atop a telephone pole. And then Lin Qing had taken over. "I've crossed over into the world of Naruto." Lin Qing had heard of Naruto, albeit only in passing. He hailed from a small town, focused solely on his studies since childhood, with little exposure to anime, leaving him largely ignorant of Naruto's intricacies. He was aware of a few notable events, such as Naruto harboring the Nine Tails, Sasuke's Amaterasu, and knowledge gleaned from certain website beginning with a P, regarding Tsunade, Ino, Sakura, and so forth. Yet when it came to the specific details of the story, he was entirely in the dark. Find himself in an anime universe, yet devoid of any understanding of the plot. How was he to navigate this? Would you like to perform your first stand draw? You have received 70 soul fragments. He pondered. The ringing in his ears subsided, allowing him to hear the cold, unfamiliar voice once more. Relief washed over him as he smiled. A system? How delightful. Lin Qing opened the system interface. JOJO Stand System. Derived from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, it contained all the stands that had ever appeared, available through a card drawing mechanism, allowing for acquisition and cultivation. Yet, Lin Qing had never watched the JoJo series. Perhaps anticipating this, the system included a plot review feature in its corner, enabling him to peruse the 18 volumes of the manga. Rather than rush to read the manga, Lin Qing accessed the card drawing interface. That a stand is a manifestation of its master's spiritual energy, endowed with various supernatural abilities to fight, defend, and scout. Since it is a projection of spiritual energy, should the stand sustain injuries, the master would also suffer grievous harm. They are inextricably linked, two sides of the same coin. The card drawing page displayed numerous stand silhouettes, with options for a single draw or a 10 consecutive draw, accompanied by a description. Ordinary draw pool, capable of yielding 4 to 5-star stands, stand upgrade materials, special items, etc. A single draw costs 10 soul fragments. 0.4-star stands, stone free, the Emperor, Hierophant Green, Silver Chariot. 5-star stands, Diamond is Unbreakable, Metallica, Star Platinum, No Time Stop, White Snake. The variety was vast and overwhelming. Lin Qing's attention fixated on the initial line. This is the ordinary draw pool, implying there exists a special draw pool. The system offered no response to his inquiry, merely reiterating the suggestion to draw and displaying a message. First draw guarantees a 5-star stand in 10 consecutive draws. This was promising news. Given the absence of any safety net in this card pool, one could only speculate how much one might need to invest to achieve a worthwhile yield. The murderer of his predecessor might still be lurking nearby. Obtaining a 5-star stand would at least afford him some means of self-protection. He glanced at the balance in the top right corner. Soul fragments, 70. A 10 draw required 30 more soul fragments. He was short of the requirement for a 10 consecutive draw. There were 3 methods to acquire soul fragments: defeating formidable foes, altering timelines, or pledging one's own soul. The first 2 were straightforward, merely slaying monsters or shifting the narrative. The last option, however, was a pledge of one's soul. Pledge your soul to exchange for soul fragments. Repay the pledge within 24 hours to redeem your soul or face permanent loss of the pledge soul limit. Current soul pledge value, 500 soul fragments. That equated to 50 draws. Was my soul worth merely 1,648? Lin Qing internally scoffed. What would happen if he lost a portion of his soul? Lin Qing had no idea, nor did he wish to find out. He would never resort to borrowing to draw cards. Rising from the blood-soaked ground, Lin Qing formulated a plan for his future. Survive. With the Uchiha bloodline and the stand system, he would cultivate in secrecy, waiting for an opportunity to draw a powerful stand and live a life free from overwork and suffering. With a modest income, perhaps even cuddling with a girl, the mere thought brought a smile to his face. "Brother Qing, help me." A faint voice from within the house interrupted Lin Qing's reverie. Someone else was present. Furrowing his brow, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. On the tatami mat lay a small girl, about 4 or 5 years old, with 2 pigtails. A vivid crimson wound on her abdomen seeped blood. She reached out her hand toward Lin Qing. He grasped her hand, which felt cold, trembling, and fragile. Memories of the girl flickered in his mind. Her father had perished in the war, and her mother, consumed by grief, turned to alcohol, often striking her when inebriated. Though his predecessor had been a failure, he had shown kindness to the village children, often using his meager welfare to buy them sweets. The girl, too afraid to return home, would spend her days at Lin Qing's side, playing games and sharing snacks. "I want to marry Brother Qing when I grow up," was a phrase she often repeated. Tonight, her mother had drunk too much, and she had come seeking Lin Qing. "Brother Qing, I don't want to die." The joy born from acquiring the system faded away. Without a second thought, Lin Qing scooped the girl into his arms and dashed outside. A doctor. He needed to find a doctor. As he carried her out of the courtyard, he suddenly remembered he had a system. He recalled that several stands possess healing abilities. If he could draw one, he could save the child's life. Hold on, just a little longer. But the rest of his sentence faltered. The girl in his arms stared back with ashen eyes, devoid of life. She had passed away. Though he did not know her well, and fragments of his predecessor's memories were sporadic, witnessing a vibrant, delicate life extinguished before him stirred something deep within his heart. His predecessor had at least been an adult, a waste of Uchiha resources, and someone had taken it upon themselves to end his life. While Lin Qing could understand the rationale behind this, how could anyone justify harming a 5-year-old child? Caw, caw. The cawing of crows drew Lin Qing's attention. A swarm of crows circled above, the night sky cloaked in absolute darkness. Lin Qing inhaled deeply. Upon exiting the courtyard, the stench of blood grew more pronounced. The gentle evening breeze parted the clouds, allowing the moonlight to cascade down, revealing a horrifying sight. Corpses. Everywhere lay the remains of the deceased. Elders, youths, children. Not a single soul remained alive. Lin Qing's scalp tingled with apprehension. What's happening? Are the invaders in the village? He stood at the street corner. Behind him was the brightly lit Hidden Leaf village, while ahead lay the blood-soaked Uchiha compound. The night breeze chilled him to the bone. First came fear, but once that subsided, it was replaced by fury, not driven by the fragmented memories of the deceased, but rather as an ordinary person, enlightened by modern education and aware of the sanctity of life. He burned with rage at the sight of brutal slaughter that in the world of ninjas, combat and bloodshed were commonplace after all. It was a tale for spirited youth. One could expect a death or two. However, to slay an elderly man trembling with fear, to butcher a child still learning to speak, is this truly an act of humanity? Only a beast could commit such atrocities. A child's scream echoed from nearby, unmistakably a survivor. Instinctively, Lin Qing took a step forward, only to halt abruptly. The murderer had annihilated the entire Uchiha clan, indicating extraordinary power. The absence of aid from the Hidden Leaf village suggested that the assailant was likely backed by someone, ensuring the scene was cleared. The assailant possessed strength, influence, and premeditation. Was it worth risking his life to rescue a stranger? Before he could ponder this, Lin Qing took a second step. What truly mattered was not the worthiness of the act. After all, he had traversed into this world. One life was already a gain, bolstered by the presence of a system. To cower? A grown man lacking even this modicum of courage was nothing but a coward. With resolute strides, Lin Qing advanced, the wild wind tousling his hair, yet failing to sway his gaze. In the depths of his eyes, a golden spirit ignited. In the dark of night, it shone like a blazing sun. Uchiha Itachi looked down at the fallen Sasuke, his gaze a chilling blend of indifference and madness. Obito, masked and arms crossed, stood nearby, observing with detached amusement. At that moment, they both heard footsteps approaching from a distance. The pace. No, there was no discernible rhythm. The breath was erratic, barely that of a ninja. It was merely the standard of an ordinary person. A.S. Lin Qing dashed around the corner. He spotted a small, weeping Sasuke and the figures of Itachi and Obito before him. A stray survivor? Obito glanced at the bloodstains on Lin Qing's chest. Itachi, are you exhausted? Is your killing becoming sluggish? Should I lend a hand? No need, Itachi replied coldly, drawing his blade. I didn't expect to kill you again. He recognized Lin Qing, a disgrace to the Uchiha clan, a professional on welfare. During the Third Ninja World War, most of the Uchiha clan had participated. Only Lin Qing, still too weak to even be deemed a child, lacking any ninja skills, had spent the war idly at home. To be reduced to such a state was to achieve a kind of notoriety. Seeing Lin Qing, the flicker of hope in Sasuke's eyes extinguished once more. Bah! Lin Qing spat on the ground. A beast like you? What kind of pretense is this? He steadied his breath, stepped closer, and gently patted Sasuke's small head. Go, crouch over there. Turning back to Itachi and Obito, Lin Qing commanded the system. Mortgage my soul, then. 10 consecutive draws. 70 fragments of soul cascaded like coins in a pachinko machine, producing a melodious clatter. Numbers flickered, vanished, transforming into dazzling stars that filled the draw page. Still insufficient, but my soul. A strand of golden light floated from Lin Qing's essence. Once more, he plunged into the draw page. 10 draws completed. Draw the night sky erupted with brilliance as 10 stars fell, tracing luminous arcs across the heavens. Ding, 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 ding. Accompanied by 4 crisp sounds, 4 stars emerged. The starlight coalesced into a purple vine. Stand name, the Hermit Purple. 4 stars. Owner, Joseph Joestar. Ability, the ability to manifest visions from afar by shattering a camera or other mediums. Capable of transmitting waves and electricity, it can also function as a Vine 4. Movement, current level, level 1. Remarks. Old man, your stand is the least useful, Dio. For stars? Lin Qing paused momentarily. Wasn't it said that a 10-draw guarantees a 5-star stand? Moreover, what did the remark least useful mean? Suddenly, a sequence of crisp sounds rang out again. This time, there were 5. The starlight flickered, revealing a robust figure with bulging muscles, all in shades of blue and purple, hair flowing dramatically. Stand name, Star Platinum. 5 stars. Owner, Jotaro Kujo. Ability, a close-range stand with extraordinary strength, incredible speed, and high precision. Current level, level 1. Remarks 1. Time's top ability not yet unlocked. Remarks 2. Invincible. 2 stands from a single 10 draw. What incredible fortune. No, it couldn't merely be called luck, it was a recognition from the stands themselves. Lin Qing had countless reasons to choose to hide, to evade responsibility. After all, stepping forward meant risking his life, wagering his very soul. Yet there was only one reason that compelled Lin Qing to emerge. The courage to confront injustice. The 2 stands before him responded to that bravery. Lin Qing knew not who these 2 harbingers of death were, nor did he grasp the extent of the power that kept the village from coming to aid. What he understood was simple. As a mature adult, lacking ability was one thing, but he could not stand idly by when he had the power to act, watching these 2 beasts attack a child that in poverty. One preserves oneself in prosperity. One aids the world. At this moment, however, he had no time for such reflections. Lin Qing's sole desire was to topple these 2 brutes. Taking a deep breath, when he opened his eyes again, there was no trace of fear within them. His fists clenched, adopting a boxing stance. "Come on, you worthless scum!" Labeled a waste by the Uchiha clan, Itachi briefly flickered with complex emotions he hadn't anticipated Lin Qing would stand before him. Was this fate's cruel jest? The fleeting emotion vanished as Itachi advanced, blade in hand. He refrained from wasting chakra on jutsu, not even activating his Sharingan. The masked figure beside him was too enigmatic, too perilous. Itachi needed to conserve enough strength to guard against him. Most importantly, Itachi believed he did not require any of that to deal with Lin Qing. His choice to approach with the blade rather than simply throwing kunai was a sign of respect for Lin Qing's audacity in standing up, fully aware of his impending doom. As Itachi took a step forward, he moved like a specter, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp hiss. He coldly regarded Lin Qing. "I retract my disdain for you. You are a man worthy of respect. Regrettably, for the sake of Konoha, for the peace of the world, I must ask you to die." The blade swung upward, and Lin Qing was poised to be cleaved in two. Obito yawned in boredom. Young Sasuke had witnessed too much death that night. He tightly shut his eyes. In that moment, aura, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the sound of a fist striking flesh resounded. Sasuke's eyes flew open. "Huh?" Obito frowned slightly, his gaze piercing through his mask. The deadly blade froze in midair. Though it was less than an inch from Lin Qing, it encountered an invisible barrier, unable to strike further. Blood spurted forth, glistening in the silvery moonlight like tiny rubies, the source of the crimson. Obito's pupils constricted in shock. Itachi was injured. Just moments ago, the Platinum Star landed a powerful punch on Uchiha Itachi's face, causing his prominent nose to collapse and blood to spur forth. And this was merely the beginning. The range of the Platinum Star is limited to 2 meters. If Itachi were to utilize ninjutsu from a distance, Lin Qing would have no means to counter it. Yet his opponent chose to step into the strike zone of the Platinum Star, and Lin Qing would not let this opportunity slip away. With one hand tucked in his pocket, Lin Qing advanced, witnessing the tragic demise of many transform into a seething rage, which coalesced at the tip of his index finger. He pointed directly at the dazed executioner before him. Ora. Ora. The Platinum Star grasped the blade with one hand while the other formed a fist, a colossal blow descending upon Uchiha Itachi's forehead. Each punch was more brutal than the last. By the third strike, the sound of cracking skull echoed through the air. Obito snapped back to reality. It was too swift. It was also too ferocious. From the moment Uchiha Itachi swung his blade to the instant his head was on the verge of being obliterated, mere fractions of a second had passed. Even more terrifying was the fact that it was impossible to discern what kind of ninjutsu was being employed. There were no hand seals in incantations. Could it be a bloodline limit? What sort of bloodline limit? No, he was a member of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. Yet, Obito could find no trace of the Sharingan's Tomo or even the Manjiki within Lin Qing's eyes. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Obito's mind. Years of battle instinct propelled his body to act before his mind could catch up, and he instantaneously appeared beside Uchiha Itachi, reaching out to grasp his shoulder. Itachi's strength was crucial for Obito's subsequent plans. He intended to transport Itachi to the Kamui space. Lin Qing's abilities were too enigmatic. Obito was reluctant to engage him directly. Just as Obito's hand was about to make contact with Uchiha Itachi. Starlight Piercer. The Platinum Star released the sword, extending his fingers like a lance aimed directly at Obito. Obito sensed the imminent threat instinctively, evading the Starlight Piercer by phasing out of reality. He successfully dodged the lethal strike aimed at him, but his attempt to save Uchiha Itachi went right through his shoulder. In his phasing state, Obito was unable to bring others or objects into the void. This was a limitation of his ability. Information is always the key to a ninja's combat. Given the combat prowess of Uchiha Itachi and Obito, whether in an unknown or unknown scenario, their ninjutsu, techniques, and battle experience would undoubtedly overwhelm Lin Qing. However, it all came down to a disparity in initiation. The pure initial strike had an overwhelming effect, and no matter how formidable the ninjutsu, or how refined the taijutsu training, the human body remains inherently fragile. Even as a level 1, unupgraded Platinum Star, the impact of its punches was not dissimilar to that of a speeding semi-truck on a national highway. What of Uchiha Itachi? I thought he was merely a speed bump. Let's negotiate with my insurance. The Platinum Star hurled Uchiha Itachi into the air, his right fist clenched, drawing in a deep breath. Too strong. Sasuke, seated in the corner, stared blankly at his brother. Suspended midair, it felt unreal. Everything felt like a dream. Itachi slaughtering their clan was a nightmare. Lin Qing wanting to kill Itachi was yet another dream. But Sasuke knew that everything was in fact real. A thunderous roar erupted. The force of the punch surged forth, a tempest of unmatched ferocity aimed at Uchiha Itachi's face. Upon impact, death was assured. Soon, a dark red barrier materialized, enveloping Uchiha Itachi in the face of life and death. Uchiha Itachi's fierce desire to survive jolted him back to consciousness. Obito let out a sigh of relief. It was Susanoo, they were saved. Crack. The Platinum Star's fist descended upon the crimson barrier, accompanied by a faint cracking sound. Hairline fractures began to appear. Lin Qing stepped forward, closing the distance to Uchiha Itachi, and calmly stated, I pledge my remaining soul, exchanging all resources to upgrade the Platinum Star. The Platinum Star has been upgraded to Level 2. Soul pledge limit is 0. Please acquire 500 soul fragments within 24 hours, or the soul will completely dissipate. Despite having pledged his entire soul, the golden glow in Lin Qing's eyes shone even brighter. The wind generated by the Platinum Star's punches tousled his hair. The moonlight hid behind the clouds, casting the world into darkness, save for Lin Qing's pair of eyes, radiating golden light, quietly watching Uchiha Itachi as though a deity had descended. Lin Qing raised a finger, pointing at Itachi, suspended in midair, issuing his command, shatter him. The Level 2 Platinum Star experienced a comprehensive enhancement in strength and speed. Ora. In the blink of an eye, countless punches were unleashed. The Susanoo that Itachi had just manifested now bore the appearance of a tea egg that had been left in a pocket all day, appearing riddled with cracks until the final punch. Boom! The Susanoo ruptured, creating a gaping hole. The Platinum Star's arm pierced through, seizing Uchiha Itachi by the neck. His neck was slender. Ultimately, at this moment, Uchiha Itachi was merely 13 years old. Yet, evil knows no age. Lin Qing hesitated not for a moment. The Platinum Star's palm erupted with force. Chapter 3. Is this really a youth manga? In the vicinity of Konoha Village, several kilometers away, a vortex-like distortion manifested in space, from which Obito and Itachi Uchiha emerged. Itachi collapsed onto the ground, coughing incessantly, a massive handprint visible on his throat. It was a mere moment, a fraction of a second away from having his neck snapped like a chick by the Platinum Star. If not for Obito, Itachi would have met his demise. Could he truly be this formidable? Obito found it hard to believe. After all, this was Itachi Uchiha, an extraordinary genius who awakened the Mangeki Sharingan at the age of 13. Even Obito himself, or even the peak of Uchiha Madara, could not have obliterated Itachi in such a brief period. Itachi pondered the details of the battle. He had indeed underestimated his opponent, allowing Lin Qing to seize the initiative. However, underestimation was not an excuse. The speed, strength, and explosive power exhibited by that invisible enemy transcended human capabilities. Seizing the initiative was not terrifying, but when combined with unparalleled speed, precision, and devastating force, it became utterly frightening, almost akin to a tailed beast. Itachi rose to his feet and gazed back towards Konoha. Nonetheless, this failure would be the only one. The initial effectiveness of his killing strike would be rendered ineffective upon their next encounter. Itachi would not underestimate his opponent again. What Itachi did not realize was that Lin Qing was not a static entity. Given sufficient time, Lin Qing could conjure one substitute after another, each possessing entirely different abilities. Obito relaxed his demeanor. The Uchiha clan was capable of such extraordinary feats. Should they return to eliminate him? Obito inquired. Itachi shook his head. No need, let us depart. He had fulfilled his promise to Danzo. The remaining 1 or 2 individuals posed no significant threat to the overall situation. The other ninjas of Konoha were not fools. Returning would only invite unnecessary conflict. Obito shrugged, and once more, the space distorted, causing both to vanish without a trace. At the Uchiha stronghold, a notification echoed. Defeated Itachi Uchiha. Acquired 800 soul fragments. Redeemed pledged soul. Deducted 500 soul fragments. Remaining soul fragments, 300. With 300 fragments remaining, Lin Qing felt an overwhelming urge to summon a substitute immediately. A glance at the platinum star beside him quelled that impulse. Initially, Lin Qing possessed 500 soul fragments. To accumulate for a tenfold draw, he had pledged 30 fragments. Upgrading the platinum star from level 1, 0 to level 2, 7 consumed 470 fragments. It was calculated that transitioning from level 1 to level 2 required 400 fragments, while ascending from level 2 to level 3 necessitated a staggering 1,000 fragments. How exorbitant! Not only was drawing cards expensive, but cultivating them proved costly as well. Yet, the results were exceptional. Power, speed, and reaction times had significantly improved compared to level 1. The once unbreakable Susanoo could now be shattered at level 2. Of course, factors such as Itachi's hasty summoning of Susanoo and his lack of clarity played a role. Nevertheless, the Platinum Star was still only at level 2. The highest level of a substitute was tied to its star rating. The 4-star Hermit of Purple could be raised to level 4, while the 5-star Platinum Star could ascend to level 5. Once the Platinum Star reached level 5, its sheer power and speed would be sufficient to obliterate any beings within its range. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qing decided to reserve the soul fragments for now, opting to determine whether to draw cards or upgrade based on the circumstances he would face later. He glanced at the system prompt and realized that the boy he had just encountered was Itachi Uchiha. Lin Qing rummaged through the fragmented memories of his predecessor and discovered that Itachi was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. Was it truly the case that one could kill their own kin? Lin Qing wore an expression akin to that of a subway elder staring at his phone. What was the point? The Uchiha clan was vast and prosperous. Even a slacker like Lin Qing could survive on government subsidies while indulging in leisure. Itachi Uchiha was the pride of the family, destined to receive even more resources. Could it be that the benefits from annihilating the entire clan outweighed those gained from preserving it? This seemed the only plausible explanation. Having received formal training in dragon-slaying techniques and being well-versed in history, Lin Qing could not fathom that Itachi's rationale for slaughtering his family was to prevent civil unrest and the onset of war. Was familial discord and the potential for war related to an elderly woman in her 80s? Was it connected to the children who came over to play games? Did it have anything to do with the predecessor, a waste who exhausted himself after merely running a few steps? Are you all right, Qingji? The youthful voice of Sasuke came from behind. Lin Qing snapped out of his reverie and regarded the small child before him, rifling through memories for a moment. So, you are Sasuke. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Even Lin Qing, who had never watched Naruto, had seen this child depicted in various memes, covering his face with one hand while dramatically shouting Amaterasu through the gaps of his fingers. Lin Qing affectionately tousled his parting hairstyle, reminiscent of an old acquaintance in suspenders. Qingji, my brother. Upon recalling the parents who perished before him, Sasuke switched his address. Is Itachi dead? He escaped. A flicker of sadness crossed Sasuke's eyes, soon replaced by a burning hatred. He could not comprehend why his once gentle brother would commit such an atrocity against their entire clan. But the reason was inconsequential. The deed had been done, and what mattered now was that Sasuke sought vengeance for his family, for every life within the clan. What shall we do next? Sasuke inquired. We wait for rescue. Given the magnitude of this incident, even if they feign ignorance, they must come forth now. Lin Qing pointed in the direction of the village. Look, they are coming. A dozen figures, resembling jumping fleas, approached rapidly, their silhouettes flickering as they navigated the rooftops. Lin Qing exhaled in relief. The night's calamity had finally reached a temporary conclusion. He envisioned himself wrapped in a blanket, holding a cup of hot cocoa, staring blankly at the rescue personnel busily preparing for action. This was how disaster films typically unfolded. Now that the murder incident had concluded, the hidden masterminds, no matter how arrogant, could not possibly eliminate the two survivors, Lin Qing and Sasuke, in broad daylight, could they? After all, Naruto was a youth manga. It could not be that dark, could it? How many times must I reiterate? We are the victims. The murderer, Itachi Uchiha, has fled. Sasuke and I are witnesses. And you are the experts. Surely, you can find physical evidence at the scene. What more do you wish to investigate? Or rather, Lin Qing fixed his gaze on the interrogator across from him, his eyes brimming with disdain and incredulity. What answers do you seek to extract from my lips? The interrogation room was dimly lit, with Lin Qing's hands shackled to the table. for ninjas belonging to the root organization stood vigilantly in the corners of the room, surveilling Lin Qing without respite, as if he were the true perpetrator. Yamashiro so stood opposite Lin Qing, a member of the Yamashiro clan, skilled in mind transfer techniques and adept at soul interrogation and memory retrieval. He was specifically assigned to interrogate Lin Qing as an interrogation master, even without employing secret techniques. Yamashiro so could discern from Lin Qing's tone, demeanor, and gaze that the young man was not lying. Yet, often, the truth bore little significance. What mattered was the agenda of those in power. The crux lay in Danzo's resolution. Knock, knock. A heavy metallic door swung open, revealing a root ninja who gestured for Yamashiro so to step outside. Lin Qing opened his palm toward his departing figure. Hermit of Purple. A purple vine coiled around Yamashiro So's boot. Following him out, the other end of the vine pressed against Lin Qing's ear. Bang! The interrogation room door closed once more. The voices of two root ninjas resonated clearly along the vine. Danzo issued an order. Eliminate him and leave no trace behind. One remaining Uchiha in the village is sufficient. There is no need to spare two. Moreover, Danzo's deal with Itachi Uchiha only concerns Sasuke. There is no concept of a buy one, get one free. Understood. Yamashiro Ao did not question the command nor seek further explanation. When Danzo commanded, they obeyed. Such is the way of their world. And the other one? Yamashiro inquired. That is not your concern. Yamashiro nodded slightly, murmuring an apology. He had overstepped. Leave it to me. Silent assassination was second nature to the Yamashiro clan. He gripped the heavy doorknob of the interrogation room, twisting it halfway when suddenly, bang! The 10-centimeter thick metal door slammed down like the iron hand of a giant, crushing Yamashiro against the wall as if he were an insignificant insect. The root member who had come to relay the message stared in disbelief at the scene. Instinctively trained for years, he drew his kunai, taking a defensive stance. Here, the platinum star descended with a mighty punch, shattering the kunai, his arm, and ribs in one fell swoop. The messenger was sent flying, landing against the previously mentioned metal door. Two bodies, trapped between a door, resembled a grotesque human hamburger. With a clatter, they fell to the ground, barely clinging to life, staring in terror at the figure emerging from within, the Lin Qing. Lin Qing sighed deeply. Is this what they call a shounen manga? It's far too dark. Chapter 4. Wutao Gojo. Lin Qing contemplated the shadows lurking within Konoha, allowing murderers to roam free while preying on survivors. Was there still law? Was there still justice? He longed to ask, does Konoha belong to the fire or to Danzo? He could no longer remain. Continuing to stay in Konoha meant that even if he survived this time, he would eventually fall victim to the shadows. After all, with a system at his disposal, the world was vast. There were countless places to take refuge. If all else failed, Lin Qing could cultivate with the Platinum Star, hunt, and live a life devoid of worries. Why endure such indignities in Konoha? With determination, Lin Qing resolved to leave. He was imprisoned in the underground base of the root organization. The base resembled the very roots of a tree, its corridors twisted and convoluted, riddled with traps. Escaping the interrogation room was merely the first hurdle. Leaving entirely would prove to be far more challenging. However, Lin Qing possessed his unique methods. Violet vines, he commanded, sending purple tendrils forth to scout the way and indicate the direction. As he sprinted through the corridor, he paused upon passing a room. Inside was Sasuke. Rescuing a child while on the run would undoubtedly complicate matters. Lin Qing hesitated for a moment before activating the Platinum Star, forcibly wrenching open the heavy metal door. Saving once is saving. Saving twice is also saving. Chingu! Sasuke exclaimed, his eyes red and swollen, his voice thick with congestion. Danzo wants to kill us. Are you coming or not? Let us go. Young Sasuke and the oblivious Lin Qing had no idea that, amidst the calamity of the night, Sasuke was the safest observer of all. They based their actions solely on the intelligence at hand, making the most prudent decision in that moment. An alarming siren blared overhead. Lin Qing scooped up Sasuke and propelled himself forward using the Platinum Star. In the confined space, compounded by Danzo's lethal orders forbidding any harm to Sasuke. After all, the threat of Itachi Uchiha loomed. Ninja dared not recklessly discard their kunai or use ninjutsu, relying solely on physical prowess to fight back. But without the fearsome beast of Konoha intervening, who could surpass the might of a Platinum Star in a physical confrontation? In an instant, Lin Qing surged forward like a tempest, traversing the chaos as if it were a deserted realm. So-called ambushes and surprise attacks proved futile against the precision and speed of the Platinum Star. Within a 2-meter radius of Lin Qing, an absolute vacuum of space emerged. From the depths of the underground to the surface, he shattered countless heavy barricades. The Root ninjas, initially brimming with confidence, believing they faced merely a child and a weakling, soon found their self-assurance transformed into fury and disbelief upon making contact. Now, gazing upon Lin Qing stepping out from the underground base, illuminated by the moonlight, the battle-hardened ninjas displayed unmistakable fear. The Third Great Ninja War had concluded less than a decade ago, and many of them were seasoned veterans. Lin Qing's silhouette evoked memories of heroes who had once faced 100 foes alone on the battlefield. Even under Danzo's orders, they found themselves restrained. Yet, as they glanced back, the scene was drenched in blood. Elite ninjas sprawled in pools of crimson, their fates uncertain. The display of power was terrifying. As Lin Qing prepared to depart, a Root member instinctively stepped forward, meeting Lin Qing's gaze as he turned his head. Get lost. The ninjas stood rooted in place, stunned into inaction by the intimidation in his voice, unwilling to pursue. A punch from the Platinum Star struck the base entrance, causing the doorframe to collapse, burying the underground entrance entirely. Boom. Danzo slammed his fist on the table, his expression sinister, resembling a malevolent specter. His piercing, venomous gaze seemed intent on carving a piece from Lin Qing. Danzo, you have gone too far. An aged voice emerged from behind him. Danzo switched off the surveillance screen, the room plunging into darkness, reflecting the figure behind him. Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. What do you mean by too far? Danzo countered. Sarutobi raised his voice slightly, anger simmering beneath the surface. Do I need to remind you? Yes, Danzo replied, turning to face Sarutobi, his gaze unwavering, devoid of evasion. Are you referring to my instruction to Itachi Uchiha to slaughter the entire Uchiha clan? Or perhaps my intent to eliminate Lin Qing, which led to the ensuing chaos? Or was it my order to collect the bodies of the Uchiha? Danzo stood, hands clasped behind his back, confronting Sarutobi. You are no fool. If you were, I would have long since disposed of you and claimed your position. You know everything. So I must ask, what exactly do you mean by too far, to provide you with a precise answer? Sarutobi fell silent, maintaining his silence for a full 30 seconds before finally turning away, his sleeves brushing against the air as he departed. This night was destined to be a tumultuous one. Blades flashed and shadows danced as familiar and unfamiliar Konoha ninjas surged from the corners, launching their kunai at Lin Qing, while illusionists attempted to ensnare him in Jinjutsu. Fortunately, Lin Qing discovered that pain could shatter the influence of Jinjutsu, instructing the Platinum Star to gently poke him every 5 seconds. Bloodied and battered, Lin Qing cradled the young Sasuke, embodying an invincible figure reminiscent of Zhao Zilong, charging in and out of danger. Yet, for those familiar with Konoha's structure, a closer examination of the moaning ninjas on the ground revealed that many renowned figures were conspicuously absent. The likes of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, the Inuzuka, and the Oil Ninjutsu clans were nowhere to be seen. Lin Qing was not a conceited individual. Itachi Uchiha, merely a half-grown child, could not possibly be the strongest ninja in the village. Why were no other formidable warriors present to intervene? As Lin Qing pondered, clarity dawned upon him. This situation was far from clean. The true powerhouses and established families were not Na'vi. The Uchiha massacre was a catastrophic debacle, akin to stepping in dog excrement. Whoever got involved would be tainted. Each clan found their excuses to remain behind closed doors. Those who did emerge to intercept were likely the powerless, the ones who had no choice but to crawl out of their beds at the behest of their superiors, responding with a simple, understood. Naturally, they bore no resemblance to strength. Hold on, we will be out soon. Lin Qing gently patted Sasuke's small head. Sasuke gazed toward the direction of home. A place devoid of family can no longer be deemed a home. It merely becomes a hollow box filled with sorrowful memories. Where shall we go? Sasuke inquired. I do not know, Lin Qing replied. His understanding of this world was no greater than Sasuke's. But there must exist a place where we can live like humans. What if there isn't? Lin Qing fell silent for a moment before responding. There will be. Sasuke nodded vigorously. He heard the sound of wind behind him and caught a glimpse of a glinting object racing toward Lin Qing. Be careful, Sasuke warned. Before the words left his mouth, a shuriken lodged itself in midair. The Platinum Star deftly intercepted the incoming shuriken, pivoted, and with a robust and powerful arm, akin to a long whip, hurled it back. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed in the air as the shuriken grazed past a person's ear. Ah, that was indeed perilous. This must be the invisible guardian mentioned in the records. A languid and nonchalant voice emerged from the shadows. A man descended lightly, standing casually before Lin Qing, holding a book, his mask obscuring one eye. Children, passage ahead is prohibited. Lin Qing halted. With white hair and a nonchalant demeanor, he recognized the individual, a renowned figure. And the name slipped from his lips. Satoru Gojo? Kakashi Hitaki, he corrected. For some reason, upon hearing the name Satoru Gojo, Kakashi felt an inexplicable annoyance. He glanced back at the shuriken that had streaked past, piercing through the clouds and vanishing from sight. Is this your ninjutsu, or a summoning beast? Lin Qing did not answer the question, calmly stating, we merely wish to leave, to depart from this village that does not welcome us. Please, grant us this favor. Since Konoha did not desire the power of the Uchiha, departing silently would be the most dignified course of action for both parties. Logically, with the entire Uchiha clan deceased, all related assets rightfully belonged to Lin Qing and Sasuke, the two survivors. They asked for nothing, not even severance compensation, as Lin Qing had expressed. He simply wished to leave quietly, nothing more. Must you pursue to the bitter end? Kakashi closed the book in his hands, lifted the forehead protector that concealed his left eye, and infused his chakra into both eyes, faintly perceiving the towering figure behind Lin Qing, standing like a statue. I apologize. This is not a personal grudge, merely a job. He retrieved 3 shuriken from his waist and hurled them backward. Clang, clang, clang. The platinum star effortlessly swatted them all aside. Kakashi vanished from sight, and Lin Qing sensed a hidden gust of wind behind him. The platinum star turned. The bright moon cast a silver glow, and the imposing figure of the platinum star cast a dense shadow, enveloping Kakashi, who was advancing from behind. With wild hair flowing and an imposing gaze reminiscent of an enraged deity, the mere act of staring evoked an overwhelming sense of pressure. Kakashi prepared to evade with a swift step, but he could not match the speed of the platinum star. The platinum star seized Kakashi's head and swung him around, slamming him to the ground. Boom. Water splashed everywhere. Kakashi transformed into a stream of water. Water clone technique. This was merely a test. Several meters away, hidden in the shadows, Kakashi mused, just as the intel suggested, within a 2-meter radius, he is invincible in close combat. This pressure is something even Guy never exerted on me. In that case, let us test ninjutsu. Danzo's orders held no sway over Kakashi, especially since he could control his ninjutsu to ensure Sasuke remained unharmed. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. His hand sealing speed was astonishing. The water from the clone had not yet settled when it transformed into a dragon, soaring into the sky. The water dragon, imbued with terrifying force, bore crimson eyes filled with murderous intent, opening its gaping maw to devour Lin Qing. Aura. The platinum star delivered a thunderous punch, creating a dent in the dragon's fierce head. Without allowing the water dragon a moment to recover, the platinum star unleashed a torrent of punches upon it, attempting to obliterate a high-level ninjutsu solely with his fists. Suddenly, Lin Qing felt the ground give way beneath him, pulling him underground. Earth-style, inner decapitation technique. Within such a short span, executing 3 ninjutsu in succession, coupled with finesse, was remarkable. The water clone served as a probe, the water dragon as bait, and the inner decapitation technique as a means of control, all while maintaining a distance from Lin Qing, effectively replicating the efforts of an entire ninja squad. Truly deserving of the title of Konoha's ninjutsu master. The water dragon, in its final throes, wrapped around the platinum star. But he would need only half a second to return to Lin Qing, granting Kakashi the opportunity to place a shuriken against Lin Qing's throat. I win. Just as that thought crossed Kakashi's mind, the platinum star, embroiled in combat with the water dragon, vanished, only to be replaced by an array of vines. Purple vines, resembling ropes, entwined the nearby buildings, and in the final moment before Lin Qing was ensnared underground, they yanked him out, propelling him high into the sky. The fierce wind tousled Lin Qing's hair. Yet Kakashi could see clearly. Lin Qing's gaze remained impeccably calm. Kakashi sensed danger. The vines disappeared, and the platinum star reappeared. He grasped Lin Qing's arm, spun him twice in midair, and hurled him toward Kakashi like a baseball. Upon seeing Lin Qing hurtling toward him, Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. He pushed off the ground, distancing himself from the Platinum Star's attack radius. But it was too late. Aura! A fist harder than diamond struck Kakashi's face. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a wooden post. Substitution technique. Young Sasuke had at least witnessed enough to notice the talisman affixed to the wooden post. Be careful. It's an explosive tag. The pace of their battle had quickened to the point where Sasuke could hardly react, only now managing to voice a warning. The Platinum Star shattered the wooden post with a single punch, extending a finger with precision and speed, deftly severing the explosive tag from the post, preventing it from detonating. 10 meters away, Kakashi re-emerged, his expression grave. Prior to their true confrontation, Kakashi had held a modicum of disdain for Lin Qing, viewing him merely as a wielder of a special ability. Such a one-trick pony was commonplace among ninjas. Once a countermeasure was found, the problem could be swiftly resolved. However, Kakashi now realized that matters were far more intricate. The crux lay not in the substitution technique, but in Lin Qing's adeptness at wielding this ability. His composure on the battlefield and rapid judgment were remarkable. Sasuke, sensing the tension in the air, instinctively clenched his small fists. Yet they were not the only ones captivated by this battle. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage puffed on his pipe, peering into the crystal ball before him. Dozens of flying insects hovered in the air, their compound eyes surveying the scene below, transmitting the footage to the Oil Woman clan. The Hyuga clan employed their Byakugan to pierce through walls and observe the live broadcast directly. Countless eyes, each harboring their own complex thoughts, fixated on this clash. Kakashi had grown stronger. His tactical choices and ninjutsu execution were impeccable. Yet, in the face of Kakashi's prowess, Lin Qing did not falter in the slightest. All gazes converged upon Lin Qing. His dossier was not difficult to access. The most infamous failure of the Uchiha clan, steadfastly traversing the path of resignation. Could it be that for over a decade, he had been in disguise? Why? To steal intelligence? No. For espionage, one must ascend the ranks. Remaining at the bottom yields no significant information. Thus, he was simply a recluse. A multitude of eyes bore different emotions, all directed at Lin Qing, their minds echoing a singular question: who exactly are you? If Lin Qing could hear this question, his answer would be, just an ordinary unfortunate soul. He toiled day and night through a lifetime of study, only to find himself thrust into another world just as he was about to earn a living. As if that were not enough, upon opening his eyes, he discovered his entire clan had been slaughtered, losing even the right to merely survive. The authorities not only failed to comfort the survivors, but sought to exterminate them completely. The substitute system he obtained was less a boon of his transmigration and more a compensatory balance for his ill fate. Can you win, Qingge? Sasuke inquired. Lin Qing had conjured numerous miracles that night, yet Kakashi Hatake was a formidable warrior forged in the crucible of battle. A series of high-frequency confrontations had exposed Lin Qing's strengths and weaknesses, absolute dominance in close combat, yet vulnerability at mid to long range. As long as Kakashi continuously harassed with ninjutsu, maintaining distance and biding time for reinforcements, Lin Qing would find himself at a disadvantage. The tactic of utilizing the Platinum Star to hurl Lin Qing forward and swiftly close the gap was not only physically taxing for Lin Qing, but also fraught with timing discrepancies. Kakashi had ample opportunity to evade and employ his substitution technique. Even Sasuke recognized the problem, as did those lurking in the shadows observing the battle. The confrontation drew to a close. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, shook his head slightly, leaning his weary frame against his chair. A hand emerged, capturing the audience's attention. Lin Qing gently tousled Sasuke's hair, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "We will win." Win? With what? Lin Qing charged at Kakashi once more, engaging in a fierce struggle, while the Platinum Star seized an opening to strike. A familiar plume of smoke flickered, and Kakashi executed his substitution technique, vanishing to reappear over 10 meters away, ready to face the next assault. Yet Lin Qing stood still, having been the aggressor until now. The Platinum Star also vanished from sight. Tobirama, hidden behind the scenes, observed the surveillance footage and scoffed. After all that bravado, has he finally given up? His words echoed the sentiments of many. Even Sasuke at the scene believed Lin Qing had surrendered. Only Kakashi felt the chill of impending danger. Just as he prepared to retreat once more, he found himself immobilized. Several tendrils of wisteria surged from the ground, ensnaring Kakashi's legs and waist, tightening like steel cables, trapping him in place. When did this happen? Kakashi exclaimed. When you thought you had discerned my weaknesses and believed victory was assured. It wasn't only Kakashi who observed during the battle. Lin Qing had also perceived Kakashi's vulnerabilities. First, a lack of chakra limited his usage of certain long-range, large-scale ninjutsu. Second, the effective range of his substitution technique was approximately 10 to 15 meters. Based on these observations, Lin Qing strategically shifted his use of the Sage's Purple, establishing a 20-meter radius trap around himself. No matter which direction Kakashi chose to evade, he would ultimately become ensnared in the Sage's Purple. The substitution technique was not instantaneous. Bound by the tendrils, Kakashi could no longer escape. But what of it? Lin Qing could only summon one substitution's power at a time. This was Kakashi's conclusion. The Sage's Purple could not inflict actual harm on Kakashi. Once Lin Qing switched substitutions, a prepared Kakashi would be able to dodge the incoming attack in an instant. I know what you're thinking, Lin Qing said, pulling a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. It was the explosive tag he had carelessly affixed to the wooden post during their first use of the substitution technique. I truly cannot harm you, but this should suffice. Lin Qing reignited the explosive tag and tossed it before Kakashi, patting Sasuke's head. Let us go? Sasuke glanced back at the explosive tag left on the ground. Aren't you going to stick it on him? Lin Qing shook his head. No need. Kakashi had previously held back. His strikes were never aimed at vital points. Lin Qing held no grudge against him, so there was no need for bloodshed. Kakashi stared blankly at the retreating figures of Lin Qing and Sasuke. Renowned as the copy ninja, he had replicated countless jutsu since his debut, witnessing innumerable mysterious bloodline limits during the war. Lin Qing's substitution exceeded his comprehension. But even more astonishing was Lin Qing himself. A smile crept onto Kakashi's face. What an intriguing young man. Boom. The explosion erupted into the sky. Lin Qing left the blast behind, as well as his identity as a Konoha ninja. He raised his hand and waved goodbye. This scene resembled a masterful painting, etched in the memories of numerous onlookers. As the fireball dissipated, Lin Qing and Sasuke vanished into the darkness. Chapter 6. Deduction. The following morning. In a forest far from Konoha Village, the sound of chirping birds roused Sasuke from his reverie. The dawn's light slanted from the east, penetrating the trees and casting dappled shadows that warmed his skin. Sasuke was still lost in thought. What are you pondering? Lin Qing asked. Sasuke voiced his inner thoughts. I just find it a bit unbelievable that we escaped so brazenly. Lin Qing nodded slightly, understanding Sasuke's confusion. After departing Konoha, he had been sifting through fragments of his predecessor's memories, unraveling the villages standing within the ninja world. If a faction of Konoha's ninjas had been determined to capture them, with only the second-tier Platinum Star and first-tier Sage's Purple at their disposal, survival beyond the village would have been impossible. It was only after a night of careful contemplation that Lin Qing began to grasp the myriad layers of this situation. Firstly, several major clans and powerful figures had abstained from the conflict. This was influenced by Itachi Uchiha. No one wished to provoke a man who had annihilated his own clan. Another factor was the sentiment of when the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. The Uchiha massacre bore secrets. While no evidence existed, they were not naive. If one Uchiha could be eradicated today, another from the Hyuga or Yamanaka clans could be next. Many strong individuals chose to steer clear of this affair. Secondly, there was the decision-making of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Had the Hokage issued a forceful command, or even appeared personally, Lin Qing would undoubtedly have been unable to contend or escape. Perhaps out of guilt towards the Uchiha clan, this legendary professor of ninjutsu had remained absent throughout. When the decisive moment is not taken, chaos ensues. Lastly, there was Kakashi, the only one willing to intervene. His identity was intriguing. He was not a member of the Uchiha clan, yet possessed a Sharingan, maintaining an ambiguous relationship with them. Kakashi was among the few who could involve himself in this matter without getting mired in its complexities. Lin Qing reflected on his battle with Kakashi. The encounter had been tempered. Rather than a clash, it felt more like an examination. Sasuke asked in surprise, an examination? What was being tested? Lin Qing pointed to his eyes. To see if we can protect these eyes out here. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan symbolized mystery and power. Just look at Kakashi. Possessing a single Sharingan had elevated him to the status of the copy ninja. Everyone yearns for that opportunity to rise swiftly. Once news of Lin Qing and Sasuke's escape from Konoha spread, countless ninjas and bounty hunters would set their sights on them. without sufficient combat strength. It would be better to remain in Konoha as a captive than to be dismembered for their eyes. Moreover, leaving Konoha would inevitably require overcoming an obstacle. Otherwise, it would tarnish their pride. Kakashi served as that obstacle, both assessing them and providing a measure of leniency. But why would he assist them? Lin Qing pondered for a moment and said, perhaps it is due to his Sharingan. He might feel indebted to the Uchiha clan and wishes to lend a final hand. This was Lin Qing's conjecture based on the available intelligence. His speculation was largely accurate, yet there was another reason. It was Kakashi's own judgment. Kakashi was unaware of the true cause of tonight's tragedy, but having worked alongside Uchiha Itachi, he understood that Itachi could never commit such a heinous act. There must be an underlying issue. Thus, Kakashi resolved to take action. He intended to help Lin Qing and Sasuke escape once they vacated the village. The hidden forces would be compelled to reach out. The further their reach, the more likely they would leave behind traces, allowing Kakashi to untangle the truth. This night appeared to revolve solely around the Uchiha clan massacre, yet the information, games, calculations, and interwoven influences behind it resembled a chessboard. Lin Qing was but a sudden piece on that board. However, while Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uchiha Itachi played shogi, Lin Qing represented the rook from Xianxi, shattering countless schemes and hidden lines. Brother Qing, you are truly remarkable. Sasuke exclaimed sincerely. Your ninjutsu is impressive, but I never expected you to deduce so much. Akin to a prophet in a fairy tale. Lin Qing chuckled. Analyzing and speculating based on existing information was not particularly difficult. With sufficient logical reasoning and a modicum of intelligence, one could achieve it. Do you wish to learn? Lin Qing queried. Absolutely. Sasuke's eyes sparkled. I aspire to be like you, Brother Qing. Then begin with mathematics to cultivate your logical thinking, Lin Qing suggested. Having fled until midday, with the sun high in the sky, Lin Qing and Sasuke were famished. They occasionally passed small villages, but given their proximity to Konoha and the risk of being discovered by Danzo's men, they refrained from entering. Utilizing the vines of the Sage of the Six Paths, Lin Qing caught a wild rabbit. However, he was perplexed about how to prepare it. Just kill it, skin it. Remove the innards, and roast it, Sasuke suggested with a slight tilt of his head. Brother Qing, you can't possibly not know how to kill a rabbit? In truth, Lin Qing did not possess such skills. He had never set foot in a kitchen and had never killed a rabbit, let alone a fish. Lin Qing wasn't afraid. He simply didn't know where to begin. Sasuke, hands on his hips and grinning, finally had something he excelled at. He took the rabbit from Lin Qing, drawing a kunai from his pouch, and skillfully gutted it while saying, I'm quite adept at this. During my training with Brother Itachi, we often caught rabbits and fish for meals. As he spoke, his tone gradually softened, and his hand slowed, his bright eyes misting over. Sasuke sniffled. Why do you think Itachi did all this? Could he have been forced into it? Sasuke hoped the omniscient Lin Qing could provide an explanation for the mystery of the previous night. Indeed, there are underlying reasons, Lin Qing replied, his voice steady. However, circumstances do not equate to righteousness. When judging a person, one must observe their actions rather than their thoughts. The machinations of a villain do not surpass the simplicity of a fool's insight. Motivations are merely the starting point, yet from this origin, countless divergent paths can emerge. Uchiha Itachi chose the simplest and, arguably, the most foolish path. Sasuke seemed to grasp this only partially. Lin Qing gently patted his back. Do not rush. If you cannot understand, take your time. You are still young, and there are many days ahead. Sasuke nodded, burying himself in the task of preparing the rabbit while Lin Qing squatted nearby, learning and occasionally asking questions, gradually pulling Sasuke from his sorrow. Lacking salt and seasoning, the roasted rabbit tasted rather bland, yet Lin Qing savored it earnestly, for it was his first meal in this world. During a brief respite, he finally had time to review the spoils from last night's battle. Soul fragments, 652. He had drawn 65. Previously, he had possessed 300 fragments. As he fought his way through the root organization to the outskirts of Konoha, he acquired 52 soul fragments. Defeating Kakashi yielded 300 soul fragments, and vanquishing Uchiha Itachi secured 800 soul fragments. This did not imply that Kakashi was significantly weaker than Itachi. Rather, it was due to their differing mindsets in battle. Uchiha Itachi approached the fight with the intention to kill Lin Qing, while Kakashi held back considerably, refraining from using techniques such as Raikiri and Kimui. Itachi, caught off guard by the intelligence, was unable to react as Lin Qing unleashed a swift combination of attacks. With 652 fragments in hand, Lin Qing resolved to draw cards first. The level 2 Platinum Star was formidable in close combat, and even if he amassed 1,000 fragments to reach level 3, it would merely be an enhancement. Through his battle with Kakashi, Lin Qing recognized his weakness, a lack of mid to long-range combat capability. He needed a new stand-in to compensate for this shortcoming. Otherwise, he would easily fall prey to being toyed with. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Qing accessed the system interface. Draw cards. 10 draws. No results. 20 draws. No results. 30 draws. No results. 40 draws. No results. Lin Qing's eye twitched slightly, and a surge of frustration welled up within him. What a ridiculous system. Not even a guarantee. Shouldn't a 10-draw guarantee at least a 4-star stand-in? And an 80-draw ensure a 5-star stand-in? Even a permanent resident would suffice. After 40 draws, he only acquired some stand-in experience books, which he invested entirely into the Platinum Star, raising its level from 2 to 7 to 2 to 13. It was a mere drop in the bucket. Lin Qing reinvested 100 soul fragments. 50 draws. 10 stars once again fell from the sky. The crisp sound of chimes finally echoed. Lin Qing calculated. 1, 2, 3, 4 stars. He reassured himself that 4 stars were acceptable. 4-star stands typically possess average combat power, exhibiting 1 or 2 outstanding abilities, primarily serving auxiliary roles, akin to support characters in a game. 5-star stands, on the other hand, boast superior combat prowess, featuring a broader range of abilities, encompassing combat, defense, and support, with at least one aspect of exceptional strength. A 4-star stand with long-range attack capabilities or rapid assault abilities could indeed alleviate Lin Qing's immediate concerns. As he contemplated, the starlight shimmered and faded. A book hovered before Lin Qing's eyes. Ripple breathing technique? In his flight, Lin Qing had yet to peruse the manga series. Fortunately, the first volume, Blood of Illusions, mentioned the ripple technique. He carefully examined the passages referencing ripple and gleaned a basic understanding of its power. Ripple, initially derived from Tibetan monks, was a breathing exercise created for cultivation and the pursuit of longevity. Just as a stone thrown into water creates ripples, using this special breathing method generates waves within the body, yielding various marvelous effects: strength, warmth, physical enhancement, and resistance to aging. Lin Qing scrutinized the ripple technique from all angles, perceiving it as reminiscent of a rudimentary cultivation technique. The ripple breathing technique was indeed highly beneficial for Lin Qing, perhaps even more so than acquiring an additional 5-star stand. No matter how many stands he possessed, his inherent frailty remained a significant flaw. With numerous stands at his disposal, Lin Qing could withstand attacks from any angle. Yet, he remained vulnerable to poison wine offered with a smile and the fatigue from consecutive battles. A robust physique and a substantial health pool would grant Lin Qing greater margin for error. The converse example was Uchiha Itachi. Despite his myriad jutsus and advanced Sharingan, what use were they? A fragile shell. However, why did the system extract ripple breathing? This is not a stand-in. It is a type of skill book, is it not? Lin Qing rummaged through the system's instructions. The ordinary draw pool can yield 4 to 5-star stand-ins, materials for upgrading stand-ins, special items, etc. The skill book is indeed a form of special item. Aside from ripple breathing, other special items include the stone mask, insect arrows, firearms, and the ether gem. With 50 draws, obtaining a ripple technique is not a loss. Although it is merely a 4-star item, its effect on Lin Qing's body is a genuine life-saving measure. From this perspective, it is even more precious than a 6-star stand-in. With 15 draws remaining, Lin Qing decided against continuing. His intuition told him that his luck for the day had been exhausted after drawing ripple breathing. Continuing would merely squander soul fragments. He closed the system interface and indulged in a brief respite. Lin Qing and Sasuke ambled along, drinking from rivers when thirsty, feasting on wild game and vegetables when hungry, and finding a clean spot to rest, using the ground as a bed and the sky as a blanket, drifting into slumber. A month passed swiftly, and they were nearing the outskirts of Konoha's jurisdiction. The two found a small town where they sold the pelts of the animals they had hunted along the way, using the proceeds to book a room at a hot spring inn, where they luxuriated in a soak followed by a hearty meal, finally allowing themselves to relax. Subsequently, they boarded a merchant caravan heading leisurely towards the land of water. They could no longer linger in the land of fire. The land of lightning enforced strict regulations. making it risky for outsiders like them. The land of earth was too distant, while the land of wind, dominated by desert, posed harsh living conditions. The governance in the land of water could be described as lenient in high emotional intelligence, but chaotic in low emotional intelligence. Lin Qing had a clear goal for the path ahead: to continuously hunt down fugitives, accumulate draws, extract stand-ins to compensate for his deficiencies, and then upgrade them. Due to the blood mist policy of the village hidden in the mist, internal strife was rampant. This not only facilitated Lin Qing's concealment, but also provided an abundance of targets in the form of fugitives and rogue ninjas, enriching Lin Qing's opportunities to earn soul fragments and bounties. For Lin Qing, there was no nation more suitable than the land of water. As they journeyed, Lin Qing gathered intelligence from various nations and ninja villages. Upon learning that Konoha was considered well-governed, Lin Qing realized just how dire the state of the world had become. He needed strength, not only to protect himself, but also to uphold the principles he cherished. After another 10 days of travel, they arrived at the land of waves, the destination of the merchant caravan. From here on, Lin Qing would forge his own path. Young man, past the land of waves. A short distance further is the land of water. We part ways here, the caravan leader said as he handed over a letter. Recently, the land of water had closed its ports, allowing only a few select fleets to pass. The caravan leader, familiar with the intricacies of the situation, explained that with this letter of recommendation, they could board an official vessel of the land of waves to reach the land of water. Lin Qing accepted the letter with gratitude. Sasuke gazed at the retreating figure of the caravan leader. He truly is a good man. Lin Qing recalled the stack of money he had slipped to the caravan leader the previous night and smiled without offering an explanation. With the letter of recommendation in hand, Lin Qing approached the officials at the port of the land of waves. The official was a samurai, sporting a moon-style hairstyle and dressed in traditional Japanese trousers, wearing straw sandals that revealed his odoriferous toes, with 2 swords sheathed at his waist, 1 katana and 1 tanto. The bald-headed samurai scrutinized Lin Qing and Sasuke before gesturing towards a cargo ship bobbing on the water. Consider yourselves lucky. The ship will depart shortly. If you miss it, you will have to wait half a month. Following the bald-headed samurai, they boarded the vessel. Lin Qing sensed something amiss with the crew's gazes upon them. Some were welcoming, some joyous, and others bore a hint of desire. Lin Qing frowned slightly. What was wrong with these crew members? Could they have crossed over from Chengdu? But Lin Qing had neither a beard, black-rimmed glasses, nor white socks. With a loud clang, the bald-headed samurai opened the sealed cargo hold, and a faint stench of decay wafted out. Inside the dim cargo hold sat a dozen people, both men and women, who seemed to have been deprived of light for some time, shielding their eyes with their hands. Upon seeing the state of those in the cargo hold, Lin Qing realized, smuggling? With a letter of introduction and the backing of the land of waves, Lin Qing had assumed they were traveling legitimately. One of the crew members shoved Lin Qing, shooting him a glare. Are you getting on or not? If not, get off. Lin Qing chuckled. Of course, we will board. He pulled Sasuke, who seemed ready to draw his sword, into the cargo hold. The cargo hold was sealed once more, with a dim light flickering above and a fan whirring to circulate thin air, preventing the passengers from suffocating inside. They found a corner to sit down. Sasuke whispered, "Why didn't you let me hit him? Brother Qing, with your strength, you could have knocked him down with a single punch. I'm not a demon. I can't just shout UV. You've chosen the path to death and chop someone down just because they glared at me." Lin Qing leaned against the cargo box, retrieving an orange from his backpack and offering it to Sasuke. As long as he can safely deliver us to the land of water, that's sufficient. Sasuke waved his small fist. When do I get to hit someone? When you feel it's necessary. Sasuke rolled his eyes, taking the orange from Lin Qing's hand when suddenly he felt a gaze upon him. It was a little girl sitting across from him. Her name was Xiaotao, about Sasuke's age, with pink hair styled in a bun and big eyes fixated on the orange in Sasuke's hand, devoid of any distraction, only filled with a longing for the fruit. Sasuke glanced at Xiaotao, then at the orange, snorted disdainfully, and turned away. With a gentle pat on Sasuke's head, Lin Qing encouraged, "Go socialize a bit. Don't always wear that cold face." If anyone else had said this, Sasuke would have ignored them. But when it came from Lin Qing, he couldn't help but comply. Reluctantly, Sasuke approached her. "Here." Turning his head away, he offered half of the orange to Xiaotao. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she looked back at her mother, who nodded in approval. "Thank you, big brother," she exclaimed, accepting the orange and leaning in to plant a light kiss on Sasuke's cheek. His face turned crimson. A laugh erupted in the dim, decaying, and stuffy cargo hold. Just then, the ship trembled slightly. They had set sail. Chapter 8. Pirates. The ship, powered by steam, allowed those hidden in the cargo hold to hear the rumbling of the steam engine below, accompanied by the occasional hissing sound of released steam. Initially, the noise was somewhat irritating, but after a while, it became akin to white noise, lulling the passengers into drowsiness. Among the dozen or so people in the cargo hold, most had succumbed to sleep. During a tedious journey, sleep was always the best way to pass the time. Sasuke remained awake, concealing his hands within his sleeves as he practiced hand seals. Determined to seek revenge one day, he refused to waste even a moment. Lin Qing sat beside Sasuke, meditating with a special rhythm to his breathing. In the dim cargo hold, a faint light seemed to brighten. The travelers sensed warmth spreading through their bodies, their tense nerves relaxing, leading to a deeper slumber. Sasuke, sitting closest, felt this effect most acutely. "Brother Qing, have you succeeded in your cultivation?" Lin Qing nodded slightly. After more than a month since acquiring ripple breathing, he had been adhering to the breathing method during meals, sleep, and movement. Perhaps it was due to the Uchiha's innate talent or his own aptitude, but from the very beginning of his training, he had felt the ripple coursing through him with each breath, initially weak, like a dragonfly landing on floating weeds, causing only the slightest ripples in the water. At long last, Lin Qing could finally manipulate the ripple energy along his veins and skin, releasing it into the outside world to exert influence upon reality. Activating his breathing technique would enhance Lin Qing's muscular strength to 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary person, allowing him to shatter rocks with his bare hands. The emitted ripples, serving as a weapon, could transform into an invisible, searing blade, and as a means of defense, could shield him from sudden impacts, even if injured. It could be utilized for healing. Moreover, unlike the powers cultivated by ninjas, which often involve a hasty pursuit of strength akin to the ferocity of Muay Thai in youth, only to result in a myriad of ailments in old age, the breathing technique would continuously nourish Lin Qing's organs throughout his training, prolonging his life. Noticing the envy in Sasuke's eyes, Lin Qing affectionately ruffled his small head. "Once we disembark, I shall teach you." Sasuke eagerly nodded, beaming with joy. Suddenly, he swayed and nearly fell, but Lin Qing swiftly caught him. Other passengers weren't so fortunate, as cries of dismay echoed through the cargo hold as several fell about clumsily. The ship came to a halt. With sleepy eyes, little Tao asked in a daze, "Mom, have we arrived?" Her mother, glancing at the ventilation opening of the cargo hold, realized that from that narrow window, nothing could be seen. She gently patted her daughter's head. "The ship has stopped. We must have arrived." Little Tao's drowsiness dissipated as she blinked excitedly. "Yay, we're going to see Grandma and Grandpa." Most of the travelers, including little Tao and her mother, were heading to the land of water to visit family, yet Lin Qing furrowed his brow slightly. The timing seemed off. Traveling by ship from the land of waves to the land of water would take at least 3 days. Although they were confined in the cargo hold, rendering their sense of time vague, Lin Qing had been silently calculating. They had only been at sea for 2 days, with 1 day remaining. They were still lost in the vast ocean. Could it be that Danzo's men are pursuing us? Lin Qing pondered, exchanging a knowing glance with Sasuke. Sasuke nodded and discreetly drew a kunai, concealing it within his sleeve, prepared to face any potential danger. With a whoosh, the cargo hold doors, which had been closed for 2 days, swung open. The sudden influx of sunlight caused Lin Qing to squint, revealing the silhouettes of 3 figures, a bald warrior and 2 crew members. The bald warrior staggered forward, stepping inside. A gaunt man inquired, "My lord, have we arrived?" The bald warrior replied, "Apologies, everyone, but we've encountered a slight mishap." An elderly woman huddled in the corner asked, "What kind of mishap?" The bald warrior's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, swaying it back and forth, the scabbard clinking against the cargo hold walls, sending a wave of anxiety through the passengers. "We encountered pirates, but fear not. Under my persuasion, they have decided to spare your lives, provided you surrender your valuables to buy your safety." 2 crew members stepped forward, bags in hand, and without regard for consent, reached for the travelers' belongings. "No, you can't take that. It's my last possession." The gaunt man, the first to speak, attempted to reclaim his belongings, but was swiftly kicked to the ground by a crew member. As he struggled to rise, a knife was thrust before him. "Move again, and I'll kill you." The travelers soon realized that there were no pirates here, rather, The warriors and crew members of the Land of Waves were the true brigands. Under the eaves of danger, preserving one's life took precedence, and one by one, the travelers reluctantly surrendered their bags. "Don't touch me!" A shriek rang out. It was the bald warrior, having spotted little Tao's mother, whose voluptuous figure and striking beauty stirred his lascivious desires. He wrapped his hands around her waist with a lewd grin, suggesting something unspeakable. "Your bosom is quite ample. Let me see if you're hiding anything. Release my mother." Little Tao cried, lunging forward and delivering a punch to the warrior's groin. "Get away!" In pain, the warrior's fury ignited as he swung a hand toward Little Tao's face. "Ah!" A scream echoed through the cargo hold, but it did not belong to Little Tao. A black, icy kunai pierced through the bald warrior's palm, pinning it to the wall, blood trickling down. Little Tao followed the trajectory of the kunai and caught sight of Sasuke, his expression one of cold determination. In that moment, Sasuke understood the meaning behind Lin Qing's words. When you feel the need, without needing any reminder, he instinctively threw the kunai, his power, speed, and precision far surpassing his usual training. For this strike was infused with the strength of emotion. A hand gently rested on Sasuke's shoulder, pulling him back to reality. "I'm sorry, I acted without permission." Sasuke, trained in the art of ninja tracking, knew that a skilled tracker could determine the origin of a ninja merely by their kunai throwing technique. His current actions had effectively exposed his identity, potentially revealing their whereabouts to the pursuers from Konoha and Danzo. "No need to apologize, you did excellently." If one possesses great power but hesitates to act against injustice, allowing anger to simmer without the courage to strike, then what is there to train for? You might as well go back to farming. I'll slay you. The bald warrior discarded the kunai, drawing his sword, a faint blue glow shimmering along the blade. The paths of warriors and ninjas diverged. The former's training was simpler and more direct, relying solely on the strength of their blade, while the latter mastered a myriad of techniques. Lin Qing stood up, pulling Sasuke behind him. "Leave the rest to me." All eyes in the cargo hold turned toward Lin Qing. "You're a ninja?" the bald warrior demanded. "No," Lin Qing replied truthfully. The warrior's grip on his sword tightened, his eyes blazing with rage. "Regardless of who you are, you will die today." Little Tao, nestled in her mother's embrace, looked on in terror. "Die?" the bald warrior bellowed, launching a downward slash toward Lin Qing's face. With a deft flick of his foot, Lin Qing lifted the kunai that lay discarded on the ground, catching it mid-air to meet the descending blade. The warrior's eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Convinced that Lin Qing could not possibly fend off his powerful strike with just a kunai. This was no low-grade martial arts film, after all. Little Tao's mother shielded her daughter's eyes, unable to bear the impending violence. Clang! The crisp sound of clashing weapons resonated within the cargo hold, rippling outward like waves. What? The bald warrior stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Not only he, but the two crew members eagerly awaiting bloodshed, as well as the travelers, all widened their eyes in astonishment. The kunai firmly held the warrior's sword at bay. If it was merely a block, they might attribute it to Lin Qing's natural strength. Yet Lin Qing had used the kunai's point to meet the blade without a hint of deviation. Both men seemingly frozen in time, as if they had rehearsed this moment. This exemplified the power of ripple energy, an enhancement of speed, strength, and reflexes in every aspect. Lin Qing now stood akin to a smaller version of a platinum star. "My lord, what are you doing? Quickly kill him," a crew member shouted. The bald warrior grew anxious. Did he not wish to? It felt as if his sword was glued in place, utterly immovable. What kind of ninja technique is this? Wisps of smoke began to curl from the bald warrior's palm, accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt flesh. "Ah!" the warrior shrieked, attempting to discard the scalding sword. But his hands were firmly restrained, his expression morphing from anger to sheer terror. "Everyone here will perish because of your actions. Remember, it is your fault they will die?" Lin Qing gazed at him calmly. "Your militaristic, thieving logic serves no purpose other than hastening your demise. Do you have any last words?" Before he could utter the curse, the colossal fist of Platinum Star struck the bald warrior's face. Thud, thud, thud. 3 resounding impacts echoed. The bald warrior, along with 2 crew members, was hurled like a sack of straw, colliding with several others who were handling cargo, crashing heavily onto the deck, their fates uncertain. Sir, what happened?" Upon witnessing the warrior's fall, the crew members panicked, rushing to check on the bald warrior. Just then, they heard footsteps approaching from behind. Lin Qing stepped out of the cargo hold, picking up a bag of white flour that had spilled on the ground, his voice devoid of warmth. Is this what your country sells? Chapter 9. The significance of choice. No unnecessary introductions were needed. The moment he grasped the white flour, a wave of revulsion surged within him, silently informing Lin Qing of its dubious nature. The country's officials were secretly engaged in illicit trade. Lin Qing despised two things above all: gambling and contraband. Sasuke reached out, clutching Lin Qing's sleeve. He rarely saw Lin Qing's gaze so frigid. I'm fine, Lin Qing murmured. But then he looked up at the dozens of boxes of white flour on the ship, and then ahead. An old, rust-covered fishing boat approached alongside them, its sides adorned with ominous cannons. 40 bare-chested crew members, their skin darkened from the sun, wielding knives and axes, stood on the deck, their eyes glinting with malice as they spotted the fallen warrior, drawing their weapons and advancing toward Lin Qing. Trouble was brewing. Platinum Star. This was a battle without suspense. No one could withstand a single punch from Platinum Star. Every assailant was sent flying back, blood spewing, crashing into the sea. Monsters. Finally, the crew members broke down, abandoning their fallen comrades and fleeing back to their fishing boat. Get lost. Sasuke shouted gleefully at their retreating figures, his face alight with joy. He relished this journey with Lin Qing, filled with swift justice and open emotions. Ninja? What ninja? I refuse to endure. However, Sasuke's smile quickly faded. Shouts erupted from the opposite fishing boat, its cannons swiveling to aim at them. Boom, boom, boom. 3 cannonballs arced through the air, launching toward them. Platinum Star. Lin Qing pointed, and Platinum Star roared, spinning in the air to kick the first cannonball away. Then, extending his arms, he caught the incoming cannonballs, his iron-like limbs exerting force as he hurled them back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cannonballs whistled through the air, breaking the sound barrier, leaving only a fleeting shadow in their wake. A series of explosions followed, accompanied by anguished screams as the fishing boat was pierced and torn apart, its crew plummeting into the water. The battle erupted suddenly and concluded just as swiftly. Only then did the passengers regain their composure, realizing they had narrowly escaped death. They were not fools. Contraband trade was absolutely prohibited, even in this wretched world of ninjas. With only one cargo hold on the ship, and knowing that contraband had to be stored there to avoid moisture, could they survive after witnessing it? The answer was evidently negative. The travelers collapsed onto the ground, the weight of dread lifting from their hearts. We're safe. The sea breeze brushed against their faces, and the relief of surviving left them in a daze. They glanced at Lin Qing's figure, which, though not particularly imposing, now emanated an unparalleled sense of security. Lin Qing commanded Platinum Star to throw all the white flour into the sea, also disposing of the bald warrior, waking the unconscious crew members with 2 slaps, offering them a choice: set sail or plunge into the sea. Valuing their lives, the remaining crew members hurriedly nodded and set to work, diligently starting the ship to continue their journey. Once Lin Qing and his companions had departed, the bald warrior emerged from the water, spitting toward the direction of the cargo ship. Fools, I've traveled these waters my entire life. Do you think I could drown? The fishing boat had lifeboats, and the fallen crew members would soon search for them, able to row back to the land of waves. Touching Lord Kato's cargo? Boy, you're dead meat. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, someone will return with your head. The bald warrior cursed. Suddenly, a crew member, bleeding from his head, gasped for air in terror. Sir, fish, fish, fish. The bald warrior questioned what was so frightening about fish. Had they encountered sharks? No. He was intimately familiar with this route. It was not a shark-infested area. The fish are insane, the crew member shouted. To affirm his claim, a small fish leaped from the water, entering the crew member's mouth and biting his tongue. Ah! The crew member screamed, attempting to pull the frenzied fish from his mouth. But a second fish latched onto his hand, and a third gouged out his eye. The bald warrior stood in shock at the scene. He recognized the fish that leaped from the water, known for their docile nature. What astonished him even more were the fish's eyes, glimmering like rubies. This was the result of consuming contraband. The contraband Lin Qing had tossed into the sea had been devoured by the fish, driving them to madness under the influence of the drug. The bald warrior noticed the eerily calm sea, devoid of any crew members. He looked down, seeing a sea of crimson. Stay away from me. His desperate cries echoed across the sky. Lin Qing diverted his gaze. Sasuke appeared hesitant, and Lin Qing playfully flicked his forehead, smiling. Speak your mind. Sasuke scratched his head, lowering his gaze. I just feel. Are we being too conspicuous? He was referring to their victory over the fishing boat. It had been exhilarating during the fight, but in retrospect, he sensed vulnerabilities everywhere. Once they reached shore, Konoha would easily discover their arrival in the land of water. It is conspicuous, but that is the nature of choices in life, Lin Qing replied. When you threw the shuriken, did you not already make a choice? That was an emotional response, Sasuke countered. Lin Qing shook his head. That so-called emotion is merely the fruit born from the tree of your values cultivated throughout your life. A cold-blooded ninja cannot possess such emotion. Can you imagine Danzo acting out of anger to save Sakura? But is that right? Sasuke inquired. Lin Qing ruffled his hair lightly. There is no absolute right or wrong in this matter. If one must insist, two conditions must be met for a choice to be deemed correct. He raised two fingers. First, the decision is made thoughtfully and aligns with one's true self. Second, you are willing to pay the price and bear the consequences. Sasuke contemplated once more. Was he willing to risk being pursued by Danzo to save Sakura? The answer was affirmative, having recently endured the tragedy of his clan's massacre. He no longer wished to see anyone familiar suffer harm. He began to grasp Lin Qing's meaning. Qingji, you are truly remarkable, not just in strength, but also. Sasuke placed his right hand over his heart. The strength here. Lin Qing smiled, accepting the compliment. Remarkable? In the real world, I am an unequivocal failure. School was manageable. But once I entered the workforce, I felt utterly out of place. Lin Qing had witnessed far too many injustices. Until one day, he intervened to stop his superior from sexually harassing a female colleague. The incident caused quite a stir, but in the end, the harassed colleague claimed it was all a misunderstanding. Lin Qing became the person who could not read the air. Subsequently, his leader made things difficult for him, isolating him from his colleagues, believing this would make Lin Qing regret his actions. However, Lin Qing felt no remorse. His motivation for stopping the harassment was not aimed at his superior, nor was it to rescue the woman who had turned the tables on him. He simply believed it was wrong. Just like today. Of course, doing the right thing requires a certain capital. In his previous life, Lin Qing's capital was his core technical abilities within the team. In this life, it was the system. As for the meaning of choosing the right path, Lin Qing leaned against the railing, the gentle sea breeze caressing him. He squinted, hearing the laughter of Xiao Tao and the haughty snort from Sasuke. Xiao Tao stepped forward and enveloped Sasuke in a warm embrace, leaving him momentarily stunned. A smile curled at the corners of Lin Qing's mouth. Perhaps, this was the essence of meaning. The ship's horn echoed in the distance. At dusk, they arrived in the land of water. Chapter 10. The information merchant. The cargo ship docked at the port of the land of water. Lin Qing swiftly sold it to the locals. As for the ship's crew, who had moonlighted as pirates, Lin Qing broke one of their legs, allowing them to leave in disgrace for their obedience during the latter part of the journey. Upon reaching their destination, it was time for farewells. Xiao Tao looked back 3 times, reluctant to part ways. Sasuke crossed his arms, turning his head away, projecting an air of aloofness, yet the occasional glances he cast towards Xiao Tao betrayed his true feelings. Sometimes, farewells hold more significance than first meetings. Lin Qing patted Sasuke on the shoulder. In this vast sea of people, this may very well be your last encounter, so bid her farewell properly to avoid any regrets. Sasuke gazed at the departing girl with pink hair, repeating that sentiment in his mind. By the time he realized it, he had already raised a hand to wave goodbye to Xiao Tao. Seeing Sasuke respond, Xiao Tao's smile brightened even more. Goodbye, Sasuke brother. Goodbye, Sasuke whispered softly. After Xiao Tao and her mother left, the other passengers expressed their gratitude to Lin Qing before departing for their respective journeys. Only one man remained, waiting until the crowd had dispersed before approaching Lin Qing. Lin Qing recognized him faintly. During the skirmish with the bald warrior, the other passengers had been terrified. Yet this man maintained a calm demeanor, as if accustomed to such scenes. He respectfully presented Lin Qing with a business card, which was elegantly bordered in gold and felt smooth to the touch, indicative of its high quality. Kaminari Hayato, president of Kaminari Agency. He appeared quite young, around 25 or 26, with slick back hair and simple attire, possessing a handsome face, but standing at only about 5 feet 5 inches tall. I am Kaminari, an information merchant and broker. My agency is located in this port city. Should you require intelligence or wish to accept bounties in the future, please feel free to contact me. Kaminari spoke humbly, his smile warm. I owe you both a debt of gratitude today for saving my life. Henceforth, My commission for any dealings with you will be halved. Lin Qing had come to the land of water with the intention of hunting bounties. Having a broker to facilitate introductions would undoubtedly save him the trouble of searching for information and enhance efficiency. As for the commission, Lin Qing was not in this profession for monetary gain. The fragments of his soul were his true foundation. As he was new to the area, rather than collaborating with unfamiliar locals, it seemed more convenient to work with Kaminari Hayato, who shared a bond forged through shared experiences. Accepting the business card, Lin Qing placed it into his pocket, saying, "I apologize, but I do not have a card to offer." "I understand. I shall not intrude any further," Kaminari replied. Bowing slightly, Lin Qing nodded and departed with Sasuke. As Kaminari straightened up, he squinted at their receding figures, the evening glow stretching their shadows long. "Farewell, my two saviors," he murmured, his tone imbued with a sense of destiny. He had anticipated their next encounter would find them having made a name for themselves in the land of water. Yet, to his surprise, that very night, Lin Qing sought out Kaminari's agency. "Do you have any bounties?" Lin Qing inquired. Kaminari stared in astonishment at the pair seated on the sofa, one large and one small. "Aren't you two going to rest? Perhaps we could discuss work tomorrow?" After 3 days on a cargo ship, Kaminari was nearly at his wit's end. He had even arranged for a young model from the land of sand that evening to unwind. He had no desire to discuss business at such a moment. "Rest?" Lin Qing tilted his head slightly, candidly replying, "We have already taken our rest. We had dinner, took a stroll, and even bathed, so our rest is concluded." Kaminari's mouth twitched. "What sort of rest is that? Where do you come from, you workaholics?" Despite his grumbling, Kaminari was, after all, a businessman when work came knocking. It was unreasonable to refuse. Rubbing his chin, he asked, "Do you have any specific targets in mind? For instance, the type of opponent you are adept at handling, their estimated combat strength, and so forth." A targeted approach would maximize task efficiency. The mortality rate among bounty hunters was excessively high, a source of shame for any broker. Ideally, they would seek close combat targets, and as for combat levels, Lin Qing was uncertain how to express it. In this realm, the only beings he could deem enemies were Uchiha Itachi and Hatake Kakashi, the former having been at a disadvantage and the latter somewhat compromised. After pondering for a moment, Lin Qing replied, "Someone slightly weaker than Hatake Kakashi from the Hidden Leaf Village would suffice, making them easier to handle." Kaminari gulped. "What do you mean by just a little weaker than Kakashi? Since when did the legendary copy ninja become a standard for assessing combat strength?" He took a sip of tea, suppressing the urge to scoff. "I currently have no intel on anyone comparable to Hatake Kakashi, and even if I did, they wouldn't be in the land of water. However, if that is your criterion, the selection is quite ample." Kaminari retrieved a stack of documents from beneath the table. "Feel free to choose for yourselves." Lin Qing casually picked up 4 pieces of information, flipping through them. They contained details about the targets, their combat styles, and areas of concealment. Remarkably, each document bore an update date in the bottom right corner. People do change, especially those who are fugitives, rogue ninjas, and whose combat prowess can fluctuate. Having the latest information ensured preparedness, allowing for comprehensive and meticulous planning. Professionalism. Lin Qing appreciated collaborating with individuals who exhibited professionalism, shaking the documents in his hand. "I will return in a couple of days." "In a couple of days?" Kaminari glanced at the document numbers and immediately understood which target Lin Qing had selected. A B-rank fugitive known as the Demon of the Mountain, who had slaughtered an entire village. 3 B-rank rogue ninjas, brothers who fought in perfect harmony, their combined combat strength rivaling that of an A-rank ninja, a formidable challenge. While all 4 targets were nearby, travel would inevitably consume a significant portion of the day. Considering the battles that might ensue, along with healing, resting, and re-preparing, Kaminari chuckled inwardly, bracing himself for a 10-day to 2-week absence from Lin Qing and Sasuke. Yet, he voiced, "I wish you both great success and a triumphant return." After bidding farewell to Lin Qing and Sasuke, Kaminari discarded the documents, leaving the agency and striding purposefully toward a nightclub. A night of revelry awaited him. The beauties of the land of sand are truly enchanting. As the morning light seeped through the window, Kaminari lay beside the bed, eyes closed, as his fingers brushed against a face. He caressed gently, tracing from the brow to the bridge of the nose, then down to the lips. Lips? Kaminari jolted his eyes open abruptly. Lin Qing and Sasuke were seated on the sofa, sipping tea. For men, bound and discarded on the floor, included one who lay near the bed of Kamihara Hayato, who was gently caressing the man's face. "My apologies for interrupting your rest," Lin Qing remarked, "but I had no idea where to carry these four without drawing too much attention. Is this a matter of rest?" Kamihara Hayato snapped, glancing at his watch. It had been merely 10 hours since he handed over the documents to Lin Qing. Yet a level 1 and 3 level 3 fugitives had been dealt with, alive. Capturing them alive and killing them were two entirely different matters. The commission would be significantly higher for a living capture, albeit with greater difficulty, even with a discount for Lin Qing. The remaining commission would be sufficient for Kamihara Hayato to indulge a model from the Sand Country for an entire week. "Is there more?" Lin Qing inquired. Kamihara Hayato hesitated for a moment. "More of what?" he asked, quickly realizing Lin Qing was referring to the bounty targets. "Yes, of course." He flung aside the covers, eager to spring into action, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of financial gain. "This is the true essence of a big shot." "That's good to hear," Lin Qing said, finishing the last piece of pastry on the coffee table. "Please be sure to select wisely. These individuals are rather weak." Upon hearing this, the four subdued fugitives couldn't help but shed tears of humiliation. Chapter 11. The New 5-Star Stand-In. Kamihara Hayato had never encountered anyone quite like Lin Qing. Their dialogue had evolved from initial caution, "This one seems a bit dangerous. Do be careful," to a more relaxed tone, "Don't rush. Give me some time, and I'll find you a few more targets." And now to a brotherly camaraderie, "Brother Qing, please take a rest. If you don't rest, I won't be able to either. I'm utterly spent." Lin Qing rummaged through Kamihara Hayato's empty cabinet. "Nothing left? Truly?" Over the past fortnight, a whirlwind had swept through their city, capturing every level fugitive and rogue ninja, delivering them to Kamihara Hayato's doorstep. This was the final commission. He handed over a briefcase. "Take a good rest. I promise to contact you first when new business arises." Lin Qing accepted the case, filled with stacks of cash. He took a thick bundle and pushed it toward Kamihara Hayato. "Isn't this the commission?" "The client has already paid me," Kamihara Hayato questioned, puzzled. Lin Qing shook his head. "This is not a commission, it's overtime pay. I appreciate your assistance during this time." Over the past 2 weeks, Lin Qing had efficiently gathered soul fragments, largely due to Kamihara Hayato's support. Kamihara Hayato gazed at Lin Qing, astonished. He had collaborated with numerous bounty hunters, most of whom had dubious pasts. Although he had done some investigation into Lin Qing's background, which included a massacre and a forced escape, he had not expected such unexpected gentleness. Standing up, he extended his hand earnestly. "It's not a burden, it's my job. A pleasure to collaborate." Lin Qing shook his hand. "A pleasure indeed. By the way, there's one piece of information I can't quite call intelligence, as it remains unverified. It's more of a friendly reminder." Kamihara Hayato's expression turned serious. "Ninjas from the Root organization have arrived in this city." Sasuke's expression shifted, panic evident. "What does Konoha have to do with us?" Lin Qing placed a hand on his head and shook it slightly. Kamihara Hayato was a professional information broker. If he hadn't uncovered their true identities by now, that would be unusual. Previously, they had tacitly agreed to ignore the obvious. But now that Kamihara Hayato had brought it up, to feign ignorance would be disrespectful. Though the ninjas from the Root organization might not excel in direct combat, under Danzo's pathological management, they were adept at stealth and subterfuge. To gather soul fragments, Lin Qing had been somewhat audacious. The dual reputations of the two bounty hunters had spread across several neighboring cities, attracting Danzo's attention. "I understand, thank you. Not a problem." Additionally, Kamihara Hayato retrieved 2 Konoha headbands from his drawer. "Are you truly not considering operating under the identity of rogue ninjas?" Customers tend to prefer rogue ninjas, as commissions and requests often increase. The identity of a rogue ninja essentially signaled to others, "I'm being hunted by a village, yet I'm thriving, see?" It subtly showcased one's strength and made it easier to gain the trust of clients. Conversely, if a rogue ninja were to complete a commission and be eliminated by a ninja village before payment, the client would own nothing. Establishing a rogue ninja identity served as a form of endorsement. The stronger the village indicated by the headband, the easier it was to secure jobs. Among them, rogue ninjas from Konoha were particularly favored in the market. Sasuke seemed intrigued. Lin Qing waved a hand. "No need. We are not ninjas." Kamihara Hayato shrugged, escorting them from the office. After a brief respite, a hot bath was in order. Lin Qing placed a towel atop his head, leaning against the edge of the tub. relishing the soothing warmth of the water. Sasuke, bear, occasionally submerged, and sometimes floated on his back like a carefree child. Despite the weight of his past, he was merely a 7-year-old boy. Lin Qing chuckled softly, wiped his face with the towel, and opened the system interface. After relentless hunting, he had captured 53 fugitives and rogue ninjas, his soul fragment count soaring from 152 to 614. On average, a fugitive yielded fewer than 10 soul fragments, a testament to the disparity between individuals. Soul fragments, 614. This equated to 61 draws. Considering the previous time he had drawn ripple breathing technique after 55 draws, Lin Qing's instinct told him he would likely obtain a 5-star stand-in this time. Lin Qing disliked sporadic single draws. For the past fortnight, he had been accumulating draws, eager for today's satisfaction. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, paused for half a second, and exhaled slowly. Let the draws begin. 10 draws, none. 20 draws, none. 30 draws, none. Lin Qing remained more composed than the last time. 40 draws, none. 50 draws, none. The final 10 draws. His intuition whispered, "It's coming." 10 stars fell from the heavens, a brilliance flashing before him. Ding, 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 ding. 5 consecutive chimes. A 5-star. Lin Qing clenched his fist, realizing that his efforts had not been in vain. As the radiance dissipated, what appeared before him was a vintage, World War II-style propeller fighter plane. The aircraft was no larger than a notebook, equipped with 2 machine guns on either wing and a bomb suspended beneath its fuselage. Inside the cockpit was a pilot no larger than a thumb. Locking eyes with the pilot, the latter brought his index and middle fingers together, tapping lightly on his forehead in a gesture of greeting toward Lin Qing. Stand-in name, Aviation Smith 5-star. Owner, Nalanjaji Urka. Ability, a long-range manipulation stand, equipped with 2 machine guns and a bomb, as well as a carbon dioxide detection radar. Capable of locating the source of carbon dioxide, albeit with low precision, requiring the stand user to make their own judgments. Current level, Level 1. Remarks. Smith is the name of the pilot. To have drawn this stand. Since leaving Konoha, Lin Qing had made time to read the series manga, revisiting it numerous times over 2 months, memorizing various stand abilities. The power of Aviation Smith was not particularly strong, unable to rival that of Platinum Star. Yet it would somewhat compensate for Lin Qing's shortcomings in mid-range combat, serving to restrain and distract during battles, preventing him from being toyed with by adversaries. Compared to combat prowess, the true strength of the aerial Smith, or the fundamental reason it can serve as a 5-star stand, lies in its exceptional reconnaissance capabilities. Navigating through the sky, it can detect the enemy's position using a carbon dioxide sensor. The original character, Nalanjia, is remarkably astute, able to seize fleeting opportunities. Yet his temper and relatively weak control hinder the full potential of his reconnaissance abilities. In contrast, Lin Qing, endowed with ripple power, surpasses Nalanjia in both control and focus. Notably, ordinary individuals are oblivious to the characteristics of a stand. Following the confrontation between Kakashi and Lin Qing, Konoha has come to understand that substantial chakra must be infused into one's eyes to perceive a stand. In direct combat, this poses no issue. However, in protracted battles, urban warfare, or guerrilla tactics, few ninjas can afford to waste chakra in such a manner for extended periods. At this juncture, an invisible eye capable of surveying the battlefield from the sky becomes an overwhelmingly formidable intelligence advantage. Shall we give it a try? Lin Qing raised his right hand, slightly angling it at 45 degrees, simulating an aircraft runway. Whoosh! The aerial Smith soared into the air, flying out of the window and ascending into the sky. Activating its reconnaissance device, Lin Qing instantly observed numerous red dots within a radius of several hundred meters. Each red dot represented an individual. In a realm where technological power remains relatively weak, such unrestricted positional reconnaissance constitutes a significant dimensional assault. Yet, this is not the limit. As he activated his breathing technique, Lin Qing's mind sharpened to an extraordinary degree of focus. The detection range narrowed, presenting a clearer reconnaissance image. Carbon dioxide exhaled from individuals' mouths and noses settled on nearby objects, morphing in response to the environment, delineating the surrounding scene. Within a 30-meter radius, all breathing creatures were laid bare. Lin Qing could discern their every movement with clarity. It was akin to possessing a long-range bombardment capability akin to the Byakugan. Lin Qing felt immense satisfaction with the aerial smith's capabilities, not only compensating for his mid to long-range weaknesses, but also addressing his deficiencies in reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Come back. The aerial smith circled in the sky, preparing to return. Suddenly, it detected an individual crouched atop the bathhouse roof, peering at Lin Qing through a gap. Lin Qing lifted his gaze, locking eyes with a pair of pitch-black orbs. Chapter 12. Intelligence. Lin Qing scooped up the bathwater, infusing it with ripple energy, and hurled it upwards. Soothing spring water ripple surge. A flicker of fine golden light, reminiscent of electric currents, adhered to the warm water, transforming it into a stream sharper than metal and hotter than magma, piercing towards the rooftop foyer. Whoosh! The roof was uprooted and illuminated by the indoor lights. The figure revealed lacked a forehead protector, yet Lin Qing recognized the cold indifference in their eyes all too well. A ninja from the Root organization. They arrived rather swiftly. Sato Takuzo leaped into the air, evading the torrent of water. The intelligence regarding Lin Qing was no longer a secret. His formidable close-quarters dominance, exceptional combat intelligence and judgment were well known, with the only drawback being his insufficient mid to long-range combat capabilities. If distance could be created, escape was feasible. Sato, adhering to the intelligence description, infused chakra into his eyes, wary of Lin Qing summoning the evil spirit giant, and swiftly prepared to retreat into the air. At that moment, he heard a buzzing sound approaching from afar. Looking up, he spotted birds. Rat-a-tat-tat. The aerial smith's twin machine guns flared to life, unleashing a dense barrage that sealed Sato's escape route. Boom. Sato dissipated into smoke. The shadow clone technique. This was also part of the intelligence. Lin Qing's direct combat power was exceedingly terrifying. With a low tolerance for error, to survive, one must utilize clone techniques to probe. In the shadows a few meters away, a pair of eyes slowly opened. Sato, still shaken, glanced at the sky. Was that a shinobi beast? Whether a shinobi beast or jutsu, it only proved that within a mere 2 months, Lin Qing had grown stronger, becoming an even greater threat. This intelligence needed to be reported to Danzo-sama. Sato concealed himself in the shadows, quietly retreating, chakra still infused in his eyes, remaining highly vigilant. Utilizing the cover of night, he walked for nearly half an hour before finally returning to the local safe house. Once he closed the door, he let out a faint sigh. Well done. Not difficult. It was my duty. Before he could finish, Sato suddenly reacted, swiftly turning around and drawing a kunai. Click. A desk lamp flickered on. Lin Qing sat calmly on the sofa, observing him intently. Sasuke stood beside him, arms crossed, akin to a loyal bodyguard. How could you possibly? Sato had great confidence in his concealment skills. Even in the Root organization, where danger was ever present, his stealth and escape techniques were among the finest. Now, he felt like a foolish novice, having unwittingly led a pursuing enemy back to his safe house. Unable to defeat Lin Qing, Sato acquiesced. Yet, being refuted in his area of expertise left him bewildered, and he involuntarily developed a sense of dread towards Lin Qing. What manner of monster is this man? Care to discuss? Lin Qing inquired. Discuss what? Sato was terse with his words. Lin Qing tossed a stack of documents onto the table. This was intelligence Lin Qing had unearthed within Sato's safe house, written in a special cipher from within the Root organization. Lin Qing could not decipher it. However, it was accompanied by several photographs depicting a man wielding various uniquely shaped blades, appearing quite formidable. Considering Sato's identity, this constituted reconnaissance intelligence. Lin Qing had already cleared the surrounding area's fugitives and defectors. He required a new target. Help me translate, Lin Qing requested. Sato grasped his kunai tightly. Why would I tell you? If I do, will you let me go? Certainly. Lin Qing's candid reply left Sato momentarily speechless. From Lin Qing's perspective, eliminating a member of the Root organization bore little significance. The essence of their soul would yield minimal gain. Far better to use them for intelligence trading. Lin Qing gestured invitingly. You mean to say, if I tell you, you will let me leave? Sato asked. It was not that he feared death. Sato's mission to the Land of Water was not solely to pursue Lin Qing. Indeed, Lin Qing's priority did not warrant the mobilization of an elite intelligence ninja. The Land of Water, particularly the hidden mist village, had become increasingly perplexing following the aftermath of the Third Shinobi World War. Rumors suggested that the fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Shikigatsu, a man of merely 4 feet tall, had lost his mind. Over the years, Danzo had been probing into the internal affairs of the Land of Water, hastening the process. The more chaotic other nations became, the more stable the Land of Fire remained. It is essential to note that during the previous Mizuki's tenure, he adopted a policy of cautious development, refusing to participate in the Second Shinobi World War, establishing a ninja academy, and spending decades revitalizing the weakened Hidden Mist Village. This had provided the fourth Mizuki with the capital to squander. From Danzo's perspective, he would prefer that all major nations' leaders were of the same ilk as Kagaya Shikagatsu. Sato's mission to the Land of Water was to investigate Kagaya Shikagatsu's actions, both overtly and covertly. If possible, he aimed to stoke the flames, setting the already precarious ship of the Land of Water ablaze. The intelligence gathered was not classified. All major nations were infiltrating one another, each extending their hands into the other's affairs, with no one remaining unsullied. Sato had to return alive with the intelligence regarding the fourth Mizuki. This was far more important than his own life. Lin Qing stated, "If you tell me, I will let you go, I swear on my soul." Sato scrutinized Lin Qing, seemingly attempting to discern the truth of his words. After a moment, Sato sheathed his kunai. Despite being an expert in infiltrating enemy territory to gather intelligence, Lin Qing's past life was akin to that of James Bond or Jason Bourne, showcasing remarkable courage and resourcefulness. Sato drew a chair and sat down, unfolding the intelligence documents on the table. Many details remained unspoken. He opened his mouth and extended his tongue, revealing dark cursed seals at the root. A precautionary measure known as the tongue-severing seal, implanted personally by Danzo to prevent members of the root organization from leaking information. Lin Qing nodded, indicating Sato should share what he could. Sato spoke succinctly, elaborating on the fourth Mizuki's many deceptive maneuvers, which hinted at shifts in interest and financial implications. He stated, "The so-called war is fundamentally a contest of both money and manpower." Sato continued, "I have discovered that the fourth Mizuki has been amassing wealth through various channels, with the funds secretly funneled into unknown directions. I am still investigating the specifics of where and to whom the money goes. However, I have come across intelligence indicating an interaction between the fourth Mizuki and a masked man." Masked man. Lin Qing and Sasuke exchanged glances, recalling the figure who had accompanied Itachi Uchiha on the night of the Uchiha massacre. Could it be the same individual, or merely a coincidence? Sato continued, "The authenticity of this intelligence remains to be assessed." He gestured toward the documents on the table. "This is one of the avenues through which the fourth Mizuki has gathered wealth, and it involves 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the owner of the decapitation blade, Kiba Shikizo, the owner of the sword of the mist, Sujetsu, and the owner of the lightning blade, Kirikiri Raiga." Lin Qing had often heard their names during his time in the Land of Water. They were local legends, akin to the Avengers or the formidable figures of folklore. "This comprises all the intelligence I can provide," he said, awaiting Lin Qing's response. In the next moment, a punch from the platinum star landed squarely on Sato's forehead. "You damn fool." Sato's world went dark. Lin Qing hoisted him up with one arm. "When I said I'll let you go, I didn't mean right now." After hearing the intelligence, it was evident Lin Qing needed to take action, and releasing Sato now would only afford Danzo time to set a trap. Lin Qing planned to temporarily hand Sato over to Canberra, and once the situation settled, he would return him to Konohagakure, thus not breaching any agreement. "Shall we depart?" Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement. Constantly bullying weaklings lacked thrill. Every confrontation had been resolved with a single punch from the Platinum Star. Recently, Sasuke had made progress in mastering the ripple breathing technique and yearned to hone his skills through combat. "Not yet. We must find someone first." "Who?" Chapter 13. Orange Canberra Hayato was luxuriating in a hot spring. Since associating with Lin Qing, he had reaped immense benefits, but was also left feeling dazed. That night, he had arranged to meet a girl from the Land of Lightning, reputed to be proficient in dual cultivation of lightning-release ninjutsu. Hayato was eager to unwind. Soaking in the hot spring and enjoying the company of beautiful women, he mused, "The feudal lords cannot compare to me." He hummed a tune, pleased with his haiku, finding increasing charm in the rhythm of his words. Hayato brushed his hair back, revealing a strikingly handsome face, albeit marred by a rather lascivious expression. Wrapped in a towel, he staggered to push aside the curtain. "Beauty, I am here," he called, raising his voice, eagerly anticipating the unique coo of the girl from the Land of Lightning. Silence enveloped the room. There were no maidens in sight. Lin Qing and Sasuke sat on the sofa, with Lin Qing turning away to avoid the unsightly scene, while Sasuke made an offensive gesture with his fingers, igniting Hayato's ire. "Why are you two haunting me like this? I thought we agreed to take the night off." "Apologies, but after much contemplation, you were my only option," Lin Qing replied, dragging the unconscious Sato from behind the door. He handed Hayato the previous coded intelligence and recounted the events. "Please help me verify its authenticity." The lustful gleam in Hayato's eyes faded, replaced by resignation. He sighed. "I can't shake the feeling that you possess a peculiar magnetism for attracting bizarre situations." Lin Qing remained silent, unsure how to respond. Shaking his head, Hayato secured his towel and gathered paper and pen, entering work mode. He perused the documents multiple times, scribbling notes, and spent the entire night deciphering the information. Finally, he provided his analysis. Various intelligence organizations employ unique ciphers, which must align with their internal core texts for interpretation and are regularly updated. Typically, I would struggle to comprehend this document, but reverse engineering the leaked information simplifies the process significantly. Hayato raised the document, tapping it lightly. "He did not deceive you, but he did withhold certain information. The root organization is aware of this, and others are monitoring too. The city mentioned in the intelligence is Mirage City, currently a chaotic hub. If you venture there, you may attract numerous hostile factions, which would be perilous." Hayato understood Lin Qing's modus operandi all too well. Akin to a spear, he charged straight toward his objectives, shredding any adversaries in his path. His relentless advance was undeniably impressive, yet who could remain invulnerable? Overreaching often leads to downfall. Perpetual forward movement inevitably encounters unimaginable setbacks. "I advise against going," Lin Qing queried. "Is this the counsel of a professional information broker?" "No," Hayato replied earnestly. "This is a friend's advice." Lin Qing smiled. If circumstances allowed, he too would prefer to avoid risk. Who wouldn't relish a life of indulgence, akin to Hayato's, savoring the company of diverse women daily? Yet it was not feasible. Naruto is a coming-of-age tale. Though Lin Qing had not watched it, he could surmise the narrative's trajectory, the protagonist's continuous growth, ever stronger foes, escalating from localized skirmishes to national and global conflicts. The One Piece series serves as a counterexample, with each installment featuring a different protagonist. Why pursue this approach? To create space for character development, crafting a compelling character arc. However, the name Naruto had echoed in Lin Qing's ears since childhood, only to learn of its conclusion over a decade later, with a sole protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. To captivate readers, the world must grow increasingly treacherous, and conflicts must become ever more formidable. Presently, the highest combatants may be the shadows of each village, but in the future, this could change. Danzo desires his demise. Itachi Uchiha seeks his death. Now, Roots ninjas had infiltrated their surroundings. If Lin Qing reveled in the euphoria of acquiring a new 5-star stand and stagnated, the next time he might find himself knocked unconscious on the ground. Make choices while you can, so you won't live with regret. Lin Qing valued the power of choice he currently held. They departed. Lin Qing patted Hayato's shoulder as he stood, with Sasuke following in stride. "Hey, were you even listening to me?" Hayato shouted after Lin Qing. The only response was the retreating figures of the two, waving goodbye. The land of water was relatively small, and with their mastery of the ripple-breathing technique, they sped along, vanishing as mere shadows. Throughout their journey, Ariel Smith hovered above, surveying the terrain, assisting Lin Qing in charting their course. By the following afternoon, Lin Qing arrived at Mirage City. Nestled by the sea, as noon approached, vapor rose, and fog enveloped the area. The sun's rays cast a dreamy glow, creating an ethereal illusion, as if it were a fairy tale city existing solely in fantasy. As one approaches and parts the mist, one can glimpse the mottled and dilapidated city walls. The air is thick with a briny tang, mingled with a cacophony of voices in a bustling port. Upon entering the city, Lin Qing witnessed more than one instance of thieves slashing open the bags of unsuspecting pedestrians, as well as the unfortunate fate of a captured thief, whose hand was brutally severed amidst a spray of blood, causing Sasuke to wince. Beneath the dreamlike exterior lies a hidden chaos, dark, oppressive, and foreboding. This was Lin Qing's first impression of Mirage City. Lin Qing sought refuge in a local inn. Daylight was ill-suited for action, so he took the opportunity to rest and practice his breathing techniques. When the midnight hour approached, the window of the second floor creaked open, and Lin Qing, accompanied by Sasuke, nimbly leapt out, vanishing into the shroud of night. The sky was overcast, with a waning moon barely illuminating the scene. Apart from the vibrant entertainment district at the city's center, most areas were cloaked in darkness. Few pedestrians were visible, and those who hurried past seemed anxious, their hands tucked inside their garments. Local knowledge dictated that such hands often clutched knives. Daytime belonged to thieves, while the night was ruled by robbers. The anguished cries and curses echoing from the alleyways left Lin Qing momentarily disoriented, unable to discern whether he had entered the world of Naruto or found himself in the rustic Gotham City. It was here that Lin Qing and Sasuke concealed themselves atop a building, fixating on a processing plant 100 meters away. A rusted sign hung at the entrance, Murata Sausage. Everyone knew that this so-called processing plant was merely a fade. On the way here, Lin Qing had devised an action plan. The 7 ninja swordsmen belonged to the official ranks of the Mist Village, and any confrontation with them would spell trouble for the Land of Water. Lin Qing's intention was to ascertain the nature of their operations. The clandestine activities hinted at something nefarious. He aimed to use this as an opportunity to create chaos within Mirage City, drawing out those who lurked in the shadows. The greater the turmoil, the more chances Lin Qing would have. If he could defeat a few formidable foes, this journey would not be in vain. Aerial Smith. Lin Qing commanded, and Aerial Smith took to the skies, penetrating the plant's interior for reconnaissance. The carbon dioxide detection device activated, revealing a multitude of red dots in Lin Qing's view. His initial thought was, is this truly a meat processing plant? The sizes of the red dots resembled those of pigs. However, he quickly realized that a sausage factory would hardly rear its own pigs. Even if they did, who would house pigs on multiple levels? People. All of them were people. Lin Qing adjusted Aerial Smith's sensitivity, and the scanning area became clearer, unveiling individuals confined within cages. The cages were small, about 1.30 meters in height and less than a meter wide, an exceedingly uncomfortable space. Standing up meant bowing their heads, contorting their backs. With only a few lucky ones able to stand upright, most of them were children. Aerial Smith's scan revealed over 400 red dots, over 400 individuals treated like livestock. The Land of Water's Yagura engaged in the trade of human lives? Amidst Aerial Smith's exploration, Lin Qing spotted someone, a girl huddled with her knees drawn to her chest, her breath forming a mist that revealed her features. Xiao Tao. Lin Qing could hardly fathom encountering her in such a place. Wasn't she supposed to be visiting water country with her mother? How had she ended up in a cage? Where was her mother? What sinister purpose did this processing plant serve? Countless questions surged, but now was not the time for inquiries. The truth mattered little. What was crucial was their course of action. Lin Qing and Sasuke exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they found their answer: to save her. There was no time for prolonged deliberation, no elaborate plans. Tonight was the night. Aerial Smith hovered above, marking the positions of all guards within the facility. Like phantoms in the night, Lin Qing and Sasuke dispatched the sentinels along their path, silently infiltrating the processing plant. The guards operated on a rotation system, overseen by a chief officer who periodically checked on the personnel to prevent any lapses. Lin Qing had little time. He had to rescue Xiao Tao and exit the facility within 10 minutes. Otherwise, a direct confrontation was inevitable. Lin Qing was confident in his abilities, yet he did not underestimate his adversaries. According to the intelligence provided by Kamihara Hayato, the 7 ninja swordsmen were elite fighters. Each one was a formidable opponent, supported by a cadre of Mist Village ninjas. If a confrontation were to occur, it was best to wait until they were divided, engaging them one-on-one. They moved swiftly through the plant, guided by Aerial Smith, until they discovered a hidden door. Lin Qing pushed it open, and the air grew thick and murky. The odor was indescribable, a blend of sweat, blood, festering decay, and urine, all mingling together, fermented by time. Sasuke instinctively covered his mouth and nose. But upon witnessing the scene before him, he froze. Though Lin Qing had previously described it, the stark reality was a jarring shock. Hundreds of individuals, confined in cages and unable to straighten their spines, resembled strokes of paint on a dismal canvas. The dignity of humanity had been bent and broken beneath the weight of their captivity. Lin Qing spotted Xiao Tao within a cage. Her gaze was pale, and she clutched a withered, rotten orange, upon which a distorted smile had been drawn. Chapter 14. Annihilation. Lin Qing recognized the orange. It was a gift from Sasuke during their voyage, one that Xiao Tao had cherished. even decorating it with a smiley face as a token of affection. At that moment, Sasuke scoffed, deeming her childish. Yet, Xiao Tao had preserved it. Sasuke's eyes brimmed with tears as he drew a kunai, striding forward with determination, and brought it down upon the cage's lock with a decisive strike. The sharp clang echoed, awakening the other captives. Typically, when startled from slumber, people might grumble, but within this room, Lin Qing heard not a single sound. Everyone seemed to have had their voices silenced, huddled down, heads bowed, eyes closed or fixed on their toes, as if they were trained animals. Lin Qing could scarcely imagine the inhuman tortures they had endured to be reduced to such a state. Brother Sasuke, Xiao Tao lifted her head, her young face etched with confusion. She could hardly believe her eyes. The scene before her was one she had envisioned countless times, and now, in reality, it felt like a mirage. Platinum Star. Lin Qing summoned his stand. Platinum Star violently tore apart the cage, and Lin Qing reached in, lifting Xiao Tao from her confinement. She felt light, as if she were a feather. After rescuing Xiao Tao, Lin Qing expected the others in the cages to cry out, pleading for their own freedom. Instead, a profound silence enveloped them. No eyes dared to meet his gaze. They were paralyzed with fear of the punishment that awaited them should they escape. Only within the confines of their cages could they find a semblance of false security. Lin Qing asked the trembling Xiao Tao, "Where is your mother?" Xiao Tao hesitantly raised her hand, pointing in a direction. "They took my mother away." Ariel Smith soared upwards, scouting the room in the direction Xiao Tao indicated, revealing a gathering of 6 or 7 individuals inside. In the world of Naruto, women tend to bear children at an early age. For instance, Xiao Tao's mother is merely in her mid-20s, possessing both the effervescence of youth and the gentle grace of a mature woman, with striking beauty and physique. It is evident what might transpire when she is taken by a group of men. Lin Qing cradles Xiao Tao and approaches the room, handing her over to Sasuke with the instruction, "Cover her eyes." Sasuke complies. Lin Qing grasps the doorknob and effortlessly opens the door. Inside, 6 men are present, and Xiao Tao's mother lies bare upon the desk. Her scalp is bald, marred by blood scabs, indicating that chunks of her hair have been violently pulled out, leading to extensive skin loss and bleeding. A short man is hunched over her, blood dripping from her lower body. Her eyes, vacant and unfocused, stare blankly at the ceiling. Xiao Tao's mother is dead. Upon hearing the door creak open, the 6 men cast their gazes towards Lin Qing's unfamiliar countenance. The man crouched over Xiao Tao's mother hastily adjusts his trousers. "Who are you? Who let you in?" Lin Qing remains silent, addressing Sasuke instead. "Wait outside for a moment. I will handle this shortly." His tone is calm as he steps inside, closes the door, and locks it. "Hey, kid." The 6 men draw their kunai and ninja swords. They are ninjas from the Mist Village, tasked with assisting the 7 ninja swordsmen in managing the processing factory. Tonight is merely a diversion from their monotonous lives. A man with a goatee strokes his mustache and menacingly declares, "Kid, I don't care who you are. You've seen things you shouldn't have. Surrender now, and I might spare you." Suddenly, a loud bang resounds as the goatee man's head explodes like a balloon. Blood sprays from his severed neck, splattering against the ceiling before dripping down. The remaining 5 men stand frozen, their minds blank. What just happened? As their thoughts flicker, another bang erupts, and a tall, thin man is launched into the air, his chest caving in as he spews forth entrails, expiring mid-fall. Another one is dead. "You bastard." A bald ninja rushes forward with his blade drawn. Oiler. The Platinum Star strikes for the 3rd time, landing a punch on the descending blade, shattering it and causing it to rebound, slitting the bald ninja's throat. Another ninja seizes the opportunity to leap onto the roof, attempting a surprise attack from behind. Lin Qing seizes his arm, activating the ripple breathing technique, and with immense force, he swings the man around, slamming him to the ground with a sickening crack of his spine. Silence ensues. The room echoes with screams, but they quickly diminish. Lin Qing approaches the last short man, who sits on the floor, devoid of the will to fight. Seeing Lin Qing advance, he quickly shifts to a kneeling position. "Sir, we were merely following orders. Please, spare me. I swear I'll defect from the Mist Village and never return." He bows repeatedly, his forehead bleeding from the impact. The diminutive man is the weakest among the 6, and thus, he is the last one, having been violating a corpse when Lin Qing entered. Lin Qing gazes down at him and utters his first words since entering. "Was she still alive when it was your turn?" The small man falls silent, unsure which answer would save him and which would lead to his demise. Blood drips from his forehead as he opts for honesty. I don't remember. I was high on goods from the land of waves, very pure. My mind isn't clear. Is that so? Lin Qing nods slightly, extending a finger to touch the man's forehead. The ripple's power surges through the fingertip, and the wound on the man's forehead rapidly heals. He beams with relief, but soon feels an intense heat. His brain feels like it's boiling. The diminutive man screams as a viscous red-yellow liquid oozes from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, steaming as it spills forth. Thud. The corpse collapses to the floor. On the other side of the door, Sasuke listens to the screams and crashes within, waiting silently outside. He believes in Lin Qing's invincibility, a faith born from countless, overwhelming victories. The tightly shut door swings open once more, a strong metallic scent of blood wafting out. Lin Qing stands at the threshold, shielding the eyes of the two children as he carries the lifeless body of Xiao Tao's mother, her naked form draped in a curtain, revealing only her pale, bloodless face. Xiao Tao's sorrowful cries resonate throughout the factory. Sasuke embraces her shoulders. The fourth Mizuki's means of accumulating wealth is through human trafficking, men sold into labor, women treated as breeding machines, and children selected for their talents to be trained as ninjas or assassins. Human life is, and always will be, a more stable currency than gold. Sasuke gazes vacantly at the caged individuals. Xiao Tao has been rescued, yet her mother lies dead. A fire ignites within Sasuke. If he were to leave without taking action, he would be consumed by frustration. But what else can he do? Report to the authorities? The Mist Village orchestrates this very atrocity. Reporting it would be akin to walking into a trap. The suffocating sense of helplessness envelopes Sasuke. The last time he felt anything akin to this was during the Uchiha massacre, witnessing his parents slaughtered by Itachi, who approached him with a cruel smile. How did he resolve that situation? A hand rests on Sasuke's head. Yes, he recalls that in his darkest hour, it was Lin Qing who pulled him from the abyss of fear. What should we do? Sasuke inquires, already suspecting the answer. We will open the cage and obliterate this cursed place. Sasuke asks, what if they are too afraid to come out? Lin Qing replies, we will only save those who still possess the courage. Sasuke questions further, what if the 7 ninja swordsmen come? Lin Qing glances down at the pale visage of the woman in his arms, whispering softly, then we will kill them all. Chapter 15. I do not intend to give you a chance. Lin Qing's fury is not solely directed at the death of Xiao Tao's mother. Ultimately, they were mere acquaintances. Having spent only 3 days together on the ship, lacking any profound emotional bond. Lin Qing's decision to take action stems from 2 reasons. From a rational perspective, after eliminating the 6 ninjas, he discovered a recent shipping list in the office detailing that 2 powerful members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were currently out for deliveries. This implies that only one remains stationed in Misty Mirage City. In a one-on-one scenario, Lin Qing sees an opportunity to defeat the remaining opponent and acquire a substantial number of soul fragments. He refuses to let this chance slip away. From an emotional standpoint, this act is utterly inhumane. To confine individuals in cages so small they cannot even stand upright, to extinguish their dignity through fear and hunger, treating them as mere playthings to be violated and abused. This is no different from the atrocities of the Nazis. If Lin Qing were to simply walk away, pretending not to see, he would cease to be Lin Qing. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Qing's heart beats steadily and powerfully, seemingly resonating with his resolve. The platinum star, standing behind him, becomes more solid and vibrant, akin to a descended deity. Lin Qing raises a hand and commands, shatter it. Oiler. The platinum star tears apart the vast cage like strands of noodles. Oiler, oiler, oiler. Within 10 seconds, all the cages are thrown open. You are free, Lin Qing announces. Over 400 captives, abducted and imprisoned, exchange glances, torn between their yearning for freedom and their fear of the Mist Village ninjas, both emotions battling within their hearts. At last, someone trembles and takes the first step forward. Let us see who dares to come out today. A thunderous voice booms from above. Bang! The skylight shatters as a towering figure descends from the sky. The newcomer possessed unruly orange hair, a face adorned with green markings, and a neck swathed in bandages. His teeth were as sharp as a shark's, and towering behind him was an enormous blade, similarly wrapped in bandages. He was the formidable Suigetsu Zuki, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen stationed at Mirage City, wielding the legendary sword Samahata, a true powerhouse who had carved a name for himself on the battlefield. Suigetsu Uchiha hurled a kunai at the bravest of the captives, the first to step forward. Despite his rough, muscular appearance, he was no fool. He understood the gravity of his actions. His intent was to use one life to instill fear in the others. With over 400 captives, it was impossible for him to recapture them all if they fled in panic. A hand emerged, firmly grasping the thrown kunai. Lin Qing had intervened to save the man. However, the captives' yearning for freedom began to fade as they recognized the figure before them, the master. They fell into a silence, despair quietly taking root in their hearts. The captives retreated into their cage, kneeling with bowed heads, unwilling to meet Suigetsu Uchiha's gaze, as if this would somehow ensure their safety from further torment. Yet, at that moment, a voice resonated, commanding, "Stand up, do not kneel." This tone, imbued with a ripple of authority, touched the hearts of the over 400 captives. They lifted their heads, gazing at Lin Qing as he faced Suigetsu Uchiha alone. A soft whisper escaped Xiao Tao's lips. Is there truly hope? Apart from Suigetsu. For more ninjas leaped in from the cracks of the ceiling. They had been nearby, indulging in revelry, and upon sensing death within the factory, they hastily arrived. Upon witnessing the wreckage of the cage, a cold sweat broke out on the backs of the 4 Mist Village ninjas. If the cargo escaped, Suigetsu Uchiha might survive, but they would undoubtedly face the wrath of the 4th Mizukage. A certain death awaited them. Realizing this, the looks in the eyes of the 4 ninjas turned menacing as they regarded Lin Qing. I never imagined anyone would dare to intrude, nor be foolish enough to attempt a rescue. Suigetsu Uchiha, a giant of a man, stood atop a platform, his emotionless gaze surveying Lin Qing with an air of authority. Which ninja do you serve? How Navi you are? Do you think you are the only clever one? Others have refrained from acting for a reason. Politics, games of strategy, weighing pros and cons. Tell me, who is your master? If you comply, I can arrange for your master to retrieve the body, at least allowing for a name to be inscribed on the village's monument. Such arrogance. Yet, neither the 4 Mist Village ninjas nor the captives locked in their cages found fault with Suigetsu Uchiha's words. To them, he embodied invincibility. All eyes turned to Lin Qing, awaiting his response. Language is humanity's unique advantage over animals. Lin Qing typically favored dialogue and cooperation. However, today he chose silence. His gaze remained calm, akin to an abyss reflecting Suigetsu Uchiha and the 4 Mist ninjas. They did not deserve to be called human. Lin Qing took a step forward, lightly and steadily, as flickering golden light surged beneath his feet. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and he appeared before one of the Mist ninjas. With the full force of his ripple breathing technique, his heartbeat resonated like a war drum in the ninja's ears. A swift strike severed the ninja's throat. It was only when the blood sprayed forth that the ninjas and captives reacted, disbelief etched across their faces. He really made a move. They gasped, astonished by his audacity, with not a trace of hesitation. You bastard! The Mist ninjas bellowed. Suigetsu Uchiha's eyes widened in fury as he hefted his massive blade. You fool! I gave you a chance. He leapt high, the bandages falling away, revealing the menacing edge of Samahata as he brought it crashing down towards Lin Qing. The blade's descent howled with wind, promising a devastating blow that would surely maim or kill. Lin Qing stood still, seemingly frozen in place. The Mist ninjas grinned, anticipating Lin Qing's demise, while the captives closed their eyes, unable to bear the impending horror, their hearts sinking into despair. A smile crept across Suigetsu Uchiha's face, exposing his shark-like teeth. Die. Just as he was about to deliver the fatal blow, a fleeting moment of eye contact occurred between him and Lin Qing. Suigetsu Uchiha found no trace of fear in Lin Qing's gaze, nor acceptance of death, but rather a profound mix of anger and tranquility. It was a combination of emotions he could scarcely comprehend. Suigetsu Uchiha had encountered such a gaze before, but before he could ponder its source, the force behind his blade surged once more. Bang! Samahata struck what felt like an indomitable wall. No, with Suigetsu Uchiha's strength, he could cleave through any wall. Yet, the blade halted a mere step from Lin Qing. No matter how he pressed, Samahata could advance no further. Under this immense struggle, the living weapon emitted a mournful wail, cracks appearing along its edge as though an invisible hand gripped it tightly, on the verge of shattering. What power is this? Is it an illusion? Suigetsu Uchiha channeled chakra through his body, attempting to dispel the illusion. As a portion of his chakra converged in his eyes, he beheld an enormous malevolent spirit. You say you gave me a chance? Lin Qing's gaze remained fixed on the towering Suigetsu Uchiha. Regrettably, I have no intention of offering you any in return. He raised his right hand, pointing at him, a golden brilliance radiating from his depths. I will not grant you an opportunity. The platinum star seized Samahata, pulling Suigetsu Uchiha closer, one hand clasping his throat while the other rose high, fingers curling into a fist. Aura! With a single punch, Suigetsu Uchiha's face contorted. The three Mist Village ninjas stared in shock, their minds blank. The captives, having previously shut their eyes in dread, now opened them wide. Mouths agape. The once seemingly invincible Suigetsu Uchiha found himself at a disadvantage. In the past, such a thought would have been unimaginable. Yet now, Lin Qing's actions declared that no one was invincible, and the true performance had yet to begin. I won't take advantage of you. Here are 400 people who have suffered at your hands. I will strike you once. If you survive, I shall leave. Lin Qing's tone was calm. Yet this calmness was like salt in Suigetsu Uchiha's wounds, his eyes brimming with bloodshot fury. Do not underestimate me. I am Suigetsu Uchiha. His orange hair began to extend, spiking outward like the quills of a porcupine, lunging toward Lin Qing. Suigetsu Uchiha aimed to force Lin Qing back, leaving the choice of battle or retreat in his hands. However, Aura! The platinum star unleashed a barrage of punches, shattering the oncoming strands of hair. Then, with a powerful pull, he ripped away Suigetsu Uchiha's hair, exposing the crimson scalp, where hints of bone were visible beneath. The Watermelon Hill pufferfish demon emitted a piercing wail. Is it unbearable when placed upon yourself? Lin Qing inquired. I want you dead. The Watermelon Hill pufferfish demon swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a water-style ninjutsu. Platinum Star seized his mouth, forcing the technique back down his throat. Taking a deep breath, power coalesced within, and then, Aura. In a mere few seconds, 400 punches rained down upon the Watermelon Hill pufferfish demon. At that moment, he recalled. He remembered when he had seen a gaze like Lin Qing's, filled with fury and reason. During the Third Shinobi World War, the man named Might Guy, engulfed in a crimson aura, had swung his fists at them with that same expression. Back then, he had evaded, harboring a deep-seated fear that had allowed him to survive until now. But now, the fist from a decade ago had descended. Aura! With one final punch, Platinum Star struck the Watermelon Hill pufferfish demon squarely in the face, sending him crashing against the wall, which shattered and formed a human-shaped indentation, leaving him deeply embedded within it, resembling a mural. Slay the Watermelon Hill pufferfish demon, obtaining 450 soul fragments. Chapter 16. Two worlds. The factory lay in utter silence. The sound of a pin dropping audible. Three ninjas from the hidden Mist Village trembled. What they witnessed before their eyes was nothing short of a fantastical tale. The Watermelon Hill pufferfish demon had perished, not through assassination nor ambush. In a one-on-one confrontation, he had been beaten to death, like a stray dog by the roadside. Did they not understand the intelligence disadvantage? Did Lin Qing not also face an information deficit? He knew nothing of the pufferfish demon's jutsu or the bizarre abilities of the shark's skin. This was a battle of unparalleled fairness. The Watermelon Hill pufferfish demon even possessed the home field advantage. Yet, in the end, it was he who lay dead. The three ninjas turned stiffly to Lin Qing, their thoughts echoing. He didn't even manage to touch the hem of his opponent's clothing. This was not a contest of equals. They could hardly believe the Watermelon Hill pufferfish demon was dead, let alone that someone dared to commit such an audacious act on the soil of the Land of Water. Indeed, it was folly. To challenge the authority of the Land of Water and the hidden Mist Village for the sake of a few hundred lives, mere cattle. Only a fool would undertake such an endeavor. The Watermelon Hill pufferfish demon had previously made it abundantly clear. Various organizations were aware of this business line to some degree. Why did they not dare to take action? Because their own hands were not clean either. If you strike me, I shall retaliate, rather than both sides suffering. They had long since accepted a tacit rule of mutual exploitation, profiting handsomely in the process. Who would dare to defy this rule that had persisted for an unknown number of years? What manner of madman stood before them? A sound broke the silence, a ninja instinctively retreating, drawing Lin Qing's gaze. In that moment of eye contact, the ninja's defenses crumbled, and boundless terror engulfed him. He turned and fled. The other two ninjas, regaining their senses, swiftly turned in different directions to escape. They clung to the last vestiges of rational thought. As long as they fled in separate directions, Lin Qing could only pursue one of them, thus granting the others a chance at survival. They needed to relay the news of the Watermelon Hill pufferfish demon's death. The trio ran for their lives, their ears filled only with the sound of their own labored breathing and the pounding of their hearts. They glanced back at Lin Qing, who remained rooted in place, and a sense of relief enveloped them. He was not pursuing. The shattered skylight was within reach. If they could escape through there, they could survive. Suddenly, one ninja sensed something was amiss. Had his heart's thundering ceased? He looked down. A sharp pain shot through him, a crimson spot blooming upon his chest. The bloodstain expanded under their desperate gaze, robbing them of their strength. Under the threat of death, they mimicked the Watermelon Hill pufferfish demon, channeling chakra into their eyes. And finally saw it. The aviation smith traced an arc through the air, turning back towards them, two machine guns unleashing torrents of fire. Tat 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 tat. The hail of bullets engulfed the three, and amidst their screams and wails, their bodies fell, riddled with holes, and fell silent. They were dead, all of them. The stench of blood flowed from the factory, trickling through the cracks in the floor, reaching the feet of 400 imprisoned souls. They looked up at Lin Qing's silhouette. Outside the skylight, a gust of wind swept through, carrying away the clouds, revealing a waning moon. Moonlight poured through the window, casting a beam upon Lin Qing, enveloping him in a delicate silver glow. He appeared as a divine figure. In the eyes of the weary captives, a glimmer began to emerge. This light did not emanate from the moon, but from the man before them. He was like a flame, rekindling the extinguished hope within them. The first person stepped out of the cage, feet sinking into the blood-soaked ground. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. More and more emerged. They approached Lin Qing, stopping 5 or 6 meters away, afraid to draw closer, kneeling in reverence, murmuring, "God, thank you for saving us." In their eyes, Lin Qing was a deity sent to rescue the innocent. Otherwise, how could one explain the scene where he stood motionless while the Watermelon Hill pufferfish demon and the ninjas fell lifelessly? It was too mystifying, too grand. A ninja could not achieve such a feat, only a god could. Lin Qing slightly turned his head. The captives raised their eyes, yearning for a divine decree to descend. "Stand up, do not kneel." The crowd fell silent. This was the second time Lin Qing had uttered those words. The first was to urge them not to succumb to fear. This time, it was to prevent them from yielding to worship. "You are free now." The captives looked bewildered, unsure of what to do. They were locals of the land of water, and some were travelers like Xiao Tao. Where could they go now that they were free? Home. To be captured again later? Moreover, with the Watermelon Hill pufferfish demon dead, would the Hidden Mist Village hold them accountable? Even if, for a brief time, societal pressure might prevent repercussions, what would happen once the dust settled? A flood of questions threatened to suffocate them. "Please, sir, show us the way." Voices rose from the crowd. Not only did they refuse to stand, but they also knelt even more humbly. They truly did not wish to be captured again, to endure hellish suffering once more. Lin Qing's gaze swept over them, and after a long pause, he said, "Follow me." Yes. Over 400 bowed their heads, their foreheads stained with blood, and when they lifted their heads again, blood trickled down their brows and the corners of their eyes, mingling with the fear in their gazes. They stood up. Lin Qing picked up the shark skin from the ground, using it to carry the Watermelon Hill pufferfish demon's corpse, leading the way as over 400 followed behind him in a grand procession. As they exited the factory, all the spies from various organizations, hidden in the shadows and quietly monitoring the factory, were left dumbfounded. What had transpired? Had the Fourth Shinobi World War erupted? From their perspective, they could not comprehend how, in a non-war state, the Watermelon Hill pufferfish demon could die on his own territory. No one dared to provoke a ninja village. Yet, leading the way, the calm Lin Qing demonstrated through his actions that he would do what others dared not. He would kill where others hesitated, and he would save those whom others abandoned. As they exited the factory, Lin Qing glanced back. Upgraded aviation smith. Fragments of the soul cascaded down, diminished by 400. The aircraft smith ascended to level 2, becoming more agile with a significant increase in flight speed, and, more importantly, its arsenal grew ever more formidable. There was no need to linger in this place. In the cockpit, Pilot Smith gave Lin Qing a thumbs up and glided over the processing plant, where the cabin opened and fist-sized missiles plummeted down. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions reverberated through Mirage City, the towering flames dispelling the persistent mist that enveloped the city, rendering the air markedly fresher. Lin Qing took a deep breath and stepped forward, followed silently by 400 others. The glow of the flames illuminated their path in a vivid crimson hue. In that moment, all the hidden watchers lurking in the shadows shared the same thought, though they inhabited the same city. They existed in two worlds, those cloaked in darkness and Lin Qing, illuminated by firelight. Chapter 17. 3 paths. There was no way to conceal the truth. Nor was there any need to. Lin Qing bore the corpse of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon upon his shoulders, trailed by the formidable assembly of 400. The sight of their march through the flames etched itself indelibly into the hearts of Mirage City's inhabitants. They peered from windows and creaked open doors, cautiously observing. The Water Nation, in comparison to other nations, was relatively small, and with waterways more accessible than land routes, cities maintained close ties. The citizens of Mirage City gradually recognized familiar faces within the crowd. "And Ition, what are you doing here? Brother Yasuji? What happened to you? Ouch. Sister Matsumoto. Come inside quickly. Let me bandage you." Some emerged from their homes, eager to assist their acquaintances in healing their wounds. Yet the survivors, having escaped their nightmares, refrained from approaching. Those who had endured torment were more acutely aware than others. To venture forth would be to bring calamity upon those who sought to help. The group continued in Lin Qing's wake, and inquiries about the unfolding events arose among the citizens of Mirage City and spies from other organizations. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the ranks. By the time the grand procession of 400 reached the port, nearly half the city was aware of the actions of the Fourth Water Shadow and the 7 ninja swordsmen, as well as how Lin Qing had astonishingly vanquished the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. Lin Qing located the official Water Nation vessel docked at the port, a 30-meter-long yacht intended for welcoming feudal lords and leaders of various nations. He kicked open the railing, ushering everyone aboard. "Halt! Stop!" A handful of samurai attempted to intervene, but Lin Qing dispatched them with a swift kick, sending them tumbling into the sea. The local populace of the Water Nation had been treated as commodities by their own ninja clans. Was it too much to compensate them with a ship? The 400 individuals, born into a life intertwined with the sea, found operating the luxurious vessel as effortless as breathing, quickly managing to set it in motion. The steam whistle sounded. "Stop! You can't leave." The officials of Mirage City hurriedly arrived, their garments hastily donned, faces flushed and distressed, shouting, "You must return." As the ship receded into the distance, the head of Mirage City collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. In the wake of such a calamity within his jurisdiction, his political career was effectively at an end. The aircraft Smith hovered in the sky. Initially, a few ships stealthily trailed them, but after Lin Qing destroyed their vessels, no pursuers remained. After a night of sailing, the group gradually began to feel a sense of relief. They had truly escaped. Dingling. The sound of bells rang out. A young man approached, beaming with joy, a smudge of grease on his lips. "Dinner's ready. Come eat." The 400 gathered in the dining hall, where large barrels overflowed with dishes they had never encountered before. "Is this food meant for the noble lords?" One person joked. "To eat what the feudal lords eat in this lifetime is worth dying for." Just as he spoke, another slapped him. "Don't speak such ill-fated words." The man, realizing his error, chuckled sheepishly, drooling over the food. Everyone was famished, yet upon seeing Lin Qing standing by the window, they silently formed a line. The first to receive food swallowed hard, hunger urging him to devour it immediately, yet he restrained himself. He cautiously approached Lin Qing. "Sir, please eat first." Lin Qing glanced at him, understanding that the offer was not born of flattery or deference, but of gratitude for last night's deeds. Accepting the gesture with a smile, he took the food and approached Sasuke and Sakura seated in the corner, handing the meal to Sakura. "Have a bite." "Brother Qing, I'm not hungry." Lin Qing nodded. "I know you aren't, but whether you seek vengeance, wish to investigate, or are still contemplating your next steps, you must first survive." Sakura lowered her head in silence. Lin Qing then passed the food to Sasuke, who patted his chest, offering Lin Qing a reassuring glance. Meals were distributed among the people, who devoured the food eagerly, some shedding tears as they savored each bite, wiping their eyes while relishing the flavors. "Look!" suddenly someone exclaimed, following their gaze. The crowd beheld the rising sun illuminating the horizon. The yacht's design allowed for splendid lighting, and the sunlight reflected off the glass, casting a subtle array of colors. How beautiful! They had almost forgotten how wondrous sunlight could be. Since being confined like caged animals, they had lived in darkness, filth, and decay. Convinced they would never again bask in sunlight, feeling its warmth in a state of ease. They could enjoy this moment because of that man. Everyone turned their eyes to Lin Qing's silhouette, filled with longing. Once the meal concluded, Lin Qing turned, pulled up a chair, and sat across from them. I would like to share my thoughts on your future paths. Upon hearing this, the group knelt, straightening their backs. The first path is to return home. Lin Qing stated. Some of you are residents of the Water Nation, while others are visitors. If you wish to go back, I can dock the ship at the shore. A few nodded in agreement. Even if the Water Nation was fierce, they would not pursue them back to the Fire Nation or the Earth Nation for the sake of a few commoners. The second path is to seek political asylum in Konoha. Political asylum in Konoha? Many expressed confusion. The term was foreign to them. Lin Qing gave a slight nod. Ninja villages across various nations are engaged in open and covert rivalry, and the Fire Nation and Water Nation frequently clash. If I take you to Konoha, the third Hokage or Danzo will likely treat you as valuable recruits to bolster their ranks against the Mist Village. You would be able to live safely at the cost of some freedom. After Lin Qing's explanation, many appeared contemplative. The final path is to establish your own small village. The world of the Hokage is still filled with vast forests and wilderness, with enough effort and the right tools. A group could construct a small village within a few months. Lin Qing had observed many suitable locations on his journey from Konoha to the Water Nation. Once the land was cultivated and stabilized in a year or two, they could thrive. 3 paths, each corresponding to different futures. The crowd fell silent for a moment until a man raised his hand. Sir, I wish to follow you. Hearing this, several heads lifted, and they collectively spoke. Sir, please allow us to follow you. Not possible, Lin Qing remarked, after slaying the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost. The hidden mist village and the land of water will undoubtedly come after me. Continuing to have you by my side poses a risk for both you and me. I am not yet powerful enough to shelter a group. My lord, they are the ones who committed wrongdoings, yet you rescued us and rectified the situation. Why then? Do they seek to apprehend you? Upon hearing this question, Lin Qing fell silent for a moment. After a considerable pause, he gazed out at the gradually rising dawn and sighed softly. Indeed, why is that? Chapter 18. You went to kill Lin Qing. Lin Qing presented the survivors with 3 choices. How they decided to proceed rested upon their own judgments. The survivors gathered together. Murmuring quietly, Lin Qing refrained from participating, instead lifting a cup of warm tea from the table and settling by the window to assess the spoils of the recent battle. The defeat of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost yielded 450 soul fragments, and with the additional fragments acquired from the scattered defeat of the hidden Mist Village ninjas, Lin Qing amassed a total of 570 soul fragments. He could not help but muse that vanquishing well-known ninjas was indeed a rapid means of accumulating soul fragments. Enhancing the aviation smith cost 400 points, which expanded its reconnaissance range and offensive capabilities, leaving Lin Qing with a remaining total of 310 soul fragments. With 30 draws ahead, the likelihood of obtaining a 5-star stand was slim, and even 4-star options proved challenging. Thus, Lin Qing decided to bide his time until he could gather 60 draws before proceeding. The second acquisition was the shark skin. This was a sentient weapon. Although it appeared to be merely a piece of metal, motionless in Lin Qing's grasp, he, possessing the breath technique, could distinctly sense the flow of qi within it. The shark skin was a fine blade, yet regrettably, it did not suit Lin Qing. A slight infusion of ripple energy would elicit a mournful wail from the blade, releasing bursts of steam as if it were being cooked. Lin Qing intended to study its utility further. If it proved unmanageable, he could always bestow it upon the Platinum Star as a makeshift weapon, thereby enhancing its attack range. The third acquisition was reputation. The skirmish that ensued during the escape from Konoha, where Itachi and Kakashi survived, would merely circulate as tales of Lin Qing's narrow escape from their clutches. However, single-handedly defeating the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost was an entirely different matter. Lin Qing's notoriety soared, and he could expect bounty hunters to soon fixate on him. His stance towards this was one of acceptance. Why would he refuse soul fragments offered at his doorstep? Contemplating this, Lin Qing devised a plan for the future. Once he ensured the safety of the survivors, he would seek out a skilled swordsmith to reconstruct the shark skin. centering it around the ripple energy technique. Along the way, he would continue to slay incoming bounty hunters to earn soul fragments, ultimately leading to draws for stands. After fleeing Konoha, this series of hunts and battles rendered Lin Qing increasingly aware of the combat style within the world of ninjas, and he felt a growing trepidation regarding his initial confrontation with Uchiha Itachi. Jinjutsu. This remained Lin Qing's greatest vulnerability. For mid to long-range ninjutsu, he could rely on the Platinum Star for swift repositioning and utilize Aviation Smith's bullets to devise solutions. Yet, once ensnared in Jinjutsu, extricating himself became exceedingly difficult. Relying solely on the Platinum Star to poke himself was a method only effective against basic Jinjutsu. Facing opponents like Uchiha Itachi or Yuhi Kurenai, who specialized in Jinjutsu, escaping without allies was nearly impossible. Following the defeat of the Watermelon Mountain, Lin Qing's combat style was no longer a secret, and adversaries would undoubtedly adapt their strategies against him. He needed to find a stand capable of resisting Jinjutsu or possessing autonomous capabilities, enabling it to aid him against foes even while he was ensnared in illusions. The path ahead was fraught with challenges. Lin Qing sighed, sipping his warm tea. The vessel meandered, stopping intermittently as passengers disembarked. Before departing, Lin Qing dismantled valuable items from the boat to provide the survivors with resources for their journey. The survivors bowed respectfully to Lin Qing before venturing into the unknown, apprehensive about what lay ahead. Little Peach gazed intently at the horizon. Since her mother's passing, she felt as though her soul had been siphoned away, remaining silent for an extended period. In contrast, the previously aloof Sasuke circled around Little Peach, occasionally demonstrating ninjutsu and breathing techniques to capture her attention, preventing her from succumbing to sorrow. Sensing Lin Qing's gaze, Little Peach gradually rose, lowering herself before him. "Brother Qing, am I to leave as well?" Lin Qing regarded her, then glanced at the anxious Sasuke, extending his hand to produce an orange from within his robe, offering it to her. "Do you wish to accompany me? It may be perilous." Little Peach accepted the orange, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, nodding vigorously. She had lost all her family. Her mother was gone, her father had passed long ago, and the ninjas from the Hidden Mist had slain her grandfather during their abduction. "Then come with me." 400 individuals were beyond Lin Qing's protection, but a small child he could certainly safeguard. In this vast world, the chance for their paths to cross again seemed like a fated encounter. As the number of passengers dwindled, the final group, about 160 individuals, both men and women, approached Lin Qing. The leading man stepped forward, bowing deeply and proclaiming in a resonant voice, "My lord, we cannot repay your kindness. But should you ever require our assistance, do not hesitate to command us. Though we are not ninjas, we possess strength to aid you." Lin Qing patted the man's shoulder, locking eyes with the remaining survivors. Safe travels. They set forth, armed with the map Lin Qing had drawn, heading toward Desolation to establish their own village. Remaining aboard the vessel were Lin Qing, Sasuke, and Little Peach. Sasuke leaned against the railing, the once lively ship now feeling desolate, a sense of emptiness stirring within him. "They will succeed, won't they?" "Certainly," Lin Qing replied, watching the survivors fade into the jungle. One cannot perpetually suffer misfortune. With the death of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost and the loss of the ninja blade shark skin, the fourth Mizuki's decision to sell his country's citizens was a cataclysmic event for the Land of Water. Each occurrence, when examined, was akin to a seismic upheaval within the nation, particularly the last incident. Many years prior, before the concept of ninja villages emerged, ninjas operated within familial units, reliant on a system of outsourced employment. Anyone familiar with such arrangements knows how unreliable they can be. At that time, the daimyo could simply pay to have ninjas eliminate one another. It was only through the efforts of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, that the idea of ninja villages took root, distributing tailed beasts and signing agreements with the daimyo, transitioning from an outsourced employment model to a one-on-one accountability system between the nations and their respective ninja villages. For the first time, ninjas had a proper structure. The Hidden Mist village benefited from the resources and financial allocations of the Land of Water, which also entailed fulfilling corresponding obligations to protect the nation and safeguard its citizens. This was the most fundamental duty of a ninja village and the underlying logic for its existence. Now, the fourth Mizuki had breached the core agreement, undermining this trust. The daimyo of the Land of Water hastily summoned the fourth Mizuki, confronting him directly to demand accountability. Terumi Mei waited outside the conference hall, arms crossed. At just over 20, she was in the prime of her youth, her beauty striking and her features imbued with a youthful vivacity. Beside her stood her old teammate, Ao, wearing an eye patch over one eye, beneath which lay the Byakugan he had seized from the battlefield. "What do you think the Daime and Lord Yagura will discuss?" Ao inquired. "Will Lord Yagura be dismissed? Don't you have the Byakugan?" "You could simply observe their lip movements," Mei replied. Ao maintained a serious demeanor. "It is unacceptable to use ninjutsu against the Mizukage or the Daime." Mei shrugged, having always found her old teammate overly rigid. She leaned against the wall, seeking refuge from the searing sunlight. "It's merely a transaction of interests, a compromise." The Daime of the Land of Water was furious. However, this fury does not stem from the fact that Yagura treats the populace as mere cattle to be sold off. He is incensed that such actions, which could incite public outrage and undermine his rule, have come to light. He is furious that Yagura has profited, yet remains oblivious to the need to show filial respect. Qing, in confusion, questions whether Yagura would share the spoils. "Let us not speak so harshly. Those two cannot be said to be sharing spoils. It is a division of profits," he argues. Konoha Mimi scoffs. "I would estimate a 70-30 split." Qing is taken aback. "Is Yagura only entitled to 70%? Konoha Mimi retorts, 70% belongs to him, as the daimyo. Qing struggles to comprehend. Setting aside the morality of the situation, how is it that Yagura, who clandestinely captures individuals and establishes trafficking channels, ends up with such a meager 30%? Is Yagura reduced to begging on his knees? If even the water shadow is begging, what does that make his subordinates? Qing is overwhelmed with mixed emotions, momentarily struck dumb, and falls into silence. After a brief pause, Konoha Mimi speaks again. The man known as Uchiha Qing, according to intelligence, has renounced his Uchiha surname, calling himself Lin Qing. What could his intentions be for rescuing 400 captives and slaying the Kappa from Suigakure? Is it a covert manipulation by Konoha? Connections to other organizations? Or perhaps a personal vendetta against Yagura and the 7 ninja swordsmen? Qing ponders, could it simply be a desire to save others? Konoha Mimi gazes at the drifting clouds above. Is there truly such a Navi soul in this world? With a creak, 2 enormous wooden doors slowly part, revealing the daimyo of the Land of Water, who lightly fans himself, tilting his chin and squinting his eyes, exuding a languid, haughty demeanor as he nods to the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, before entering his palanquin and departing. Yagura, handsome yet slight of stature, resembles a tender youth, making it hard to associate him with the perpetrator of the blood-soaked mist. He looks down upon the assembly of ninjas. Konoha Mimi strides up the steps, kneeling before Yagura. The heavy doors close behind them, sealing the two within the chamber. "Mizukage-sama, I bestow upon you a covert mission. Eliminate Lin Qing." Me? Is there a problem?" Konoha Mimi's eyes flicker as she replies, "None at all. I shall obey." Chapter 19. Guest Ku. A pure white dove alights. Lin Qing catches it, removes the message from its leg, and hands the pigeon over to Sasuke. Sasuke presents a handful of rice and a cup of water to the dove, eagerly awaiting its feast. The dove, with its beady black eyes, displays disdain, flapping its wings to perch on a nearby table. It pecks at a rice ball, savoring the meat within, and sips the remnants of Lin Qing's tea before contentedly resting with one leg raised. Lin Qing unfolds the message to Lin Qing regarding the blacksmith. "I know an exceptionally skilled craftsman located in a village in the northern part of the Land of Water, where it snows year-round. You may seek him out. Just mention that Hayato Shimbara referred you, and he will assist you. Additionally, various organizations are currently eyeing your interests. As your liaison, for safety reasons, I shall be leaving the Land of Water. By the time you read this letter, I should be accompanying a lady on my way to Konoha Village. Should there be an urgent matter, hand this letter to Junko-chan, the white dove, and you will reach me. That is all. Signed, Hayato Shimbara. P.S. The map to the blacksmith's village is on the back of this letter. P.S. Do not get captured." Lin Qing flips the letter over to find a map sketched on the reverse. The world of Hokage lacks satellites, so the map's accuracy is questionable. Fortunately, the second-tier aerial smith's patrol radius is 1 kilometer, allowing for aerial reconnaissance to indicate a general direction for Lin Qing. After abandoning their boat on the shore, Lin Qing, accompanied by Sasuke and Sakura, procure 2 horses and set off towards their destination. Along the way, Lin Qing encounters several ambushes. The assailants disguise themselves as pedestrians, travelers, and merchants, opting not to confront Lin Qing directly but instead resorting to poison, assassination, arson, and explosions. This is another facet of being a ninja, utilizing minimal chakra to inflict maximum damage. This is indeed an area where Lin Qing struggles. As he clumsily counters, he humbly observes and learns from his adversary's tactics. During this time, Lin Qing instructs Sasuke to teach Sakura breathing techniques. Sakura wishes to stay close to Lin Qing, requiring some means of self-defense. And even if she cannot fight, she at least wants the ability to escape when necessary. Lin Qing believes that having something to focus on may help her overcome her psychological trauma. Time passes swiftly, and after more than half a month, as the trio exits the city and enters the mountains, the pursuing bounty hunters gradually dwindle. The grass is frosted, forming vast patches of white. The sound of hooves crunching the frost resembles the cracking of soda crackers. Lin Qing exhales, releasing a cloud of mist. Sakura, look. Sasuke points to the sky. A snowflake drifts down before them. It's snowing? This is fortuitous news. According to Hayato Shinbara's intel, the blacksmith's village is perpetually snowy. Lin Qing instructs, maintain your breathing technique to fend off the cold. We are nearly there. Understood. Sasuke and Sakura respond in unison. Sasuke has mastered the breathing technique, while Sakura is still somewhat unpracticed, stumbling a bit. Riding on the same horse, they benefit from the warmth emanating from Sasuke, aiding her in stabilizing her breath. I hope we find the village today, Sasuke murmurs. Their provisions were exhausted the previous night, and with the frigid air, wild game in the forest is scarce. Sakura pulls an orange from her pocket and offers it to Sasuke, a precious morsel she has saved. Sasuke shakes his head, disinterested in the orange. He craves rice balls, fried eggs, and tempura. Lost in thought, he almost drools at the prospect. However, as fate would have it, twilight descends, and the aerial smith has yet to uncover the village where the populace resides. With dusk approaching, Lin Qing relinquishes any hope of finding the village today, seeking a clearing to rest for the night. Sasuke swiftly gathers firewood and ignites the branches with fire release, soon conjuring a roaring campfire. You two rest for a moment. I will scout for food nearby. Lin Qing weaves through the forest, but as the sun sets completely, he finds no edible game. Just then, a large cluster of red light appears on the aerial smith's detector. Judging by its size, it seems to be a large animal, a wolf, or perhaps a deer. Regardless of what it may be, it ensures a week's worth of sustenance for the three of them. He treads through the snow, lunging towards the target. Sakura gazes at the firelight. Sasuke, why do you think people live? What is the meaning of it all? Sasuke picks up a twig and tosses it into the flames. Remaining silent for a long while before replying, I once posed the same question to Qing. On the day of the massacre, amidst the turmoil, I felt more fear and confusion than sorrow. It wasn't until days later, awakening in a patch of grass, that the realization struck me. I could never return home. Never see my parents or friends again. That was when true sadness washed over me. If I were to answer your question, I might say, it's merely a matter of overindulgence. Practicing throwing shuriken 100 times would distract one from such thoughts. Sasuke's words bring a faint smile to Sakura's face. The twig tossed into the fire ignites a flurry of tiny golden sparks that dance in the wind. But Qing told me, if you find life meaningless, then live meaninglessly. In a realm devoid of significance, create your own value. Sasuke recalls, yes, he referred to it as nihilism. What is nihilism? Sakura inquires, her face displaying confusion. Sasuke scratched his head, expressing his confusion. It's perfectly understandable. I didn't grasp it at the time either. However, as I journeyed alongside Qing, I began to comprehend a fragment of it. His youthful visage, illuminated by the flickering flames, bore a hint of maturity. The inner void that arises from enduring suffering is not the conclusion of everything, but rather a new beginning. I shall embark with all that I can carry. I yearn to discover my own path in this realm of boundless freedom and emptiness. Shoutao nodded, half comprehending, about to utter something further when rustling sounds emanated from the nearby woods. Sasuke suppressed his smile, rising to his feet and drawing a kunai. Upon recognizing Lin Qing, he exhaled in relief, only to notice a diminutive figure trailing behind him. It was an extraordinarily beautiful little girl, clad in a fluffy cotton coat and carrying a bamboo basket, who politely bowed to Sasuke and Shoutao, flashing a sweet smile. Hello, my name is Bai. With a brief introduction from Lin Qing, they acquainted themselves with one another's identities. Bai, a child from the blacksmith village, had ventured out alone to gather herbs for her ailing mother and had just been detected by the aerial smith. Lin Qing, claiming to be a doctor, requested Bai to guide them, promising to treat her mother in return. This was not a ruse. Being adept in ripple, Lin Qing could heal most ailments. So his claim as a physician was legitimate. It appears that the village is nearby, conveniently situated just beyond the detection range of the aerial smith. Lin Qing pondered as Bai pointed to the northwest. If we proceed another 40 miles, we will reach our village. How could such a young girl, seemingly no older than 10, have traversed this distance alone? Was this the burden of children from impoverished families? Fortunately, the return journey would not be as arduous. Lin Qing lifted Bai onto the horse's back, channeling ripple energy into the steed. The horse reared its front legs, letting out a spirited neigh as it galloped towards the village. Within an hour, as dusk enveloped the sky, they arrived at Bai's village, Konoha Village. It was a diminutive settlement, comprising no more than 30 or 40 households. Bai pointed to a particular house. "Qing, that is my home." She dismounted and sprinted towards her house, flinging open the door. "Mother, we have guests. It's the doctor." As Lin Qing followed Bai inside, he beheld a frail-looking woman seated in a chair, while a man, presumably her husband, was carefully pouring medicine for her. "I apologize for the intrusion." Just as Lin Qing was about to remove his shoes, the kitchen door swung open. Dressed in an apron, the amiable Zhao Mei emerged, carrying 2 dishes. "Dinner is ready." She glanced at Lin Qing, tilting her head slightly with a gentle smile. "Are there guests?" Chapter 20. Bang bang. Just 2 fists, here comes the chicken soup. Zhao Mei set a pot of chicken soup on the table, noticing that no one had touched their chopsticks. "Eat. Why aren't you eating?" She pulled out a chair and sat down. Lin Qing, Xiao Hao, Sasuke, and Bai's family of 3, along with Zhao Mei, formed a circle around the table, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. "This is Teacher Zhao, who arrived in the village a week ago to teach children how to read and write for free. During these days, while my mother has been ill, Teacher Zhao has been preparing meals," Bai explained, trying to alleviate the tension in the room, though to no avail. Lin Qing observed Zhao Mei in silence. Friends who frequently faced assassination knew that intuition often helped us evade many risks when confronting danger. From the moment he laid eyes on Zhao Mei, he recognized she was far from ordinary. However, he needed information about Konoha Village, and apart from Kamahara Hayato, no one was privy to his intentions. Kamahara had long fled to Konoha for a vacation. Logically, assassins and bounty hunters should not have arrived in Konoha Village beforehand. Was it mere coincidence? Was she merely a wandering teacher? Zhao Mei maintained her gentle smile, her squinting eyes revealing a flicker of curiosity. "So this is Lin Qing? He seems no different from other ninjas. So, would you dare to eat this spread? How will you test me?" Zhao Mei speculated about Lin Qing's methods. Suddenly, Lin Qing rose to his feet amidst Zhao Mei's astonished gaze. "Teacher Zhao, please follow me." Without waiting for her consent, he strode out of the room, leaving a bewildered Zhao Mei to follow him into the snow-covered terrain outside. "You know me," Lin Qing stated. There was no probing, no covert exchange of words. His calm gaze was akin to a bulldozer relentlessly advancing, flattening any scenario Zhao Mei had devised to test him, obliterating her verbal traps. The rhythm has been disrupted, completely overturned. This fellow truly plays by his own rules, Zhao Mei thought, shaking her head slightly. "I do not know you." Lin Qing nodded, refraining from further questioning, taking a step closer to Zhao Mei, reducing the distance between them to 2 meters. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Zhao Mei's forehead. The intelligence was clear. Lin Qing's most potent attack radius was 2 meters. Crossing that threshold meant surrendering her life into his hands. She yearned to retreat, to widen the gap. However, to retreat would imply she recognized Lin Qing and was familiar with his intelligence, thereby revealing her deceit. "I shall ask once more, do you know me? Have you come to kill me? I do not understand what you are saying." Before she could finish speaking, the platinum star suddenly appeared, swinging a fist towards Zhao Mei's chest. "Maniac!" Zhao Mei cursed inwardly, perplexed as to where she had faltered, yet resolute. "Do not underestimate me." Indeed, in her early 20s, Zhao Mei did not mind being referred to as old lady, a stark contrast to the 30-year-old version of herself. A person cannot empathize with their past self. Having anticipated the attack, Zhao Mei swiftly formed hand seals. Boil release, melting mist technique. A torrent of searing, crimson mist surged forth towards the oncoming platinum star. Zhao Mei possessed 3 chakra natures, water, fire, and earth, with her bloodline limits being melt and boil, making her the only ninja with 2 bloodline limits. The melting mist technique involved combining her fire and water chakra to expel boiling mist, capable of adjusting its acidity. The mist was akin to high-concentration sulfuric acid vapor. As the Platinum Star's fist made contact with the mist, a violent corrosive reaction ensued, resulting in minor burns on Lin Qing's hand as well. Zhao Mei keenly noted this new information. Any damage inflicted upon the malevolent spirit would also affect Lin Qing. The crimson mist surged towards Lin Qing, for the Platinum Star to attack Zhao Mei. He would need to plunge entirely into the scalding acid fog, tantamount to courting death. Zhao Mei, prepared for this encounter, understood that mid to long-range ninjutsu bombardment would be overly inefficient. Few ninjas, save for Jinchuriki, could withstand such a degree of consumption. Any lapse in fire coverage would provide Lin Qing an opportunity for counterattack. Zhao Mei's strategy against Lin Qing was to seal off all paths for him to approach within mid to close range, ensuring that should he step foot within, he would continually suffer injury. Since Lin Qing sought to strike, she would reciprocate. The 4th Mizukage had tasked Zhao Mei with eliminating Lin Qing, yet she had no intention of fulfilling that order, at least not until she truly discerned the essence of the man before her. Zhao Mei was keen to understand what kind of person Lin Qing was, capable of revealing the truth about human trafficking within the land of water and brazenly killing a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen in broad daylight. This was crucial, more so than the 4th Mizukage's orders. However, as she observed Lin Qing being forced back, a flicker of disappointment crossed her mind. Was this all there was? Once one loses the advantage of intelligence, they become vulnerable to targeted attacks. Such individuals cannot be deemed strong. A hissing breath, reminiscent of a blower, interrupted Terumi Mei's thoughts. Before her stood a colossal malevolent spirit, its back turned to the scarlet mist, resembling an abyss that voraciously consumed the surrounding air. The snow-covered leaves swayed. The snow on the ground rolled, and Terumi Mei felt a slight suffocation. What was it doing? Just as the scorching acidic mist was about to touch the back of the Platinum Star, it turned around, its chest heaving, directing its breath toward the mist. A tempest erupted, emitting a thunderous roar that dispersed the encroaching scarlet fog. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Wind release? No, it did not form any hand seals. Could it be some form of bloodline limit? Terumi Mei racked her brain, unable to fathom that such a ferocious gale was merely the air expelled with all the might of the Platinum Star. This is bad. If the boiling mist technique was forcefully blown away, does that mean there are no obstacles ahead? Terumi Mei drew a long whip from her waist, poised to strike, when a resounding shout echoed in her ears. Aura! The soul trembled, only when faced with the Platinum Star in close proximity, under its chilling gaze. Could one truly comprehend the overwhelming pressure? The descending fist was akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, engulfing Terumi Mei's entire field of vision. Earth release, hardening technique. Terumi Mei's body shimmered with a metallic sheen. The distance was too close, and she had no time to use a substitution technique. Only able to withstand the blow with ninjutsu, she refused to believe she could not endure even a single punch. Thud! Terumi Mei was sent spiraling away, crashing through 4 or 5 trees before finally halting, spitting out blood. Without a moment's pause, she rose, ready to counterattack, only to be met with darkness. The Platinum Star charged at her once more. So fast. Wasn't it said that its attack radius was only 2 meters? Terumi Mei noticed Lin Qing standing behind the Platinum Star and realized that the malevolent spirit did indeed have a 2-meter attack radius. But the speed of its axis was astonishing. Having cultivated ripple energy, Lin Qing could no longer be regarded as an ordinary stand user. Just as the Platinum Star's fist was about to descend again, Terumi Mei hurriedly raised her hand. Stop. No more fighting. Let us converse. Lin Qing looked down at her, pondering for a moment, then silently retracted the Platinum Star. Just as Terumi Mei breathed a sigh of relief, Lin Qing struck her face with 2 punches, leaving her dazed. The purple of the hermit activated, binding Terumi Mei's hands and feet. Coming back to her senses, Terumi Mei glared fiercely at Lin Qing. Unmoved, Lin Qing replied, "Did you think I would cease fighting just because you said so?" He tightened the purple of the hermit, ensuring it was secure, and sat opposite Terumi Mei. Now we can talk. Chapter 21. The heating tax. Terumi Mei was a dangerous opponent. Her ninjutsu was peculiar, her reactions swift. She was undoubtedly a seasoned fighter. Most importantly, even though Lin Qing had bound her with the purple of the hermit, Securing her within the range of the Platinum Star, the system's defeat notification still had not appeared. This indicated that, despite Lin Qing's apparent suppression of Terumi Mei, she possessed the ability to turn the tide at any moment. And he had not completely gained the upper hand. In his battle with Kakashi, he had obtained the soul fragment by defeating the watered-down version of Kakashi. However, this woman before him did not exhibit any signs of holding back. Continuing the fight would mean a desperate struggle. They bore no animosity towards each other, and Lin Qing had no intention of risking his life against Terumi Mei. Even if a life-and-death struggle were necessary, it would only be after understanding her intentions. Name, Terumi Mei. Gender? Terumi Mei squinted, puffing out her chest. What do you think? Hard to say. Recently, Lin Qing had encountered several assassination attempts. With men turning into women, and the elderly into children, the methods of ninjas were ever evolving. How could he be certain she wasn't just a cross-dressing master? Please answer honestly. Female. Lin Qing nodded. Terumi Mei cast a glance at Lin Qing's hand resting on her shoulder, a subtle warmth coursing through her. As if countless tiny currents were flowing through her veins, caressing her heart. The sensation was peculiar. Lin Qing noticed Terumi Mei's expression shift, and he continued to use Ripple to sense her heartbeat and breathing, attempting to ascertain whether she was lying. Why have you come to Snowfall Village? To see you. Are you here to kill me? Not at the moment. Terumi Mei added silently in her heart. At least, not yet. Lin Qing pondered for a moment, then posed the critical question. How did you know I would come to Snowfall Village? The intelligence about Snowfall Village was known only to Kamihara Hayato. Based on Lin Qing's understanding of Kamihara, he did not believe the latter could be bribed into selling information. Kamihara was not a mercenary motivated solely by money. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly mentioned how Lin Qing interrupted his leisure time. He valued a pleasant life over financial gain. Selling out Lin Qing was not an appealing option for him. However, if he were captured and tortured, that would be an entirely different matter. Kamihara Hayato had been of considerable assistance to Lin Qing, some of which could be quantified in monetary terms, while other forms of help were not. That was human sentiment. If Kamihara truly suffered because of Lin Qing, then Lin Qing would have to rescue him. Terumi Mei, being astute, quickly grasped why Lin Qing appeared so serious. She explained, "It was a deduction. I analyzed your trajectory based on the bounty hunters and assassins you have killed, allowing me to ascertain your general direction of travel. You took the saurian skin for two possible reasons, either to sell it or to use it yourself. Since you killed the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon, enough time has passed for you to sell it, yet I have not heard of the saurian skin being up for sale. This indicates that you intend to use it yourself." Lin Qing slightly raised his chin, urging her to continue. The saurian skin is a unique weapon. It will only heed the commands of one who is suitable. Along your journey, there have been no signs of saurian skin wounds on the bodies of the bounty hunters, which clearly suggests it did not comply with you. Terumi Mei, contemplating the formidable Platinum Star, rephrased, or perhaps, it is not suited for you. With no sales and no compatibility, you are left with but one option, to reforge it, reshaping the proud saurian skin into a form that suits Lin Qing. A smile crept onto Terumi Mei's face. Based on the information above, searching for a blacksmith in this direction and pinpointing Snowfall Village will not be a challenging task for me. The logic was clear and the deductions precise. Lin Qing had to admit that Terumi Mei was an intelligent woman. What do you intend to do? Lin Qing inquired. I told you, I only came to see you. To understand what manner of person would commit such a foolish crime. Terumi Mei's gaze was aggressive. Lin Qing's expression grew stern. Now that you have seen enough, you may leave. That will not do. This merely counts as a first impression. Observing Lin Qing's brow gradually furrowing, Terumi Mei reined in her smile. I will not disturb you. You may consider me an ordinary traveler, coincidentally meeting in a small village. That is all. Once you depart from Snowfall Village, I shall also take my leave. Or perhaps, Terumi Mei reclined against a broken tree trunk, adopting an air of nonchalance. You could kill me now. Eliminating Terumi Mei would not be a simple task. More importantly, having rescued someone in Mirage City and being concerned about the information merchant, Terumi Mei had roughly assessed Lin Qing's character. He would not kill someone merely for wanting to meet him, as long as Terumi Mei did not exhibit hostility or act contrary to Lin Qing's principles. She could maintain a safe distance while observing him without reservation. It feels just like observing a proud cat, Terumi Mei mused silently. Lin Qing raised his hand, and the enigmatic purple aura binding Ko Mei Ming's limbs gradually receded. Do you believe me now? Ko Mei Ming inquired. Lin Qing replied, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she tends to be. Ko Meiming dusted herself off, rising with hands on her hips, effortlessly exuding feminine charm. So, do you think I am beautiful? Lin Qing turned to leave towards the village, and as his silhouette began to fade, his voice echoed back. You appear quite adept at deception. A smile crept onto Ko Meiming's lips, momentarily aggravating her wounds as she rubbed her face. Damn man, that really hurt. Lin Qing and the injured Ko Meiming returned to the dining table, the atmosphere growing increasingly eerie. It was not until dinner concluded, and Lin Qing utilized his ripple energy technique to heal Bai's mother of her cold, that smiles returned to everyone's faces. After being met with a deluge of gratitude, the trio found lodging at the Bai household. Lin Qing, Xiao Tao, and Zhuoshu spread out their bedding on the floor. As the candlelight flickered out and the delicate moonlight bathed the room, the weary Xiao Tao fell into a deep slumber while Zhuoshu remained wide-eyed. Brother Qing, is the teacher a killer? Lin Qing cautioned, not at the moment, but it's hard to say for the future. Just be wary of that woman. Zhuoshu nodded, turning his gaze towards the room occupied by Bai's family. Bai's mother, isn't her cold something unusual? Lin Qing slightly inclined his head. Bai's mother exuded a chilling aura from within. A typical person would have perished long ago under such conditions, yet she thrived. This was inherently abnormal. The symptoms of cold were merely signs of excessive coldness accumulating within her. Lin Qing tucked Xiao Tao's blanket, whispering, don't overthink it. Everyone harbors their own secrets. If she chooses not to disclose them, let it be. Go to sleep. Zhuoshu complied, burrowing under the covers, revealing only his little head. The next morning, Lin Qing was awakened by a cacophony of cries and noise. Sir, this is all the grain we have left. If you take it, our family will starve. Starve? Serves you right. You should work harder. The lamentations continued. The trio exchanged glances before stepping out of the room. They beheld a corpulent and a lean warrior, both clad in thick cotton coats and wielding swords, mercilessly beating a man with a limp. The man's wife clung to him, shielding her husband. But the warriors showed no mercy, continuing their assault. Bah! The stout warrior spat, snatching a bag of grain from the man's arms. Upon inspection, half contained animal feed, while the rest was unpeeled corn and rice. Is this all you have? The warrior scoffed, lifting the man's wife. Then I'll sell your wife to cover this month's heating tax. This was the consequence of the recent population sale initiated by the Lord, which led to rampant abuse of power. With the higher-ups neglecting the situation, those below sought to make a little extra on the side, which was hardly surprising. Stop! You can't do this. The limping man pursued them, but after only a few steps, he was kicked down by the lean warrior. Bai's family had emerged, witnessing the scene. Bai's face contorted with pity. Lin Qing asked, what is the heating tax? Bai whispered, a new county magistrate has arrived nearby, and since his appointment, many new taxes have emerged. The heating tax is levied on us for burning wood for warmth at home. Besides that, there is a fishing tax, autumn harvest tax, marriage tax, childbirth tax, and so forth. In the snow-laden village, where the chill permeated the air, the inhabitants were already impoverished. Last night's meal included chicken brought by Ko Meiming, a delicacy that ordinary families might not taste for years. Those with men in the household worked tirelessly, barely managing to pay the taxes and scrape by. The limping man, unable to perform heavy labor, was gradually being driven to despair. The stout warrior approached Bai's home, and Bai's father donned a sycophantic smile. Sir, we have already paid this month's heating tax. You may have. The stout warrior pointed at Lin Qing and his companions. But what about them? They are merely travelers. Do travelers not require warmth? Or do you wish to defy the magistrate's orders? The stout warrior bellowed, brandishing his sword threateningly. If you have no money, the lean warrior stepped forward, narrowing his eyes at Xiao Tao. Just hand her over. Xiao Tao's complexion turned ashen. Memories of past sufferings resurfaced, and she lowered her head, her pink hair cascading down, her shoulders trembling slightly. Upon witnessing Xiao Tao's fear, the lean warrior's excitement intensified. He approached, licking his lips. Reaching out to touch her face, a hand seized the lean warrior's arm. He fumed, about to chastise Lin Qing for his insolence, when a crack echoed as Lin Qing twisted his arm, breaking it at a right angle. The searing pain transformed his curses into screams as he instinctively reached for his sword. Yet, upon meeting Lin Qing's gaze, he found himself unable to draw it. Draw your sword, and you shall die. Fear exploded within him. His only thought was to flee and never return. Lin Qing released him. and the lean warrior collapsed to the ground. His once superior gaze now turned into one of submission towards Xiao Tao. Are you still afraid? Lin Qing asked. Xiao Tao sniffed. Not anymore. That's good. The stout warrior, realizing he faced a formidable opponent, unsheathed his sword and approached warily. Lin Qing had no intention of engaging with such a brute. Zhuoshu, break one of their legs and send them away. Understood. Lin Qing turned and departed, walking towards the blacksmith shop under the terrified gazes of the villagers. The elderly blacksmith squatted at his doorstep, munching on rice balls while watching Zhuoshu beat the two warriors, using their struggles as entertainment. Upon noticing Lin Qing's approach, he tossed the last morsel into his mouth. Are you the one that the lecher mentioned? Lecher? Recalling Kamihara Hayato's peculiar interests, Lin Qing nodded. The blacksmith chuckled lightly. You've got some backbone. He gestured towards the sword on Lin Qing's back. The shark skin, it's been a while. How do you wish to reforge it? Chapter 22. Reforging shark skin. The swordsmith refused to divulge his full name, stating he had spent a lifetime forging swords and now preferred to be called Master Knife. Lin Qing inquired, what were you called in your youth? In my old age? Call me Master Knife, but when I was young, of course, it was Young Knife. Lin Qing's lips twitched, but he ultimately refrained from making a quip. Master Knife stood tall, slightly hunched with age, yet still over 6 feet, with arms thicker than Lin Qing's thighs. He sported a crew cut of silvery hair, a prominent nose, and rugged features reminiscent of a classic warrior. A gruesome scar stretched from his wrist to his elbow on his right arm. Perhaps due to this injury, he used his left hand for everything, from eating rice balls to accepting the shark skin that Lin Qing offered. How do you wish to reforge it? Master Knife asked. Isn't it self-evident? Not at all, he replied, slowly unwrapping the bandages from the shark skin. This blade is quite unique. It is layered. He gently tapped the shark skin, its serrated edges reminiscent of shark teeth. The outermost layer is the teeth, followed by flesh, and at the deepest level, the bone and soul reside. If you find the teeth unsuitable, I can replace them with other blades, or even transform it into a standard broadsword with a single straight edge. If you feel it is too cumbersome, I can remove excess flesh to make it lighter and swifter to wield. However, if you feel you cannot coexist with it, Master Knife's gaze grew complex as he regarded the blade in his hand. Then I can only shatter its bones and reshape its soul. But I would not advise that. In doing so, it would be no different from forging a new sword. So do not torment it. Lin Qing did not anticipate that transforming a blade would be so intricate. However, in his previous life, he was indeed from a technical background and understood that with development, a specialized field could give rise to countless theoretical frameworks. The Blade Master proved to be even more proficient than Lin Qing had envisioned. Lin Qing articulated his concerns. I am uncertain to which level I should adjust. My strength appears to be antithetical to the properties of the shark's skin, potentially inflicting severe damage upon it. What chakra type do you possess? Fire? It is not chakra. The Blade Master lifted his gaze, his expression one of skepticism. A warrior? Not that either. The Blade Master's curiosity was piqued. He scrutinized Lin Qing for a considerable duration before silently turning away to retrieve a pitch-black, unsharpened blade from the bottom of the cabinet and handed it to Lin Qing. Channel your power into this, and let me observe. Lin Qing accepted the dark blade, transmitting his ripple energy into it. A flash of golden lightning coursed through, and a silvery sheen appeared along the blade's edge, sharpening it further, accompanied by a subtle hum, as the scorching heat radiated from the black blade. This spectacle left the Blade Master wide-eyed. Having spent a lifetime forging blades and encountered countless ninjas and warriors, he had never witnessed such a remarkable phenomenon. The Blade Master motioned for Lin Qing to sit down, procuring paper and pen, and inquired about the details, one question at a time. The two, one elderly and one youthful, engaged in conversation from morning until noon, only realizing their hunger when their stomachs grumbled, breaking out of their work-induced reverie. The Blade Master, patting the thick stack of drafts on the table, remarked, "Your boundless imagination and clarity of thought make you appear more like a craftsman than I." After an entire morning of deliberation, they devised the most suitable transformation plan for the shark skin. They would remove the teeth and flesh, selecting materials that aligned with the bone and soul to reshape the shark skin's form while reserving pathways for energy channels. During battle, Lin Qing would employ breathing techniques, synchronizing his breath with that of the blade, allowing the ripple power to far surpass ordinary weaponry. The theory was established. The next step was the process of practice. Leave the subsequent tasks to me. The Blade Master clapped his hands and stood up. Give me a fortnight for the construction. Come back in 2 weeks to collect your blade. It is best if you do not leave the village in the meantime, as I will occasionally need your assistance for testing. Understood. Additionally, the Blade Master grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. My fees are not inexpensive. You are familiar with Kamahara, so you should be aware. Lin Qing reciprocated the smile. I am not short on funds. After departing from the Blade Master's abode, Lin Qing made way for the expert and immediately spotted Kimi leaning against the wall. Were you eavesdropping? What do you mean by eavesdropping? I am standing here openly, with so many people watching, Kimi said, handing him a steaming rice ball. Is this for me? Of course, I need to observe you. If you were to starve, I would lose my subject of observation. No, thank you. Lin Qing had no intention of engaging too much with Kimi. Indeed, Kimi raised her chin slightly, sweeping her hair back from her forehead, arching an eyebrow, her voice low. How could a man who declares, "Am not short on funds," possibly be interested in my humble rice ball? Lin Qing dismissed her teasing remarks. With Airborne Smith present, Lin Qing had already noticed Kimi listening outside. He chose not to chase her away, deeming it unnecessary. She would return to interrogate the Blade Master after he left. Even if the Blade Master divulged everything, given a ninja's paranoid nature, he might suffer some repercussions, rather than create an additional complication and cause the Blade Master distress. It was simpler this way. Everyone could save themselves the trouble. After all, information regarding ripple techniques and breathing methods, akin to Lin Qing's knowledge that ninjas utilize chakra, bore no impact on combat, and it mattered little if Kimi was informed. Lin Qing turned to leave, but Kimi was unwilling to let him go. Taking a bite of her rice ball, she swaggered behind him, questioning, "You let 2 warriors escape. Are you not afraid the local magistrate will come looking for you?" Lin Qing glanced at the rice ball in her hand, which was filled with peanuts, beef, and cucumber. The aroma of meat mingled with the freshness of cucumber, and the rich scent of rice wafted toward him. He turned his head and replied, "If I killed them, would the magistrate then refrain from seeking me out?" Each warrior had designated tax collection areas. Breaking their legs and releasing them would lead the magistrate to deem them ineffectual, thinking they had encountered a formidable opponent. Yet, given the impoverished state of Konoha Village, was it worth stirring up such trouble over a meager tax collection? Lin Qing believed it was not. However, if he were to execute them on the spot, the situation would change. The villagers could not be silenced, and it would not be long before the news spread, attracting the magistrate's warriors and ninjas. Kimi, being exceptionally astute, had naturally considered this. Her inquiry was not about the act of violence, but rather, you could simply pay a sum instead. Lin Qing shook his head. If he were alone, he would gladly pay. However, he gazed at the quiet figure of Xiao Tao standing beside him, who had remained silent throughout. Paying the fee would plant the seeds of fear deep within her heart. Lin Qing intended to demonstrate through his actions that no one in this world could treat her as merchandise ever again, and those who dared to harm her would face dire consequences. Kimi perceived the concern in Lin Qing's eyes, and a glimmer of understanding flickered in her own. Though they had only known each other for a day, she gradually began to see through Lin Qing's character. A gentle yet resolute man of principle is indeed a rarity. Chapter 23, Second Stage Ripple Breathing Technique. In the following week, Lin Qing temporarily resided in Konoha Village as a barefoot doctor. The village was perennially besieged by harsh winds and snow, and the local residents, to varying degrees, harbored a lingering chill within their bodies, with joint pains in their legs, waists, and limbs being commonplace. During his treatment of Bai's mother, Lin Qing discovered that the ripple energy condensed and grew at an accelerated pace while combating the different forms of cold. The chill present in other villagers was significantly weaker in comparison to Bai's mother, lacking a certain indescribable sense of power, though they were numerous and unceasing. Lin Qing felt it inappropriate to consistently rely on Bai's mother for practice, as she indeed had a husband. With the villagers' assistance and training, Lin Qing finally broke through the stagnation he had experienced in cultivating his ripple energy. The first stage of ripple cultivation allowed for the healing of flesh wounds and enhanced physical fitness by 2 to 3 times. Subsequently, through various bounty tasks, he discovered that ripple energy could be infused into weapons, transforming into silver ripples, thereby enhancing their power to a rudimentary extent. This was the transformation of the second stage of ripple energy. However, at that time, the transformation was still quite crude, with only a fraction of the power able to effectuate the change. Now, a vibrant green ripple appeared at Lin Qing's fingertips. When he touched the tea in his cup, it instantly hardened, resembling steel, resisting his finger. If he concentrated the green ripple on his feet in the river, Lin Qing would possess the ability to walk upon the water's surface. Moreover, with a flick of his finger, he could attract the tea from the cup, manifesting it into an exceedingly hard shield. In the next moment, the ripple shifted to a crimson hue, radiating an even more intense heat. The tea transformed into steam as Lin Qing's fist plunged into the vapor with a resounding explosion. The force of this technique exceeded his expectations. The first stage represented the external expression of ripple energy, while the second stage involved adjusting the ripple's properties through modulation of breathing frequency to adapt to diverse combat scenarios. The crimson ripple produced an effect of extreme heat, the green ripple facilitated water manipulation, and the silver ripple enhanced metallic properties, significantly augmenting hardness, sharpness, and elasticity. Most powerfully, Lin Qing opened his palm again, and a flash of golden electricity surged forth. Previously, his release of ripple energy manifested as golden brilliance. Now, the golden electricity was more refined and possessed greater might. Yamabuki color ripple represents the most formidable offensive capability among the ripples. Lin Qing subtly perceives the intricate variations within it. However, having just broken through a bottleneck, he requires time to gradually contemplate its depths. Clenching his fist once more, Lin Qing summons the Platinum Star, Aviation Smith, and the Purple Hermit. The stand manifests as a projection of the will of the main body. And as Lin Qing's physical and mental strength grows, all of his controlled stands experience an enhancement. Were it not for the necessity of dedicating time to training and gradual breakthroughs, the ripple breathing technique would undoubtedly rank as a 5-star, or rather, comparable to a 6-star technique. Once I thoroughly master the nature-altering Yamabuki color ripple dash, the force of my punch will likely rival that of the Platinum Star, if not surpass it. Lin Qing envisions future adversaries believing they have grasped the secret of his stance, circumventing the Platinum Star to assault the weaker main body, only to be obliterated by a single punch. This trip to Snowfall Village has proven fruitful. Otherwise, had he remained in seclusion, striving to advance to the second stage of the ripple, who knows how long it would have taken. It is no wonder that the monks in Tibet wander the lands, treating ailments. Their benevolence is accompanied by the purpose of cultivation. Lin Qing exhales slowly, retracting his ripple power. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking resounds once more from outside. Before Sasuke can open the door, a woman in her 30s, still possessing an alluring charm, pushes the door open and strides inside. As she walks, she removes her cotton coat, revealing a loosely wrapped chest band that exposes a large expanse of snow-white skin. Dr. Lin, could you please examine me again? Treat me. My shoulder still aches a bit. Why are you pulling me? The woman's words are interrupted as another short-haired woman tugs at her. Cue up. I was here first. If Dr. Lin is going to examine someone, it should be me first. I came first. Me. Outside the temporary clinic, a cacophony of women arguing ensues, all eager to be treated by Lin Qing. It is rare for a doctor to visit the village, and upon his touch, one feels a delightful tingling sensation. Coupled with his model-like features, a legacy of the Uchiha clan, and the rumor of his unmarried status, it is no surprise that young women and married ones alike flock to him, including widows from other villages who have heard the news. Brother Qing, women are terrifying. Sasuke mutters softly. Isn't it indeed? Lin Qing replies with a smile. So, be careful not to get caught. Huh. Sasuke is taken aback. What do women and being caught have to do with each other? Consider this. If you were captured by another organization or a rival village, what do you think would happen? Intense torture? Interrogation about breathing techniques and ninjutsu? Eventually, they'd extract my Sharingan, I suppose. This is the most terrifying outcome Sasuke can fathom. Lin Qing shakes his head slightly. No, you wouldn't die. Not die? Not only would you survive, but you would also be treated like royalty, feasting on 20 lamb kidneys, 30 beef testicles, and unlimited oysters each day, and then Lin Qing's lips curl into a smile. Breeding. It is not Sasuke but the young girl, Xiao Dao, sitting in the corner with a book, who exclaims in shock, her eyes wide open upon hearing that Sasuke would be captured for breeding. Lin Qing responds, yes. Killing you to take your eyes would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Keeping you alive to continuously bear new Uchiha offspring is the optimal solution. In just over a decade, we could produce a battalion of Sharingan-wielding warriors. Sasuke ponders, recalling Kamihara Hayato's interests. But it doesn't seem that difficult to accept for a man, does it? Lin Qing chuckles lightly. Do you think the women sent for breeding will be beauties? To ensure robust offspring, the women brought in will be muscular and strong. Daily, different women from the northeast will invade your dreams. Just imagining it is terrifying. Upon hearing this, Sasuke shudders. Seeing his expression, Lin Qing cannot help but laugh, while Shout Out also stifles a giggle. Lin Qing, come over for a test. The voice of the Knife Lord calls from outside. Coming, Lin Qing replies, heading out. At the same time, in the county magistrate's residence, County Magistrate's son sits in a chair, holding a wine glass, while a dark-skinned maid from the land of lightning pours him a drink. Upon closer inspection, one can discern the absence of alcohol. He is drinking water. In his 40s. With thinning hair and a height just over 5 feet, his appearance is unremarkable, and he carries a slight paunch. No one would suspect that such an unassuming man could wield authority as a county magistrate. Sin never drinks alcohol, as it clouds his mind, leading to errors, something he loathes. Having risen from poverty through business acumen, establishing connections, and purchasing his position, he has ascended to become a local overlord, relying solely on his intellect. He is merely enjoying the service of beautiful women. Before him, the accountant meticulously reports the county's financial transactions over the past month. Wait, Snowfall Village hasn't he paid this month's heating tax? No, the accountant reminds him. The 2 samurai dispatched to collect taxes had their legs broken and were sent back. The county magistrate vaguely recalls hearing about this. However, he is indifferent to the well-being of his subordinates. He has never cared. The foolish commoners occasionally make mistakes. Breaking a samurai's legs is inconsequential, but interfering with his revenue is unacceptable. Summon those 2 tax-collecting samurai. Shortly after, 2 samurai, one tall and one short, limping on their injured legs, approach. They had attempted to intimidate Shout Out, and Sasuke's retaliation had been so severe that they would likely require crutches for the rest of their lives. Upon seeing County Magistrate's son, the 2 samurai kneel in a standard submissive posture, bowing deeply with a quivering voice. My lord, you must advocate for us. The magistrate inquires about the details, and upon learning the full account, he asks, were they strong opponents? Very strong. The samurai gesture dramatically, exaggerating their descriptions, portraying Lin Qing and Sasuke as monstrous demons, asserting that they had exerted every effort to escape and return to report to the magistrate. Very strong, I see. You may leave. The 2 samurai exchange glances, unsure of the magistrate's intentions, and, leaning on their crutches, bow again, leaving with puzzled expressions. County Magistrate's son strokes his chin, contemplating for a full 5 minutes. Go to the accountant and fetch a box of gold, silver, and jewels, 2 bundles of fabric, and bring along 2 beauties. Have the wolf pack visit Snowfall Village to deliver gifts to that formidable individual. Chapter 24, The Wolf Pack. The Wolf Pack is a ninja team exclusive to County Magistrate's son, consisting of 5 members, defectors from various villages. The team configuration includes 1 elite J-Nin, 1 J-Nin, and 3 CH-Nin. For a remote county, such a personnel arrangement is remarkably extravagant. Thanks to the Wolf Pack, the area under Sin's jurisdiction remains exceptionally safe, as ordinary bandits and robbers are swiftly eliminated before they can retaliate. This is a rare advantage. However, being killed by bandits and being driven to death by taxes are nearly indistinguishable. The 5 outlaws follow County Magistrate's son primarily for 2 reasons: wealth and prospects. Wealth, as Sun provides them with substantial monthly salaries, beautiful women, fine wines, and a plethora of luxuries, with minimal dangerous tasks. After all, what danger could possibly threaten a remote county? The cost-effectiveness of their situation far exceeds the risks they would face while fleeing and earning meager bounties. As for prospects, they believe that Sin's career will not be confined to a mere county magistrate. The wealth Sun accumulates from the populace is mostly discreetly funneled to the mansion of the daimyo of the Land of Water. Such thoughtfulness guarantees that promotion and transfer to a bustling town is only a matter of time. Aligning themselves with County Magistrate's son, they are bound to enjoy a life of luxury and wield power eventually. The ferocious wolf glanced back at the carriage, which held a chest of gold, silver, and jewels alongside 4 strikingly different beauties. He chuckled. It seems our lord is on the verge of a promotion. With such a grand display, I hope that lad from Snowfall Village does not disappoint. His subordinate remarked, Boss, do you think those 2 samurai were just boasting? The wolf shrugged, who knows? With their limited perspective, they understand little of true strength. Laughter erupted among the group. It had become politically correct for ninjas to belittle samurai. Their mission was merely to assess Lin Qing's capabilities. One of the group, the fourth member, inquired, "But what if that lad from Snowfall Village refuses the kindness of Lord Sun?" The wolf smirked, tapping the chest on the carriage. "What is this? Gold and jewels?" The fourth member replied, "No, this is the favor bestowed by the county magistrate." He then pointed to the ninja blade at his waist. "And this? The magistrate's favor, you say? You're learning quickly." The wolf playfully slapped the back of the fourth member's head, shaking his own. "A blade is still a blade, but it is the magistrate's blade. If he accepts it, splendid. If he feels overwhelmed, a humble apology and a small tribute to leave Snowfall Village would suffice. But if he dares to reject our generosity..." The wolf's smile grew wider, and the remaining four members chuckled, their blades having not tasted blood in quite some time. The five of them, aboard the carriage, ambled toward Snowfall Village. By the time they arrived on the fifth afternoon, just before mealtime, smoke billowed from the chimneys of every home. Thanks to Lin Qing driving away the tax-collecting samurai, the villagers had recovered their grain for taxes, and recently, they had enjoyed a few hearty meals. The once impoverished village now emanated a touch of warmth. "Whoa!" The fifth member pulled on the reins, halting the carriage. The wolf disembarked, inhaling deeply. The stark winter air of the remote village was unsettling to his senses. He spat on the ground. "Is this wretched place devoid of life?" "Third, make some noise and summon that expert." "Understood." The taciturn third member stepped forward, forming hand seals. "Fire release, Phoenix fire technique." He unleashed a volley of fireballs, resembling phoenix flower seeds, striking a nearby house in a cacophony of explosions, igniting it. Cries erupted from within as a family, panicked, fled from their home, only to be met by the third member's drawn blade. "Return," he coldly threatened. Faced with the choice of facing death, the family retreated inside. The flames grew fiercer, attracting the attention of other villagers, who gasped, "It's on fire! It's on fire!" The tranquil atmosphere shattered in an instant. The wolf grinned. He had always relished commotion, and this was far more entertaining. Villagers rushed forth to extinguish the flames, only to be swiftly knocked down by the wolf's four brothers. Listening to the agonizing screams from within the blaze, the villagers' hair stood on end, their legs trembling in fear. "Greetings," the wolf called from the carriage, smiling at the villagers. "I am the ferocious wolf, the most loyal bodyguard of the county magistrate. Recently, 2 samurai suffered an attack in your village, allegedly by a formidable individual. The county magistrate, eager to recruit talent, has decided to overlook past grievances and invite him to the magistrate's residence as an esteemed guest. May I inquire who that individual is?" He cast a glance at the fourth member, who opened a wooden box, revealing the gleaming gold and jewels in the firelight. He then lifted the curtain to reveal 2 exotic beauties, graceful and enchanting. The villagers of Snowfall had never witnessed such grandeur. They were momentarily blinded by the shimmering riches and yearned to approach and inspect them. Yet, a thunderous crash from the collapsing burning house jolted them back to reality, reminding them that these 5, who claimed to be the magistrate's protectors, had just incinerated a family. The elderly village chief timidly stepped forward. "Master, if you seek Dr. Lin, he is away and uncertain of his return." "Are you certain he is away?" "Yes." The chief was aware that Lin Qing had gone to request a blade from the swordmaster, and that he could not possibly have left without it being ready. "Not here, then." The wolf shrugged. "In that case, we shall have to stay in your village for a couple of days. Let us set aside the first matter until the Dr. Lin returns. Now, let us discuss the second matter." "The second matter?" The villagers exchanged worried glances. "Fear not. It is not of grave concern." Leaning against the carriage, the wolf continued, "You have yet to settle last month's heating tax. The accountant instructed me to remind you." Upon hearing this, the villagers' anxiety eased slightly. After recovering last month's heating tax, they had indeed managed to fill their stomachs a bit. However, the people of Snowfall Village were accustomed to poverty and had not consumed all their reserves. They still had enough surplus to cover last month's tax. As the villagers were about to return home for the grain, a sudden scream pierced the air. A shuriken pierced a villager's shoulder, and they turned to see the wolf, arms outstretched. "I dislike it when people leave while I am speaking. It is quite disrespectful. Master, do you have further instructions?" The village chief bowed deeply. "Do not fear. We are the magistrate's men, and we abide by the rules. Let us clarify matters." The wolf raised a finger. "Due to this tax issue, We had to make this trip, which incurs travel expenses, would you not agree? You have underpaid your taxes. Should there not be a late fee? If you refuse to pay while witnessing the tax-collecting samurai being harmed, should there not be a penalty? Lastly, since we are here, we might as well collect this month's heating tax as well. Last month, this month, travel expenses, late fees, and penalties, all totaled. The wolf extended his hand. 5 times the amount. With a cordial smile, he added, "Today, each household shall present 5 times the heating tax, and this matter will be settled." 5 times. The villagers gasped in disbelief. "Master, 5 times? Are you not demanding our lives?" "Lives?" The wolf scoffed. "Your lives hold little value. Pay with money if you have it. If not, then provide grain. And if you possess neither, then bring your belongings and accompany me." The rumors of the mirrored city had spread widely, even reaching the remote Snowfall village, where one villager exclaimed in horror, "Are you selling us?" The second member approached and kicked the speaker in the stomach. "Address him as you. Clearly, you are a rude peasant, lacking any manners." The wolf waved his hand, maintaining a benign smile. "Let us not resort to such behavior. As Lord Sun would say, you are merely productive resources. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not about selling. It's about inviting you to a place where you can earn more. This village limits your potential, rendering you unable to produce even a small tax payment. I will escort you to a place where you can exhibit your worth, such as a coal mine. You have 1 night to gather the funds. Go now." The villagers rapidly dispersed, returning to their homes. Initially, there were arguments and tears, but soon chaos erupted, with some resorting to theft and violence. Those unable to muster the funds began robbing their neighbors of grain and riches. Years of camaraderie among villagers shattered in the face of true life-or-death peril. The wolf sat atop the carriage, squinting his eyes, relishing the cacophony of wails, curses, and cries as a fine accompaniment to his drink. He gently tapped the blade's sheath with his fingers, indulging in song and drink, thoroughly enjoying himself. His remaining 4 brothers encircled the village, ensuring that not a single bird could escape. The turmoil persisted from dusk until the following dawn. Some produced money and grain, others resigned themselves to fate, and some perished. The wolf downed the last of his drink and tossed the flask aside. "Fourth, fifth, take them back to the county. I will wait a couple more days. If that Dr. Lin does not return, I shall head back." "Yes, brother." Lao Wu withdrew a long whip from his waist, cracking it with a sharp sound, herding the villagers forward as one might drive livestock. Among them, one could distinctly spot the Bai family of 3. At that moment, a homing pigeon flew in, landing in the hands of the evil wolf. He glanced at the secret message, raising an eyebrow. "Wait a moment. What is it, big brother? Let me lead the way back." The evil wolf licked his parched lips, stating, "Lord Samura has informed me that 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen have arrived. I must return to host them." Thoughts of the transaction between Yagura and the feudal lord of the water country, the status of the ninja swordsman, and the ambitions of Governor Samura flashed through his mind, and the evil wolf's intuition told him it was time. When Governor Samura soared to great heights, he must be there as a witness. As for Lin Qing, the evil wolf had little faith that the remaining 4 brothers would be unable to manage. 1 jonin and 3 chunin were more than sufficient. The carriage carried 3 horses. The evil wolf rode one, leading a group of 40 or 50 back to the county town. Now, only a mere 20 souls remained in Luoshua village, some of whom had paid sufficient taxes, while others were deemed unworthy of being taken back, such as the elderly and the disabled. They were left to await their demise in the village. Dao Yi stood by the window, gazing at the desolate village, his hand gripping the hammer, veins bulging. If only his right arm were uninjured. If only he were 30 years younger. He would surely smash the heads of those scoundrels with his own hands. A knock echoed at the door. Dao Yi approached and opened it, revealing the cripple. His wife had been taken once more. This time, without Lin Qing to stand up for him. He could only watch helplessly as the evil wolf's whip struck his wife, dragging her away like cattle. The cripple knelt at the doorstep. "Dao Yi, I beseech you, lend me a knife." He was thin and fair, many deeming him effeminate, a coward hiding behind his wife. Yet today, determination shone in the cripple's eyes. "You wish to fight? I want to bring my wife back." Dao Yi shook his head. "Even if you were whole, a normal person would stand no chance against a ninja." After a long silence, he drew a short knife from his waist and tossed it before the cripple. "Leave the village, head north. Find Lin Qing before you freeze or are killed by a bear. That is how you should fight for your life." "Me? But..." The cripple looked at his severed leg. "Is it not more suitable for you to go?" Dao Yi tightened his grip on the hammer, reigniting the forge. I must help him forge a blade. That way, when he returns, he can exact vengeance. The cripple understood. He picked up the knife and limped away. The village's blockade had long been lifted. Valuable items and able-bodied individuals had been removed. Those remaining were free to choose to leave or stay, which was of no concern to them. The figure of the cripple vanished into the snowstorm, accompanied by the sound of Dao Yi's hammering. Kagami Mei sat by the shore, grilling fish. Sasuke and Sakura practiced close combat nearby, their movements vigorous under the influence of breathing techniques, fists and feet glimmering with latent power. As for Lin Qing, Kagami Mei glanced at the frozen lake and turned to Sasuke, asking, "That guy's been down for nearly 20 minutes. He won't drown, will he?" After days of observation, Kagami Mei had come to understand that the so-called ripple was the power within inhalation and exhalation. Lin Qing submerged in the icy lake. How could he breathe? "I believe in Brother Qing," Sasuke replied. Kagami Mei rolled her eyes. That foolish boy was just blindly idolizing. Boom. She heard thunder and looked up. The sky was overcast. Yet anyone with a modicum of common sense knew that thunderstorms were nearly impossible during the dead of winter. Kagami Mei quickly discerned that the rumble did not originate from the heavens, but from beneath the lake. Golden electric currents flickered across the thick ice, followed by another crash of thunder as the surface cracked and water surged. Sasuke and Sakura approached her. The lake's waters surged, parting to reveal a staircase formed by flowing currents. Lin Qing stepped onto the staircase, ascending without a drop of water clinging to him. Kagami Mei offered him a grilled fish. "Have you mastered your techniques?" "Which techniques are you referring to?" Kagami Mei pointed at Sasuke. "Still a bit lacking," Lin Qing replied. The crimson, verdant, and silvery hues of the ripple had become familiar to him. Only the most potent golden ripple eluded his mastery. To cultivate, Lin Qing had left Loashua Village, seeking the perpetual chill of this frozen lake, harnessing the daily cold to enhance his ripple power. The frigid waters enveloped his skin, compelling him to resist, transforming each breath into an intimate awareness of the air's flow within him. It was far from a comfortable process. Lin Qing would often find himself gasping for breath, pushing against his limits, and in those fleeting moments of extremity, he would sense the ripple's movement. Yet he still lacked that final catalyst. Lin Qing accepted the grilled fish from Kagami Mei, consuming it heartily to replenish his energy. "Why strive so hard to train?" Kagami Mei inquired. Lin Qing countered, "Is there a need for a reason to grow stronger?" In his experience, aside from a handful of complacent ninjas, most were either training or on missions, rarely pausing to rest. Of course there is. A ninja trains either to protect their village or to rise above others. There must be some motivation to undertake such arduous endeavors. Kagami Mei scrutinized Lin Qing, asking, "What is your motivation?" Lin Qing had no ties to a village. He lacked for money. As for rising above others, with his capabilities, he could easily pledge allegiance to a feudal lord, becoming a retainer at any moment. Kagami Mei observed Lin Qing for a long time, noting his straightforward nature. What was, what was not, devoid of complexity. Yet this simplicity rendered him opaque to her. Motivation, Lin Qing mused, gazing at the once turbulent lake, is perhaps the hope that I and those around me possess the power of choice, regardless of the adversities we face. The opposite of the power of choice is submission to fate. Lin Qing did not wish for a day when friends were captured and, unable to resist, accepted their fate. When family fell ill, lacking funds, they resigned themselves to despair. Kagami Mei remarked, "So, you are propelled by fear within yourself. The driving forces behind human progress are fear and desire. I had thought you would possess a clear desire. Yet, Lin Qing, have you considered that some people do not wish for the power of choice? When faced with decisions, they may feel fear and even request their superiors to strip them of their choices, treating them like cattle. Thus, they find a sense of comfort in suffering." Lin Qing looked at Kagami Mei, bewildered. "Are you truly not expressing some dreadful kink? Perverse." Kagami Mei's cheeks flushed crimson but quickly returned to normal. "When you saved the survivors in Mirage City, you declared, 'Stand up, do not kneel.' Wasn't that also a form of depriving them of their right to kneel?" Lin Qing pondered for a long while, just as Kagami Mei thought he would remain silent. People must first stand up and perceive the world from a human perspective. Afterward, whether to stand, kneel, or willingly embrace death becomes their choice. I merely cannot abide those who persistently oppress others, seeking to overturn these intolerable circumstances." Kagami Mei chuckled softly. Then what you wish to overturn is this ninja world. Lin Qing did not smile. Who knows? A silence enveloped them, broken only by the subtle crackling of branches as the fire used for grilling fish burned. Kagami Mei hugged her knees, observing Lin Qing's profile. The man before her was unlike anyone she had encountered before. Very different indeed. If it were him, perhaps it truly could be possible. Kame took a deep breath. Lin Qing, you Dr. Lin. Her words were interrupted by a voice echoing from the depths of the forest. Lin Qing rose and looked out, spotting the limping figure staggering towards him. The man was missing an arm, and a deep claw mark marred his chest, one that Kame immediately recognized as the work of a bear. His cotton coat was long gone, leaving him clad only in a thin garment. They were a full 80 miles from the village, and no one knew how the cripple had managed to arrive. Upon seeing Lin Qing, the man stumbled and fell into the snow. Lin Qing rushed over, lifting him and channeling ripples of energy into him to awaken his vitality. Yet, it bore no fruit. The journey had drained the man of all his life force. Dr. Lin, please save the village, he implored. Hearing Lin Qing's response, the man finally smiled and closed his eyes. Many mocked him for not being a man, for hiding behind his wife all his life. In that moment, he fulfilled his duty as a man. The cripple passed away. Lin Qing stood up, but today his toll of death would certainly not be limited to just him. Chapter 26. The Pursuit of Life in the Dead of Night, 3 days after the wolves had set out. Second brother, I don't understand. Since we want to win that kid over, why did we capture all the people of Luoshua Village? The fifth brother inquired. Lin Qing protected Luoshua Village. Now that they had moved against its people, it was akin to invading a territory of ferocious beasts. This was a blatant provocation. The second brother scoffed. So what if we captured them? What can he do? He could return under one of 3 scenarios. If he accepts our invitation, he will no longer be a beast, and the concept of territory will cease to exist. If he refuses and flees, we can let him go. If he comes back, we will simply kill him. He spread his hands. In any case, he can no longer protect this village. The fifth brother was taken aback. Being the youngest and least experienced, he had not anticipated such intricate dynamics. Second brother, you are truly remarkable. I must learn more from you. Before he could finish the thought, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. A gust of wind swept by, causing the second brother to instinctively squint. When he regained his composure, he realized the fifth brother was no longer by his side. Clang! The second brother turned abruptly, drawing his blade and fixing his gaze on the suddenly appearing Lin Qing. The other 2 hurried over. When their eyes fell upon the fifth brother in Lin Qing's grasp, their pupils constricted in shock. The fifth brother lay as limp as a boiled goose, his head twisted at a grotesque angle, evidently having had his neck broken. How is this possible? In a mere instant. No, even less than that. This middle-tier ninja had been crushed to death by Lin Qing, as if he were a mere insect. Thud! The fifth brother's body was discarded on the ground, and Lin Qing shook the blood from his hands, turning his attention to the remaining 3. The shock in the second brother's eyes gradually dissipated, and suddenly, he chuckled softly. He was laughing at himself. They were all outlaws, having bonded under the banner of the county chief of Sun Village for so long that, for a fleeting moment, they had genuinely regarded one another as brothers. Did killing one man alleviate your anger? The second brother queried. Lin Qing did not respond, his calm gaze sweeping over the 3. The second brother was familiar with this look, the gaze of a hunter confirming the next prey. He understood Lin Qing's anger stemmed from witnessing the dilapidated state of Luoshua Village. A fleeting emotional outburst. Do not wear that expression. We are under the command of the county chief of Sun Village and have specifically invited you to join us. He asserted, to join the Lord's ranks. This is our sincerity. The second brother kicked open a chest, revealing a trove of gold, silver, and jewels. Then opened a door to reveal 2 beautiful women. This is merely an appetizer. Should you join us, you will receive even more in the future. Initially, they had prepared to test Lin Qing's resolve, but with the fifth brother's lifeless body still warm, there was no need for that process. Lin Qing inhaled deeply. 3 days had passed, yet the air still carried a faint, chilling scent of blood. One could only imagine the horrific tragedies that had transpired that night 3 days prior. The second brother awaited a response. Is this your final word? Lin Qing inquired. The second brother's smile faded, his expression darkening as he glared coldly at Lin Qing. I recall granting you face. The fourth brother stepped forward, drawing a kunai and raising his voice in anger. Second brother, why waste words with him? Kid, who the hell do you think you are? The 7 ninja swordsmen? You killed the fifth brother. Do you think you can kill us too? Lin Qing turned his gaze to the fourth brother. Is this your final word? Damn it. The fourth brother, known for his volatile temper, suddenly transformed into two shadow clones, charging forward in a formation with kunai drawn. Meanwhile, the third and second brothers swiftly formed hand signs: fire release, dragon fire technique, wind release, vacuum sphere. A menacing fire dragon materialized, roaring as it spiraled through the air. The second brother expelled several waves of wind chakra that coiled around the fire dragon's body like scales, causing the already substantial dragon to double in size, the scorching heat melting the snow below. The combined ninjutsu of wind and fire dragon unleashed a ferocious roar as it surged toward Lin Qing. The wind and fire dragon was controlled by the third brother, while the second brother, having unleashed the vacuum sphere, circled around and lunged at Lin Qing from behind with his blade. The fourth brother advanced from the front. The fire dragon descended from above, and the second brother approached from the rear. In an instant, Lin Qing found himself ensnared within their coordinated attack. If the fifth brother were still alive, and the leader of the wolves present, even if you were the legendary speedster copy ninja Kakashi, you would not have time to form hand signs or cast a technique. Die. A fleeting thought crossed the fourth brother's mind, and in the next moment, darkness enveloped him, his body spinning uncontrollably as he was hurled away, crashing into a building and shattering the wall, buried beneath the rubble. Blood seeped from the cracks in the stones. Fourth brother. The third brother shouted, his eyes flickering uncertainly. He had not seen Lin Qing make any moves, nor any hand signs. He could not comprehend how the combat-savvy fourth brother had been sent flying. Yet there was no time to ponder. The third brother focused all his energy on controlling the fire dragon, opening its massive maw to bite down on Lin Qing. Lin Qing inhaled gently, ripples of energy surging within him as a green electric light flickered beneath his feet. The snow melt, heated by the fire dragon, rose into the air, transforming into a barrier as hard as steel. The fire dragon collided, releasing a hissing mist. The third brother's vision blurred. What sound is that? Before he could comprehend, dozens of bullets pierced through his body. He fell dazedly into a pool of blood. The fire dragon, now bereft of control, let out a final, unwilling roar before dissipating. Only then did the second brother finally reach Lin Qing. Sweat trickled from his palm as he gripped his blade, the wind chillingly sticky against his skin. Though he stood merely 3 steps away from Lin Qing, he dared not advance further, nor could he wield his blade. The second brother swallowed hard, his heart racing. He realized who stood before him. The one who had vanquished the formidable river pufferfish of Shiguan Mountain, exposed the truth of human trafficking, and slaughtered countless bounty hunters and assassins. The most notorious criminal within the land of water, Lin Qing. As his fighting spirit waned, a profound fear took root in the second brother's heart. He recalled the intelligence he had gathered, channeling chakra into his eyes, and beheld the legendary malevolent spirit. A platinum star hovered behind Lin Qing, its icy gaze looking down upon the second brother. In that moment of eye contact, the second brother understood. Flee. Immediately flee. There was no possibility of defeating the opponent. If he did not flee immediately, he would surely be killed. The second in command turned to escape. But just as he took a step, his feet seemed to be glued to the ground. Looking down, he saw streams of water creeping up his legs, making his steps increasingly cumbersome. Damn it! The second in command formed seals once more, gathering chakra into his palms. Wind release, gale palm. A howling wind erupted, scattering the approaching water, and he leaped into the air, using the momentum to escape the battlefield. Boom! He heard the thunder once again. A hand, entwined with golden lightning, tore through the fierce wind, the index and middle fingers coming together like a short sword aimed at him. The second in command was startled and retreated desperately, shouting, "Don't kill me. The 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen are on their way. It won't be long before they find you." 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Uchiha Obito, along with Sakura and the late-arriving Konoha, happened to catch this exchange. If you wish to survive, the only way is to ally yourself with the county lord. With the county lord standing before the daimyo, he could surely protect you. The second in command yelled hoarsely, "Lin Qing, don't be foolish." Obito, Sakura, and the eyes of the villagers were fixed on Lin Qing. They were uncertain of his choice. However, if identities were to be exchanged, they would undoubtedly agree. Wealth, beauty, power, and life, these are the pursuits of mankind. Why must one fight against oneself? Lin Qing retracted his stabbing fingers. Is this your choice? Obito sighed softly. He had initially thought Lin Qing would choose differently. The second-in-command smiled, but in the next moment, he saw that Lin Qing did not withdraw his arm. Instead, it transformed from a point into a fist. Lin Qing's fist crashed into the second-in-command's chest. What? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, the world seemed to freeze, leaving only the snow in the sky, gently falling. He clutched Lin Qing's hand tightly, blood and flesh spilling from his mouth. Do you think that killing us will end it all? Under the pain, death, and hatred, the second-in-command revealed a sinister smile. Soon enough, you will join me in hell. Lin Qing, I will await you in hell. Lin Qing shook his head slightly. You are mistaken on 2 counts. First, I believe that even if I die, I should be able to ascend to heaven. Second, it is not the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen who will be seeking me. With a slight exertion, the second-in-command staggered backward. Just before he lost consciousness, he heard Lin Qing's latter words. I was the one who killed them. Chapter 27. A land of mourning and blood. The evil wolf squad has been annihilated. The second-in-command, third, fourth, and fifth have collectively yielded 270 soul fragments. Current soul fragments, 580. Lin Qing stepped over the second-in-command's corpse, untied the reins of the carriage, let out a horse, and mounted it. Turning back to Obito and Sakura, he said, You stay here. I will make a trip to the county town. Obito grasped his arm. Did you not hear what he just said? 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen are on their way. I am aware. Not only them, but also the samurai, ninjas, and guards within the county town. Are you planning to assault the town head-on? I know. You know nothing. Obito fiercely pulled the reins. Who do you think you are? The legendary Senju Hashirama? If you go today, it is certain death. You don't wish for my demise. Of course not. Why? Obito fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Less than a month prior, she had received orders to eliminate Lin Qing, which had led her to pursue him relentlessly. Seeing her silence, Lin Qing instead smiled. Because you consider me a friend. Lin Qing, a voice called out. It was the Blade Master, rushing over with a massive sword that was nearly his height. In his haste, he had no time to make a sheath, opting instead to wrap it in layers of bandages, reminiscent of the past. With a powerful motion, the Blade Master hurled the sword toward Lin Qing. Lin Qing extended his hand, catching it single-handedly. It felt heavy and cold, yet perfectly suited for him. Dr. Lin. The village chief approached, trembling, accompanied by a group of the elderly and weak. The village chief handed over a thick cloak and a bag filled with food. His lips parted as if he had much to say, yet no words emerged. What could he say? After all these years, the village chief had witnessed too many human emotions, the warmth and coldness of life. Even if Lin Qing had no ties to the village of falling snow, their meeting was merely a fleeting encounter. A local would not dare risk their life for such a cause. Obito was right. This was reality. However, beyond reality, when faced with desperation, people often nurture a glimmer of hope, yearning for a hero to descend from the heavens. Lin Qing accepted the bag, slinging it over the saddle, then donned the cloak, gently patting Obito's hand, which clutched the reins. I must take my leave. Obito could not comprehend. Why must you go? None of the captives are your family. Although the events leading to this point are somewhat connected to you, ultimately, it is the tyranny of the county lord that is to blame. The so-called taxes are merely a guise for his greed and murder. Lin Qing bears no responsibility for that. Lin Qing met Obito's gaze calmly. He pondered many reasons, finally settling on a singular phrase, a land strewn with sorrow and blood. I wish to see if I can save the common people. This simple statement was lost on many present. Obito was among the few who understood, staring at Lin Qing in a daze, even forgetting when she had loosened her grip on the reins. In that moment, she recalled the tragedy of the Blood Mist and the increasingly frenzied policies of the Hidden Mist Village. An impulse surged within her, a desire to follow the man before her into battle and slaughter. Yet, as she took a step forward, she halted. She could not go. The opponent was the county lord personally appointed by the daimyo of the Land of Water, a high-ranking member of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Hidden Mist Village. If she went, it would be akin to betraying her country and ninja village. A warm hand rested on her shoulder, and Lin Qing shook his head gently. Do not burden yourself. Take care of them for me. Lin Qing surveyed the crowd, flicking the reins as the horse neighed. 1 man and 1 horse charged into the snowy night, swiftly disappearing from view. Obito gently touched the spot where Lin Qing's hand had rested, warmth gradually fading, leaving her with a sense of loss. In this world, One is often powerless to control their fate, Obito remarked. You need not feel guilty. Who said I felt guilty? Obito retorted. Did Lin Qing not tell you? I am a ninja sent by another organization to observe him. And Lin Qing, he need not fear that I will use you as leverage against him. Obito crossed her arms. No, Obito, you are not that kind of person. While observing others, you too are being watched. Lin Qing said that this is akin to when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Ouch. Obito playfully flicked Obito on the forehead. You are full of nonsense. Perhaps I should be calling you teacher. The sound of hooves crunching through the snow echoed in the night, trees flanking the path swishing past. Lin Qing grasped the reins firmly, channeling his chakra into the horse. It emitted short, sharp whinnies as Lin Qing lowered his body to reduce wind resistance, accelerating once more. From the depths of the night, racing into daylight, then from daylight back into night, he did not pause for a moment. The evil wolf squad took 5 days to leisurely arrive at Falling Snow Village. Upon receiving the news, they returned to the county town with the villagers in 3 days. Yet Lin Qing accomplished the journey in under 24 hours. With a resounding thud, the hooves hit the edge of the cliff. The last rays of the setting sun casting a crimson hue over the county town below, as if painting it with a layer of scarlet. As the sun vanished, the world succumbed to a brief darkness. Soon, the lights flickered to life in the county town, illuminating the sole source of brightness emanating from the heart of the town, a grand and exquisite mansion. The residents, aglow with brilliant light, resonated with the echoes of laughter and song, starkly contrasting the profound silence and darkness engulfing the humble abodes of the ordinary townsfolk. Lin Qing understood he had arrived at the right place. The county magistrate's residence was hosting a banquet. Seated at the table were 4 individuals. To the left sat the county chief of Sun Village and the fierce wolf, while to the right were the members of the 7 ninja blades, who had come to investigate Lin Qing's whereabouts. Among them was Shizong Biwa, the owner of the decapitating blade, distinguished by his short black hair, lack of eyebrows, sharp teeth, and a cross-shaped scar adorning his right cheek. His ears and neck were wrapped in bandages, and the lower half of his face bore red stripes. Next to him sat Raya Kurochi, the possessor of the Thunderblade. Characterized by his long green hair, bushy eyebrows, and similarly sharp teeth, with his upper body also bandaged. The two sat cross-legged, the ninja blades within easy reach, indulging in food and drink while appreciating the dance of the courtesans below. Shizong Biwa rarely smiled. In recent years, the policies of the Water Shadow had grown increasingly stringent. Despite bearing the title of 7 ninja blades, he was well aware of the hardships faced by his kin. Many from the mist-hidden village had turned traitor, and Shizong Biwa had initially contemplated this path, having heard of a relatively active organization called Akatsuki. However, after his interactions with the county chief of Sun Village, his perspective gradually shifted. Why become a renegade ninja? Would it not be better to bypass the ninja villages and directly serve the feudal lord of the Land of Water? The astute county chief, ever perceptive, sensed Shizong Biwa's thoughts as he poured him more wine, making promises, while the fierce wolf extolled the virtues of the county chief. Shizong Biwa's face flushed with excitement as he grasped the county chief's hand tightly. I have drifted for half my life, lamenting the absence of a wise lord. If you do not disdain me, county chief, when the time is right, I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly. Who could assert that Shizong Biwa was ruthless and cold-hearted? When self-interest was at stake, how many could remain indifferent? As for what constituted the right moment, it naturally meant waiting for the county chief to leave this desolate place and truly become a favored figure in the eyes of the feudal lord. Only the weak needed to gamble during another's downturn. For a strong individual like Shizong Biwa, it sufficed to capitalize on other successes. This unspoken understanding lingered in the air, and they exchanged knowing smiles without breaking the silence. Once the courtesans finished their dance, they approached, offering their embraces. Shizong Biwa did not refuse, opening his arms to welcome one on each side, squinting in pleasure as he caressed their delicate, fair skin. Only Raya Kurochi remained without a woman in his arms. The county chief leaned in and whispered, "Is it that there are no types to your liking, Lord Kurochi? Shall I fetch a different selection?" Shizong Biwa chuckled. "My brother here has a penchant for handsome men." This remark left the county chief and the fierce wolf momentarily bewildered, as did the courtesans who had approached. One of the courtesans let out a soft laugh. Yet, before the laughter could dissipate, an oppressive silence enveloped the banquet. The fierce wolf seized her, and before she could beg for mercy, he snapped her neck. He discarded her lifeless body onto the ground and bowed deeply. My apologies, Lord Kurochi, for interrupting your enjoyment. Raya Kurochi waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed by the incident. Even as several subordinates approached to remove the courtesan's body, none spared her a glance. However, when the topic of handsome men arose, the fierce wolf reminisced, among those I brought back from Snowfall Village, there is a boy named Bai, strikingly handsome. I wonder if it would pique your interest, my lord. Raya Kurochi raised an eyebrow, and upon noticing his expression, the county chief urged, bring him forth at once. Chapter 28. I hear someone wants to kill me? Raya Kurochi harbored two peculiarities. The first was a penchant for organizing funerals for friends and comrades. The act of reminiscing about past times with friends while weeping and feeling sorrowful intoxicated him. The policies of the Shadow of the Arrow satisfied this unique quirk, making him one of the few ninjas who did not yearn to defect from the village. His second quirk was a fascination with handsome men. Though he had a wife and daughter, it was precisely because of this that he realized his disinterest in women. He had merely succumbed to societal expectations of marriage and procreation. Upon hearing of a stunning youth, Raya Kurochi immediately became intrigued and waved his hand. There is no need for trouble. I shall see him myself. With that, he lifted his wine glass and rose to his feet. The county chief, seeing this, took the initiative to lead the way. The four made their way toward the side courtyard where the villagers from Snowfall Village were held captive. Snow fell from the sky, and over 40 individuals huddled in the open yard, covered by thin mats barely thicker than paper. Many appeared pale, their hands and feet turning a shade of purple, clearly suffering from the cold. The Bai family sat huddled together, using their body heat to warm each other. The father, shedding his own clothing, draped it over his wife and daughter. I'm not cold, dear, you should wear it, Bai's mother insisted, genuinely feeling no chill. Within her, a force colder than the wind and snow lay concealed. The father insisted, concern etched on his face. No, you've just recovered from illness. You cannot allow it to relapse. Do not worry, we will surely return home. At the mention of home, a flicker of hope ignited in the eyes of the villagers, worn down by cold and hunger. Can we truly go home? Even the most oblivious among them could sense the fate that awaited them. We will, without a doubt. Bai declared, clenching his small fists. Brother Lin Qing will surely come to rescue us. Upon hearing Lin Qing's name, a glimmer of hope flashed in the villagers' eyes. But no one can save you. Who says that? A villager instinctively retorted. I do, declared the county chief as he strode into the side courtyard. Although he had not practiced any ninja techniques, he was short in stature and unremarkable in appearance, not deliberately adopting a fearsome expression. Yet, as he surveyed the area, his gaze bore a chilling power that compelled everyone to avert their eyes, lowering their heads in submission. The villagers were bewildered by this inexplicable force. Standing behind, Shirzong Bua was acutely aware of its source, the power of authority. How enviable, he mused, his gaze locking onto Bai. Without needing further prompting, he recognized at once that this was the exquisite boy the fierce wolf had mentioned. Not even someone like Raya Kurochi, who favored men, could remain unaffected. As Shirzong Biwa felt a momentary stir of interest. However, upon remembering Bai's masculinity, he shrugged off the thought. Raya Kurochi, on the other hand, was captivated, his eyes gleaming as if he had unearthed a rare treasure. Indeed, he murmured, pressing his lips together before reiterating, very impressive. He strode over, reaching out to grasp Bai's shoulder. What do you want with my child? Bai's mother shouted. The county chief reprimanded her sharply. You shrew. Step aside and do not spoil this grand opportunity for your family. If you serve Lord Kurochi well, I may consider allowing your family to leave. Absolutely not. No one is allowed to touch him. Bai's mother's voice grew resolute. Raya Kurochi's expression turned icy. The fierce wolf rushed forward, slapping Bai's mother across the face. If you truly seek death, I shall end you right now. With a cold snort, Raya Kurochi seized Bai's hand just as a surge of ice erupted from Bai's mother. The icy force repelled Raya Kurochi, causing Shirzong Biwa, standing behind, to raise an eyebrow. A bloodline limit? It seems not too shabby. I said. No one is to touch my child. Bai's mother declared fiercely. Shirzong Biwa's hand moved towards his decapitating blade, while the county chief offered an apologetic smile, gesturing for calm. Madam, you do realize that possessing a bloodline limit within the borders of the Land of Water is a grave offense, do you not? The pallor of the white mother's face was alarming. The power within her had been suppressed for far too long, and now it erupted suddenly. placing an immense burden on her body, as if her veins, muscles, and bones were about to freeze. Yet, what truly tormented her was not the physical pain, but the grotesque gazes of her husband and the villagers, who regarded her as a monster. The policies of the 4 generations of Mizukage had ruthlessly oppressed those possessing bloodline limits. Only a scant few ninjas were permitted to wield such powers. Others, particularly those not from the hidden mist village, faced brutal retribution if their bloodline limits were discovered. This retribution did not merely target the individual, but their family and even the entire village. If one person hoarded a bloodline limit, the entire village would pay the price. This was the law. The county chief of Semura drew a katana from his side and tossed it in front of the White Father, stating, "But I am a compassionate man, unable to bear the sight of rivers of blood. If you kill your wife and voluntarily offer your son, I might find a way to suppress this matter. After all, this falls within my jurisdiction, and as your governing official, I truly do not wish to take your lives." He looked down at the White Father with a smirk, saying, "One life lost or the lives of an entire village. You should be able to make the right choice, no?" The White Father picked up the fallen sword, slowly rising to his feet, with the villagers standing behind him. His gaze towards his wife transformed from concern and affection to sheer loathing, as if, at the moment she unleashed her bloodline limit, she had become a man-eating monster. "Father," I shouted, attempting to awaken him. The White Father approached his wife with the sword in hand. "Do not blame me. As Lord Semura stated, this is the law." He raised the blade high. Though capable of repelling the 7 ninja swordsmen with her ice release, the White Mother found herself unable to unleash it against her own husband. Staring vacantly at the raised blade, "Die, monster!" came the White Father's roar. "Die!" echoed the villagers' cries. The county chief of Semura opened his folding fan to conceal his smile, his eyes filled with disdain. "Fools will always be fools." The black hoe, Leia, seemed to empathize, a trace of sadness crossing his features, yet beneath it lay a deeper elation. Only Pai Pa Shirzong clicked his tongue. If one must kill, let it be direct. He preferred not to waste time on such torturous games. The cold light of the blade descended. Boom! The wall collapsed, and a black shadow came hurtling through, shattering the wall just as the blade was about to descend, severing the White Father's arms. Blood gushed from his severed limbs as he fell to his knees in agony. However, no one's attention lingered on him. All eyes were drawn to the spot where the shadow landed. It was a blade, devoid of a sheath, wrapped in bandages, a massive, fearsome sword. The executioner's blade was already enormous, but this one surpassed it in both weight and size. After smashing through the wall and severing the arms, it plunged deep into the stone floor, its sheer heft already qualifying its wielder as a formidable force. Pai Pa Shirzong and Leia exchanged glances, a flicker of apprehension in their eyes. What tremendous power was this? Who was it? They turned abruptly to face the direction from which the blade had come. Clop, clop, clop. The urgent sound of hooves approached, like the thunder of war drums. Lin Qing galloped in from the end of the street, reaching the shattered wall. Pulling the reins sharply, the horse neighed loudly, its front legs rearing high, while Lin Qing's cloak billowed behind him, shedding a fine layer of snowflakes that glimmered under the moonlight. The mysterious figure bound the hilt of the massive sword and yanked it forcefully, causing the blade to return at an even greater speed. Lin Qing caught it with one hand, his gaze sweeping across the gathered crowd. "I am Lin Qing. I hear someone wishes to kill me." Chapter 29. The Demon Lin Qing. The county chief of Semura took a step back, shielding the villagers behind him. Lin Qing's infamous reputation had already spread throughout the land of water. The county chief never expected him to intrude into his territory, let alone dare to confront him. After the initial shock came overwhelming elation. If he could assist the 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen in slaying Lin Qing, it would be a monumental achievement. The funds he had offered the daimyo had yet to secure him a promotion, as he lacked the merit to gain favor. Now, the opportunity for merit had presented itself. Strong luck, absolute strong luck. The county chief commanded the wolves to assist the 2 lords in eliminating the traitor Lin Qing. Yes, the wolves drew their swords and crouched low, while 2 or 3 guards dashed back to summon the stationed samurai in the county to assemble. Pai Pa Shirzong hefted the executioner's blade. "You are Lin Qing? The rogue ninja from Konoha. Do you know my guy?" Lin Qing had no intention of answering questions. The longer he delayed, the more reinforcements would arrive. "Kill one first." Lin Qing took a deep breath, the ripple of power enveloping him as his horse neighed again. hot breath billowing from its nostrils. He tugged at the reins, propelling the horse over the remnants of the wall, charging like a war chariot towards the county chief, who was cowering at the back. "Kid, you show a remarkable lack of respect for me." Pai Pa Shizong's sinister voice crept into Lin Qing's ear, followed by the sound of slicing air as he swung the executioner's blade toward Lin Qing. Yet Lin Qing did not even glance at him, merely stating flatly, "Is there a problem?" Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled up within Pai Pa Shizong, and he swung his blade with even greater speed than usual. But Lin Qing was waiting for this moment. The platinum star abruptly manifested, delivering a powerful punch, while Lin Qing gripped the sword and slashed from another direction. One man and his shadow launched simultaneous assaults against Pai Pa Shizong. Lin Qing's intention to kill one first did not refer to the county chief. Such a bureaucrat could be dealt with at any time. What mattered were Pai Pa Shizong and Leia. If he could eliminate one first, the battle would become significantly more manageable. Clang! The blades clashed, producing a prolonged, resonant sound. Two long swords, with inverted edges, met Lin Qing's horizontal strike. It was Leia. A flicker of blue lightning coursed over his skin. Adept in lightning release ninjutsu, Leia leveraged his thunderblade to unleash incredible speed in combat. Killing that useless watermelon from Zigwashin seems to have inflated your ego. I will now. Before he could finish, he heard a sizzling sound. Lin Qing's sword, wrapped in bandages, erupted in a surge of silvery flames, incinerating the bindings. A straight, massive, sharply defined black sword appeared before everyone. At that moment, an overwhelming power beyond human imagination surged forth from the blade, pressing down on Leia, making it difficult for him to breathe. What kind of sword was this? The black blade shattered. Under the masterful technique of the blade master, the shattered sword contained 108 channels, mimicking human respiration through waves. When the ripple power was infused, it would yield exponential amplification. Lin Qing was not skilled in swordsmanship. This was pure power, a crushing advantage in speed and reaction. Leia could barely withstand half a second before he was sent flying. The wolves, who had been ready to charge forward in support, froze in shock. One strike. He never anticipated that the legendary 7 ninja swordsman, even in a 2-on-1 situation, could not withstand even a single blow from Lin Qing and would be sent flying. It was utterly terrifying. As the airborne Leia struggled to regain his balance, he swung the thunderblade, sending 2 arcs of silver lightning into the sky. This was the power of the thunderblade, capable of creating and manipulating lightning. Thunder rumbled ominously as a bolt of lightning struck into his hand. Lin Qing cast a glance. Wasn't he that a lightning rod? The black hoe, Thunder Fong, raised his long blade high, its edge shimmering with flickering lightning. As he landed, the blade plunged into the earth. Thunder Burial, Feast of Thunder. Strands of lightning spread across the ground, striking toward Lin Qing like venomous serpents. The vicious wolf regained his senses, forming hand seals to summon 3-winged ninja wolves, which howled and charged forward together. Thunder Fong fixed his gaze firmly on Lin Qing. His intention was not to kill Lin Qing, but rather to temporarily force him back, granting Pai Pa Shizong a moment to breathe. However, as Lin Qing slightly turned his head, their gazes collided mid-air for half a second. Thunder Fong's heart sank. He seized through me. The platinum star seized Lin Qing with one hand, while grasping Pai Pa Shizong's blade with the other. With a powerful thrust, he hurled both of them out of the courtyard. What is he doing? The crowd within the courtyard was bewildered. Is he fleeing? But if so, why take Pai Pa Shizong with him? Did he panic and save the wrong person? Only Thunder Fong realized the gravity of the situation. His heart plummeted. He was forcibly creating a one-on-one scenario. The vicious wolf suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. How terrifying. Not only did he possess immense combat strength, but also an unsettling calmness in battle. After the first round of aggressive assault failed, Lin Qing understood that killing someone amidst a multitude of powerful foes would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, he decisively retreated with Pai Pa Shizong. Lin Qing was merely seeking to exploit a moment of opportunity. He aimed to eliminate Pai Pa Shizong before Thunder Fong and the others arrived to assist. You chose to kill me first? It seems I have been underestimated, Pai Pa Shizong remarked coldly. Is there a problem? The same response, yet with a different mindset. Pai Pa Shizong felt no anger, and he understood that Lin Qing did not underestimate him. Rather, all foes were treated equally in Lin Qing's eyes. Words were merely a means to disrupt one's mental state. Now, such trivial tactics proved ineffective. Thus, they fell into silence, ceasing their verbal exchange. Pai Pa Shirzong's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. The intelligence was flawed. Reports indicated that Lin Qing excelled in manipulating formless malevolent spirits, with his physical body not employing ninjutsu or physical techniques, and he could summon only one malevolent spirit at a time. Pai Pa Shirzong speculated that Lin Qing possessed abilities akin to a summoner of ninja beasts. With the decapitating blade, Pai Pa Shirzong was the most resilient among the 7 ninja blades, and thus, he devised a plan. He would hold off the malevolent spirit while the swift Thunder Fang would unleash a rapid assault to eliminate Lin Qing. Yet, no one anticipated Lin Qing's close-quarters combat prowess to be so formidable. The second stage of ripples, combined with the enhancement of the decapitating blade, allowed Lin Qing to unleash a level of offensive capability that was, for a brief moment, on par with the Platinum Star. Pai Pa Shirzong swallowed hard. This fellow is truly a monster without any discernible weaknesses. No, there is still one weakness: ninjutsu. If only Thunder Fang could arrive in time to jointly employ ninjutsu, they would be able to suppress Lin Qing. The immediate priority was to avoid being killed. But Pai Pa Shirzong's gaze remained fixed on Lin Qing, who approached with the decapitating blade in one hand. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick mist enveloped the area, obscuring Lin Qing's vision, while Pai Pa Shirzong concealed himself within the fog. Lin Qing waited for a few seconds before softly asking, "Aren't you coming to kill me?" His voice echoed within the mist. Standing several meters away, Pai Pa Shirzong scoffed coldly. The hidden mist technique was indeed the most suitable ninjutsu to pair with assassination techniques. But from this moment on, he would not approach within 2 meters of Lin Qing. "Since you want to come, then stand still." Stand still? Pai Pa Shirzong was perplexed by Lin Qing's words. Was this yet another psychological tactic? He hesitated to change his position, fearing Lin Qing might possess some strange method to detect his movements, deliberately saying so. Just then, a faint buzzing sound filled the air, and Pai Pa Shirzong looked up. A series of egg-sized objects descended from the sky. Upon their arrival, Pai Pa Shirzong's face turned pale as he recognized what they were: dozens of miniature missiles. Boom! The explosion illuminated the sky, dispersing the mist. The vicious wolf, the county chief, Thunder Fang, and others rushed to the scene, beholding Lin Qing standing amidst the flames, resembling a demon that had just emerged from hell. Chapter 30. The speculator. The flames subsided, revealing Lin Qing's disappointment. At the same moment, the earth cracked open, and a hand emerged. Pai Pa Shirzong had not perished. Although his body bore extensive burns, several ribs were broken in the explosion, and his organs oozed blood. This hardened man, who had dared to withstand the tailed beast bomb in the original tale, was still alive. At the last moment, he had utilized the earth release, heart decapitation technique, hiding underground by making himself the target. Pai Pa Shirzong was remarkably resilient. However, the battlefield, much like the workplace, never unfolds according to plan. Lin Qing had long understood this, and his fleeting disappointment vanished. He once again lifted the decapitating blade with one hand. Yet this time, the situation had shifted slightly. With each step Lin Qing took, his adversaries retreated. When Lin Qing ran, Pai Pa Shirzong and his group mirrored his movements. The slow-moving county chief, unable to heed the advice of riding a dog with torn trousers, mounted the summoned ninja beast, slapping its rear with one hand as he fled alongside the main group. The scene before them was exceedingly bizarre and absurd. County residents peered through cracks in their doors and windows, witnessing this spectacle and initially believing they were still dreaming, instinctively slapping themselves awake. In an instant, the county echoed with slapping sounds. "Lin Qing, this is your greatest weakness," Thunder Fang shouted. "As long as we distance ourselves from you, you will lose all your means." As he spoke, he wielded 2 long blades, deflecting the bullets fired by the aviation smith with a clanging sound. The frontline combat strength of the aviation smith was adequate to intimidate ordinary genin and could hold its own against Ch Nin. But penetrating the defenses of the 7 ninja blades, a class of formidable opponents, while they were aware of his approach, was an impossible task. Lin Qing recognized the truth in Thunder Fang's words. This was precisely why he had initially ridden a horse, to swiftly charge in and catch the opponents off guard. Thunder Fang continually unleashed arcs of lightning, maintaining a distance of over 10 meters, preventing Lin Qing from closing in, no matter how hard he tried to break through. Lin Qing's brow furrowed slightly. In comparison to the lightning-wielding Thunder Fong, the sight of Pai Pa Shizong, who was being supported by the vicious wolf and continuously forming hand seals, instilled a greater sense of urgency in Lin Qing. He must not be allowed to cast ninjutsu. Lin Qing made his judgment and switched to the hidden purple, wrapping it around the decapitating blade. Grasping the vines, he swung his arm, causing the decapitating blade to spin ominously in the air, emitting a terrifying hum. Everyone understood the horror of this strike. The warriors and ninjas instinctively averted their gazes, fearing they would become Lin Qing's target, much like students hesitant to meet a teacher's eyes during class. Only Pai Pa Shizong remained unbowed, his instincts telling him that Lin Qing's strike was aimed directly at him. Lin Qing swung his arm, and the decapitating blade soared straight toward Pai Pa Shizong. Damn, I knew it. Pai Pa Shizong cursed, hastening his hand seals. But how could he outpace a thrown blade? 3 or 4 warriors trailing behind attempted to block it with their swords, but upon contact, their weapons shattered explosively, leaving shards embedded in their faces, causing them to scream in agony as they fell to the ground, writhing. The decapitating blade continued its relentless trajectory toward Pai Pa Shizong. Thunder Fong's 2 long blades manifested once more. Clang! The decapitating blade collided with Thunder Fong's blades for a second time. Thunder Fong exerted all his strength. However, the Thunder Fong was not a thick-skinned weapon like the executioner's blade. It was designed for agility and swiftness. In his attempt to rescue Piwa Shizong, he engaged in a series of fierce clashes, causing the blade to exhibit slight warping. Grievously pained, the Black Fong Thunder Fong clenched his molars. "Get lost," he commanded, sending the executioner's blade flying. Piwa Shizong shouted, "Well done." His ninjutsu was on the verge of completion. Once unleashed, Lin Qing would undoubtedly perish. Silver Wave Sprint. Lin Qing inhaled deeply as a silver wave surged from the sage of the purple. The dark executioner's blade shimmered with a silver hue, and from the hollow of the blade's back, a torrent of silver energy erupted. The sharp sound pierced the air, distorting it, and the previously launched executioner's blade now descended with even greater speed. The mayor of Senura gasped in astonishment. A miracle, a divine phenomenon. This sentiment echoed among the spectators peering through windows and cracks in the doors. To wield such a massive sword with one hand was already an astonishing feat. The ability to manipulate the blade in midair was beyond comprehension, especially considering Lin Qing's path, where ice and snow had melted, forcing the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen to flee like dogs. The term miracle was the only plausible explanation. Piwa Shizong, however, dismissed such notions. He knew that if the blade struck, his fate was sealed. "Save me," he cried out. It wasn't that he feared death. He was on the brink of reversing the battle's tide with his ninjutsu and could not succumb at the moment of victory. Yet Lin Qing's methods were too swift and ruthless. After Black Fong Thunder Fong deflected the first strike of the executioner's blade, he lost his balance and was unable to assist further. "I'll handle this." A figure surged from the crowd, the mayor's top enforcer, the wolf. His eyes gleamed with unrestrained excitement. The opportunity had arrived. The wolf was an astute opportunist, belonging to a minuscule ninja village. In his youth, while others sought high-ranking missions, he meticulously chose tasks that suited him. Of course, this came at the cost of his comrades' lives. Companions were in abundance. Thus, he quickly rose to the rank of elite jonin. As an adult, the wolf participated in a coup within his village, not out of ambition but rather indifference to success. Even if successful, what was it worth? Merely a leader of a small village, a role he had no interest in. On the night of the coup, he raided the warehouses of 2 organizations, seizing all valuables and becoming a rogue ninja. Subsequently, he allied himself with the mayor of Senura. This was still a brilliant investment. The mayor was but a step away from promotion, and soon the wolf could transform from a rogue ninja of a small village into a genuine power broker. At this moment, Piwa Shizong's technique was nearing completion. The wolf was poised to make the most significant investment of his life, rescuing a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen and becoming the pivotal force in turning the tide against the rebel Lin Qing. As others recoiled in fear, the wolf charged forward, raising his sword high, shouting inwardly, "Come on, Lin Qing, bestow upon me the wealth, power, and fame I desire." He could not fathom that as an elite jonin, he would be unable to withstand a single blow. The executioner's blade descended. In the brief moment before its edge met the wolf's blade, a silver wave concentrated at the blade's edge, and a faint crack echoed. The wolf's sword shattered. The executioner's blade fell straight down, cleaving the wolf in two. With a thud, his lifeless body collapsed, a smile still lingering on his face. A life spent in pursuit of profit ended in a gamble that cost him everything. Yet, because of his sacrifice, Piwa Shirzong remained unharmed. Piwa Shirzong paused for a moment. Then tears welled in his eyes. "Thank you, brother. I never expected such a valiant man to emerge from this small county. I will ensure you receive a grand burial. And I shall honor your memory during the festivals." Rising to his feet, Piwa Shirzong completed the final hand sign, turning to Lin Qing. "Now, are you ready to die?" Water release. Super Great Water Burst. Piwa Shirzong unleashed a torrent of water, forming a colossal sphere that enveloped Lin Qing. "Black Fang," he bellowed. Black Fang Thunderfang raised his dual blades high, unleashing a barrage of lightning into the water sphere, bombarding Lin Qing from all angles. "I want you dead." Piwa Shirzong glanced at the wolf's lifeless body, coldly declaring, "I demand you pay for this valiant man's blood with your own." Chapter 31. Breaking the Deadlock. The water release. Super Great Water Burst enveloped the enemy in a massive water sphere. No matter which direction the enemy moved, the sphere would follow. This technique was particularly effective against Lin Qing, who excelled in close combat. Piwa Shirzong had learned this tactic from a young rogue named Kisame Hashigaki during a drinking session. However, such a vast ninjutsu required immense chakra, and Piwa Shirzong could only sustain it for about 10 minutes at most. Attempting to suffocate a skilled breath control expert like Lin Qing within that time frame was akin to chasing shadows. But there was still Black Fang Thunderfang. Bolts of lightning streaked down into the enormous water sphere, illuminating it like a dazzling crystal. The mayor of Senmura stood in awe, gazing at the massive sphere and the relentless lightning, muttering, "This is the power of a ninja." Compared to these two, the wolf's team was nothing but a bunch of amateurs. Initially saddened by the wolf's death, the mayor's thoughts shifted to the potential of bringing Piwa Shirzong under his command, causing his heart to race with excitement. However, it was not merely a fleeting thought. The electric currents striking the water sphere caused electrolysis, generating hydrogen and oxygen, allowing the townspeople to breathe freely and feel invigorated. In stark contrast, Lin Qing found himself gradually enveloped by a sense of suffocation. He retracted his external wave energy, concentrating it on his skin to shield against the lightning surging through the water. This was the greatest predicament Lin Qing had faced since arriving in the world of Naruto. Unlike Uchiha Itachi, who underestimated him due to misinformation, or Kakashi, who held back, this battle was not a one-on-one melee where Lin Qing could rely on his absolute close combat dominance to overwhelm his opponent. This time, he was up against a duo that worked in perfect harmony, adept in various combat techniques, and possessed thorough knowledge of Lin Qing's abilities. This was a fight devoid of luck, a clash of strength between two formidable forces. The more challenging the problems became, the more one needed to maintain composure. Lin Qing did not allow the suffocating sensation to strip him of his reason, blindly thrashing about. Once the oxygen was entirely exhausted and the ripple faded, he would indeed succumb to death as his adversaries wished. Plans on the battlefield are perpetually outpaced by unforeseen developments. This principle applies equally to Lin Qing and his opponents. Closing his eyes, he found clarity amidst the darkness, sorting through the clues at his disposal. The ripple? No, this current harbored the chakra of Piwa Shirzong. He could not breathe now, and the scant ripple could not reclaim dominion over the water flow to facilitate his escape. The platinum star? No, it could not propel him out. The water would act as resistance, swiftly adjusting to his movements. Aviation Smith, the purple hermit, and the obliteration blade lacked the capacity to extricate Lin Qing from his predicament. As the current gnawed away, the ripple diminished, and the oxygen in his chest thinned. If he could not devise a solution soon, Lin Qing would indeed perish. He opened the system interface. Eliminate the elite Jonin, evil wolf, and obtain 240 soul fragments. Current soul fragments, 820. Should he gamble? 82 draws might yield a 5-star stand to aid Lin Qing in his plight. Just as his finger hovered over the draw button, he slowly withdrew his hand. He could not draw now, at least not at this moment. The draw represented Lin Qing's last flicker of hope. Should he fail to summon a stand, or if the summoned stand lacked the capacity to escape the water sphere, Lin Qing was human, not a machine. The extinguishment of hope in dire straits would severely impact his mentality. After contemplating for a full 5 seconds, he realized there was no other option, no shortcut. To navigate this predicament, he would have to employ the most rudimentary means and traverse the longest path. He abruptly opened his eyes. Platinum Star. The Platinum Star re-emerged behind him. Pai Pa Shizong and Hichue Leia instinctively tightened their grips on their blades upon witnessing Lin Qing's awakening. They were unaware of any further methods Lin Qing might possess. Logically, he had been driven to despair, yet his calm gaze instilled unease within them. Lin Qing handed the obliteration blade to the Platinum Star, which grasped the weapon with both hands, raising it high above his head, then spun it. The obliteration blade, nearly 2 meters long and half a meter wide, with a straight edge, appeared from a distance like a colossal tombstone. In the hands of the Platinum Star, it spun rapidly, churning the water into a tumultuous whirlpool. What purpose does this serve? Do you intend to masquerade as a ship's rotor and extract yourself from the water sphere? A daydream, Pai Pa Shizong exclaimed, though his eyes flickered. This declaration was less for Lin Qing's benefit and more a self-soothing mantra. Just as Pai Pa Shizong was about to articulate further, he suddenly noticed Lin Qing extend a finger, pointing at him from afar. His lips moved, but the sound could not traverse the water. However, for ninjas, lip reading is a fundamental skill. The assembled ninjas discerned Lin Qing's words. Don't rush, just watch closely. A surge of fury ignited within Pai Pa Shizong, who bellowed, Hichue. I understand. Hichue Leia recklessly unleashed his lightning, summoning a tempest of electricity that exceeded his control, bolts striking him intermittently. He gritted his teeth, remaining silent. In that moment, the 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen forgot the orders of the Mizukage, forsook their interests, and became consumed by a singular thought. Eliminate Lin Qing. Kill him. Slay. With a sweeping motion, the Platinum Star conjured a vortex within the water sphere, with Lin Qing standing at its center, the water above him rapidly thinning. He had not considered escape. Since the enemy had employed this tactic, they must have accounted for Lin Qing and the Platinum Star's speed. To flee would be to court death. The true path to survival lay at the deepest part of the water sphere. Pai Pa Shizong exerted all his might in an attempt to forcibly reassemble the roiling water sphere. Veins bulged from his temples, blood seeping from his vessels. The vortex encountered an invisible resistance, slowing its tumult. Lin Qing's path to survival was obstructed. The sensation of suffocation enveloped Lin Qing. Darkness clouded his vision, consciousness wavering. As the mental energy of the stand user dissipated, the figure of the Platinum Star grew indistinct. Success. Pai Pa Shizong clenched his fist in ecstasy. Just then, despite reaching the brink of asphyxiation, Lin Qing's chest exhibited a faint rise and fall. A flicker of golden lightning emerged. Yamabuki-colored ripple. Isolated from the external world by water and lightning, Lin Qing, amidst boundless suffocation, felt the ripple resonate deep within his being, where a thread of qi burgeoned from the void. This was not the qi acquired through external breathing, but rather qi birthed from within Lin Qing's meridians. Or perhaps, it could be termed qi. Lin Qing had awaited this moment. Previously, during his training at the lake on the outskirts of Snowfall Village, he had always lacked a crucial opportunity. Now he had found it. Lin Qing slowly released his finger from the draw card interface. It appeared unnecessary now. As the power of the Yamabuki-colored ripple enveloped him, Lin Qing did not summon the Platinum Star again. Instead, he grasped the obliteration blade with one hand and swung it forcefully. Pai Pa Shizong spat blood, collapsing to the ground. He had lost control over the water flow. The tumultuous waters, now taking the form of a vortex, spread outward, engulfing the legs of both Pai Pa Shizong and Hichue Leia. Hurry, Hichue Leia urged. Pai Pa Shizong nodded heavily and began to retreat. Water release, water dragon bullet. 2 water dragons materialized from thin air, blocking the escape routes of the duo. Under normal circumstances, they could effortlessly slay such water dragons with a single strike. Yet now, Pai Pa Shizong was gravely injured, and Hichue Leia was exhausted. They found themselves ensnared by the water dragons. Who is it? Pai Pa Shizong turned to see a stunningly beautiful woman's face. Kirigakure Mei, you dare betray the village? Kirigakure Mei shook her head slightly. The ones betraying the village are you. Pai Pa Shizong had no time to unleash a tirade of curses as the vortex's waters surged towards them. Oh no, the 2 were swept into the vortex, akin to 2 uncontrollable boats spiraling toward Lin Qing at the center. For the first time, Lin Qing gripped the blade with both hands, infusing the Yamabuki-colored ripple into its edge. The blade resonated with a hum, the obliteration blade trembling subtly as a torrent of golden light erupted from its spine. Pai Pa Shirzong and He Chue Leiyu exchanged glances. There was no escaping now. The only recourse was to harness the vortex's momentum and jointly slay Lin Qing. Both grasped their ninja blades, leaping high from the water, one to the left and one to the right, lunging at Lin Qing. A flash of golden light swept past. The vortex dissipated, transforming into a torrential downpour. Also falling were two lifeless bodies and two severed ninja blades. Lin Qing stood at the center of the deluge and scathed. Eliminate Pai Pa Shirzong, gain soul fragments, 480. Eliminate He Chue Leiya, gain soul fragments, 460. Chapter 32. Farewell to Innocence. The mayor of Senura stared blankly at the two corpses on the ground, feeling a chill in his limbs. His head heavy as if he would faint at any moment. Someone hurried to support him. Thank you, Evil Wolf, the mayor muttered absently. My lord, I am not Evil Wolf. The mayor turned to lock eyes with an unfamiliar warrior, jolting him back to reality. Evil Wolf was already dead. Pai Pa Shirzong and He Chue Leiyu were also deceased. Panic filled the mayor's eyes as he pointed at Lin Qing. How dare you? These were members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, high-ranking officials of Kirigakure. While Lin Qing's slaying of the Watermelon Mountain's pufferfish demon had stirred some controversy due to the exposure of human trafficking, his brazen entrance into the mayor's mansion and the audacious killing of 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen was tantamount to declaring war against Kirigakure. Within the jurisdiction of County Chief Senura, the death of an individual would inevitably implicate him, bringing his political career to a sudden halt. A shadow engulfed him, and with a resounding thud, a formidable blade struck the ground beside him, causing the earth to tremble. The samurai guarding Senura were instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. As Senura raised his gaze, he found himself staring into the eyes of Lin Qing, but before he could fully lift his head, a hand seized his hair. A piercing scream escaped him, akin to that of a pig being slaughtered. One must admit, the life of luxury had bestowed upon Senura a robust physique. His cries were powerful enough to be heard throughout much of the county town. Curious faces peeked out from behind windows, mouths agape, witnessing Senura being dragged like a wild dog by the hair. The turmoil had created an open space, and Lin Qing hurled Senura to the center, sending ripples through the ground as he delivered a swift kick. Startled and terrified, Senura's body seemed enchanted, uncontrollably kneeling. His head bowed, with only his wide, frightened eyes remaining mobile, glistening with beads of sweat. This was clearly a posture akin to that of a condemned man awaiting execution. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps approached, and a line of fiery torches drew near. The samurai tasked with guarding the county had arrived in force, numbering nearly 200. At the forefront was the accountant, his eyes reddened with urgency. Stop. You cannot kill him. Senura echoed in desperation. Yes, yes. You cannot kill me. Why can I not kill him? Lin Qing retorted, his gaze sweeping over the bodies of the fallen ninjas, Pai Pa Shirzong and He Chue Leiya. If he could slay these two, what was one obscure county official? It is different. The accountant strode forward, asserting, killing a ninja and killing an official are not the same. You have eliminated 2 members of the 7 ninja blades, thereby becoming an enemy of the Mist Village. However, to kill County Chief Senura, a local official appointed by the daimyo, is tantamount to declaring war on the entire land of water. You must understand, Mist Village is merely a ninja village. With a single command from the daimyo, it could be transformed into the village of hidden water or mist. But the land of water and its daimyo will remain unchanged. The accountant moved closer to Lin Qing. Should you take Senura's life, it would be an act of treason. You have done enough today. Stand down. The accountant's message was clear. The land of water and Mist Village were not comparable entities. Mist Village was merely a weapon, while the daimyo was the true wielder of that weapon. Lin Qing could slay as many ninjas as he wished without provoking the daimyo's ire. Yet the death of Senura would disturb the very essence of the daimyo's domain. Consider this. Senura, despite presiding over this barren land, managed to supply monthly tributes that filled the national treasury. The loss of such a valuable asset would surely grieve the daimyo of the land of water. Do you comprehend, Lin Qing? Killing me will bring you endless troubles. If you spare me, I will share half of the riches in the warehouse with you. No, I will give you everything. Senura gasped for breath, his eardrums ringing. Are you finished? Lin Qing inquired. Over 100 samurai brandished torches. their crimson flames illuminating Lin Qing's face and reflecting in the wide-eyed villagers watching from the shadows. The accountant swallowed hard. Having calculated accounts and discerned human nature throughout his life, he realized he was utterly unable to predict Lin Qing's next move or fathom his intentions. The accountant opened his mouth to speak again, but suddenly, a hot, foul liquid splattered across his face and into his mouth. It was blood, Samura's blood. Thud. A head rolled to the ground. The townsfolk, having witnessed the event, gasped in disbelief. The once mighty county chief had met his demise. A gust of wind swept through, causing the flames of the samurai's torches to flicker, yet not a single soul dared draw their weapon. The bodies of the two slain ninjas had not yet grown cold, and no one felt themselves superior to Paijia Shizong or Hwaleya. The immense blade in Lin Qing's hand exuded an overwhelming pressure. Their samurai swords appeared as mere toothpicks in comparison. Samura's head rolled to the feet of the accountant, who longed to lift it but found himself unable to bend down, ultimately collapsing to the ground, cradling the severed head and weeping profusely. "Kill me. Lin Qing, just kill me," the accountant cried, casting wary glances towards Lin Qing. Realizing pleas for mercy were futile, he resolved to take the opposite approach in a desperate bid for survival. Lin Qing walked past the accountant, instructing, "I shall spare your life. Preserve this head and deliver it to the next county chief, along with a message." What message?" The accountant stammered. "Take care of yourself." The accountant gazed at Lin Qing's retreating figure, the phrase echoing in his mind as tears ceased to flow, replaced by a tumult of complex emotions culminating in a heavy sigh. Take care of yourself? Did Samura truly err? Indeed, he enacted harsh tax laws, yet was he greedy? Most of the wealth he amassed was given to the daimyo. From the common people's perspective, life was undeniably difficult, but did the commoners dare voice their grievances? In the eyes of the powerful and the ninjas, the common folk were merely a herd of foolish, food-producing livestock. Only Lin Qing, before him, regarded people as human beings. The accountant knelt, bowing deeply in the direction Lin Qing had departed, whispering, "Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. Thank you for your guidance." As Aoi Mei gathered the bodies of the two slain members of the 7 ninja blades, she also retrieved their broken weapons, eventually locating Lin Qing in the county chief's warehouse. He emerged, a sack of candied fruits in hand, consuming one and offering another to the horse waiting at the door. Aoi Mei scrutinized him, confirming that apart from the bag of sweets, he had taken nothing of value, incredulously asking, "Aren't you going to take anything?" Lin Qing chuckled lightly. "I told you I am not in need of money. Compared to me, you require these funds far more." Aoi Mei fell silent, comprehending Sasuke's words. As she observed Lin Qing, she realized he was also scrutinizing her. The man before her was more perceptive than she had imagined. Unsure of how to proceed, Aoi Mei hesitated. Expressing her thoughts and plans might invite peril for anyone who heard. Lin Qing had already attracted enough trouble. In her moment of indecision, Aoi Mei was presented with something, a candied fruit Lin Qing had offered. She accepted it and took a bite. It was sweet, alleviating some of her worries and sorrows. "I intend to undertake a great endeavor," Lin Qing remarked, glancing at Aoi Mei as he articulated her innermost thoughts. "You wish to overthrow tyranny and eradicate despotism. You desire to kill the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, and put an end to the Blood Mist Village. Am I mistaken?" Aoi Mei's mind went blank, her years of ninja training, calculations, and schemes evaporating, leaving only one question. "How do you know?" Chapter 33. The Resistor. Aoi Mei. In Aoi Mei's bright eyes, an unusual innocence surfaced. "How do I know?" Lin Qing bit into a candied fruit and replied, "It is not a difficult inference. You are from the Mist Village. Do not look at me like that. I have my own sources of information." From the moment Aoi Mei arrived, Lin Qing had sent a carrier pigeon to inquire with Kamahara Hayato, who was vacationing in the Hidden Leaf Village, thus uncovering her identity as an elite jonin from Mist Village. As I understand it, the current state of Mist Village is one of chaos, with the Mizukage ruthlessly exploiting every ninja, leaving them no time to rest. You sought me out, likely bearing the task of my demise, yet you refrained from taking action. Meanwhile, the Mizukage has dispatched 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen to eliminate me. Lin Qing shrugged his shoulders, declaring, "Wasting 2 resources on a single project suggests 2 possibilities. Either the Mizukage harbors distrust towards you, or your assignment was orchestrated by him to facilitate your demise through my hands. I believe the latter holds greater weight. In the present, The Village of Mist comprises only 3 types of individuals: those who submit to the massacre and revel in the madness of slaughter, like Black Hole Leia; those who despise treachery and plot their escape, such as Pai Pa Shirzong; and the third category, those who oppose the bloody reign of the massacre. Lin Qing gazed calmly at her. Wherever there is oppression, there will be resistance. Although ninjas may practice the art of patience for years, they cannot all be like docile cattle, heads bowed and toiling away. However, when Terumi Mei considered Lin Qing's description of her as a cow not yet beaten, she felt an inexplicable dissonance. You deduce this from mere hints? Moreover, you've been wearing a face that communicates distress. A visage so heavy with grievances that anyone could tell you are up to something significant. Smell distress? Lin Qing squinted, slightly lifting his chin as his nostrils flared. Indeed. Terumi Mei's lips twitched, her small fists clenched, wishing she could wield a whip against him. I am not burdened by grievances. With a soft sigh, Terumi Mei continued, I do not wish to kill Lord Yagura. I merely seek to request his abdication. In truth, before assuming the role of Mizukiage, he was a commendable individual. Perhaps the pressures of leadership transformed him. Could his temperament have shifted due to Genjutsu? Lord Yagura is a Jinchuriki, impervious to Genjutsu's effects. A Jinchuriki and their tailed beast function as allies. If one succumbs to Genjutsu, the other can adjust their chakra to dispel its influence. Lin Qing nodded. His understanding of ninjutsu and jinjutsu was limited, but he had no choice but to trust the expert's assertion. Many forget their roots after acquiring power. For instance, one day they may be a mere slacker, and the next, after a promotion, they admonish their former peers to adhere to diligence. When do you intend to act? Lin Qing inquired. I require further time for preparation. Overthrowing a Kage and dismantling a convoluted web of interests is no trivial task. Terumi Mei looked at Lin Qing. May I request your assistance? With what means? Anything. As long as I can afford it, I will find a way to gather funds. Following today's battle, Terumi Mei was once again awestruck by Lin Qing's displayed prowess. Having single-handedly slain 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen despite being targeted. With Lin Qing's aid, her chances of success would significantly increase. Lin Qing appraised her before shaking his head. I lack the need for money. He rose, taking the broken blades of Raijinya and the decapitating sword from Terumi Mei's hands. Although no longer of use to him, they could serve Sasuke and Sakura well. Lin Qing mounted his horse and, accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of hooves, leisurely departed the courtyard. Terumi Mei lowered her head in disappointment. Did Lin Qing truly wish to avoid this murky predicament? Indeed, his leaving behind of the warehouse's riches had already been a tremendous assistance. How could she dare to request more? Thus, she relinquished the notion of payment. Raising her gaze to Lin Qing's retreating figure, she observed his profile as he turned, revealing a faint smile. When you truly require my aid, consider it a favor owed. A glimmer of hope illuminated Terumi Mei's eyes. She longed to emulate Lin Qing, to utter words that sounded significant. Yet after a prolonged silence, she could only feel a slight sting in her nose, realizing she resembled the distressed figure Lin Qing described, which prompted her to chuckle. Departing now, Lin Qing waved his hand. Farewell. Lin Qing gathered supplies and led the people of Yuki Village back to their homeland. Many had fallen ill from the cold while at the county chief's residence, prolonging their return journey beyond that of their arrival. By the time they reached Yuki Village, it was already noon on the 4th day. Sasuke and Sakura were squatting at the village entrance, building snowmen. 2 rows of snowmen of various sizes lined the entrance, indicating that the 2 had been waiting for Lin Qing's return. Upon seeing him, their anxieties were finally alleviated. Lin Qing represented their last remaining family. If anything were to happen to him, they would be at a loss for what to do. The village elder and other elders approached, trembling, to greet them as the villagers' eyes glistened with tears while recounting their recent tribulations. However, as the village elder listened, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The Bai family's men bore severed arms, and Bai Mu and Bai had become estranged from their kin. After discerning the series of events, the elder brandished his cane, swinging it at the villagers. The so-called rejection of bloodline limits was a rule established only after entering the blood mist. To murder one's closest kin for the sake of obscure motives was the act of either a fool or a villain. The village elder approached Bai Mu and her daughter, bowing deeply. I apologize. These fools nearly harmed you. Bai replied softly, It's all right, elder. We have decided to leave Yuki Village and will not cause any trouble. Leave? The elder was taken aback. Where do you intend to go? Bai Mu responded. We do not know, but as long as we are together, we can go anywhere. The elder nodded. Bai Mu's possession of a bloodline limit would eventually be revealed. Rather than wait for the ninjas from the village of Mist to arrive, leaving early was the wiser choice. However, living on the run would undoubtedly be challenging. If you have nowhere to go, would you consider following me? I turned to Lin Qing, who was approaching. Is that truly possible? Compared to aimlessly wandering. Following Lin Qing certainly feels safer. I know a group of individuals who are in the process of establishing their own village. I can take you there. The slaying of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the county chief would undoubtedly draw the attention of the daimyo and the village of Mist's retribution. However, Lin Qing understood that with 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen deceased, the village of Mist had lost much of its elite combat strength. The pursuers would likely be adept in poison and assassination, nuisances akin to flies, both bothersome and of little value. Lin Qing resolved to temporarily vacate the village of Mist, seeking new objectives while also visiting the new village of survivors from the trafficking case. The Land of Water was an appealing location, but after his recent killings, Lin Qing felt it prudent to allow the region some respite. Once a new wave of fugitives and powerful individuals emerged, he would return to reap the rewards. They decided to rest for the night and set off early the following morning. That evening, Lin Qing ventured into the forest to hunt various game, while Bai Mu prepared a feast and produced some treasured wine from her home. As for Bai's father, he had locked himself away in the bedroom. Lin Qing, Bai Mu, and Bai chose not to take his life. Rather, they had already killed him in their hearts the moment he had raised a blade against his wife. The group savored their rare moment of leisure. If only our teacher were here, Sasuke whispered. She is quite a remarkable person. Lin Qing patted Sasuke's head. She is currently engaged in a significant endeavor. What kind of endeavor? Once successful, it will ensure that we no longer live in fear and can enjoy days as blissful as today. Sasuke nodded, somewhat understanding. Upon Lin Qing's return, Sasuke and Sakura relaxed. After dinner, the 2 children soon drifted into a deep slumber. Lin Qing sat by the window, unfurling a sheet of paper under the moonlight, contemplating future plans. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. The sound was soft and gentle, unmistakably a woman's knock at the door. Lin Qing approached and opened it to find Bai's mother standing there, clad in a beige kimono with her hair elegantly styled. She possessed a stunning beauty and a graceful figure. Mr. Lin, the children are asleep. Would you mind if we had a chat? Chapter 34. Embrace of Affection. Mr. Lin. The children are asleep. Would you mind if we had a chat? Bai's mother tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Lin Qing glanced at the peacefully sleeping Xiao Tao and Zhuoshu, signaling for her to step outside to speak. They moved to the living room, where tea and snacks had been thoughtfully prepared. Bai's mother invited Lin Qing to sit down beside her, pouring tea and presenting it to him. However, the proximity felt a tad too intimate. At just 29, Bai's mother was in the prime of her beauty, having seemingly just bathed, her hair slightly damp, and a faint, alluring fragrance wafted through the air. Her fair complexion, tinged with a rosy hue, resembled a ripe peach, exuding an enticing charm. As she handed him the teacup, Lin Qing momentarily fancied he heard a whisper, "If you are inclined, indulge in my half-empty cup of wine." He chuckled softly. "Sir, what brings forth your laughter?" she inquired. Lin Qing waved his hand dismissively, accepting the tea but placing it on the table. "If you have something to say, please do so directly. There is no need for this formality." The two were close, yet upon locking eyes, the previous allure dissipated like steam from the tea, vanishing without a trace. Bai's mother gazed at the man before her, realizing that her prior thoughts were both base and immature. "I apologize, Mr. Lin. I thought." She had assumed that by aligning herself with Lin Qing, offering such a gesture, she would ensure their safety. Yet, she now recognized that her actions were an affront to his character. "Mr. Lin is not like other men. How could I think so?" Noticing the admiration in her eyes, Lin Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment and averted his gaze. Bai's mother maintained her kneeling position, producing a letter from her bosom and respectfully extending it towards him. "What is this?" Lin Qing asked, puzzled. Without elaboration, she pushed it closer. He took it, opened it, and found it filled with tightly packed script. At the top was her name, Mayuli. Below, it detailed her ancestry, recounting their journey to the snow-laden village to escape war, her skills, and an elaborate description of her bloodline abilities. "Mr. Lin," she declared, her hands clasped in front of her, "from this day forth, my son and I shall follow in your footsteps and serve your household." Should you have any requests, please feel free to voice them. With that, Ma Yuli bowed deeply. Lin Qing glanced at the letter and then at the kneeling, bowing Ma Yuli, momentarily lost in thought. The employment conditions of both his past and present lives had deteriorated to such an extent. He closed the letter. I am merely taking you to a new village. There is no need for such solemnity. Ma Yuli raised her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Perhaps it is a woman's intuition. But I sense I will be troubling you for a long time, Mr. Lin. Lin Qing smiled back, pouring her a cup of tea and gently clinking cups. Then, may we have a long and fruitful relationship. After bidding farewell to Ma Yuli, Lin Qing exhaled in relief, rising to leave the Bai household. He called out to the shadows, "Stop hiding, come out." Hee. Dao Yi emerged from the corner, awkwardly saying, "I seem to have arrived at an inopportune moment." "No, your timing is just right." Lin Qing had intended to seek Dao Yi before departing the following day. With his arrival, it spared him from delaying his schedule. "Did you come for the 2 broken ninja blades?" Lin Qing inquired. Dao Yi nodded. For him, legendary blades held greater allure than beauty, wealth, or power. He had tossed and turned in bed, finally deciding to come over. However, Dao Yi scratched his head. "I did not expect to overhear your conversation upon arrival. Nor did I think you would refuse her service." Ma Yuli had essentially offered herself to Lin Qing, ready for him to accept her without hesitation. They say sons resemble their mothers. Just look at Bai's beauty, and you can see how enchanting Ma Yuli is. Lin Qing asked, "What do you take me for?" "A normal man. Men exchange secrets for trust, while women express loyalty through their bodies. In this dismal world, such unspoken rules are widely acknowledged." Lin Qing was willing to ensure the safety of the mother and child, and the mother's offering of her body as gratitude and loyalty was all too commonplace. Lin Qing chuckled softly, "And now?" Dao Yi patted his chest confidently. "Like me, a man of unwavering principles, impervious to the allure of women." Lin Qing shook his head. He was not devoid of desire. Rather, he found the premise unacceptable. Moreover, the woman's husband, or rather, ex-husband, was still asleep in the next room. Lin Qing understood the Japanese-inspired backdrop of the world they inhabited, but this situation felt overly reminiscent of it. Returning inside, Lin Qing retrieved the 2 broken blades and handed them to Dao Yi. As Dao Yi caressed the legendary ninja blades, his expression grew complex. After a long moment, he sighed. "My father spent his life crafting blades, yearning to create one that surpassed the 7 ninja blades, only to die with that regret. In my own lifetime, I too have devoted myself to the craft, believing that the ideals passed down through generations would accompany me to the grave. Thanks to you, I can forge a blade capable of severing the 7 ninja blades." Lin Qing smiled. The 7 ninja blades indeed epitomized the pinnacle within their domain. Yet, when traditional avenues fail against established titans, exploring a new niche offers a chance for a strategic advantage, a method validated by experience. "I entrust you with the blades belonging to Zuoshu and Xiao Tao. I will return for them in due time." Dao Yi beamed. "Rest assured, they are in good hands." Once Dao Yi departed, Lin Qing summoned Aviation Smith to ensure no one else sought him out before returning to his room. Cradling the unfinished teacup as he sat before a sheet of draft paper to tally his recent gains, before arriving at the snow-laden village, "I possessed 310 soul fragments." Lin Qing inscribed 310 on the paper. "By eliminating the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th members of the wolf pack, I acquired 270 fragments. Defeating the wolf pack granted me 240 fragments, while vanquishing Pai Pa Shirzong yielded 480 fragments. Lastly, the demise of Hei Chue Leiyan netted me 460 fragments. The current total of soul fragments stands at 1760, converted into draws, that equated to 176 draws. As long as Lin Qing did not suffer extreme misfortune, that should suffice to summon a new 5-star stand. Should he draw? This time, he had been nearly cornered by the combined might of Pai Pa Shirzong and Hei Chue Leiya. With news of his defeat of the 2 members of the 7 ninja blades spreading, any future adversaries would only become increasingly formidable and cautious, strategizing against his every capability. A new stand would undoubtedly serve as his trump card. If he could summon a stand like Death God 13 or White Serpent, it would even counter illusions. However, Lin Qing called 4th Platinum Star. The 2nd-tier Platinum Star, having lost its initial stealth advantage, could no longer achieve a crushing victory against ninjas of the 7 ninja blades caliber. Should the enemy operate as a team, once Platinum Star became ensnared, Lin Qing would face the foes alone. Elevating Platinum Star to the 3rd tier would significantly enhance its combat prowess. Furthermore, if the system adhered to the original manga design, reaching the full level, 5 tiers, would likely enable Platinum Star to access the time stop ability. Should he summon a new 5-star stand or enhance Platinum Star? Lin Qing scratched his head. What a delightful dilemma. After much deliberation, he made his decision to elevate Platinum Star. The uncertainty surrounding the extraction of new 5-star stands is overwhelming. Should I summon a stand with overlapping abilities or one like Aviation Smith, which is more auxiliary in nature? It would hold little significance for Lin Qing at this juncture. Lin Qing intends to elevate the stand with the greatest potential, the Platinum Star, to level 3. The soul fragments swirled away, countless shards shimmering with iridescent light, cascading onto the form of the Platinum Star. Initially, enhancing the Platinum Star from level 2 to level 3 would require 1,000 soul fragments. However, Lin Qing managed to pool together a considerable amount of fragmented experience points, ultimately expending 830 soul fragments to elevate the Platinum Star to level 3. It grew more formidable, its fierce demeanor intensifying, with its already formidable power, speed, reflexes, and precision receiving comprehensive enhancements. Most astonishingly, the Platinum Star acquired a new ability, Platinum Skin. This ability hardens the Platinum Star's skin to its utmost limit, significantly mitigating enemy attacks. Previously, Lin Qing had to maneuver the Platinum Star to evade or block incoming strikes, which delayed his assaults. With the Platinum Skin, he could now disregard most attacks, charging directly at his foes with reckless abandon. The leap from level 2 to level 3 requires 1,000 fragments, while ascending from level 3 to level 4 demands a staggering 2,000. However, the investment is well worth it. Whether for direct combat enhancement or the future acquisition of the time stop ability, expending these 1,000 fragments is justified. With 930 soul fragments remaining, Lin Qing resolved to retain them as a strategic reserve. Should he encounter formidable adversaries necessitating an urgent power boost, he could draw upon these reserves. If not, he would gradually accumulate more fragments to further elevate the Platinum Star, striving to attain the ability for time manipulation as soon as possible. The following morning, Lin Qing, Sasuke, Xiao Tao, Mayuri, and Bai embarked on their journey to the survivor village. Only a handful of villagers came to see them off, and even Bai's father was absent. Lin Qing waved goodbye to Daoran and the village chief, tugging at the reins as the cart slowly departed. As the cart faded from view, the village chief lowered his hand and suddenly heard a gasp from behind. Not good. Bai's father has hanged himself. The villagers hurried over to discover a lifeless body. The old village chief sighed, a self-inflicted tragedy. Chapter 35. The massacre. Lin Qing and his companions traversed mountains and crossed seas, departing from the borders of the land of water. On their journey, they passed through the land of waves, but encountered no further incidents of trafficking. Lin Qing did not believe that the adversaries had reformed after their previous lesson and ceased their operations. The land of waves is fundamentally corrupt. It cannot be resolved by simply sinking a few ships or eliminating a handful of crew members. The trafficking likely continued through more covert means. The group traversed the land of waves without incident, and Lin Qing and Sasuke finally returned to the territory of the Land of Fire after a long absence. The survivor village was located in the northern part of the Land of Fire, nestled within a dense forest. The path ahead would not be easy, as there were no official roads, and they could only trek through the woods. Fortunately, the group possessed some level of skill, and even Mayuri and Bai, who had never trained before, exhibited extraordinary physicality due to their bloodline limits. Throughout this journey, Lin Qing found himself much more at ease than before, particularly enjoying Mayuri's attentive care. From their departure to meal preparation and evening rest, Mayuri organized everything with the grace of a gentle elder sister. Lin Qing, not wishing to be a hindrance, attempted to assist several times, but found himself unable to keep pace with Mayuri's rhythm, thus silently relishing her care. Time flew by, and over 2 months passed. With no urgency for speed, their journey was leisurely, with occasional stops in towns to replenish supplies. Fire release, great fireball technique. Lin Qing swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a ninjutsu in a clearing. Taking advantage of the recent lack of adversaries, he began to learn ninjutsu alongside Sasuke. It was not with the intention of becoming a ninja, but rather to have additional means of response. a prudent approach for better understanding oneself and one's foes. Yet, a miniature fireball no larger than a balloon emerged. It was still insufficient. Lin Qing dismissed the ninjutsu with a frustrated clap. While the hand seals and technique were fine, the issue lay with the chakra. Lin Qing could not properly gather chakra. Chakra is a surreal energy formed by the fusion of body and spirit. Lin Qing's physique was robust, but the problem resided in the spirit. Sasuke pondered, stroking his chin. Qing, could it be that as a stand user, your mental energy is entirely devoted to manifesting your stand, rendering you unable to produce chakra? This was indeed a possibility. However, another potential explanation was that Lin Qing's soul did not belong to the world of Naruto. Compared to the locals, Lin Qing's soul lacked the necessary components to generate chakra. If he could discern the differences in their souls, he might be able to attempt training in ninjutsu. Lin Qing contemplated this for a moment before shaking his head. Abandoning the notion, he lacked the requisite knowledge in that area. Rather than squandering time on this, it would be wiser to focus on cultivating ripple. Buzzing. Aviation Smith circled overhead. Lin Qing arrived at the destination. The survivor village should be nearby. After nearly an hour of searching, ding. The detection field of Aviation Smith indicated a decline in the faint breaths of small animals, signaling that human activity lay approximately a kilometer ahead. We are almost there, Lin Qing announced. With the conclusion of their 2-month journey approaching, Mayuri gently embraced Bai, both anxious and excited to reach their new homeland. Xiao Tao and Sasuke wore smiles. Having formed acquaintances with many of the survivors during their time on the boat, eagerly anticipating their reunion. Seeing everyone so joyful, Lin Qing also smiled, yet gradually. His expression grew somber. Qing, Sasuke inquired. Lin Qing replied, something feels off. The traces of small animals had indeed vanished. Yet why was Aviation Smith unable to detect any human presence? Even if the villagers were out farming or hunting, it was improbable that the entire village had vacated. Lin Qing, wielding the destruction blade, led the charge, followed closely by Sasuke and the others. As they leaped through the thicket, they soon spotted a broken wooden sign emblazoned with the words Hope Village. This was the name bestowed upon the village by the survivors. Hope reborn after enduring profound despair. Lin Qing set the sign back down and raised the destruction blade. Before they could enter the village, a noxious stench assailed their senses, an eerily familiar odor. Lin Qing pondered for a moment before recalling when he had last encountered it. On the very first day he arrived in the world of Naruto, at the Uchiha compound. As he pushed open the door to his courtyard and stepped onto the street, the air was thick with the scent of blood, entrails, and decaying corpses. However, the odor in Hope Village bore an additional note of rot. All around lay collapsed buildings, overgrown fields, and numerous decaying corpses. Lin Qing closed his eyes, vivid images flooding his mind. Hopeful individuals striving for a new life, brutally slaughtered by invading hunters without reason. Yes, for no reason at all. They were not ninjas. Nor did they possess substantial wealth, and they were not taken for trafficking. It was a senseless massacre. The gaze of the group fell upon Lin Qing. With a decisive thrust, he planted the blade into the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and spoke in a calm voice. Let us first take care of the bodies. The group began transporting the corpses to the center of the village. 103 bodies, some dismembered and strewn about, forcing them to first gather the upper halves. Lin Qing examined each corpse until he reached the last one, nodding to Sasuke. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball, towering several dozen meters high, manifested. The local resident, Sasuke, having undergone rigorous training in the ripple technique, experienced a significant enhancement in both physical and mental prowess. His chakra amplified to an extent beyond measure. Flames devoured the corpses, crackling as they burned. Lin Qing and his companions stood before the inferno, silently observing until the flames extinguished, leaving only a blanket of ash behind. The platinum star plunged its hands into the ground, heaving upward, overturning the earth to cover the ashes, forming a rudimentary grave. Mayuri conjured an ice blossom between her hands and offered it to Lin Qing. Qing-gu, what shall we do next? Sasuke inquired. After departing from the boat, they resolved to establish a new village for the survivors, totaling 160 individuals. However, only 103 bodies remained, indicating over 50 had survived. This group, having chosen not to return home or seek political asylum in Konoha, were truly individuals filled with courage and hope. They placed their trust in Lin Qing and, following his guidance, arrived here to commence a new life. Lin Qing placed the ice blossom before the grave. His connection with the villagers of Hope Village was merely transient. He owed them nothing, yet he felt a profound empathy for these hopeful souls who did not deserve such a tragic fate. At the very least, their demise was undeserved. I will seek out the survivors and inquire about what transpired. But how do we find them? Xiao Dao asked, judging by the state of decay of the bodies. It had been half a month since the catastrophe. Even if there were survivors who escaped, their whereabouts would have long been obscured by trees and underbrush over such a span of time. Lin Qing was well aware of this. We shall venture to the nearby city. I require a camera. Chapter 36. The Toad Sage. A newly acquired instant camera lay on the table. Lin Qing inhaled deeply. Hermit's purple, violet vines appeared, coiling around Lin Qing's arm as he forcefully slashed downward, a delicate golden ripple flickering as the instant camera shattered. Remarkably, the broken camera continued to emit photo paper. Lin Qing grasped the paper, giving it a shake, gradually revealing the visage of a man. Lin Qing recalled his name, the Amber Bear Man. He was a tall individual with piercing eyes. It was he who had represented the survivors to express their gratitude to Lin Qing, leading over 160 survivors in the establishment of the village. The Amber Bear Man in the photograph appeared disheveled, one eye blinded, and his body adorned with various wounds wrapped in bandages. In the image, he bore a water barrel larger than himself, gritting his teeth as he transported goods. Platinum Star. Lin Qing switched to his stand-in, activating the printing effect of the Platinum Star. One hand grasped the photo while the other retrieved a pen prepared on the table, meticulously illustrating details invisible to the naked eye onto paper. Soon, Lin Qing discovered a lead. On the edge of the barrel was embedded a thumb-sized iron piece, inscribed with Matsumoto Sake Brewery. Matsumoto Sake Brewery? Why would the Amber Bear Man be employed by a sake factory? Given his pale complexion, he required rest far more than work. Lin Qing exchanged glances with the others in the room. A similar answer dawned upon them. After the massacre of Hope Village, the survivors were likely enslaved and sold to work in the brewery. The group dispersed, infiltrating the city to gather information. Lin Qing initially anticipated it would take considerable effort. Yet that very evening, they located the Amber Bear Man. Indeed, Matsumoto Sake Brewery was a local enterprise. Amber was seated at a table, sharing a meal with a group of laborers. Given the physically demanding nature of the work, Matsumoto Sake Brewery provided a generous lunch, featuring rice, fish, and even an egg. However, the Amber Bear Man's plate contained only a solitary ear of corn, devoid of anything else. As he gnawed on the corn and spotted Lin Qing approaching, he froze, his remaining eye reddening with tears. The Amber Bear Man stood and strode forward, about to kneel, but recalled that Lin Qing disliked such gestures, and thus bowed deeply instead. Choking on his words, "Sir, he struggled to articulate the recent tribulations, yet the multitude of events overwhelmed him, rendering him speechless. Lin Qing gently patted his shoulder, channeling a ripple of power to mend the Amber Bear Man's injuries. "No rush, take your time." Xiao Dao presented an orange. "Uncle, have an orange." The Amber Bear Man accepted the orange, nodding vigorously. The unfolding events aligned closely with Lin Qing's conjectures. It was indeed an unpremeditated massacre. However, what surpassed Lin Qing's expectations was that the perpetrator appeared to be a madman, incessantly muttering to himself, capable of transforming into various monstrous forms. Having slain many within the village, the Amber Bear Man recounted, yet he did not kill for the sake of killing. He was merely venting his emotions. "I charged at him, intending to fight back, but was knocked unconscious. Upon awakening, I discovered the madman had already departed. I counted the survivors, and there were fewer than 50, most of whom were injured. Fearing the madman would return to kill again, the Amber Bear Man led the survivors to the town, renting a small warehouse with the remaining savings from the village, purchasing medicine to tend to the wounded. Yet, it was far from sufficient. The Amber Bear Man and others capable of movement sought work to earn money, aiming to hire a doctor and procure food. However, some had given up, unwilling to toil while injured for the sake of others, quietly slipping away. Lin Qing nodded. It was understandable. Human nature is inherently selfish, and after enduring such profound trauma, how many could muster the strength to care for others? Merely refraining from self-harm was already a testament to resilience. Yet, it was precisely because such fortitude was rare that the Amber Bear Man and those who remained were commendable. "How many of you are left?" Lin Qing inquired. "Including myself. There are 34 remaining. Only 5 are able to work, while the rest recuperate in the warehouse." From over 160 who disembarked, merely 30-something remained. Lin Qing gazed up at the azure sky. Though the sun shone brightly, warmth was absent, as if the world were a gaping maw, devouring all in its path. 5 individuals to sustain 29. No wonder, while other workers feasted on rice and fish, the Amber Bear Man subsisted on a single meager ear of corn. He was conserving food to tend to the wounded. Do you have any more detailed clues about the madman? The activation of Hermit's Purple required a specific trigger. The more corresponding clues and causalities there were, the better the target could be pinpointed. The Amber Bear Man pondered before responding. Sir, I am uneducated and not eloquent. Compared to me, the official wanted posters from the Land of Fire are clearer. Wanted posters? It turned out that the murderer of Hope Village was a repeat offender, having commenced his rampage from the northern regions of the Land of Fire. Leaving 6 villages in his wake of brutal slaughter, the Land of Fire had long since issued a bounty. This order had also reached Konoha, and there were likely ninjas investigating in the surrounding cities. Take us to see, Lin Qing commanded. Yes, the Amber Bear Man led the group away from Matsumoto Sake Brewery, encountering his foreman along the way, who asked suspiciously, "Who are these people?" The Amber Bear Man froze, uncertain how to address Lin Qing. As he contemplated, Lin Qing interjected. "We are his friends." "Friends, you say? How wonderful. You have no idea. Despite his injuries, Amber works tirelessly day and night. I genuinely fear he might collapse from overexertion." The foreman departed. The Amber Bear Man lowered his head slightly. "Lord Lin, I apologize." "Why apologize?" "I do not know, but there is a difference in status." Lin Qing shook his head gently. "Nonsense about status. If you wish to accompany me, do not utter such words." Setting aside the disparity in their power, the Amber Bear Man's willingness to toil relentlessly for a group of individuals with whom he shared no blood ties underscored his remarkable character. A man of such audacity, willing to shoulder responsibility, is indeed worthy of Lin Qing's friendship. Lin Qing patted the dazed Amber and exited the distillery. Amber inhaled deeply, gazing at Lin Qing's retreating figure, feeling a fire ignite within his heart, eagerly willing to follow Lin Qing and repay with his life. He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and hurriedly caught up. The bounty notice was affixed upon the most bustling commercial street in the city. Lin Qing approached it, disregarding the astonishment of onlookers, and raised his hand to tear it down. "I advise against that," a rough, resonant voice came from behind him. Lin Qing turned to look. A middle-aged man with disheveled white hair, red streaks extending from the corners of his eyes to his chin, wearing a forehead protector and a red jacket, stood smiling a few steps away. "Who are you?" Lin Qing inquired. "I have many titles, but those familiar with me usually call me Toad Sage." Chapter 37. Jiraiya's probe. Jiraiya, who was investigating the whereabouts of Orochimaru, did not expect to encounter Lin Qing and Sasuke here. The imposing blade on Lin Qing's back was exceedingly conspicuous, and with Sasuke and Xiao Tao by his side, any discerning observer could deduce his identity. However, deducing was one thing. Willingly approaching was another. Through the passage of time and distance, Lin Qing's feats of slaying 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had transformed into tales of him single-handedly vanquishing the elite of the Mist Village, effortlessly dispatching multiple members of the 7 ninja swordsmen and repelling the Mizukage before departing with grace. Jiraiya had heard of the tragedy that befell the Uchiha clan and was somewhat aware of Danzo's clandestine misdeeds. This knowledge contributed to his reluctance to return to the village. With his temperament, witnessing such events was unbearable. Thus, he chose to leave the village under the pretext of searching for Orochimaru, preferring to avoid the troubles that would come from staying. Jiraiya had long been aware of Lin Qing, one of the last scions of the Uchiha clan. Some spoke of him as a remorseless killer, while others regarded him as a savior. Jiraiya wished to see for himself what manner of person Lin Qing truly was. "Toad Sage?" Before Lin Qing could respond, young Sasuke tilted his head, noticing the special dish of the day at the izakaya behind them was bullfrog sushi. "Uncle, are you here to solicit customers?" Jiraiya's eye twitched slightly. "This Uchiha brat is rather uncharming. I wish to warn you, this bounty is exceptionally perilous." Lin Qing scrutinized the man before him. "Are you a broker?" "You could say that." Jiraiya gestured invitingly. "How about we drink and chat? I know a place where the landlady is both fair and beautiful, and the sake is quite good." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qing decided to converse with this self-styled Toad Sage. Although he hailed from Konoha, the fragments of his past memories were too vague. and his understanding of Konoha and the Land of Fire was perhaps less than that of the Mist Village and the Land of Water. He required information from a local. The group arrived at the izakaya Jiraiya had mentioned. He was not mistaken. The landlady was indeed beautiful, her kimono slightly open at the collar, revealing a small mole on her chest as she bent to pour sake. However, when the landlady attempted to serve Lin Qing, Mayuri gently intervened, taking the bottle from her hand and pouring for Lin Qing herself. Lin Qing thanked her and turned to Jiraiya, asking, "Why do you say the bounty is dangerous?" Jiraiya sipped his drink, letting out a satisfied sigh as he leaned back in his chair, one hand resting on his knee while he picked up a skewer of yakitori. "You have heard of Orochimaru, I presume?" Lin Qing nodded slightly. Since meeting Kamihara Hayato, he had commissioned him for a long-term information task regarding Uchiha Itachi. Itachi was a complete lunatic, and such individuals often harbored incredibly strong obsessions. Lin Qing's intuition told him that as long as he and Sasuke were alive, they would inevitably cross paths with Itachi again. During his investigations into Itachi, he had gleaned some information about Orochimaru, a rogue ninja from Konoha, one of the legendary Sannin. Itachi's teammate after joining the Akatsuki, who later defected from the organization and vanished without a trace. "So, are you implying that this countless killer madman is Orochimaru?" Lin Qing inquired. "No, it is Orochimaru's creations that kill," Jiraiya clarified. "You mean artificial beings?" "Artificial beings?" Jiraiya paused, vaguely grasping Lin Qing's intended meaning, and nodded. "So that is the case." Lin Qing recalled the description of the perpetrator from the bounty: fierce, burly, able to transform into a monster, adept at manipulating bones as weapons. Based on Lin Qing's understanding of ninjutsu, he had not heard of any lineage possessing such abilities. If they were artificial beings, everything would make sense. Jiraiya quietly observed Lin Qing as he pondered. Currently, the village was in a state of transition, with the middle generation, including Minato and Jinchuriki Kushina, having perished, and the Uchiha clan having vanished. Jiraiya and Tsunade wandered separately, leaving only the heads of the various clans and individuals like Kakashi and Guy behind. Jiraiya, having traveled extensively, had witnessed many things. While the Mist Village continued down its path of self-destruction, the other major villages either aggressively developed their military, like the Cloud Village, or bided their time, like the Rock Village. Each clan was growing stronger, while Konoha, once the mightiest, was in a state of decline. With Jiraiya's influence in Konoha, he had enough clout to protect Lin Qing and Sasuke, allowing them to return to the village. However, this was contingent upon Lin Qing not being a true villain. Jiraiya intended to test this. Once you engage with that artificial being, it is highly likely to provoke Orochimaru's retaliation. The official reward from the Land of Fire is meager. Rather than risk so much, Jiraiya produced a gold bar and a photograph from his pocket. The gold bar was about 2 fingers thick and weighed roughly half a pound. In the photograph was a girl with a radiant smile. "This is the daughter of the daimyo from the Land of Iron. Bring her to me," and he tapped the gold bar. "This is merely a down payment. Upon completion of the task, there will be 5 more. 6 gold bars, given the purchasing power in the world of shinobi, would allow for an extravagant lifestyle for an entire year. Compared to the official bounty, this advance was considerably more enticing. The Land of Iron had no ninjas, only samurai, making this task simple, easy, and lucrative for Lin Qing. Jiraiya observed Lin Qing and his companions. As he watched, he sensed something amiss. Lin Qing turned his head, gazing out at the rising moonlight, ignoring the gold on the table and Jiraiya's presence. The others, including Sasuke and Xiao Tao, likewise disregarded the gold, casting Jiraiya disdainful looks. Not a single person, not even for a moment, was swayed by the gold on the table. There was no hesitation, no questioning glances directed at Lin Qing. It was as though, without words, they all understood that Lin Qing would never accept such a tainted commission. It was simply astonishing. What kind of charisma did he possess? Despite being merely a youth compared to the middle-aged Jiraiya, Lin Qing's composed demeanor while savoring his drink exuded a psychological pressure that was palpable to Jiraiya. This pressure did not stem from power, but from a more elusive quality. Lin Qing finished his drink, placing 2 bills beneath his cup. "This sake isn't that expensive," Jiraiya remarked. "The remainder is your information fee." Realizing Lin Qing was referring to the intelligence regarding the connection between the wanted criminal and Orochimaru, Jiraiya responded. "You know this will draw Orochimaru's ire, yet you still wish to proceed?" Lin Qing retrieved the massive blade resting beside him and strapped it back onto his back. Of course. Moreover, it is not I who has provoked him. It is he who has drawn my ire. Jiraiya was taken aback, then suddenly slammed his fist on the table, erupting into laughter. Lin Qing, you are indeed quite fascinating. My apologies, allow me to reintroduce myself. Jiraiya rose to his feet and approached Lin Qing, extending his hand solemnly. I am the Sage of the Toads. You may also call me Jiraiya. Lin Qing glanced at the hand he offered. How can you prove it? How does one validate I am who I am? This question might have confounded another, yet Jiraiya smiled. By taking my hand, you shall naturally come to know. A hint of greenish-blue energy manifested in his palm. Sage Chakra. Chapter 38. Mastering Natural Energy. Sage Chakra is a power that Jiraiya had truly mastered only after decades of training. To enter Sage mode, he required approximately 5 minutes for a ritual. But displaying a modicum of Sage Chakra could be done at any time. Jiraiya extended his hand, inviting Lin Qing to touch his palm, promising that he would sense the uniqueness of the Sage Chakra. But do you dare? Jiraiya inquired, gazing at Lin Qing. In the next moment, with a clap, Lin Qing grasped Jiraiya's hand, golden ripples shimmering forth, standing in opposition to the Sage Chakra in Jiraiya's palm. The expressions of both men underwent subtle changes. Jiraiya was astonished by the distinct energy pattern emanating from Lin Qing, which was unlike any ninja training. Meanwhile, Lin Qing was taken aback by the resonance that the ripples created with the Sage Chakra in Jiraiya's palm. Why is this happening? The ripples pierced through the Sage Chakra like a scalpel, merging with an unknown energy to forge a new power. Lin Qing looked at Jiraiya. Is this the reason you call yourself Sage? Jiraiya cleared his throat and withdrew his hand. He had merely wished to establish his identity and demonstrate his prowess, not anticipating that in their first encounter, Lin Qing would deduce the logic behind Sage mode training. When chakra fuses with natural energy in a specific ratio, it produces Sage Chakra. Of course, this is an arduous path. A single misstep could result in becoming stone. Even a genius like myself took over a decade to master its application. The concepts of natural energy and turning to stone reminded Lin Qing of the Pillar Men from the second part of the Battle Saga, immortal, perfect beings who feared sunlight, which turned them to stone. And sunlight is a form of natural energy. The ripples that Lin Qing practiced mimicked the power of sunlight. If I could master the technique to absorb natural energy, could I not further enhance the ripples? Having traveled extensively and possessing exceptional insight, Jiraiya noticed Lin Qing's contemplation and recognized his interest in Sage techniques. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. What about tuition? Lin Qing inquired. No tuition required. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. As long as you agree to return to Konoha with me, I assure you, no one will harm you there. I still have some influence. Upon returning, I will take you to Mount Mayaboku to sign a summoning contract with Frostmount. Lin Qing chuckled softly. After all that, he realized Jiraiya had been laying a trap for him. No need, Lin Qing replied. Jiraiya patted his chest. Do you not trust me? Let me tell you, in Konoha. Lin Qing waved his hand to interrupt. It's not that I distrust you. But, Lin Qing asked calmly, if Konoha is so wonderful, why do you not return and instead wander aimlessly outside? Jiraiya was momentarily speechless, all his thoughts condensed into a sigh. Indeed, he had yet to face persecution, yet he was reluctant to return. Not to mention Lin Qing and Sasuke, both survivors of a clan that had been completely slaughtered. Jiraiya could help Lin Qing and Sasuke return, but could he aid them in seeking vengeance? And if not, what then? Should he advise them to abandon their hatred? As if nothing had happened? Why should he? Not having experienced others' suffering, one should not counsel them to be virtuous. After pondering for a moment, Jiraiya slapped his mouth and clasped his hands apologetically, saying, forget what I just said. Allow me to toast to you. He called out to the waitress outside the private room. Madam, bring us your signature dishes. Tonight, I am treating. Lin Qing, unable to resist Jiraiya's enthusiasm and genuinely eager to learn more about Orochimaru and Itachi, agreed to sit down once more. Dish after dish was served, quickly overflowing the table. Jiraiya patted his pocket, swallowing hard. Madam, surely you have brought too many signature dishes. Oh dear, esteemed guest, you appear so robust and masculine. I have prepared the meal according to your stature. If you find it excessive, I can remove some. Upon hearing robust and masculine, Jiraiya burst into laughter, nearly losing his tongue. The dishes soon arrived, and as Lin Qing and Jiraiya dined, a stream of information flowed. After several rounds of drinks, the table was filled to the brim. Jiraiya's face was flushed from drink as he lifted his last cup. Lin, my friend, do not return just yet. Konoha has too many issues at present. Danzo is such a fool. He cast a glance at the three children staring intently at him and swallowed back the word press. What does that Danzo even amount to? Burdened by unexpressed emotions, Jiraiya's face grew redder, concluding, it's all in the drink. He downed it in one gulp. Lin Qing sought to uncover the perpetrator behind the destruction of Hope Village. Jiraiya intended to use the clues regarding the artificial beings to trace Orochimaru's whereabouts. With Lin Qing's Sage Purple and Jiraiya's ninja tracking techniques, their combined efforts would be exponentially more effective. They agreed to embark on this venture together the following day and bid each other farewell. After parting with Jiraiya, Lin Qing procured meals for 30 individuals, along with medicine, and rented a cart. Amber pushed the food and medicine ahead, her weary, injured body moving with fervor, eager to provide sustenance and healing for everyone. Sasuke walked beside Lin Qing. Brother Qing, Jiraiya's sage techniques would greatly enhance your abilities, would they not? Lin Qing glanced at him. What? Are you thinking of returning for power? Based on the intelligence we possess, Danzo is likely involved in the Uchiha massacre. Do you not wish for revenge? Of course I do, but... Sasuke spread his arms, gazing at his palms. After all that has transpired, I believe there are many things more important than hatred. To pursue those things requires strength. Lin Qing asked, what are those things you speak of? To ensure ordinary people do not live in fear of being killed, coerced, or sold like livestock. I aspire to possess the power to save others, just like you, Brother Qing. Sasuke clenched his fists. If it is for this purpose, I am willing to temporarily set aside my hatred. By any means necessary? By any means necessary. Sasuke sheepishly scratched his head after speaking. Brother Qing, is this correct? Lin Qing shook his head slightly. In the future, it may be right, but for now, it is not. Why? Because with me here, you should not have to make such desperate choices. I do not wish for you to become another Danzo. Wrong is wrong, and right is right. Your noble intentions do not justify the ends. Sasuke nodded, somewhat understanding, and asked, why might the future be right? Because one day in the future, I may die. I may no longer be able to protect you, and you may face one cruel choice after another. But before that day arrives, Lin Qing smiled, ruffling Sasuke's hair. Be a person of integrity. Moreover, Lin Qing extended his index finger, slowly gathering a thread of green-blue energy at its tip. Sasuke's mouth fell agape. I have already mastered natural energy. Chapter 39, A Blank Slate. In the world of Naruto, the absorption of natural energy is categorized into different factions. The mainstream practices are those of Mount Myaboku and the Dragon Cave. The former utilizes toad oil to enhance the skin's sensitivity to natural forces, while the latter involves being bitten by the great serpent sage in the Dragon Cave, directly infusing natural energy. Although the methods differ, the underlying principle remains the same: to enable humans, who are insensitive and incapable of autonomously perceiving natural energy, to passively engage with it. Once familiar with the fluctuations of natural energy, they can discard the auxiliary toad oil and autonomously absorb this energy, thus entering the sage mode. However, Lin Qing does not require this guiding process. The ripple energy technique inherently resonates the body with the external world through breath. As Lin Qing steps into the second stage of ripples, mastering various transformations such as manipulating water flow, generating high temperatures, and enhancing the effects of metallic objects, he is already influencing nature through these ripples. With a slight adjustment to the frequency of the ripples, Lin Qing can absorb the power of nature. Does this mean, Brother Qing, you can enter sage mode now? Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Qing shook his head. You forget, I lack chakra. He took a deep breath. Zila. The Yamabuki-colored ripples surged in his palm, stronger than ever, with slight enhancements in power, speed, and reaction. While Lin Qing experienced a profound sense of connection with all things in the world, he could feel the breath of all existence. Moreover, he vaguely sensed subtle, indescribable changes occurring deep within his cells. Lin Qing was uncertain whether this change was good or bad, but at the very least, he had not transformed into a stone man. Noticing Sasuke's envious gaze, Lin Qing smiled. Don't worry, once I master it, I will ensure you can grasp it too. Sasuke nodded vigorously. Junmaru embraced himself, while Yugo, weeping in anguish, lamented, I killed them all. It's all my fault. As a dual personality afflicted individual, the restored conscience of Yugo plunged him into deep remorse. He abruptly turned, bloodied hands gripping Junmaru's shoulders. Take me back, lock me away. I truly do not wish to kill again. Junmaru, unfazed by the blood staining his pristine robe, offered a towel. "Wipe yourself off. Please, lock me up," Yugo pleaded. But Junmaru remained unmoved. "Wipe yourself off." They shared an unshakable friendship, and under different circumstances, Junmaru would fulfill any request from Yugo, yet this particular demand was non-negotiable. For allowing Yugo to wreak havoc was an order from Lord Orochimaru. "I have already examined Yugo's blood during peaceful times. Junmaru, take him to kill. I require a two-way comparative experiment." Junmaru did not understand what a two-way comparative experiment entailed, but as it was an order from Lord Orochimaru, he would unconditionally comply, even at the cost of his dear friend's suffering. As for the ordinary lives lost, though they perished, Yugo's anguish in taking those lives was a balancing act. Was it not? Beyond compelling Yugo to continuously create bloodshed to enhance the Cursed Seal's power, Junmaru had another task. 5 figures emerged, clad in black attire, devoid of headbands. Their faces obscured by white masks, rendering their village identities unrecognizable. Yet, through the mask's voids, one could discern their indifferent, lifeless, and emotionless eyes. Ninjas from the Root organization. Judging by their prowess, all 5 were elite ninjas. This constituted Junmaru's second mission. In recent years, various ninja villages had been bolstering their strength, and Danzo naturally sought to enhance Konoha's power, necessitating funds. However, the daimyo of the Fire Country refused to approve military funding. To make the daimyo aware of Konoha's significance, Danzo collaborated with Orochimaru to deliberately orchestrate massacres and chaos to coerce the daimyo into providing greater financial support, essentially fostering a reliance on their own aggressors. Furthermore, the bounty hunters within the Fire Country had become excessively numerous. These scavenger-like individuals had diminished the number of missions available to Konoha, granting the daimyo and corporations more options. Thus, Danzo planned to take this opportunity to eliminate a batch of bounty hunters. 5 elite ninjas from the Root organization, Yugo wielding the power of the Cursed Seal, and Junmaru possessing the rare bloodline limit of Shikatsumiyaku. This was a trap set against the bounty hunters. "Can we not conclude this?" Junmaru inquired. The Root ninja held aloft 2 severed heads belonging to the bounty hunters they had pursued. Along their path, they had slaughtered 6 villages. If this were for Lord Orochimaru's comparative experiment, it was nearly time to return. "Not yet," the Root ninja replied coldly. "I have yet to receive Lord Danzo's orders." This indicated that the daimyo remained indecisive, still hesitating. Until the daimyo nodded in approval for funding, they must continue their rampage. "Then let us proceed," Junmaru stated. As they departed, suddenly, the cries ceased. Junmaru turned to look back. The tears on Yugo's face had vanished, his eyes were now cold, and he pointed a finger toward the vast sky. The scene froze. Lin Qing shook the photograph. The others gathered around, locking eyes with Yugo's cold gaze. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. "Wow, that gesture and expression are quite audacious." Lin Qing had not anticipated that the opposing party could detect the gaze of the Sage of the 6 Paths. It appeared they truly possessed skill. Lin Qing employed the same technique, summoning the Platinum Star once more, capturing the intricate details within the photograph. Since Junmaru and his companions had traveled a distance, the image only depicted Yugo and a ground strewn with corpses. Henna Village, Jiraiya pointed at the clothing of the corpses. "This village is known for its chrysanthemum tea. Their garments are embroidered with chrysanthemums, located about a day's journey from here. Local residents would provide convenience. Otherwise, even if Lin Qing contacted Kamahara Hayato, considering the time for carrier pigeons to relay messages, each piece of information would be delayed. Given the injuries sustained by the Hope Village, Lin Qing opted for a divided approach. Lin Qing, Jiraiya, and Sasuke would pursue the fugitives, with Lin Qing and Sasuke taking the forefront while Jiraiya concealed himself to avoid detection by Orochimaru. The remaining members, Sakura, Mayuri, Bai, and Amber, stayed behind to tend to the injured. After purchasing every instant camera in the store, the trio set off in pursuit of the culprits. They pressed on relentlessly, fully aware that even a brief respite or slumber could result in the death of an innocent villager. Jiraiya initially thought Lin Qing and Sasuke might complain. But to his surprise, even the youngest, Sasuke, gritted his teeth and persevered. Eventually, Jiraiya could no longer bear it. "Let us take a break." Sasuke remained silent for a long moment before stating, "I do not wish to witness any more massacres." He smiled at Jiraiya, radiating a carefree demeanor. "It would be better if there were fewer unfortunate souls like me." Having said this, he activated the ripples once more and sprinted ahead. Jiraiya was moved. The frustration he had bottled up coalesced into a single thought. Damn you, Danzo. Lin Qing persistently summoned the Sage of the Six Paths, releasing photographs and adjusting their tracking path. At last, Lin Qing spotted two figures, one tall and one short, at the horizon, surrounded by numerous corpses and countless injured individuals emitting desperate wails. Found you. Platinum Star. The Platinum Star appeared abruptly, and Lin Qing hurled the destruction blade at it before leaping into the air. Aura! The Platinum Star roared, swinging the destruction blade in a wide arc, striking Lin Qing's foot as he soared upward. The immense force transmitted through him, propelling Lin Qing like a missile, producing a sonic boom as he surpassed the speed of sound. The Platinum Star again hurled the destruction blade, perfectly landing in Lin Qing's grasp. As Yamabuki-colored ripples surged into the weapon, causing the blade's back to emit a hissing golden aura. The blade, the golden airflow, and Lin Qing's formidable physique were all strikingly apparent. Lin Qing. Junmaru's indifferent gaze shifted for the first time. He recalled Lin Qing's past achievements, seeking a countermeasure, only to find his self-proclaimed calm mind blank in the face of the man advancing like a demon. Chapter 40. Orochimaru. The world around him faded to a dull gray. In Junmaru's vision, only Lin Qing approached at an alarming speed. There was no chance to resist, no means to escape, let alone confront. In the moment their eyes met, Junmaru understood the magnitude of the opponent he faced. His entire being felt as if weighed down by lead, bound by the countless souls of the fallen, rendering him immobile. The air shimmered with a faint golden hue, reminiscent of rippling currents, only to be shattered by a blade's edge. It's over, Junmaru despaired, closing his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest as dark stripes radiated outward from the center of his heart. Was this the curse mark of the earth? Orochimaru had developed this latest experiment using the power of JOJO as a sample, and to his astonishment, it had activated on its own. A surge of power roared within him, and Junmaru regained control of his body. His left wrist tore open as he swiftly extracted a bone from his forearm, using it as a dagger to block Lin Qing's strike. Junmaru's bloodline limit, the Shikatsumiyaku, allowed him to create bones harder than steel. Even the elite warriors of the Iron Country could not sever them. He raised his hand to deflect the devastating blade. Simultaneously, bones erupted from his ribs, spine, and arms, ready to impale Lin Qing should he come too close. Crack! Junmaru's bone knife, filled with unwavering confidence, shattered in less than half a second. Harder than steel? Was it tougher than the Raijin and decapitating swords? Lin Qing could sever both legendary ninja blades with a single strike. How could a mere bone withstand that? At that moment, a gray-black arm reached out, pushing Junmaru away from the impending death under Lin Qing's blade. The blade flashed. A gray-black arm flew high. JOJO let out a pained scream, his eyes flashing with ferocity and madness, as he entered a frenzied state of slaughter. His already towering physique swelled even larger, muscles bulging, skin turning a deep gray-black, shoulder and back sprouting exhaust pipes that spewed blue flames, resembling a creature risen from the depths of hell. Severed limbs bled profusely, flesh writhing as if new arms would soon sprout. Die? Just die? JOJO roared, his remaining arm clenched tightly into a fist, aiming for the back of Lin Qing's head as he landed. Exploding smash. Lin Qing, with his blade raised in one hand, glanced at JOJO. Platinum Star. Aura. The Platinum Star did not flinch, also throwing a punch. Two massive fists collided in midair. The atmosphere trembled, and the hearts of those present skipped a beat. The next moment, SHHH. JOJO's arm sprayed crimson blood, deep fissures appearing that revealed bone beneath, muscle tissue decaying extensively. What? Pushed aside, a disbelieving Junmaru watched in disbelief. He had never witnessed anyone overpower JOJO. Even Lord Orochimaru could not do so. Once in a berserk state, JOJO was an absolute beast of strength, to be contained only through joint techniques, jinjutsu, or ninjutsu. Lin Qing raised an eyebrow slightly. Countless natural energies surged into JOJO's body, rapidly mending the cracks in his arm. Thick cannon-like protrusions sprouted from all over him, aimed directly at Lin Qing and the Platinum Star. Azure light gathering at the cannon mouths. Junmaru clenched his fists. Lin Qing was doomed. This was JOJO's most powerful attack, the multi-lotus cannon. Harnessing natural energy, it compressed chakra into high-pressure cannonballs. But charging? Who allowed you to charge in front of the Platinum Star? Aura! 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 In an instant, A barrage of strikes shattered all the protruding cannon mouths. The platinum star turned, and Lin Qing no longer regarded JOJO, shifting his gaze back to Junmaru. Boom. The high-pressure chakra detonated within JOJO, an explosion of flames erupting behind Lin Qing. At that moment, Junmaru, who had just been pushed away, finally touched the ground. The flames were searing, yet his heart felt cold. Lin Qing was about to approach Junmaru when he paused. The system had not emitted any alert tones. This meant the charred monster before him was still not dead. Lin Qing approached JOJO. "You cannot kill him," Junmaru exclaimed. "Why not? He is a madman, Lin Qing." "A madman?" Junmaru pounded his chest, crying out to Lin Qing, who was about to strike. "I controlled him to kill. He did not wish for this. All sins are mine. Kill me, spare him." In just one exchange, Junmaru had grasped the situation. The man before him was a monster. They could not defeat Lin Qing. Junmaru was suffering from a terminal illness. Even with Lord Orochimaru's treatment, he could only live another 4 or 5 years. Compared to him, JOJO was far more valuable to Lord Orochimaru. From rumors, Junmaru had learned of Lin Qing's character. "Lin Qing, you are a good person. You cannot slaughter the innocent." Junmaru's words echoed in the village. At that moment, 5 figures appeared. Lin Qing looked over and instantly recognized them. The Root Organization? When Lin Qing arrived, the 5 ninjas of the Root Organization had already seen him. They intended to strike while Lin Qing and Junmaru battled at a critical moment to eliminate Lin Qing. None expected the conflict to conclude so swiftly. After weighing their options, considering the long-term cooperation between Lord Orochimaru and Danzo, the 5 decided to intervene to protect Junmaru and JOJO. The fox-masked ninja of the Root Organization said, "Since you recognize us, it will be easier. Lin Qing, this is within the land of fire. These 2 wanted criminals should be dealt with by the Leaf Ninjas. We have been pursuing them for a long time. Please step aside. The affairs of the land of fire rightfully belonged to the Leaf Village." Lin Qing nodded slightly, as if in agreement. Just as Junmaru breathed a sigh of relief, Lin Qing continued, "What if I say no?" The fox-masked ninja raised his voice. "The Leaf Village has already overlooked your defection. That is already generous. If you persist in your folly, a multitude of ninja blades and shuriken were drawn, while 2 more ninjas began to form hand seals." Lin Qing surveyed the scene, his gaze sweeping over the corpses littering the ground, chuckling softly, and gestured toward Junmaru. "Did you not hear him? I am the good guy, and they are the villains. Why do you not go after the villains, yet turn your blades upon me? What? Must the good be threatened by blades? Moreover," Lin Qing raised his knife, and under the horrified gazes of Junmaru and the Root Organization members, the blade plunged fiercely into JOJO's abdomen. "How much longer will you hide in this wretched place?" Upon hearing this, Junmaru and the Root Organization members froze in place, unable to comprehend Lin Qing's words. There was nowhere left to hide. But soon, JOJO's abdomen swelled as if he were 9 months pregnant, and with a ripping sound, it tore open. A dark venomous snake emerging from within JOJO. Had he not known he had traversed into the world of Naruto, Lin Qing would have thought an alien had arrived on Earth. The snake opened its mouth, a wet, slimy figure extending its head, staring intently at Lin Qing as if it had found its own Mona Lisa. "Orochimaru!" Jiraiya's roar echoed from afar. Orochimaru cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya, then turned his longing, desirous gaze back to Lin Qing, his raspy, magnetically rich voice saying, "At last, I have the pleasure of meeting you, Mr. Lin Qing." Chapter 41, The Room for Choice. Why has Orochimaru appeared here? And why does he present himself with such a lecherous demeanor, waiting for Lin Qing? This tale begins not long ago. Uchiha Itachi swiftly annihilated his entire clan and, upon joining the Akatsuki organization alongside Obito, began collaborating with Orochimaru to execute internal missions. During their repeated assignments, Orochimaru became fixated on Itachi's Sharingan, attempting to seize it for himself. However, his treachery backfired, resulting in a brutal counterattack from Itachi that severed one of his arms and forced him to flee the Akatsuki. Orochimaru, a man adept at adapting, pondered the existence of 2 other Uchiha. He set his sights on the rising star, Lin Qing, but previously, Lin Qing had been elusive in the land of water, evading capture until Orochimaru learned of the encounters between Sho Wu, Junmaru, and the Village of Hope. Junmaru, who had roamed the lands with Orochimaru in his youth, quickly discerned that the inhabitants of Hope Village were peculiar. The village was absent from the maps of Konoha, and recent reports of a human trafficking scandal in the land of water revealed that a group of survivors intended to establish their own village. Thus, Orochimaru devised a plan, eliminating some while sparing others, all to lure Lin Qing into a trap. With his serpent-like gaze, Orochimaru scrutinized Lin Qing as one would an exquisite work of art. Lin Qing unsheathed his blade, demanding to know if so many lives were sacrificed just to find him. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his voice raspy yet oddly pleasant, evoking a peculiar sense of comfort. Lin Qing, I comprehend you. We are kindred spirits. Life is the most precious of all gifts, yet look at them, enduring hardship, consumed by the struggle for sustenance and labor. If existence is merely a cycle of suffering, what merit lies in prolonging it? I liberate them through death. My goals are achieved, a true win-win situation. This was Orochimaru's philosophy, and Junmaru gazed at him with admiration, having been thoroughly indoctrinated into the belief of liberation. Arrogance. Repulsive. A voice filled with indignation interrupted. It was not Lin Qing, but the nearby Sasuke. The so-called impoverished, endlessly ensnared by adversity, were merely the fantasies of the privileged, seeking to satiate their own pity. Sasuke, too, had once held such views, yet during his time in the Snow Village, he realized that even the poorest, cripples, widows, and the childless, found joy amid their struggles. They would weep, they would laugh, and they would share jests, each possessing their own slice of happiness. To slay them in the name of liberation was utterly abhorrent. Sasuke yearned to voice his thoughts, to hurl his words at Orochimaru's face. Yet, as he met Orochimaru's serpent-like gaze, fear blossomed within him, cold sweat trickling down his spine, rendering him nearly breathless. A figure interposed itself between them. I find this quite revolting as well, Lin Qing remarked, glancing at Orochimaru, Junmaru, and Shouwu. Be it you, or... He cast a glance at the 5 members of the Root organization. Before reaching this village, Lin Qing had noted the 5 lurking at its periphery, and he no longer felt surprised by Danzo's machinations. As for Orochimaru, Lin Qing had initially believed him to be a formidable foe for daring to confront Uchiha Itachi. But now he appeared merely another lunatic. A figure darted forth and landed beside Lin Qing. It was Jiraiya, his brow furrowed, expression grave. The enemy comprised Orochimaru, Junmaru, and 5 elite shinobi from the Root organization. Lin Qing, Jiraiya, and Sasuke were their only allies, while Jiraiya was evenly matched with Orochimaru. Lin Qing undoubtedly surpassed Junmaru and the Root members. On paper, their combat strength seemed superior. Yet, ambushing Orochimaru and being ambushed in return were 2 entirely different matters. Based on my understanding of Orochimaru, having previously suffered a defeat at the hands of Itachi, he will undoubtedly be well prepared this time, Jiraiya whispered. We should retreat. Jiraiya, typically reckless, had recently come to respect Lin Qing and Sasuke's resolve. Such promising youth should not perish here. You all leave first. I will hold them off. Orochimaru and I were once classmates. He would not dare kill me. Though Jiraiya spoke with feigned ease, uncertainty gnawed at him. Orochimaru seemed to sense his old friend's trepidation, shaking his head as serpents slithered from his pant legs, devouring the flesh and blood of the fallen villagers. No need to fret, Jiraiya. Today, anyone may depart, except for Lin Qing. The serpents encircled the village, exhaling a noxious mist that severed Lin Qing's escape route. Orochimaru smirked. Lin Qing, I harbor no love for conflict. How about this? I will release Jiraiya and this young lad if you return with me to assist in my research. Otherwise, I will be forced to kill them and take you by force. Lin Qing nodded slightly, signaling his understanding. Lin Qing. Jiraiya grasped Lin Qing's arm, urging him to flee while he still could. The masked ninja interjected. Orochimaru, this is outside the parameters of your agreement with Lord Danzo. Lin Qing is a rogue ninja from Konoha. We have the authority to bring him back. Before Orochimaru could respond, the 5 Root members advanced toward Lin Qing, shackles in hand. The masked ninja coldly ordered, bind your hands and break your own legs, and I will escort you back to Konoha for judgment. Should you resist, we will ally with Orochimaru to eliminate you. Lin Qing nodded once more. Observing this, 2 Root members approached, shackles in hand. He raised his blade. Not opting for a surprise attack, he clearly allowed the 2 ninjas to see his movement. However, as they attempted to evade the reach of his blade, it was too late. You dare! The masked ninja shouted. Thud! Thud! 2 headless corpses collapsed to the ground. Lin Qing shook the blood from his blade. You all are truly peculiar. Each of you insists on presenting me with choices. If you are so fond of choices, why not leave yourselves some room for maneuver? With a single step, he advanced toward Orochimaru. The three remaining ninjas, grim-faced, charged at Lin Qing's back, but Jiraiya intercepted them, exclaiming, "You dare call yourselves ninjas of Konoha?" Unfazed, the three replied, "Lord Jiraiya, we are protecting Konoha in accordance with the root philosophy. Please refrain from obstructing our mission." "A bunch of fools," Jiraiya cursed vehemently. With Jiraiya by his side, Lin Qing paid no mind to the enemies behind him. Gripping his blade tightly, he unleashed the full force of his wave-like energy, summoning golden lightning that coiled around the blade. With a single swing, Orochimaru's form liquefied, transforming into countless small snakes that lunged at Lin Qing from every angle. Platinum Star. Yura, Yura, Yura. His fists, like the wind, shattered the serpents midair. Just then, the ground erupted, and a long, straight blade lunged toward Lin Qing's chest. Orochimaru had concealed himself beneath the earth during his transformation. Lin Qing did not flinch. He concentrated the wave-like energy into his foot, stomping down with tremendous force. A muffled groan emanated from below as the thrusting blade lost its vigor. The earth split open, and Orochimaru re-emerged, blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet his wounds vanished in the blink of an eye. He extended his arms toward Lin Qing. Hidden shadow snake hands. Hundreds of thick pythons surged toward Lin Qing like a tidal wave. Orochimaru, with one hand summoning a colossal serpent and the other forming seals, prepared to unleash a fire technique the moment Lin Qing attempted to evade. Yet, Lin Qing did not retreat, for the Platinum Star stood resolutely in his defense. Hundreds of serpents sank their fangs into it, producing a cacophony of cracking teeth, yet not a single scratch marred the surface of the Platinum Star's skin. This was the result of attaining the third tier and acquiring the Platinum Skin. Hovering in the air, the Platinum Star cast a cold gaze upon Orochimaru, exuding an otherworldly authority akin to that of a deity. Orochimaru instinctively swallowed hard, his primal instincts urging him to take a step back. Suddenly, an intense tugging sensation overwhelmed him. The Platinum Star, as if engaged in a tug-of-war, pulled Orochimaru closer. In an instant, Orochimaru severed his connection with the Phantom Serpent technique. But it was too late. Inertia propelled him toward the Platinum Star, toward its raised fist. Oiler. The Platinum Star's fist crashed down upon Orochimaru's head with a resounding crack, shattering his skull. Orochimaru let out a horrific wail, hurtling through the air like a ragged sack. In that moment, he recalled Itachi's warning about Lin Qing. Do not allow yourself to be caught off guard, not for a fleeting moment. Orochimaru had previously struggled to understand this advice, believing that with his remarkable regenerative abilities and combat prowess, even a strike from the legendary evil spirit would not spell his doom. Now, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Orochimaru possessed numerous ninjutsu techniques to accelerate his regeneration. His body, having undergone complex modifications, was nearly immortal on the battlefield. Yet, time was not on his side. The Platinum Star, akin to a true malevolent spirit, had already reached him, inhaling deeply as it gathered power into its fist. Ready to strike again, a serpent's tail lashed out, ensnaring Orochimaru and pulling him away. Lin Qing followed the serpentine tail's path to discover a stranger with flowing green hair and a golden crown, cradling Orochimaru. With a newfound sense of awe, Orochimaru muttered, "Thank you, Tenshin Shinjiki." Chapter 42. Orochimaru's plan. What chicken? Lin Qing inquired. Tenshin Shinjiki, Jiraiya replied, his expression grave as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. He explained to Lin Qing, in the ninja world, there are 3 schools of sage techniques: Miyaboka Mountain, Shibakuzen, and Rigakud. The ancestor of Rigakud is the White Snake Sage, and Tenshin Shinjiki is the sage's trusted confidant. After centuries of training, she possesses an immense reserve of sage chakra. She oversees the trials within Rigakud, and only those who pass her tests are deemed worthy of learning its sage techniques. Lin Qing's gaze lingered on Tenshin Shinjiki. She was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of the enchanting snake princess from his childhood memories of Halua. Is she powerful? Indeed, Jiraiya hesitated. But it is not merely a question of strength. Those who have trained for centuries often possess extraordinary abilities that differ from ninjutsu. Lin Qing hoisted his demise blade. What a coincidence. I, too, possess extraordinary abilities beyond those of a ninja. Jiraiya reminisced, however. My recollection suggests that Orochimaru has not obtained the privilege of training in sage arts. What price has he paid to summon her? Unperturbed by Lin Qing and Jiraiya's wary gazes, Tenshin Shinjiki cradled Orochimaru, her delicate hand gently caressing his cheek. Poor little snake. It has only been a short while since we last met, yet you have aged and lost the handsomeness of your youth. I should have devoured you in your prime. I have not mastered sage arts and am but a mortal, so I cannot compare to your longevity. My busy days are merely attempts to keep pace with you. Orochimaru replied, his body rapidly mending. Please, I implore you to intervene, he added respectfully. Tenshin Shinjiki chuckled lightly. Her fondness for Orochimaru's cleverness apparent as she opened her arms, defying gravity as she soared into the air. Lady Tenshin, Jiraiya shouted at her ascendant form. This is our battle with Orochimaru. Must you involve yourself? Should you choose to intervene, I will summon Elder Shinsaku and Elder Shikiken. It will escalate into a conflict between Rigakud and Mayaboku Mountain. Jiraiya's intent was clear. This confrontation was one of humanity against humanity. Both sides had formidable allies supporting them, and there was no need to expand the scale of the conflict. Tenshin Shinjiki giggled softly. Her laughter tinged with the condescension of a higher being toward those of lesser status. Why not summon them? Why not invite them to see? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's heart sank, sensing impending doom. He quickly bit his finger, forming seals with his hands before slamming them onto the ground to perform the summoning technique. Typically, when this technique was performed, a series of incantations would radiate outward, and the summoned beasts would respond in kind. However, now, as the incantation began to spread from his palm, it erupted in a violent explosion. Jiraiya could no longer establish contact with Mayaboku Mountain. Following the surge of power, Jiraiya turned to observe the serpents Orochimaru had unleashed, encircling the village. They spewed forth a continuous stream of toxic mist, enveloping the village in a shroud of darkness, which ultimately coalesced in Tenshin Shinjiki's grasp, forming a barrier that separated the inside from the outside. 10,000 serpents black formation. Fear not, Tenshin Shinjiki proclaimed, looking down upon them. The little snake lacks the qualifications to cultivate sage arts. Out of respect for the rules, I shall not directly engage you. Instead, I will conduct a test. What does a test entail? Confusion flickered in the minds of the gathered crowd. Tenshin Shinjiki raised her hands, cradling a verdant orb. Her flowing white dress billowed without wind, and radiant light burst forth from her back, revealing the ethereal form of a serpent coiling within, filling the air with a faint, sweet aroma. The first to succumb were the villagers who had yet to perish. Enraptured by the miraculous sight, they opened their arms wide and inhaled deeply, feeling their wounds begin to mend. Ah, what is happening to me? The villagers gazed down to find their bodies covered in scales, and soon their garments fell away as serpents slithered forth from within. Humanity transformed into serpents. Natural energy? Lin Qing harnessed his ripple power, sensing the world's breath. Within the barrier shrouded in radiance, an overwhelming abundance of natural energy pervaded. This energy emanated from the floating Tenshin Shinjiki. However, it appeared that after undergoing Tenshin Shinjiki's transformation, this natural energy differed subtly from what Lin Qing absorbed externally. It was highly aggressive, actively invading human bodies. If one could not harmonize the natural energy with chakra in a specific ratio, they would transform into serpents. Sasuke was aghast. Is this the training method of Rigakud? It is far too tyrannical. Jiraiya furrowed his brow in disbelief. Impossible. Even in Rigakud, they would not forcibly allow natural energy to invade without any mediating factor. He scrutinized the verdant orb in Tenshin Shinjiki's hands, recalling the toad sage mentioning that the great snake sage of Rigakud possessed an orb that had been refined over a millennium, capable of wielding immense control over natural energy. Could this be it? Lin Qing witnessed living beings transformed into serpents before his very eyes. This was the manifestation of natural power. Mayaboku Mountain represented stone, Rigakud represented serpents, and thus, did Shibakuzen's failure equate to becoming slugs? The concepts of stone, serpent, and slug were mere facades. The true transformation wrought by natural energy was a fundamental alteration of the human genetic structure. Genetics. Lin Qing extended his left hand. Come to me, Jiraiya, he shouted, arms spread wide, desperately channeling natural energy, using his body as a conduit to convert the surrounding natural energy. Within a 1-meter radius around him, he barely managed to create a sanctuary unaffected by Tenshin Shinjiki's test, safeguarding little Sasuke from harm. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. Purifying natural energy requires an immense expenditure of chakra from Jiraiya, and it will not be long before he exhausts his reserves. How could he possibly compete against the formidable Tenshin Shinki, who has spent centuries honing her skills? Moreover, this is not merely a test of endurance. It is a life-and-death struggle. Orochimaru slowly straightened his posture, tilted his head back, and took a deep breath, experiencing an indescribable sense of comfort. While he may be incapable of mastering sage arts, it does not imply that he is entirely unacquainted with the forces of nature and sage chakra. The cursed seal is but a variant of sage chakra. For today's battle, Orochimaru has modified the cursed seal, ensuring that within Tenshin Shinki's domain, he would not only remain unaffected but could even enhance the effectiveness of his ninjutsu and the speed of his physical recovery. In contrast, any sage practitioner who is not from the Dragon Cave would be suppressed. As for the Sharingan's illusions, indeed, Orochimaru's resistance to Genjutsu is not particularly high. However, Tenshin Shinki is a true master of illusion, capable of countering any form of Genjutsu. This encapsulates Orochimaru's entire strategy. From the moment he discovered the Hope Village, traversed the Dragon Cave, adjusted the cursed seal, concealed himself as Jago, and slaughtered civilians, every arrangement was meticulously crafted for this moment of certainty. A crack echoed as Jago, previously reduced to charred remains, rose once more, his body restored by the abundant natural energy. He rubbed his neck and stood behind Orochimaru, accompanied by Kinshiki, who had entered the liberated cursed seal state and unsheathed his spine. Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick clean the bloodstains left by Lin Qing. Chapter 43. A blade. The first to strike was neither Lin Qing nor Orochimaru, but the ninjas of the Root organization. If they did not act soon, they would truly become serpents. Orochimaru, open the barrier and let us out, exclaimed the masked ninja, his voice laced with terror. They could accept being slain by a single blow, but to watch themselves transform into venomous serpents was a fate far worse than death. Huh, Orochimaru chuckled softly. You are all ninjas of the Root organization, who have undoubtedly made numerous sacrifices in the name of the will of fire. Now it is merely your turn. Why the alarm? The masked ninjas realized they had been ensnared by Orochimaru. Of the 5 Root ninjas, Lin Qing had slain 2, and the remaining 3 exchanged glances, stealing their resolve as they brandished their kunai and charged at Orochimaru. One engaged in close combat, while the other 2 swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash ninjutsu, only to find that a surge of natural energy coursed through their bodies, disrupting the flow of chakra and causing their techniques to collapse. No intervention from Orochimaru was necessary. Kinshiki and Jago rushed forward and dispatched the 3 attacking Root ninjas. As their lifeless bodies fell at his feet, Orochimaru cast a glance at them, stepping over their corpses, and noted that one had yet to breathe his last. He consoled, "Fear not, I shall ensure that Danzo provides you with double the compensation. If that is insufficient, I shall cover the difference." Upon hearing this, whether out of genuine reassurance or indignation, the last ninja rolled his eyes and succumbed to death. Orochimaru stepped over the body and addressed Jiraiya once more. "Out of respect for our shared past, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Depart now, Jiraiya. Exit the barrier and journey south back to Konoha, never to seek me again." Jiraiya bent low and whispered to Lin Qing and Sasuke beside him. "I will create a purification area. As long as you remain within, you shall be safe. I will devise a way to escort you out." Without waiting for Lin Qing or Sasuke to respond, Jiraiya formed hand seals, conjuring a shadow clone to maintain the purification area while his true self charged toward Orochimaru and his companions. Sasuke cast a worried glance at Jiraiya's retreating figure. Could this uncle truly handle the situation? He then looked at Lin Qing, who had remained silent, staring intently at his left hand, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. "Qingji." He distinctly observed Lin Qing's left hand hardening, taking on scales reminiscent of a serpent. Was Lin Qing also destined to transform into a snake? Fear and astonishment gripped Sasuke's heart. Yet, moments later, he witnessed the scales on Lin Qing's arm shift again. Fins of fish, hair of mammals, shells of arthropods, feathers of birds. An array of transformations occurred in a mere instant. Sasuke stood bewildered, struggling to believe his eyes, feeling as if he were caught in a bizarre, surreal dream. Ugh! Jiraiya's pained groan broke Sasuke's reverie. Their abilities were already evenly matched. Now, with Orochimaru holding the advantage of the battlefield and Jiraiya dividing his chakra to maintain the shadow clone. He found himself at a disadvantage against the combined onslaught of Orochimaru, Kinshiki, and J-Go. Leaving Kinshiki and J-Go to contend with Jiraiya, Orochimaru advanced toward Lin Qing. Orochimaru's thoughts were clear. Lin Qing's malevolence and his enigmatic powers posed an unpredictable variable. Eliminating him would secure victory in this battle. A smile curled at the corner of Orochimaru's lips as he approached Lin Qing, only to be momentarily bewildered by the continuously shifting form of Lin Qing's left arm. What is this? As one of the few scientific minds in the world of Hokage, Orochimaru possessed an unparalleled understanding of the human body. While others might attribute this to a ninjutsu or a bloodline limit, Orochimaru recognized that such a degree of transformation was beyond the realm of ninjutsu or any bloodline limit. A gust of wind swept past, scattering the feathers on Lin Qing's arm, which reverted to human skin. Since Tenshin Shinki had opened her domain, Lin Qing, who had been gazing downward, gradually lifted his head to face Orochimaru. The wind brushed against Orochimaru, sending a chill down his spine. What is this gaze? It was neither fierce nor malevolent. It was heavy, as though it bore the weight of eternity, transcending time itself. Lin Qing raised the destruction blade, taking a deep breath. The previously detached Tenshin Shinki suddenly appeared startled, her beautiful eyes fixating on Lin Qing. The natural energy she had released, cultivated over centuries and amplified by the White Snake Sage's Dragon Snake Pearl, was inexplicably drawn into the man before her. How could an ordinary mortal possess such power? Tenshin Shinki stood in shock until she saw the ripples of natural energy swirling together, being absorbed into the destruction blade. The already colossal blade became entwined with golden lightning, followed by a tempest of verdant winds. As the winds and lightning intertwined, the destruction blade appeared to stretch several dozen meters longer, its brilliance piercing through the dark barrier. Sunlight streamed back into the arena, illuminating Lin Qing as if he were the sole focus of a spotlight. Tenshin Shinki snapped back to reality. Little snake. Quickly evade. Evade. Where could he possibly hide? Orochimaru's eyes widened in horror. Death had never felt so imminent. Lord Orochimaru. Kinshiki and J-Go abandoned Jiraiya and rushed toward Lin Qing. In a moment of desperation, they unleashed their utmost potential, positioning themselves before the descending blade. The winds howled as the long blade fell. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very earth beneath them. A narrow fissure appeared in the barrier encasing the village. Jiraiya swallowed hard, surveying the battlefield. Kinshiki dead. J-Go dead. Orochimaru's lower half was nowhere to be found, leaving only his upper body, intestines spilling onto the ground. One strike. Merely a single strike had shattered all of Orochimaru's schemes and contingencies. Jiraiya could hardly fathom the reality before him, his mind consumed by shock. With a hiss, the destruction blade glowed a fierce crimson, exuding an intense heat, particularly at its core, where the remnants of the former Kage's bone and soul emitted a faint, mournful wail. The previous strike had exceeded the limits of the destruction blade's capacity. Do not worry, just this once, Lin Qing murmured in reassurance. His ability to execute that strike was largely due to the abundant natural energy bestowed by the divine princess Tenshin. Now that the barrier had shattered and the natural energy had been completely expended, Lin Qing found himself unable to replicate that formidable blow in the near future. However, with the assistance of the divine princess Tenshin, he had mastered the method of fusing natural energy with ripples. Given a bit more time for cultivation, he would undoubtedly be able to unleash that dazzling blade of light once more. Lin Qing planted the destruction blade into the ground, allowing it to cool naturally. In that brief moment, Orochimaru opened his mouth, from which emerged a complete replica of himself, the remnants of his previous form discarded like a skin on the ground. Substitution technique. After repairing his body, Orochimaru immediately intended to flee. You are truly difficult to kill, a calm voice resonated from behind. A hand reached out, gripping his neck tightly, lifting him as one would a chick. Orochimaru was forced to look up, meeting the piercing gaze of the Platinum Star. Yet, he soon noticed an even more terrifying gaze. Lin Qing stood directly before him. Show me, then, just how powerful your regeneration ability truly is. Orochimaru's regenerative powers were among the pinnacle in the ninja world. Even if his bones were shattered, his organs reduced to mush, and his brain stirred like tofu. Given 3 or 4 seconds, through countless human experiments and pre-injected modifications, his body would naturally repair itself. When faced with a formidable enemy, he could hasten the repair process to a mere second. However, Lin Qing raised a finger, pointing directly at Orochimaru. I could obliterate you in less than a second. Endless dread enveloped Orochimaru. No, the plea was abruptly silenced by a roar that echoed through the sky. Ora! The platinum star held Orochimaru by the neck. Raising his right fist high, the force and speed of his third-tier power erupted fully. Ora! 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 In less than half a second, Orochimaru's body completely disintegrated. Not just his body. The platinum star's fist was enveloped in a current of wind and thunder, a fusion of the ripples and natural power transmitted from Lin Qing. These two forces pierced through Orochimaru's skin and muscles, directly affecting his cellular structure. Orochimaru was horrified to discover that his most cherished cellular regeneration ability was descending into utter chaos. Some cells were regenerating at an accelerated pace, burning through their lifespan. Others abruptly perished. And yet, some cells mutated during regeneration, transforming into a type capable of infinite proliferation. Had Orochimaru understood modern medicine, he would recognize this phenomenon as cancer cells. Even if Lin Qing chose not to kill him today, with the medical capabilities in the world of Naruto, curing cancer would be nearly impossible. Orochimaru had already placed one foot in the grave, with the other foot poised to follow after enduring the torment of cancer. Yet, that day would never come. Lin Qing would personally bestow death upon Orochimaru. According to Orochimaru's life philosophy, rather than suffer, I shall grant them death. He would owe a debt of gratitude to Lin Qing. In despair, Orochimaru looked up at the divine princess Tenshin. You dare! She roared, her mouth splitting open, revealing venomous features that distorted her once beautiful visage. Her body elongated, coiling high in the sky, holding a pearl in her mouth. Were it not for the absence of legs, she could truly be mistaken for a dragon. Hovering above, she realized that if she descended to rescue Orochimaru, it would be too late, and close combat was not her forte. Her expertise lay in illusionary techniques. Sage art, heart illusion serpent shadow, a torrent of sage chakra, amplified by the emerald dragon pearl, was unleashed with almost zero delay, manifesting blue serpent phantoms that ignored distance and defenses, invading the eyes of everyone present. The platinum star's fist struck empty air, and Orochimaru vanished without a trace. Along with him disappeared the village, Jiraiya, and Sasuke. Lin Qing found himself amidst a resplendent palace. He had forgotten many things, his consciousness hazy, reminiscent of a dream. All he felt was an overwhelming hunger. If only there were something to eat. As that thought crossed his mind, a myriad of exquisite delicacies materialized within the opulent palace. Lin Qing approached, reaching out his hand. Observing this scene from above, the divine princess Tenshin smiled. Her illusionary sage technique was exceedingly enigmatic. Its power lay in its ability to confound the perceptions of the ensnared, weakening the superego and ego while amplifying the ID. Once the ID succumbed to the temptation of the illusion, it would defy the rules, binding both soul and body to the divine princess Tenshin, as if he were a delectable matcha cake, ready to be devoured. Eat, eat. Yet, just as Lin Qing's hand was about to touch the food, he halted. This is not what I desire, he stated. The smile on Tenshin's face faltered, but she quickly unleashed her power, causing the banquet to vanish. A throne appeared behind Lin Qing, and hundreds of courtiers emerged, bowing in submission and proclaiming him king. Lin Qing observed them quietly. This is also not what I want. The corners of Tenshin's mouth twitched, her serpent fangs grinding together as the illusion shifted once more, revealing three scantily clad beauties who approached him, wrapping their arms around his. The divine princess Tenshin swallowed hard, anxiously watching Lin Qing, fearful of hearing a repeated rejection. But there was none. Men are ultimately men. She awaited Lin Qing's response. However, Lin Qing merely glanced at the three women and let out a resigned sigh. Lin Qing raised his head, his gaze piercing through the illusion, landing squarely on the hidden divine princess Tenshin. Is your aesthetic of such a standard? What? He continued. And this is still not what I desire. Lin Qing extended his hand, the violet tendrils of the hidden one penetrating through layers of illusion, tightly ensnaring the floating divine princess Tenshin. Thunder rumbled as the ripple powers surged forth. The searing, scorching ripples caused Tenshin to scream in agony.
the irresistible force dragging her towards Lin Qing without mercy. What the hell do you want? A serpent sage who had cultivated for centuries.
Cursed vehemently amid the pain inflicted on her body. As the tendrils reached their limit, Lin Qing grasped Tianxin's head, pulling her face close to his. What I desire, you cannot provide. At such proximity, the influence of the sage illusion caused a slight collision of their souls. Tianxin glimpsed fragments of Lin Qing's thoughts, witnessing his aspirations to extinguish the 6 nations, unite the world, ascend to the throne, and entrust the future to the White Emperor's city, as well as a single spark can start a prairie fire. In Tianxin's eyes, the disdain of a superior life form towards humanity faded. She felt fear, panic, and confusion as she gazed into Lin Qing's calm eyes, as if hearing him say, such longing, such ideals. Are they something a mere serpent demon like you can touch? Dare to touch? Ah! Blood streamed from Tianxin's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears as the illusion shattered completely. Lin Qing returned to the village. The previous illusion, though complex, had transpired in the blink of an eye. Orochimaru squirmed like a dying serpent, having escaped to a distance of over 10 meters from Lin Qing. As Lin Qing awakened, Orochimaru was so frightened that his soul nearly fled his body. He opened his mouth and tore a hole in the ground, preparing to burrow into it. The distance exceeded the range of the Platinum Star, and with Orochimaru's skill and evasion, by the time Lin Qing reached him, capturing him would be impossible. Jiraiya! Lin Qing shouted. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were but 2 steps apart, certainly capable of eliminating Orochimaru before he could enter the cave. At the very least, a mere half-second delay would suffice for Lin Qing to catch up. Yet, Jiraiya stood there in a daze, unable to throw the kunai in his hand. Orochimaru vanished underground, and in the next moment, Lin Qing, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, landed heavily on the ground, creating a deep pit. But where was Orochimaru? Then came a pained groan from behind. There was Orochimaru, like a venomous snake, emerging from the other side, sinking his fangs into Sasuke's neck, and hurriedly retreating underground before Lin Qing could arrive. He disappeared without a trace. Everything transpired too swiftly. It was not until Lin Qing lifted Sasuke that a gust of wind brushed against Jiraiya's face, bringing him back to his senses. He looked at Lin Qing, about to speak. The Platinum Star appeared, gripping Jiraiya's face, fingers gradually tightening. Lin Qing, with his back to Jiraiya, spoke in an icy tone, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Chapter 45. A heartfelt inquiry. Why didn't I act? Jiraiya's life and death rested in Lin Qing's hands. Yet he could not muster even a flicker of intent to retaliate. It was not due to an inability or a lack of courage. Rather, it was the guilt in his heart that paralyzed him. Jiraiya understood all too well the foolishness of his recent actions. This was a trap set by Orochimaru against Lin Qing, a true deadlock. Lin Qing had shattered this impasse with his own strength, rescuing Jiraiya. From the onset of the battle, Lin Qing's every move had been impeccable. But what of Jiraiya? What had he done? At the most crucial moment of the conflict, while his teammate Lin Qing completed 99 of the work, Jiraiya needed only to take a single step to slightly impede Orochimaru, and they would have secured victory. Yet he had done nothing. This was a betrayal of his comrade. If he were merely a fledgling ninja, impulsive and emotional, Lin Qing would not have been angry. It would be understandable to be paralyzed by fear or to hesitate against a former friend. But Jiraiya was no naive individual. He, along with Orochimaru, Tsunade, and the third Hokage, had weathered the darkest storms of the ninja world. When the time came to strike, they would not falter due to sentimentality. So why didn't I act? Jiraiya pondered deeply, until he saw Lin Qing and Sasuke. The latter unadorned with a forehead protector, the reason dawned upon him. Orochimaru had not truly harmed the will of fire. Orochimaru had not transgressed Jiraiya's principles. Thus, for years he had merely sought to trace the whereabouts of this old classmate, not to hunt him down. Jiraiya had hoped for Orochimaru's redemption rather than his demise. Because Orochimaru did not violate my principles, I hesitated, which led to Lin Qing's long-standing protection of Sasuke resulting in harm. This was the root of Lin Qing's fury. Allowing Orochimaru to escape? It was inconsequential. Just a few hundred shattered souls. If they were lost, so be it. Jiraiya could host a grand feast to smooth things over. Who among them did not have a shared history? Lin Qing could understand. However, Sasuke's situation was dire. He was very likely to perish. This was an entirely different matter. Jiraiya was not the type to evade responsibility. After a profound introspection, he lowered his gaze. I have no words. Lin Qing, this time I have wronged you. He turned his attention to Sasuke. The spot where Orochimaru had bitten his neck was continuously oozing black chakra. The heavenly curse mark, Jiraiya said. Lin Qing, if you truly intend to kill me, I wish it to be after you have healed Sasuke. Lin Qing remained with his back to him, and the platinum star suddenly vanished, causing Jiraiya to collapse onto the ground. He rose and moved beside Sasuke, reaching out to grasp the young man's wrist. Moments later, Jiraiya opened his eyes, his expression tense. Within him, three distinct forces clashed: chakra, natural energy, and ripple. Were it only the chakra and the natural energy from the curse mark, Jiraiya, with his years of training in sage arts, would surely find a way to achieve balance. But with the ripple involved, the situation grew complex. Lin Qing and Jiraiya fell into silence, the atmosphere thickening with tension. At that moment, a voice of Schadenfreude emerged nearby. He asked, doomed. Instead of wasting him, why not let me devour him, and I shall forgive your disrespect. True to her nature as a serpent sage, in such brief moments, Tenshin Shinji had nearly healed, transforming into a humanoid serpent form. Cradling the dragon serpent pearl in her hands, Lin Qing slowly turned his head. What did you say? I said, if you let me consume this child. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Qing delivered a swift kick to Tenshin Shinji, sending her sprawling for dozens of meters. The farmhouse collapsing and stirring up a cloud of dust. The purple figure of the sage reached out again, dragging her back like a lifeless dog. Lin Qing loomed over Tenshin Shinji, raising a hand to summon the still smoldering destruction blade, positioning it beneath the serpent demon's neck. Feeling the blade's edge against her throat, Tenshin Shinji's scalp prickled. Lin Qing asked earnestly, can you save him? No, I cannot. As this ugly creature said, apart from the curse mark, there is a third type of energy. I cannot do it. Only by finding Orochimaru can the curse mark be lifted. Can you locate Orochimaru? I can, Tenshin Shinji exclaimed, as if grasping at a lifeline. As long as he comes to the dragon cave, I can contact him. At that time, too slow. Sasuke cannot wait that long. Lin Qing interjected, can you find him now? No, I cannot. Orochimaru's movements are elusive. He cannot be summoned through reverse summoning techniques, unless he reveals his location voluntarily. No one knows where he is hiding. Lin Qing's gaze grew increasingly frigid. You cannot do this, nor that. On what grounds do you believe you can return alive? Do you dare to kill me? Tenshin Shinji was genuinely alarmed, struggling to rise, but the platinum star suddenly appeared, pressing her head down forcefully against the ground, leaving her horrified. With hundreds of years of life, Tenshin Shinji has not discerned the nature of life and death, instead growing increasingly fearful of death in her pursuit of immortality. You cannot kill me. I am the serpent princess of the dragon cave, an elder chosen by the white snake sage. Should you kill me, you will invite endless vengeance from the dragon cave, to the death. She turned to Jiraiya. I want to see the toad sage. Even if I have erred, it is not for mortals to judge me, given the connection between the dragon cave and Mayaboka mountain. Jiraiya, you cannot allow him to kill me. Jiraiya licked his dry lips. Tenshin Shinji was not entirely wrong. The lower-tier serpents and toads could perish without consequence. However, if an elder of Tenshin Shinji's caliber, like Shizune or Yashikage, were truly to die outside, it would inevitably provoke retaliation from their sacred grounds. Just as Jiraiya was about to offer reassurance, a flash of bladed light swept before him. Tenshin Shinji's head rolled away, instantly transforming into a massive green serpentine head. Kill. They had truly killed her. The green serpent head fell, its residual vitality barely clinging to life, glaring at Lin Qing with venomous eyes, growling, Lin Qing, you will suffer the wrath of countless serpents. You will die without a burial place. The dragon cave will not spare you. Before she could finish, the destruction blade fell again, cleaving the serpent head in twain, brain matter spilling forth. You. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock and concern. That is the dragon cave. Lin Qing wiped the blood from his blade, contemplating the nature of dragons. Mere beasts, nothing more. Did they truly consider themselves immortal? If they were indeed so formidable, why did the world belong to humanity and not to these so-called immortals? Once again, Lin Qing cast a glance at Sasuke, whose expression was one of agony. His body temperature was steadily rising. If this continued, it would not be long before he burned himself alive from within. Jiraiya was helpless, as was Tenshin Shinji, while the instigator, Orochimaru, had fled. To save young Sasuke, there remained but one solution: to summon a new stand. He gambled that this stand would possess restorative capabilities, akin to Crazy Diamond, Gold Experience, or Pearl Jam. Lin Qing opened the system interface, finally taking a moment to assess his gains. Slain Junma acquired 320 soul fragments. Slain Zhongwu acquired 290 soul fragments. Defeated Orochimaru acquired 890 soul fragments. Slain Tian Xian Shinji acquired 400 soul fragments. Adding to the over 900 fragments he had previously amassed, along with those collected from defeating miscellaneous foes, root organization ninjas, his current total of soul fragments reached 990. Lin Qing inhaled deeply and activated the system interface. Draw cards. Chapter 46. Consecutive Gold System. Activate. 10 draws, 20 draws, 30 draws, 40 draws. Lin Qing remained unfazed. A total of 299 draws. It was inconceivable not to obtain a 5-star. No, it was not merely a matter of probability, but also one of belief. An instinct whispered to Lin Qing that the radiant 5 golden stars would inevitably descend. 50 draws, nothing. 60 draws. Suddenly, Lin Qing's vision darkened. 10 stars fell from the celestial sphere, one particularly bright and captivating. Here it comes. Ding, 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 5 stars. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, Lin Qing discerned the truth. It was not a stand, but rather a 5-star item. Item: Crown of Thorns of the Saint description, originating from the 7th part of Biao Ma Yi Lang, the crown worn by the saint in his lifetime. Stained with the blood of the saint's head and the light of his soul. Effect: Those with selfish desires cannot possess it. Once donned, the crown cannot be destroyed or hidden. It will eternally exist under the gaze of humanity, and once worn, may create unfathomable miracles, guiding fate while simultaneously subjecting the wearer to corresponding trials. Is this a relic of the saint? Lin Qing recalled that the saint's remains in Biao Ma Yi Lang consisted of 9 components: left arm, right arm, both eyes, heart, spine, both ears, legs, torso, and head. When all parts of the saint's remains are gathered, the body bestows blessings upon its possessor and the surrounding area. But what of the crown of thorns? The silhouette of the saint wearing the crown indeed appeared in Biao Ma Yi Lang. Yet could this truly be considered part of his remains? Lin Qing's gaze fell upon the phrase stained with the blood of the saint's head and the light of his soul. Perhaps it is this aspect that grants it the ability to rival the components of the saint's remains. The capacity to guide fate and create miracles makes it undeniably a 5-star item. Were it not for the unpredictable nature of this ability, it might even be deemed 6-star. After deliberation, Lin Qing placed the crown of thorns upon Sasuke's head. Lin Qing did not believe in fate, yet he yearned for a miracle to manifest. The crown pierced Sasuke's skin, a trickle of blood flowing forth, but in the next moment, it was as if someone had pressed the reverse button. The blood flowed back. The wound healed, and the cursed seal that had been spreading from his neck receded as well. Jiraiya could hardly believe his eyes. How was this possible? It defied all logic. As an expert in sage arts and natural energy, Jiraiya sensed no use of natural energy, but instead observed a more brutal, unreasonable reversal. Under the torment of the cursed seal, chakra, and ripple powers, Sasuke's body, on the brink of collapse, reverted to a state that was neither alive nor dead. Incredible. Jiraiya turned to Lin Qing, who had casually produced the crown of thorns. It's a miracle. Lin Qing corrected him. It is a wonder. Is there a difference? Lin Qing shook his head, offering no explanation. The miracle of the saint had descended. From here on, it was up to Lin Qing's fate to determine his path. Once more he drew cards. 7, 8, 9, 10. This time, the wait felt particularly lengthy. Until 180 draws, the stars fell once more. Lin Qing did not look at the radiance. Instead, he closed his eyes to listen. Ding, 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 4 sounds. He suddenly opened his eyes as the starlight coalesced into a mask adorned with a rainbow. Stand name: Rainbow Catcher 4 stars. Owner: Berkmoya ability. Usable only during rain. It can fixate the raindrops that come into contact with the user's body. Rainwater is harmless to the stand user. Current level, level 1 remarks. When the storm ceases, so shall be my demise. Will you share the same fate, Lin Qing? Having drawn a 5-star crown of thorns followed by a 4-star rainbow catcher after 120 draws, was this the guiding hand of fate, or merely a streak of bad luck? Lin Qing took a deep breath, suppressing his thoughts. He pressed on, investing in another 10 draws. Before the 10 draws concluded, Lin Qing instinctively prepared for another round. But just then, the sky darkened once more. Another round? Consecutive golds. This system, devoid of guarantees, would be sued to bankruptcy in the real world. Had finally shown some conscience. Lin Qing focused on the direction of the falling stars. 5 successive sounds echoed, underscoring the value of this haul. As the brilliance flashed, a humanoid stand appeared. Stand name, White Snake 5 stars. Owner, Enrique Pucci. Ability 1. Extract discs. The discs are divided into memory and stand techniques. White Snake can extract discs from the heart of an enemy through physical confrontation. By viewing the surface of the disc, one can access the owner's memories. Inserting a stand technique disc into another's body grants the corresponding ability. Individuals who lose their memory discs can continue using ninjutsu, but will forget everything related to themselves. Those who lose their stand technique discs will fall into a comatose state, resembling death. White Snake can also inscribe commands upon the disc, creating a command disc that, when inserted into a target's body, compels them to follow the command. Ability 2. Dissolve Mind. It can produce a white acidic fluid that, upon contact with enemies, creates illusions, inducing dreams without their knowledge. Unless the attacked party realizes they are in a dream, they shall not awaken. Ability 3. Evolution. Under suitable circumstances, it may evolve into New Moon. Current level, Level 1 remarks. It seems you've still arrived a step too late. Lin Qing locked eyes with the White Snake before him. It was predominantly grayish-white, slender and tall, bearing a black mask imbued with philosophical significance, adorned with stripes inscribed with. It stood with one hand on its hip, tilting its head slightly, exuding an air of impatience. It was indeed White Snake. Lin Qing frowned slightly. To save Sasuke, what he most desired were the stand's crazy diamond or gold experience, for their healing abilities could undoubtedly resolve the complications caused by the cursed seal. However, White Snake might still prove useful. Orochimaru had successively targeted Uchiha Itachi, Lin Qing, and Sasuke. This pattern suggested that Orochimaru was in a constant state of self-compromise. He coveted the Uchiha body and Sharingan, so even after being defeated by Uchiha Itachi and Lin Qing, he remained undeterred, fixating on Sasuke and leaving behind the cursed seal. Lin Qing surmised that this stand likely possessed tracking and remote manipulation capabilities. Like activating a Trojan horse, the computer becomes locked and inaccessible. To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. As long as we locate Orochimaru, we can devise a means to break the spell. However, Orochimaru is exceptionally adept at evasion, with a significant portion of his skills dedicated to self-preservation. Capturing him and bringing him back to assist Sasuke's recovery seems an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, there is a risk that Orochimaru may leave a backdoor during the healing process. Upon reflection, the White Serpent appears to be the most suitable option. Due to the system's adaptability, the White Serpent, which could originally only seize substitutes, has acquired the ability to commandeer ninjutsu. As long as we find Orochimaru and obtain the disc, we can safely treat Sasuke without any risk involved. Furthermore, as one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru possesses a plethora of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, along with knowledge of various country secrets. Most importantly, he is an expert in human modification technology. Whether Lin Qing intends to teach ninjutsu to Sakura and Akane, gain insight into the strengths of warriors from different nations, or understand the transformations of his own body after absorbing natural energy, this knowledge proves invaluable. However, casting a glance at the thorned crown adorning Sasuke's head and then at the White Serpent, Lin Qing's eyes flicker with complex emotions. Is the shortest path truly a long detour? With 110 draws remaining, Lin Qing hesitates. The possibility of drawing gold again seems unlikely, and the most probable outcome would be empty-handed. As the Purple Hermit ignores distance to pursue, the Aerial Smith locks onto a 1-kilometer radius, while the Platinum Star prepares for a frontal assault, culminating in the White Serpent that will extract the disc. All elements have now converged. It is time to set forth. Lin Qing hoists Sasuke onto his back. At that moment, Jiraiya, who had been frowning and silent, finally speaks. Leave Sasuke to me. I will take him back to Myaboka Mountain and request the Great Toad Sage's assistance. Chapter 47. Orders. Lin Qing halts his steps, turning back to inquire. What did you say? He heard Jiraiya clearly. He was questioning him. How can you have the audacity to say such a thing? Jiraiya inhales deeply. Lin Qing, you cannot pursue Orochimaru with an injured comrade. You certainly cannot leave him with Sakura and Akane. With their strength, they cannot protect Sasuke. The Uchiha name carries immense value. A living Uchiha, detached from Konoha and lacking self-defense capabilities, is enough to incite frenzy among countless bounty hunters and shinobi villages. Furthermore, Jiraiya points to the thorned crown atop Sasuke's head. It maintains him in a delicate state of balance, and any disturbance might shatter this equilibrium. To bring him into battle would be tantamount to endangering his life. Lin Qing, I know you do not trust me, but Jiraiya's gaze drops, his fists clenched. I want to do something. Because he is Jiraiya, in a pivotal moment of combat, he hesitates just long enough for Orochimaru to escape. Yet, because he is Jiraiya, he is not a mere opportunistic ninja. He carries a sense of righteousness. Thus, even as Lin Qing prepares to depart, Jiraiya willingly takes on the responsibility of protecting Sasuke. Striving to atone for his past mistakes, Jiraiya waits silently. A few seconds later, Lin Qing responds, very well. But I must inscribe a command in your heart, protect Sasuke. Until I retract this command, the directive to protect Sasuke will supersede all else, even the will of fire that you uphold. Do you accept? Lin Qing's gaze is fixed on Jiraiya. This is a stringent condition. Lin Qing anticipated Jiraiya's refusal, yet unexpectedly, Jiraiya nods in agreement without a moment's hesitation. Lin Qing gazes intently at the disheveled man before him, the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipating. Taking responsibility for one's own mistakes is a mark of true maturity. The white serpent remains aloof, tilting its head and looking down at Jiraiya with a haughty demeanor. It raises a hand and strikes Jiraiya. The sound of an old-fashioned disc ejecting resonates. As Jiraiya freezes in place, two discs popping out from his face. Lin Qing retrieves the two discs, one containing ninjutsu, the other memories. As Lin Qing suspected, the white serpent's extraction disc cannot take away Jiraiya's honed physique cultivated over the years. This means physical capabilities do not fall within the extraction's purview. For instance, the Uchiha's bloodline limits, the Raikage's formidable physique, or the current chaotic energy state of Sasuke's body cannot be deprived using the disc. With this confirmation, Lin Qing examines the two discs in his hands. If he so desires, he could peer into Jiraiya's memories, turning him into a mere puppet or swiftly eliminating him. However, Jiraiya's willingness to entrust his life to Lin Qing due to a sense of righteousness precludes Lin Qing from committing such a despicable act. The white serpent leaves a command on the memory disc. Unlike the Heaven's Door technique, which allows for complex instructions within a target's soul, the white serpent's commands must be simple and direct. Lin Qing ultimately inscribes 4 words, protect Sasuke. He then reinserts the disc. Jiraiya shudders momentarily before suddenly regaining focus. He touches the spot where the disc had previously ejected, feeling no discernible difference. Yet, when Jiraiya gazes at Sasuke, an overwhelming impulse arises within him. I must protect this child. Even as he recognizes this impulse emanates from Lin Qing's abilities, he feels no resistance within his heart. Is this what it means to issue a command? It is reminiscent of the legendary jutsu from Konoha known as Kodoamatsukami. Such a power to manipulate hearts is truly terrifying. Even more fearsome than this ability is the man before him. Jiraiya can distinctly sense that, aside from the command to protect Sasuke, Lin Qing has not taken the opportunity to inscribe a second directive. He possesses remarkable skills, yet exercises restraint. He is decisive in battle, but harbors reverence for life. This world is not lacking in strong individuals, but Jiraiya has not encountered anyone quite as extraordinary as Lin Qing in many years. What are you thinking? Lin Qing's call snaps Jiraiya back to reality. He takes Sasuke from Lin Qing, performing a summoning technique to conjure a large toad. I will go to Mayaboka Mountain and seek the great toad sage's assistance. Although I now have a command, I must still say, Lin Qing, today I owe you. Should Sasuke be harmed again, I will bring my head to you. Lin Qing nods. With a thud, Jiraiya, Sasuke, and the toad vanish, heading to Mayaboka Mountain. The village falls silent. Lin Qing surveys the lifeless bodies around him, sighing softly. Human life truly holds little value. He reaches into the pooling serpent's blood from the Tianshin divine serpent and retrieves the dragon serpent pearl. A rich flow of natural energy continuously courses through him. In the previous battle, Lin Qing unleashed his strongest strike, shattering the barrier and slaying Kinshiki and Jaegon, severely wounding Orochimaru. He recalls the details. Countless strands of natural energy surged into his body, and his already maximized physique, honed through ripple training, instantly transcended the limitations of human genes. To describe it, it was akin to sublimation. If previously, Lin Qing's breathing technique represented cellular vibrations producing ripples, then in this sublimated state, it signifies resonance at the genetic level. Should he grasp the principles and patterns of this resonance, perhaps he could surpass the limitations of humanity. Lin Qing stores the dragon serpent pearl away. He will need time to explore genetic resonance. Despite Lin Qing's seemingly relaxed demeanor earlier, the process is fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to genetic collapse, reducing him to a puddle of flesh. The resonance at the genetic level is potent enough to expel the powers of the cursed seal from his body, rendering the pursuit of Orochimaru unnecessary. Regrettably, this ability eludes Sasuke's grasp, or rather, it remains inaccessible to all who can generate chakra. Once natural energy surges in, the chakra clings tenaciously, hindering the delicate manipulation of ripples. Lin Qing shook his head, dismissing futile hypotheses, shouldering the shattered great sword, and proceeding towards the direction where Orochimaru fled. 3 days later, at the Akatsuki's underground base, figures emerged upon the fingers of the Outer Path statue: Scorpion, Haiden, Konan, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Deidara, Zetsu, and their leader, Pain. 8 individuals, either in their true forms or as projections, stood upon the statue's fingers. In the dim, shadowy environment, Pain's Rinnegan scanned the assembly. A chilling, terrifying sense of absolute control permeated the air. Is there yet another task at hand? Who shall be eliminated? Deidara, with his hands nestled in his pockets and his golden hair tied back in a ponytail, spoke with a rebellious tone, brimming with confidence. He and Kisame were the newest recruits of Akatsuki. While Kisame exhibited a relatively calm demeanor, Deidara was different, free from the stifling confines of his dull village. He was determined to let his art flourish everywhere. It is not a job, but rather, the matter of dealing with a traitor, Konan interjected. The mere mention of a traitor conjured a single name in everyone's minds: Orochimaru. After failing to ambush Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru had fled, and Akatsuki members had been relentlessly pursuing his whereabouts. However, despite his lack of other skills, Orochimaru excelled in evasion and concealment, making it impossible to catch up with him thus far. Have we located Orochimaru? Kisame inquired, keenly interested as Itachi's new teammate. We have found him, Konan replied. He is currently being pursued by Lin Qing and has fled to the land of rice. Lin Qing. The expressions of the Akatsuki members varied. Deidara's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Itachi furrowed his brows slightly. Even Scorpion, who typically bore a vacant expression, displayed a hint of interest. Pain's icy voice broke the silence. Bring back Orochimaru and Lin Qing. Who among you intends to go? I shall, Itachi declared. My genjutsu is sufficient to counter his abilities. You? Scorpion's hoarse voice echoed. It is said you were defeated by Lin Qing once, nearly perishing in Konoha. Perhaps I should go instead. I have a keen interest in both Lin Qing and Orochimaru's body. They possess the potential to become remarkable puppets. Itachi cast a cold glance at Scorpion, remaining unfazed. In this assembly, there was but one individual responsible for issuing commands: Pain. Given Itachi's nature, he deemed it beneath him to engage in disputes with others. Furthermore, while Itachi might concede on other matters, this time, he had to take action. Previously, he had thought of Lin Qing merely as a ninja with exceptional abilities. But since Lin Qing had taken Sasuke away from the village, the situation had exceeded Itachi's expectations. The last encounter had been too hasty and abrupt. This time, Itachi intended to thoroughly assess Lin Qing's power. Additionally, he longed to revisit his brother, Sasuke. The thought of his sibling stirred a complex mix of emotions within Itachi. As long as he is healthy and safe, he mused. Itachi, you are assigned one action slot, Pain stated. Orochimaru was once your partner, and Lin Qing was your rival. Moreover, Orochimaru has severely injured your only brother, Sasuke Uchiha. This entanglement of fate should rightfully be resolved by you. Sasuke is injured. A surge of murderous intent flooded Itachi's heart, yet he revealed not a hint of it, merely nodding in silence. The second action slot, Pain turned his gaze towards Deidara, who had his hands in his pockets. Deidara, you shall accompany him. Kisame blinked in surprise for a moment. I am Mr. Itachi's partner. Should I not accompany him? Though Pain was cold, he still afforded the members of Akatsuki a measure of respect, succinctly explaining. Lin Qing has consecutively eliminated 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Kisame, You hail from the Mist Village. Your techniques and style are already familiar to Lin Qing. Therefore, to confront him, we must assign an opponent he is ill-equipped to deal with. Kisame nodded in agreement. All intelligence regarding Lin Qing indicated that a 2 to 3 meter radius was his absolute dominion, coupled with a formidable capacity for rapid advancement. The pairing of Itachi, adept in Jinjutsu, and Deidara, skilled in explosive ninjutsu and possessing flight capabilities, indeed formed the most fitting combination. Upon hearing his name, Deidara grinned broadly. Naturally, such a tough nut must be entrusted to me. I wonder if Lin Qing will appreciate my art. However, are we capturing Lin Qing to recruit him into Akatsuki? Pain nodded affirmatively. Lin Qing's demonstrated combat prowess and his treatment of civilians reminded Pain of his own past. He intended to invite Lin Qing to join Akatsuki, to fight for the ideal of peace. Deidara remarked, "Then I understand. When I subdue Lin Qing, I shall hold back and refrain from killing him. But why must we also capture Orochimaru? Is he not a traitor?" This time, it was Conan who provided clarification. "Because none of you can ascertain whether the Orochimaru you slay is the genuine one or merely a clone or experiment. Nor can you confirm whether he might resurface from another base after being killed this time. Thus, I shall serve as the third member of this operation." Conan addressed Itachi and Deidara. "I will assist you in battle. Once we defeat Orochimaru, I will take responsibility for sealing him and returning him to Pain." Thus, Itachi, Deidara, and Conan formed a team to embark on the mission to capture Lin Qing and Orochimaru. Akatsuki was an efficient organization. Following the meeting's conclusion, the trio gathered, boarding a clay giant bird crafted by Deidara, soaring towards the land of rice. Deidara's bird was vast, accommodating 3 individuals comfortably without feeling cramped. Enraptured in his artistic pursuits, Deidara scribbled and sketched, occasionally letting out a light chuckle. Itachi closed his eyes in meditation, while Conan sat across, observing Itachi's every move with her peripheral vision. Her mission entailed not only aiding in combat and sealing Orochimaru but also a covert task from Pain, to investigate Itachi's true nature. The members of Akatsuki each harbored secrets of varying shades, some less than honorable. Pain cared not for the extent of their secrets. As long as they contributed to advancing his plans, he never pried into personal matters. A leader typically wields 4 cards: temptation, emotion, protection, and intimidation. To play different combinations tailored to various individuals is the hallmark of effective leadership, a domain in which Pain excelled. Yet, with Itachi, it was different. On one hand, Itachi was devoid of desires, fixated on his tasks, and executed them flawlessly, making him an ideal teammate. On the other, he was a madman capable of annihilating his entire clan in an instant. Pain's directive to Conan was to observe Itachi's choices when confronted with Lin Qing, Sasuke, and Orochimaru. Should anything be amiss, upon Itachi's return, immediate action would be taken. In Konoha Village, within the medical room of the Umbu, a colossal bubble floated in the air. This pristine water was a collaborative creation of the sage masters of Mayaboku Mountain, capable of effectively isolating external natural energy. Sasuke was submerged in the center of this pure water, nearly nude save for a cloth wrapped around his waist, adorned with a crown of thorns upon his head. Jiraiya sat cross-legged before the pristine water, having vigilantly guarded Sasuke for a week since the battle with Orochimaru. Initially, Jiraiya had contemplated placing Sasuke in Mayaboku Mountain, away from any disturbances for greater safety. However, the natural energy of Mayaboku Mountain is too overwhelming, making it impossible for the pure waters to be sustained for long. Thus, the healing location is set in Konohagakure. Jiraiya gazes at Sasuke, who floats in the water, arms slightly outstretched, adorned with a crown of thorns, his body increasingly emaciated. A sudden impulse to kneel and pay homage surges within him. Rubbing his cheek vigorously, Jiraiya dismisses the thought, attributing it to his exhaustion. When one is weary, it is wise to rest, a familiar, aged voice resonates from behind. Jiraiya turns to meet the gaze of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who approaches in casual attire. Reminiscent of a neighborhood elder. Rest, and then wait for Danzo to make his move against Sasuke? Hiruzen stands silently beside Jiraiya, observing Sasuke within the water sphere. After a prolonged silence, he speaks again. "I cannot make a better choice regarding the Uchiha matter." Does Hiruzen not realize the wrongness of the Uchiha massacre? Is he unaware of the damage it inflicts upon the village's strength? He does know, yet his political acumen is insufficient to arrive at a more commendable decision. Thus, he remained silent. Jiraiya glances at Hiruzen. When he first learned of the Uchiha massacre, fury consumed him, and he longed to return and chastise Hiruzen. Yet now, he exhales a soft sigh. Teacher, we truly are master and disciple. For in the face of battle, when one fails to make a better choice and ultimately remains silent, how different is Jiraiya from his teacher, who let Orochimaru slip away? Both instances have inflicted pain upon Sasuke, but I shall not linger in confusion any longer. Jiraiya states, Teacher, you are always unable to relinquish what should be let go, which is why you allow others to seize what you ought to protect, be it the Uchiha, Minato, Orochimaru, or the once glorious legacy of Konoha, the will of fire that illuminates the ninja world. What do you believe I should do? Hiruzen inquires. Jiraiya shakes his head. I do not know, but there is one person who likely does. Lin Qing? Indeed. Hiruzen senses the trust in Jiraiya's tone. The last time he heard such faith was when Jiraiya spoke of Minato. However, Lin Qing's return would imply Orochimaru's demise. Jiraiya nods. He has long since perished. From the moment he stubbornly pursued immortality, the soul known as Orochimaru has already decayed. Meanwhile, in the land of Rice's Oto Gakure, Orochimaru observes 30 individuals standing before him. Kabuto approaches. Lord Orochimaru, these are the volunteers for the materials this time. Have they been informed of the price? Yes, it is certain death. Orochimaru nods, selecting 2 from the volunteers. Despite the certainty of their demise, the 2 individuals display joy, eliciting envious glances from those around them. For once one becomes a volunteer for Orochimaru, their family, friends, and even neighbors will receive preferential treatment, with parents and children awarded substantial compensation, enough to live comfortably for a lifetime. In such a dire world, this is akin to a divine blessing, and the cost is merely their lives. The 2 step forward, and Orochimaru personally adjusts their attire, smiling as he says, Thank you. The 2 are moved to tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Orochimaru pats their shoulders and tells Kabuto, since preparations are nearly complete, let us begin the forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. Chapter 49. Coffin in a ramen shop on the outskirts of the land of rice. Sage's purple. Lin Qing slams his hand down on a Polaroid camera. A photograph slowly emerges. Orochimaru sits in a chair, holding a teacup. As if sensing Lin Qing's scrutiny, he raises the cup slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. He no longer flees. There is no need for the platinum star to depict details. The image captures Orochimaru seated on a street lined with empty shops, surrounded by a dozen ninjas adorned with musical note symbols on their forehead protectors, Oto Gakure. Lin Qing realizes this is the reason Orochimaru fled to the land of rice. For 7 days, he pursued and escaped, as if he were a bird without wings. Lin Qing and Orochimaru have scarcely paused. Under the effect of Sage's purple, no matter where Orochimaru hides, Lin Qing can always trace him through subtle clues. At last, Orochimaru has ceased his flight, boldly awaiting Lin Qing's arrival. Jiraiya once remarked that if he were to engage Orochimaru in a surprise attack, he could certainly overpower him, albeit with some embellishment. However, if given ample preparation and time to strategize, Orochimaru's threat level would escalate significantly. In the photograph, Orochimaru's gaze seems to challenge. I am here, Lin Qing. Do you dare to come? What a Batman-esque scenario, Lin Qing chuckles softly. Excuse me, how far is it to Oto Gakure from here? The ramen shop owner glances at Lin Qing's large sword. On foot, it would take 5 days heading northwest, but if you take a carriage, it can be reached in 2 days. However, for a ninja such as yourself, a swift dash through the trees could bring you there in a day. Lin Qing nods, understanding the distance. He rises, extracting a bill from his pocket and placing it on the table. No need for change. The ramen shop owner wipes his hands with a towel, hurrying over to see the amount. He quickly grabs the money and rushes out through the curtain. Sir, a bowl of ramen isn't this expensive. You've given too much. Before he can finish, he freezes. Lin Qing, stepping on the shattered sword, seems to be propelled by an unseen giant, soaring into the sky, heading straight northwest. The ramen shop owner falls to the ground, shouting, Dear, come out and see a deity. In Oto Gakure, during the daylight hours, the streets are devoid of souls, save for Orochimaru, who sits in a chair, savoring a cup of hot tea and basking in the sun. To an observer, Orochimaru could appear to have retired from the conflicts of the ninja world. However, a mere glance behind reveals a dozen solemn Oto Gakure ninjas, along with 2 solid wood coffins. In a world where productivity is low, Meticulously crafted wooden coffins signify an extravagant burial. Ordinary families lack such privileges. Upon death, they are simply wrapped in straw mats, which is deemed sufficient. Typically, a hole is dug for burial. Only landowners, merchants, and powerful ninjas can afford wooden coffins. As previously mentioned, the ninja villages are intermingling, and Otogekyure is no exception. Spies from various villages employ their skills, lurking in the shadows, observing Orochimaru and his entourage from a distance. The notion that Orochimaru is the shadow of Otogekyure has sparked speculation among many, but the revelation has nonetheless astonished quite a few. Spies, with their extensive network of information, have long heard of the chase between Lin Qing and Orochimaru. It is evident that the conclusion of this battle lies in Otogekyure, right before their eyes. However, what do the coffins marked with 1 and 2 signify? Do you not realize who Orochimaru is? One of the legendary Sannin, relentlessly pursued by a new generation. Can he remain composed? These 2 coffins embody his resolve. Lin Qing, if you choose not to come, so be it. But if you do come, what then? The coffins are prepared. Do you think this is merely a contest of skill? It is a matter of life and death. It seems Lin Qing has truly provoked Orochimaru to such an extent that thoughts of mutual destruction have entered his mind. The spies whisper among themselves. Kabuto approaches Orochimaru to refill his tea. My lord, do you truly believe Lin Qing will come? Kabuto cannot fathom how Junmaro, Jago, and Orochimaru were previously vanquished by Lin Qing. It must have been an arduous battle. From Orochimaru's caution, Kabuto deduces that Lin Qing is indeed a formidable ninja. However, in light of Lord Orochimaru's meticulous preparations, will Lin Qing truly come? To venture alone against a ninja village? Such an act transcends mere recklessness and impulsiveness. It borders on folly. This sentiment is not exclusive to Yakushi Kabuto. Concealed in the heavens, Konan and Deidara share the same thoughts. It appears today may end in futility. Deidara stifled a yawn. Their objectives were Lin Qing and Orochimaru. Yet it was Lin Qing's arrogant and domineering nature that piqued Deidara's interest more than the cunning Orochimaru. Konan nodded slightly. At that moment, he will come. Uchiha Itachi in the sky and Orochimaru on the ground, separated by 1,000 meters, simultaneously uttered the same phrase. Why? Yakushi Kabuto and Deidara inquired together. Faced with this question, both Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi, 2 exceedingly astute individuals, could not provide a precise answer. They could only ambiguously toss out a single word, feeling. It is an elusive sensation, difficult to articulate, one that ordinary individuals cannot comprehend. Only those who have truly clashed with Lin Qing would experience this feeling. After hearing Uchiha Itachi's description, Konan raised her hand, wanting to speak, yet hesitated. Instead, it was Deidara, unabashed, who slapped his thigh and laughed, asking, "Is the feeling you mentioned, Itachi, not indicative of some peculiar fetish?" Uchiha Itachi, after waiting for a full 2 hours, their initial plan was to ambush Lin Qing while he was engaged in a fierce battle with Orochimaru. Seizing the opportunity to capture both, Konan glanced at the time. The sun hung high in the sky. Noon had arrived. Deidara, has your clay reconnaissance insect detected anything? Centered around the Sound Village, Deidara had established a clay reconnaissance area with a 20-kilometer radius, which would trigger slight explosions should Lin Qing step within its confines. None. Deidara replied. It seems your feeling was mistaken, Itachi. We can no longer wait. The news of Orochimaru in the Sound Village has already spread. It won't be long before various forces converge here. We must act before that happens. Konan finished speaking but received no response from Uchiha Itachi, who maintained his meditative posture. Itachi, listen closely. Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke. Here, Konan strained to listen, and she heard the howling wind, growing ever nearer. Look, the midday light gleamed upon Lin Qing as he approached with his blade. He had arrived, not by stealth, nor assassination, and certainly without recruiting allies. He strode boldly into the enemy's lair under the blazing sun, utterly insane. By the heavens! Deidara's eyes sparkled, mouth agape. Itachi, I retract my previous statement. I now understand what you meant by feeling. This Lin Qing fellow is quite intriguing. Moreover, he was flying. Both those in the sky and on the ground witnessed Lin Qing's rapid approach. Infusing chakra into their eyes, they beheld the platinum star appear behind the obliteration blade, grasping its hilt and aiming at Orochimaru. Aura! Lin Qing accelerated once more, a white conical cloud forming behind him. In an instant, The thunderous roar of wind reverberated through the sky, like divine retribution, descending upon Orochimaru. Boom! The obliteration blade pierced through Orochimaru's form, pinning him firmly to the ground. The shockwave radiated outward, fracturing the earth and causing it to sink. In a single strike, everything within a 100-meter radius of Lin Qing crumbled, burying all the Sound Village ninjas lurking nearby beneath the rubble. Dust filled the air, obscuring vision. A hand emerged from the debris, brushing the dust aside as if lifting a curtain. The wind howled. Lin Qing stood amidst the ruins, withdrawing the obliteration blade, and simultaneously, two thuds echoed like the sound of coffin lids hitting the ground. Lin Qing frowned slightly at the sight of two figures emerging. Why were there still big dumplings? Chapter 50. Dire predicament on the ground. Orochimaru's corpse transformed into a puddle of pus. Evidently, this was yet another clone. Ever since Lin Qing had vanquished him previously, Orochimaru had resolved never to expose himself within Lin Qing's range of fire or vision, and had long since hidden away in the shadows. Thud! Thud! The heavy wooden coffin lid crashed to the ground. Two bodies, covered in cracks, emerged from the coffins. From the coffin, marked one stepped a long-haired man with a square face, rugged features, adorned in red-layered armor, wearing the Leaf Village's iron forehead protector. From the coffin labeled 2 emerged a tall, thin man, entirely wrapped in bandages, obscuring his features, crowned with a black satin forehead protector. Lin Qing scrutinized the two figures emerging from the coffins, his brow furrowing slightly. Their eyes were ashen, devoid of vitality, resembling pure marionettes bereft of thought. Yet Lin Qing sensed a profound threat. From the corner, spies gasped in astonishment. The first Hokage? The second Hokage? Emerging from the coffins were none other than Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of the Leaf Village, and Mu, the second Tsuchikage of the Stone Village. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, requires no further introduction. The legendary god of ninjas, the establishment of ninja villages across nations owes much to his legacy. In his lifetime, he was virtually unrivaled. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, while not as renowned as Senju Hashirama, was undoubtedly the most distinguished of the Kage in the history of the Stone Village. His invention of the dust release bloodline limit can be regarded as one of the strongest offensive techniques in the ninja world. By the heavens! By the heavens! By the heavens! Deidara grasped Itachi's robe, exclaiming excitedly, "Itachi, did you see that? The dead have been resurrected." Itachi glanced at the robe Deidara was nearly tearing off and brushed his hands away, his expression grave. The leaf possesses a forbidden technique called Ito Tensei, through an exceedingly sinister ritual. Using the living as sacrifices, it summons the souls of the deceased back to the realm of the living, allowing them to be manipulated. The reanimated corpses produced by Edo Tensei are virtually immortal. As long as the caster does not release the technique, they can unconditionally regenerate from even the most severe attacks. Konan had heard of Edo Tensei, but in decades, she had never witnessed its application, believing it to be a mere legend within the ninja world. She never imagined such a technique truly existed. She recalled Nagato's manipulation technique, but the two were fundamentally different. Moreover, Nagato's ability to animate corpses relied on the power of the Rinnegan, which was unique to him, whereas this technique could be utilized by anyone who learned it. This man is terrifying. No wonder Nagato is determined to capture him alive. Konan inquired, "If that is the case, does not the one who masters this technique become invincible? Summoning an army of the undead would allow them to sweep through all the ninja villages." Uchiha Itachi shook his head gently. No matter how formidable a ninjutsu may be, it cannot be entirely without countermeasures. For instance, my Amaterasu can incinerate those who have been resurrected. Furthermore, in a cooperative effort, sealing techniques can also bind the endlessly reviving corpses. Deidara tilted his chin toward Lin Qing. So, by your reasoning, he is doomed? Itachi pondered for a moment. Stepping into Lin Qing's perspective, and after a few seconds of contemplation, he slowly nodded. The situation is precarious. Lin Qing's advantage lies in his overwhelming presence at close range and his extraordinary explosive power in a short time. Yet all this is of no use against the resurrected Senju Hashirama. In fact, given Lin Qing's previous combat experiences, it was apparent that he could seize the water release summoned by the enemy, prompting Orochimaru to deliberately refrain from summoning the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The divine power of Senju Hashirama, combined with his wood release techniques, is sufficient to withstand Lin Qing's frontal assault. The bloodline limit of nothing eliminates dust release at an atomic level, deconstructing and stripping it away. Even Lin Qing's defenses cannot withstand such an attack. Orochimaru has also discovered that Lin Qing can summon a monster bird that fires miniature shurikens and can scout the enemy's movements. However, this is not a forest or a desert. It is the village of sound, filled with people. Among them are ninjas. But even more are ordinary citizens trying to make a living. Orochimaru understands that, given Lin Qing's character, it is implausible for him to massacre the entire village in pursuit of him. Uchiha Itachi whispers, "Lin Qing, how will you break this situation? Even if you foil Orochimaru's scheme, what will you do about the three of us?" In Itachi's eyes, the outcome of today is already predetermined. Everyone is waiting, anticipating that Lin Qing will be defeated by the invincible powerhouse they remember. Then, with a thunderous crash, the Platinum Star collides with Senju Hashirama. Their fists clash, each exerting incredible force. One embodies the essence of strength and speed, while the other represents the strongest brute force in the ninja world. Neither yields even an inch. Aura, 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 roars the Platinum Star, unleashing a flurry of punches. Senju Hashirama does not evade. He stands firm, his feet planted, unleashing a barrage of punches that reverberate like 1,000 horses galloping into battle. The scorching winds from their clash sweep across the battlefield, forcing the observers to hold their breath. Incredible. Is this power? Whether it is the resurrected first Hokage or the godlike evil spirit, their strength exceeds all expectations. There is no doubt about Senju Hashirama's might. But what exactly is that evil spirit? Suddenly, Senju Hashirama takes a step back. The onlookers are astonished. They cannot believe that it is Senju Hashirama who is retreating. After the first step comes the second and the third, as his form begins to disintegrate into countless fragments. Aura. The Platinum Star unleashes his final punch, sending Senju Hashirama flying. The legendary ninja god has been suppressed, his body shattered under the relentless pressure, with no resistance whatsoever. In Uchiha Itachi's eyes, the three tomos slowly spin. Something feels off about this first Hokage. Is it a flaw of the Edo Tensei technique? His reactions, speed, and even the application of his power seems somewhat clumsy. Although Itachi has never seen the first Hokage, he suspects that the resurrected version possesses only about 70% of his original strength. Itachi's gaze shifts upward. Previously invisible, nothing reappears. Having utilized the time gained from Senju Hashirama's distraction to complete a jutsu, with hands clasped before him, nothing gathers wind, earth, and fire chakra in his palms, forming a small yet dazzling halo. Dust release, original world stripping technique. A cylindrical, semi-transparent barrier hurtles toward Lin Qing like a cannonball. Where the barrier travels, even natural energy begins to dissipate. Lin Qing understands that relying on his physical body, he cannot withstand this technique. He intends to evade the attack. But the earth splits open, and trees sprout, ensnaring his legs. Senju Hashirama, who had just been obliterated by the Platinum Star, has already reformed his body and is performing wood release. Lin Qing exerts force once more, shattering the encumbering trees. However, the brief delay allows the original world stripping technique to descend. Chapter 51. Genjutsu, the original world stripping technique. Stripping, deconstructing, and then exploding. A smile curves Orochimaru's lips. To him, unless Lin Qing possesses the ability to phase, it is impossible for him to evade this blow. As the dazzling explosion subsides, Uchiha Itachi immediately scans the battlefield. Xiaonan, what just happened? Is Lin Qing dead? Deidara calls out loudly. Xiaonan replies in surprise. Can't you see for yourself? The previous art was too brilliant. I can't see anything now. Itachi and Xiaonan turn to find Deidara with red, tear-filled eyes, intently watching the spectacle. Unlike others who shielded their eyes, he gapes in wonder, meticulously observing and appreciating the art. Itachi feels a pang of nostalgia for Kisame. While he may be unattractive, he certainly had a strong sense of presence. Lin Qing is unharmed. In fact, it is the second Tsuchikage, Nothing, who finds himself in peril. At the epicenter of the explosion, Lin Qing remains unscathed, maintaining a throwing posture as the terrifying obliteration blade, shrouded in the explosion's light, travels hundreds of meters and pierces through Nothing, who is suspended in the air. At that moment, whether it be the trio above or the myriad spies on the ground, or even the lurking Orochimaru, all are left bewildered. What just transpired? It was evident that Senju Hashirama and Nothing, two legendary figures from history, had executed an excellent synergy, and Lin Qing was enveloped in the attack zone of the original world stripping technique, with nowhere to flee. Why, then, was nothing the one injured? Everything happened too quickly, and the blinding light interfered, even preventing Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan from discerning the events clearly. Only Orochimaru, as the orchestrator, vaguely perceives the reason. The original world stripping technique indeed struck true. It stripped and deconstructed enough matter to provoke a terrifying explosion. However, upon observing Lin Qing's bulging backpack, Orochimaru conjectures that it likely contains dragon serpent orbs. He recalls the blade Lin Qing had wielded earlier in the village. He comprehends it now. Natural energy. The principle of the original world stripping technique is to create a deconstruction field, wherein anything entering that domain will be stripped and deconstructed. But is this deconstruction limitless? It is evidently not. Otherwise, the second Tsuchikage could use dust release to bore through the very planet of the Hokage world to its other side. Considering chakra consumption, the original world stripping technique can likely deconstruct objects weighing 5 to 6 times that of a human body. Beyond this threshold, the deconstruction field created by chakra would dissipate. Once the deconstruction is complete, the heat generated from the decomposed matter would trigger an explosion. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Lin Qing, utilizing the dragon serpent orbs to attract natural energy, forcibly injected a substantial amount of it into the dust released before it could touch him, thereby exhausting the deconstruction field. The subsequent explosion was easily withstood by the Platinum Star's defenses, and Lin Qing leveraged the brilliant light from the explosion to launch the obliteration blade, executing a miraculous counterattack. This series of judgments and decisions stemmed from Lin Qing noticing the natural energy being consumed along the path of the dust release. Is this the talent of the Uchiha clan? After Orochimaru's analysis, the observer Yakushi Kabuto expresses his astonishment. No, Orochimaru fixates on Lin Qing. This is his unique talent. Lin Qing forcefully pulls nothing, pierced by the obliteration blade, to his side. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru grins. Fight. Fight with all your might. Then submit to your fate. Orochimaru is indifferent to Lin Qing winning a round or two. With the immortality of Edo Tensei, he possesses countless opportunities for failure. Lin Qing need only falter once to lose. Orochimaru's smile is one of delight until he sees the white snake appear. Lin Qing grips Nothing's throat with one hand, as the white snake grins and slaps Nothing across the face. Zilikata. 2 discs pop out as the white snake extracts them. With a thud, Nothing collapses, transforming into countless grains of sand, revealing the face of an ordinary man. Orochimaru is suddenly taken aback. The technique has been dispelled. He senses the situation carefully for a moment. The technique of impure world reincarnation has not yet been dispelled. It remains intact, with its power shifting from the corpse to the discs held in the hands of the white snake. With a disdainful flick of her wrist, the white snake tossed the 2 discs, causing fragments to scatter, teetering on the brink of shattering. These discs could not be inserted into the body for use. Yet the white snake clapped her hands together, kneaded the air, and gracefully tossed them above her head. A multitude of powdery fragments cascaded down, forming a line in the sky that pointed directly to the ground. The white snake was utilizing the connection between souls to reverse locate the controller of the impure world reincarnation. "Aha!" she exclaimed, placing one hand on her hip, tilting her head, and raising her chin. "I've found you." "Oh no." Orochimaru's heart raced as he hurriedly commanded Hashirama Senju to obstruct Lin Qing. But it was too late. Lin Qing dashed forward, swinging his blade, and the earth split open beneath him. The Platinum Star grasped the fissure with both hands, pulling forcefully apart. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi, who were concealed in their underground base, were suddenly exposed to the glaring sunlight. Is it really that blinding? Orochimaru thought uncontrollably. In the next instant, a shadow enveloped him, blocking all light. I knew it. The Platinum Star's fist collided with his head. Lin Qing would not grant Orochimaru even the slightest chance. He would not allow him to utilize ninjutsu or engage in conversation. Lin Qing aimed to eliminate him before he could employ any of his life-saving techniques. After delivering the punch, the Platinum Star did not continue his assault, but swiftly switched to a substitution technique, taking advantage of the brief moment he had stunned Orochimaru. White Snake. The white snake appeared. Orochimaru's dilating pupils suddenly narrowed. It was this evil spirit that had discovered him. If the Platinum Star exuded sheer power and unparalleled violence, the white snake emanated a chilling aura, akin to confronting another version of himself. Success, the White Snake declared. Ziz. Orochimaru's thoughts came to a sudden halt. The White Snake drew out the disc, presenting it to Lin Qing. One was a memory, the other a ninjutsu, clearly displaying Orochimaru's visage. There was no mistake. This was his true form. Lin Qing hesitated no longer. Raising his blade with one hand, he infused it with the power of ripples, causing the blade to shimmer with a golden hue. He swung horizontally, intent on slaying Orochimaru and eliminating any future threat. Only then did Kabuto Yakushi realize, gripping his steel needle as he lunged to stop Lin Qing. But everyone knew that Kabuto stood no chance of hindering Lin Qing. The onlooking spies widened their eyes. Determined to engrave the scene before them into their memories, they would become witnesses of history. As the blade tore through the air, Lin Qing caught a glimpse of eyes reflecting off the blade's edge. Buzz. The world abruptly turned crimson, and a pair of Sharingan hovered in Lin Qing's sky. Lin Qing's movements froze. 3 figures descended from above. Upon recognizing their forms, the spies nearly lost their minds. It was Uchiha Itachi, Deidara, Konan, each a renowned ninja. They had all arrived on this battlefield. The underlying interests and power struggles would keep the intelligence organizations of the major ninja villages occupied for quite some time. Lin Qing's blade hovered just inches from Orochimaru's neck. Is this it? Deidara inquired. Itachi stated, the battle is over. Deidara and Konan nodded in agreement. Itachi waited a few seconds, casting a doubtful glance at the two. Aren't you going to seal him? They both shook their heads, having witnessed Lin Qing's combat prowess firsthand. Be it the Platinum Star or Lin Qing himself, the sheer explosiveness of their power was too terrifying. Even with their various life-saving techniques, they were unwilling to step into Lin Qing's range. Itachi declared, Lin Qing has already fallen under my jinjutsu. He cannot break free. There is nothing to fear. As he spoke, he stepped into Lin Qing's 2-meter radius. Chapter 52. An invitation from Akatsuki Uchiha. Itachi stepped into Lin Qing's range. After a brief pause, nothing happened. He glanced back at Konan and Deidara, 10 meters away, signaling that everything was under control. But when Itachi turned back, a fist larger than his head had already descended upon him. Bang! Itachi's form dissipated into countless crows, reassembling a few steps away. I knew it. Itachi pointed at the Platinum Star. I knew you must have a backup plan. Last time, Itachi had underestimated Lin Qing, failing to activate his Sharingan or use ninjutsu. And in a moment of carelessness, Lin Qing had seized the initiative, nearly overwhelming him with a series of attacks. Though he pretended to be unfazed, he replayed that night in his mind every evening before sleep, wishing he could turn back time to the night of the massacre. Itachi had long prepared his substitution technique. Waiting for this moment, he would not make the same mistake again. Suddenly, he was jolted. His eyes widened as the 3 tomos spun rapidly, awakening him to the realization that a waxy liquid had inexplicably enveloped him. Looking ahead, the Platinum Star had vanished, leaving only the sinisterly grinning White Snake. You figured it out. Your reaction time is impressive, the White Snake taunted. Jinjutsu. When did Lin Qing learn Jinjutsu? Itachi had no time to ponder further as the White Snake's fist came crashing down. Seeing the impending blow, Itachi hastily raised a kunai to block. The power was far weaker than he had anticipated. Itachi realized that not all evil spirits possessed the terrifying suppressive force of the Platinum Star. This one was more adept at Jinjutsu. He quickly assessed the situation when he suddenly heard the whistling of wind. Lin Qing, wielding the devastating blade, had already closed the distance to Itachi. So fast, there was no time to weave hand signs for ninjutsu. With the White Snake's Jinjutsu in play, it could not affect Lin Qing. In a moment of desperation, Itachi kicked the White Snake away and braced himself against the nearly 2-meter-long blade with his kunai. Clang! The sound of the impact made the spies shudder. Itachi could only withstand for less than half a second before his arm bent unnaturally under the force, as if he were a baseball sent flying. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Wasn't Itachi supposed to have cast a Jinjutsu on Lin Qing? How was it that he was now using a substitution technique and being sent flying? Who had truly fallen under Jinjutsu? Only Itachi, having been knocked away, understood that they had both fallen victim to each other's Jinjutsu, each leveraging their skills to break free in the first instant. The differing outcomes stemmed from the fact that one had calculated while the other had not. When Itachi arrived, Lin Qing had indeed been ensnared in Jinjutsu. After breaking free with the White Snake's power, he had spotted the 3 members of Akatsuki descending from above. Lin Qing had seen the Akatsuki cloaks in the intelligence reports regarding Shinya Kamihara. Realizing he faced 3 opponents of Orochimaru's caliber, Lin Qing deliberately feigned being ensnared in Jinjutsu, luring the trio into his range. However, to his surprise, the other 2 were overly cautious, leaving only the familiar Uchiha Itachi to step forward. Yet Lin Qing was aware that ninjas possessed substitution techniques for survival, especially since Itachi had just taken a direct hit from the Platinum Star's punch. He might very well be on guard. Thus, Lin Qing first enticed him closer and then unleashed the White Snake's Jinjutsu. He understood that Itachi, being a master of Jinjutsu, would not be easily ensnared for long, not even by the White Snake. Yet he did not need a long time. A mere instant would suffice. In that fleeting moment, Itachi would perceive the Platinum Star striking at him, depleting his substitution technique while neglecting the oncoming Lin Qing. Itachi had sworn to himself never to underestimate Lin Qing again. But how many more hidden abilities did this individual possess? Sharingan caught Uchiha Itachi. His right arm was severed, a mere injury that a ninja of Itachi's caliber could recover from in a matter of days. However, the events of today's battle would impede his hand signs and physical techniques. Sharingan stepped forward. Wait, we bear no ill will. Lin Qing cast a sidelong glance at the reeling Itachi. You brought him before me, attacked without a word of greeting, and now you claim there is no malice? Sharingan swallowed hard. Lin Qing was right. The original intent behind the phrase "we bear no ill will" was to be uttered after they had subdued him, basking in the glory of victory. Based on her experience in recruiting, typically, even the most obstinate ninjas would speak civilly at this stage. But now, with Lin Qing having already bested Orochimaru and driven Itachi back, his momentum was formidable. This is troublesome. Sharingan inhaled deeply, clarifying their intentions. Lin Qing nodded, summarizing, so, you wish to recruit me into your criminal organization? And you want me to let Orochimaru go? Yes. Why should I join Akatsuki? Because of ideology, Sharingan replied earnestly. I can see your dissatisfaction with the rules of the ninja world, but with your strength alone, you are far too weak. Joining us is the only way to realize your ideals. Lin Qing shook his head. I am unaware of your ideology. He glanced at Orochimaru and then at Itachi. But an organization that includes these 2 must surely have a vastly different philosophy than mine. Deidara bluntly urged. Joining Akatsuki is exhilarating. You can kill whomever you desire and do as you please. Lin Qing chuckled lightly. The Platinum Star emerged, delivering a decisive blow that shattered Orochimaru's head. Sharingan did not expect Lin Qing to act with such resolve. Without the protection of chakra or any means of autonomous regeneration, Orochimaru collapsed to the ground. I am currently doing what I wish, killing whom I want. Why would I join you? Sharingan and her companions were momentarily at a loss for words. Orochimaru spoke up. I don't want to die. Please spare me. Those who had 2 discs taken by the White Snake would enter a state of temporary death, reacting only when an absolute obsession arose within them. In the series, Jotaro was driven by his daughter. At this moment, Orochimaru was driven by the desire to live. Lin Qing locked eyes with Orochimaru, never before having witnessed such concentrated obsession in a person's gaze. Indeed, you wish to live, but who truly desires death? Lin Qing crouched down, speaking softly. Relax. Dizziness is normal. You will undoubtedly die. No one can save you today. You possess too many means, if you do not perish. I fear even if I obtain the discs, I will be at risk. However, rest assured, do you not seek immortality? You will continue to exist in the hearts of others in the form of a disc for eternity. Eternity. Orochimaru reached out, attempting to grasp his own disc, but his arm fell heavily to the ground. He was dead. Slaying Orochimaru grants 600 soul shards. Is that all? Lin Qing pondered. Beginning to understand the reason, he had recently defeated Orochimaru once, acquiring soul shards from that victory, hence the reduction upon his actual demise. Otherwise, Lin Qing could simply capture a misfortunate individual adept at physical recovery, repeatedly defeat them, wait for their healing, and then defeat them again to continually harvest soul shards. This would clearly be unreasonable, considering Lin Qing's soul could be used as collateral. He speculated that the quantity of soul shards produced by each opponent over a certain period was fixed. Once exhausted, they would not yield more. Only after undergoing significant highs and lows, achieving personal transformation, would new soul shards emerge. Lin Qing held 2 discs between his fingers. Having achieved the objective of this excursion with Orochimaru's demise, he turned his gaze back to the 3 individuals before him. I have killed, and I will not accompany you. So what will it be next? Deidara and Itachi's eyes fell upon Xiaonan. Taking a deep breath, Xiaonan declared, "Attack." Chapter 53. Genetic Enhancement. Deidara erupted into laughter. If we'd done this sooner, we could have avoided all this. Persuasion was not their trio's forte. Xiaonan, a straightforward individual, had always followed Nagato's directives. Deidara, consumed by his artistry, had little interest in negotiation. As for Itachi, if he were adept at dialogue, he wouldn't have been so resolute in his actions, executing his entire clan at a mere command. The previously tense atmosphere among the three lightened the moment they decided to engage. Deidara swiftly mounted his clay bird, soaring into the sky, unleashing an array of clay bombs that rained down explosively. Xiaonan employed her signature technique, the dance of the paper, transforming her body into myriad sheets of white paper that fluttered in the air before coalescing into spears and butterflies, launching an assault on Lin Qing. Itachi distanced himself from the epicenter of the battle, coldly observing Lin Qing's responses while contemplating other matters. Itachi's original plan was to capture Orochimaru and extract from him the means to save Sasuke through Jinjutsu. However, with Orochimaru now deceased, that plan required alteration. In Itachi's view, Lin Qing's pursuit of Orochimaru was rooted in vengeance. He was unaware of the discs drawn from Orochimaru's body and their true purpose, which could hardly be for healing Sasuke. Itachi had learned that Sasuke was receiving treatment in Konoha. Should Lin Qing return alive, even if Sasuke were to heal, he would undoubtedly leave Konoha with Lin Qing, prompting the higher-ups of the village to withhold resources and not fully treat him. Sasuke would perish. Conversely, if Lin Qing died, Sasuke, being a child and the last of the Uchiha bloodline, would likely be preserved at all costs by the village. If Lin Qing returned, Sasuke would die. If Lin Qing died, only then could Sasuke live. Itachi gazed at Lin Qing as he faced off against Xiaonan and Deidara, slowly closing his right eye. Thus, Lin Qing, I am grateful for all you have done for Sasuke, but you must die. Blood of pitch black flowed from his tightly shut right eye, and he suddenly opened it, the three-tomo transforming into a kaleidoscope, locking his gaze onto Lin Qing at the center of the battlefield. Amaterasu, a sphere of black flames, erupted without warning. The instant Lin Qing sensed the danger posed by the black flames of Amaterasu, he instinctively moved half a step, but was still unable to evade the inferno entirely. A burst of black flames engulfed his right arm. Deidara shouted in shock, Itachi, what are you doing? We intend to bring him back as an ally, not kill him. Itachi appeared oblivious, his gaze relentlessly pursuing Lin Qing, intent on seeing this through to the end. The searing pain tormented Lin Qing's nerves. The unquenchable black flames of Amaterasu, a rare power he had gleaned from the Amaterasu meme, once ignited, would continue to burn until the target was reduced to ash. The flames crept up toward his neck. Without hesitation, Lin Qing pressed his left hand against his right shoulder, the ripple force acting as a blade to sever his arm. Blood gushed from the severed limb. But under the control of the ripple force, it formed a wall, obscuring Itachi's line of sight. The Amaterasu flames raged against the blood-red barrier, unable to reach the Lin Qing hidden behind. Itachi closed his right eye, gasping for breath. The chakra expenditure for Amaterasu was immense, but he could not afford to stop. This time, he channeled chakra into his left eye. Jinjutsu, Tsukuyomi. With the interference from the white snake, Itachi understood that Tsukuyomi could not be executed normally. Yet he did not need to kill Lin Qing with it. Xiaonan and Lin Qing could summon only one evil spirit at a time. To counter my illusions, he must maintain the summoning of this feeble specter. Now is the moment to strike. Doubt flickered in Xiaonan's gaze. Since Uchiha Itachi joined the Akatsuki, he had remained remarkably calm and unambitious. This was the first time she had witnessed such determination from him. Xiaonan resolved that upon her return, she would report everything that transpired today to Nagato. However, now that the battle had commenced and Lin Qing had already severed an arm, there was no chance for a peaceful resolution. Years of warfare had taught Xiaonan that even amidst countless uncertainties in battle, one must wait until the fight concludes to ponder them. She conjured countless paper spears, wielding the sharpest one in her hand, while white paper wings unfurled from her back, charging toward Lin Qing like a celestial warrior descending from the heavens. On one side stood Uchiha Itachi, sustaining Tsuki no Mi, Moon Reader, while on the other, Xiaonan surged forward. Above them, a clay dragon roared as it descended, ready to strike Lin Qing. The hidden observers held their breath. as the pace of the battle escalated. In mere seconds since the onset, the four had engaged in numerous exchanges. Just moments ago, Lin Qing had slain Orochimaru with ferocity. Yet now, he found himself in dire straits, having lost an arm. Was this what the Akatsuki represented? It was terrifying indeed. Pain had contemplated for years how to elevate the Akatsuki's notoriety, and this battle would suffice. After today, the organization's commissions would surely surge. Countless gazes, both overt and covert, fell upon Lin Qing. This man, who disregarded all rules and fought fiercely, was viewed by some as a madman and by others as a savior. Would he perish? Xiaonan fixated on Lin Qing, awaiting his response, but none came. Lin Qing closed his eyes, as if resigning himself to fate. Was this Lin Qing merely a man who lost the will to resist when faced with despair? In a fleeting moment, a gust of wind swept in. The wind rose. Clouds surged. Shadows enveloped the earth, plunging the world into darkness. Lin Qing spread his arms, welcoming the tempest. Wait, his arms. The severed right arm miraculously regrew in an instant. Xiaonan's attention was drawn to a disc spinning rapidly at Lin Qing's chest, where Orochimaru's visage could be discerned. The power of Orochimaru. Are you employing his regenerative abilities? Upon hearing her words, Lin Qing slowly opened his eyes, and in that instant of mutual gaze, the charging Xiaonan froze. She had never seen eyes so dazzling. Beneath the obscuring clouds, a golden brilliance swirled within Lin Qing's depths. He inhaled deeply. A torrent of natural energy surged into his being with each breath. The power of Orochimaru? No, Lin Qing did not rely on Orochimaru's strength. Instead, he drew upon Orochimaru's knowledge. The fusion of ripple and natural energy could profoundly awaken the body, enabling a transformation that transcended limits. The sole issue lay in Lin Qing's previous inability to accurately manipulate the direction of genetic sublimation. He could not discern which changes were beneficial and which harbored peril. But now, he had filled the final missing piece of the puzzle. The ripple, natural energy, the dragon snake orb, and Orochimaru's insights coalesced, paving the way for Lin Qing to surpass human limitations. A thunderous roar erupted from within Lin Qing, golden lightning flickering across his skin, while the clouds above spiraled ominously. Resembling an apocalyptic scene, Deidara, perched upon a bird, gaped in disbelief. What on earth is this? Regeneration, levitation, summoning storms. What unfolded before them was nothing short of divine. I do not believe in gods, Xiaonan exclaimed, her sole deity being pain. She thrust her spear forth, but Lin Qing caught it effortlessly. Boom. The explosive tag within the spear detonated, leaving cracks upon Lin Qing's palm, which healed instantaneously under Xiaonan's watchful gaze. Close combat was no longer an option, Xiaonan deduced. Divine paper technique. She dispersed into countless paper butterflies, fluttering in every direction. Even Lin Qing could not possibly locate her true form in an instant. Once a distance was established, she intended to assist Deidara with ranged attacks. The platinum star materialized before her. The scattered paper butterflies were drawn back. The platinum star clenched in her palm, forcing Xiaonan to reveal herself once more. Rather than fear, a sense of elation surged within her. The appearance of the platinum star signified the disappearance of the white snake responsible for illusion resistance. Itachi, now, Xiaonan shouted. Yet, until the platinum star's fist struck Xiaonan's face, Itachi's illusions had yet to manifest. The wind whistled past her ears as she turned to see the white snake closing in. 2. Wasn't it said that Lin Qing could only summon a single evil spirit? Itachi, you've betrayed me. Uchiha Itachi, equally bewildered, had never witnessed Lin Qing summon two entities simultaneously. What was happening? He beheld Lin Qing's radiant eyes and sensed an indomitable spirit transcending the mortal realm. Lin Qing had risen above the tiers of existence. With his current mental fortitude, he could summon two entities to act simultaneously, albeit for a fleeting 23 seconds. But that was sufficient. The platinum star seized Xiaonan by the throat, rendering her unable to turn her head, and she could only hear the voice of the white snake behind her. Haha, I shall claim what is yours. Chapter 54. Uchiha Itachi is a traitor. Xiaonan has fallen victim. Deidara stared, his mind racing with countless thoughts. A devotee of art, occasionally appearing somewhat daft, yet Deidara was no fool. One could not master clay bombs, a technique both splendid and powerful, without intelligence. Something was amiss. Lin Qing was indeed formidable. Yet it was implausible for him to exude such oppressive force against the combined might of Shao Nan, Deidara, and Uchiha Itachi. Deidara quickly reviewed the situation. Where had it all begun to unravel? It struck him suddenly, at the very outset. From the moment Itachi unleashed his illusions, something had felt wrong. Why was the renowned master of illusions, with his Sharingan, unable to withstand even a single strike from Lin Qing? No one knew that Lin Qing could summon only one evil spirit at a time. It was Uchiha Itachi's intelligence that led Shao Nan to approach Lin Qing, ultimately leading to her capture. Furthermore, now Deidara observed the battlefield, suspended above Lin Qing. Shao Nan engaged in close combat, while Uchiha Itachi kept his distance. Deidara's gaze darkened toward Uchiha Itachi. Could he be a spy for Konoha? If that were true, everything would fall into place. Both Lin Qing and Uchiha Itachi hailed from Konoha. This mission, with Itachi's unusually resolute demeanor, was likely a ploy to ensnare Shao Nan, the Akatsuki's deputy leader. Deidara, devoted to his art, had gained the attention of the third Tsuchikage, Onoki, who recognized his talent. Beneath his long yellow hair lay a heart of innocence. Unaccustomed to such treachery and betrayal, confusion clouded Deidara's mind. At that moment, he heard Uchiha Itachi shout, "Bombs! Drop all your clay dragons, birds, and every clay explosive. I will employ Amaterasu to create an inescapable barrier." Confronted with the nearly immortal Lin Qing, capable of regrowing severed limbs, Uchiha Itachi could only conceive of one method: an extensive and relentless bombardment of extreme saturation. Upon hearing this, Deidara raised his eyebrows, peering out from his clay bird, and vociferously cursed at Itachi below. "I will blow you to pieces." The reason Deidara avoided the same fate as Conan was his aerial mobility. Had he believed Itachi's deceptive words and cast down all his clay explosives, he would have met the same grim end as Conan. This further solidified Deidara's conviction. Itachi was in league with Lin Qing. They were merely performing a charade. With this thought, Deidara ceased delaying. Despite his arrogance, he did not believe he could take on both Lin Qing and Uchiha Itachi simultaneously. Maneuvering his clay bird, he swiftly took flight, disappearing into the clouds. Itachi, bewildered by Deidara's erratic behavior and realizing he had truly fled, felt his heart plummet. His chakra had been significantly depleted from the earlier use of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. In contrast, Lin Qing not only possessed a seemingly indestructible body, but could also summon two substitutes simultaneously. If he could unleash the power of Susanoo once more, Itachi injected chakra into his eyes, the orange-red energy coalescing around him, forming faint rib-like structures. Yet, in the next moment, as his chakra fluctuated, it dissipated explosively. It was not yet feasible. The last time he faced Lin Qing, he had been unable to utilize Susanoo's power again after its desperate deployment. "I can only retreat and devise a plan for assassination later," Itachi mused, casting a lingering glance at Lin Qing before dispersing into a flock of crows. Thus, the battlefield fell silent. Lin Qing did not pursue Uchiha Itachi. A ninja's escape skills were formidable, and at a distance of 100 meters, he had no time to chase. Turning back, Lin Qing glanced at the dazed Conan, recalling her mention of ideals. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to observe her memories before determining whether to end her life. Was it over? The scouts dared not blink, fearing that another legendary figure might emerge from the shadows at any moment. After a tense wait of several seconds, they confirmed it. The battle that could be inscribed in history had concluded. Kabuto, seated on the ground, remained in disbelief at the events that had transpired. One individual, wielding a blade, had assaulted another ninja village, repelled the first Hokage and the second Tsuchikage, forcefully slain Orochimaru, captured Conan, frightened Deidara away, and driven Uchiha Itachi to retreat. What manner of monster was this? "Would you mind bringing me a cup of tea?" Kabuto's mind was blank, convinced he was hallucinating. Lin Qing gestured towards a nearby teapot. Trembling, Kabuto stood and approached to pour tea. He could not comprehend why he felt compelled to obey Lin Qing, the very monster who had slain Orochimaru. Yet, as he locked eyes with Lin Qing, his body moved of its own accord. Genjutsu? It had to be Genjutsu, right? Gazing at the teacup in his hands, he knew he could poison it without a trace, a process taking less than a second, but he hesitated. "Thank you." Lin Qing accepted the hot tea, surveying the surrounding eyes cast upon him. The emotions embedded in their gazes, curiosity, hatred, anger, and desire, were far too complex for him to dissect. He raised his cup slightly, addressing the mixed crowd. This is a personal matter between Orochimaru and myself. It does not concern you. However, should any of you wish to avenge Orochimaru, I understand. Those who seek revenge may step forward now. After speaking, Lin Qing pulled over a chair, seated himself, and savored the tea. As he finished, not a single person dared to rise. Lin Qing returned the teacup to Kabuto. Thank you. He stood once more. Farewell. May our paths cross again. With the shattered great sword strapped to his back and Conan slung over his shoulder, he strode confidently out. Conan awakened, her senses assaulted by the cool night breeze. Curling her body, she was draped with a blanket that still retained warmth. Instinctively, she hugged the blanket, inhaling its scent, before jolting back to the reality of her situation. I was captured by Lin Qing. She instinctively attempted to open her eyes, but, through years of ninja training, restrained her impulse, feigning sleep as she turned her back to him. Only then did she slowly open her eyes, finding herself in an unfamiliar forest under the night sky. The faint glow of stars visible through the trees. The warm yellow light of a fire illuminated her back, and she could hear Lin Qing's breathing just a few meters away, accompanied by the enticing aroma of grilled meat. Why hasn't he killed me? When the white snake had approached, Conan had truly believed her end was near. Yet surviving was a stroke of fortune. She formed seals with her hands, intent on distancing herself from Lin Qing's range of attack before devising her next move. However, as this thought arose, a powerful impulse surged within her. I cannot flee. I must remain by Lin Qing's side and obey him. The ninjutsu she was in the midst of casting faltered. Since you're awake, no need to pretend to sleep. Lin Qing's voice came from behind her. Startled, Conan sat up, clutching her chest, feeling the absolute compulsion emanating from within her. What have you done to me? Chapter 55. The true fear lies with them. Lin Qing tossed a roasted rabbit leg her way. Conan caught it but refrained from eating, her gaze wary as she repeated. What have you done to me? I merely wish to have a calm conversation with you. Lin Qing had delved into Conan's memories, uncovering her past with Nagato and her connection to Jiraiya, a group of children born into a war-torn world, yearning to forge peace with their own hands, challenging the rules of existence. How courageous! Yet, they were equally bound to encounter the world's oppressive regulations. The death of Yahiko at the hands of Hanzo, the manipulations of the masked man, and the conflicting ideologies within their team were all manifestations of the world's rules. You have strayed from your original goal. Veering into another hell, Lin Qing stated. Conan pressed her lips tightly together. What do you know? The Uchiha scion living in Konoha has no idea how miserable the civilians of those feeble nations suffer when war erupts. I know, Lin Qing replied calmly. I may not have personally experienced war, but history will remember all the sorrow and pain. History? Conan struggled to comprehend. This world had always been vague regarding history. The ninja academies and various clans had deliberately erased much of it, which was why villages, families, and ninjas seemed to evolve through generations. Yet they perpetuated the same errors against the same adversaries. Lin Qing waved his hand dismissively. No need to rush to understand. I want to attempt to convince you with a few words. Once humanity matures, their foundational perceptions are not easily swayed. In the time to come, I will meet certain individuals and undertake various tasks. For now, you may accompany me. Conan clenched her fists. Lin Qing truly regarded her as a captive. The troubling part was, despite the chakra surging within her, she could not muster a single thought of escape or aggression towards him. Rest assured, your needs will be met. He tore off another piece of rabbit leg, the dripping meat beneath the charred exterior releasing a rich aroma. Lin Qing retrieved a box of seasonings and sprinkled a bit atop. Would you care for some? Fire flickered in Conan's eyes. What are you planning to do to me? Lin Qing tossed the small box of condiments aside without concealing his thoughts, stating plainly, I hope that after experiencing certain events, your perspective will change, and you can become the bridge between me and Nagato. Nagato was the first individual Lin Qing encountered in the Naruto world who rebelled not just against a person or an organization, but against the very rules of the world. Lin Qing yearned to have an earnest conversation with Nagato. However, the current state of Nagato made that impossible. From Conan's memories, it was evident that following Yahiko's death and the manipulation by the masked man, Nagato had grown increasingly paranoid. Lin Qing required an intermediary to stand by his side. You actually know Nagato, Conan exclaimed, realizing the significance. While the world was familiar with Pain and Conan, very few remembered Nagato's name, due to their deliberate concealment. Lin Qing's tone clearly indicated his awareness that Nagato was the puppet master behind Akatsuki. I know far more than you do, Lin Qing replied. Conan fixed her gaze on Lin Qing and after a moment, asked, What makes you think I will assist you? Lin Qing shrugged, who knows? Conan thought to herself that the man before her must be insane. Did he really believe that with just a mere illusion, he could control her indefinitely? Was he not afraid she would discover the flaw in his illusion and take the opportunity to kill him? But then she recalled Lin Qing's seemingly immortal physique. How intriguing, Conan murmured, her usual gentle demeanor momentarily breaking. Nonetheless, the pangs of hunger surfaced. Both escaping and assassination demanded ample stamina. Conan decided to cease conversing with a madman, sprinkling the condiments over the grilled meat and taking small bites. After a moment of silent eating, she looked up earnestly and asked, What is your true objective? Lin Qing pondered for a moment, lifting the remains of the rabbit leg he had consumed. In my past, when I caught a rabbit, I had no idea how to process it. It was a child who taught me how to remove the fur, the innards, how to roast it, when to brush oil, and when to sprinkle condiments. He tossed the bones into the fire. I am a decent person, polite, caring, and I protect the weak. Yet, my entire family is gone, and I am on the brink of death. Lin Qing met Conan's gaze and smiled. You ask what I want. I simply do not wish for this distressing cycle to repeat endlessly. Conan stared blankly at Lin Qing, feeling the weight of his gaze. Lin Qing shook his head and averted his eyes. Becoming a captive was not a matter to be taken lightly, especially since Conan had been subjected to Lin Qing's commands, creating a disconcerting conflict between her will and his orders. Lin Qing resolved to grant Conan some time to process. He opened the system interface to review his recent acquisitions. First and foremost were the soul fragments. After extracting the white snake, Lin Qing had 1,090 soul fragments remaining. He acquired 600 fragments from defeating Orochimaru and 870 from overcoming Conan. Along with scattered fragments from the Sound Village ninjas, Lin Qing totaled 680 soul fragments. He assessed his stand. Upgrading the Platinum Star from level 3 to 4 required 2,000 soul fragments. But thanks to prior gains in experience, he only needed 730 fragments to complete the upgrade. Without hesitation, Lin Qing proceeded to enhance the Platinum Star. The brilliance of the soul fragments enveloped the Platinum Star, solidifying its form and causing its eyes to emit a faint starlight. Everything in the world appeared to move in slow motion within its gaze. Even if 1,000,000 attacks were unleashed simultaneously, the Platinum Star would capture each one with its eyes and shatter them with its fists. Was this slow motion the prerequisite for the Platinum Star to possess time stop? In the animated series, time pause was similarly exhibited. The world seemed to halt the passage of time using its own gears, while the Platinum Star appeared to transcend the confines of time with unparalleled dynamic vision and speed. Though their abilities manifested similarly, their underlying principles were vastly different. After elevating to level 4, the next upgrade for the Platinum Star would require 4,000 soul fragments. Lin Qing eagerly anticipated the transformations that would occur once it reached level 5, wondering if it would grant him mastery over time. With 950 fragments remaining, Lin Qing decided to spend 400 fragments to upgrade the White Snake to level 2. Upon reaching level 2, the White Snake's speed in casting illusions increased, striking a pose with one hand on its hip and giving Lin Qing a thumbs up. You have good taste to upgrade me. It wished to engage in casual conversation with Lin Qing, but considering Conan's presence, Lin Qing signaled for it to hold off on the chatter and dismissed it. Currently, Lin Qing's stand configuration was as follows: Platinum Star, 5-star, Level 4, White Snake, 5-star, Level 2, Smith Aircraft, 5-star, Level 2, Purple Hermit, 4-star, Level 1, Rainbow Catcher, 4-star, Level 1. Covering melee, ranged, reconnaissance, and illusions, Lin Qing had addressed the major flaw of his stand's inherent weakness. In fact, from a combat perspective, aside from the Platinum Star, the other stands were weaker than Lin Qing himself. Lin Qing clenched his fist, even when not engaged in battle. The natural energy and ripple effects continuously enhanced his physical strength around the clock. When fully exerted, he could defy gravitational constraints and possess the ability to fly. He even felt that eating and drinking were merely habitual actions. He did not require sustenance. Merely the act of breathing and basking in sunlight sufficed for his physical needs. Self-cultivation and flight through abstinence. Lin Qing scratched his head, Is this ripple-breathing technique truly akin to cultivation? Hey, Conan interrupted Lin Qing's musings. Lin Qing tossed an orange from his backpack towards her. Have you digested that well? You mentioned taking me to meet some people and experience certain events. Where are you taking me? I can't say much about the latter, but I can reveal the first stop, Lin Qing said. I intend to go to Konoha to rescue someone. Konoha? Conan stood up. You dare go to Konoha? Aren't you afraid? Lin Qing subtly shook his head. The ones who should be afraid are them. Chapter 56. A return to familiar grounds in the land of fire, Konoha Village, Kakashi Hitaki, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Might Guy stood at the entrance of Konoha, akin to receptionists awaiting the arrival of a guest. Numerous A and BU ninjas concealed themselves in the shadows, masquerading as civilians, poised to provide support at a moment's notice. In such a state of readiness, their singular target was none other than Lin Qing. A day prior, Jiraiya had received a message from Lin Qing via carrier pigeon, informing him that he had slain Orochimaru and was en route to Konoha, expected to arrive that day. Jiraiya remained steadfast by Sasuke's side, not daring to leave him for a moment. The third Hokage, concerned about Lin Qing's departure from Konoha and his track record thus far, dispatched Kakashi and his team to monitor the situation, fearing that this formidable figure might unleash chaos within the village. Though couched as a protective escort, it was evident to any discerning observer that their true purpose was surveillance. But was such precaution truly necessary? Asuma, typically easygoing, exhibited rare impatience that day. He lit a cigarette and exhaled a long plume of smoke. Is it really necessary for all of us to keep tabs on just one person? Asuma had witnessed Lin Qing in combat with Kakashi. His abilities were indeed unique, but still, they were just that, abilities. Since the Uchiha clan massacre, only half a year had passed. How much could Lin Qing have truly improved in that time, even with relentless training? Surely, he could not have transformed from an ordinary individual into a demigod overnight, as fairy tales might suggest. Kurenai, intrigued by Lin Qing, turned to Kakashi. You fought Lin Qing before. What kind of person is he? Well, Kakashi leaned against the gate of Konoha, one hand holding a book. And when he heard the question, a slight haze clouded his focus. Memories of that night's battle flooded back to him. Lin Qing was quite an intriguing individual. Had it not been for the troublesome events occurring in the village, he could have become an exceptional ninja. When Kakashi mentioned troublesome events, the expressions of the remaining three became somewhat awkward. Among the quartet responsible for welcoming Lin Qing, none of the ninjas from the Inuzuka, Hyuga, or Yamanaka clans were present. Only Asuma attended as a descendant of the third Hokage. This also explained Asuma's impatience. He was willing to undertake any perilous mission as a Konoha ninja, but resented carrying the title of son of the Hokage, serving merely as a symbolic mascot. Kakashi sighed inwardly. The people remained the same. Konoha was still Konoha, yet there lingered an inexplicable difference in the atmosphere. Hey-ha, hey-ha. Might Guy remained engrossed in his push-ups. Kakashi had to admit that Guy was consistently unwavering. As the four contemplated their own thoughts, Might Guy suddenly paused, squinting towards the horizon. Do you hear that sound? Sound. The quartet followed Guy's gaze into the distance. The weather was gloomy, thick clouds hanging in the air, and a damp heaviness suggested impending rain. At the edge of their vision, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, the dark clouds were split apart by a straight fissure, as if a knife had cut through, revealing a shaft of brilliant sunlight. Yuhi Kurenai vaguely guessed what had torn through the clouds, yet she hesitated to believe her intuition, moistening her parched lips. What? What is that? Before her words could settle, the sound of thunder grew closer. They saw Lin Qing standing atop the shattered large blade, enveloped by golden lightning, with fierce winds surging from behind him, decisively parting the clouds ahead. The gale forged a path, and Lin Qing, standing on the blade, was bathed in sunlight, as if cloaked in a delicate veil of golden threads. Asuma's cigarette fell from his mouth. No way. Has he truly become a deity? The sky remained humanity's most coveted domain. Some ninjas could soar through the heavens using their beasts or jutsu, yet the awe inspired by Lin Qing was unparalleled. The sound of wind and thunder echoed over Konoha, halting nearly all activity as villagers and ninjas gazed skyward. When the villagers of Konoha beheld Lin Qing, who was descending through the rift in the clouds, they were left dumbfounded. It was unclear who initiated it first, but soon, villagers clasped their hands together, praying to Lin Qing as he approached. Kakashi gaped slightly. Hey, isn't this a bit over the top? Suddenly, Kakashi noticed a woman ensnared by purple vines. suspended beneath the large blade, her voice barely audible amidst the roaring winds. Lin Qing, you bastard. With her cries, the howling wind rushed into her mouth, rendering her words fragmented, yet Kakashi could still discern the anger in her tone. Another person? Drawing closer, Kakashi recognized Konan, garbed in the Akatsuki's signature black cloak adorned with red clouds. Akatsuki. Kakashi exchanged glances with his three companions. Though they anticipated that Lin Qing's arrival might incite chaos, it appeared matters were far more complicated than they had imagined. As the winds howled, and under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, Lin Qing sheathed the large blade and descended gracefully before the gate of Konoha. Upon landing, Konan coughed incessantly. She opened her mouth, pointing a finger as if to unleash a torrent of words, but Lin Qing tossed her a warm bottle of tea, cradling it in his hands. Drink up, don't catch a chill. I haven't fully mastered flying yet. I could only bring you this way. Thank you for your patience. Konan opened her mouth slightly. Her gentle nature prevented her from unleashing her frustrations, and she sipped the tea, feeling warmth seep through her frostbitten body. Lin Qing slung the large blade over his back and spotted Kakashi approaching. Grateful for the assistance he had once received, Lin Qing nodded slightly. Long time no see. Kakashi sighed. You arrive with such a spectacle? Lin Qing didn't intend to intimidate Konoha. He merely returned at the utmost speed. Where's Jiraiya? Lord Jiraiya has been guarding Sasuke tirelessly for the past 12 days, never straying from his side. I will take you to him. All right. Kakashi led the way, the remaining three forming a protective formation around Lin Qing and Konan. Konan whispered, they are monitoring us. Not just monitoring, Lin Qing replied. Kakashi and his companions were wary of any potential violence from the two, as well as the possibility of Danzo and root members becoming deranged, which could lead to unnecessary conflict. Lin Qing glanced upwards at the sign adorned with the Konoha emblem, surprised that he would one day revisit this place. However, it was not truly his homeland. With one foot stepping inside, at the same moment, at the root organization's base, a ninja wearing a white dog mask knelt before Danzo, reporting, Sir, our forces are fully prepared and ready to act at any moment. Danzo slowly opened his eyes. No rush. Let him retrieve the girl first. Only then will it be worthwhile to act. Danzo stroked his bandaged right arm, fixating on the monitor displaying Lin Qing walking through the streets of Konoha. Now that he has returned, he should not even consider leaving again. Chapter 57. Nullification of Ninjutsu. Lin Qing took 7 days to slay Orochimaru. Returning to Konoha took 5 days. In just 12 days, when Lin Qing finally saw Jiraiya again, he could scarcely recognize the man before him. Jiraiya looked utterly worn out. His hair was matted, and his eyes were bloodshot. 12 days of intense concentration, sleeplessness, and the effort to maintain the clean water sphere had nearly drained the legendary Sannin of all his strength. Seeing you back puts my mind at ease, Jiraiya grinned, revealing a smile. You've worked hard. Lin Qing gently patted Jiraiya's shoulder, and the last remnants of tension dissipated as he lifted the command embedded in Jiraiya's heart. Exerted by the white snake. The command had only kept Jiraiya by Sasuke's side, but it could not compel his unwavering dedication. Kakashi nodded slightly to Jiraiya as the four of them exited. Inside the room remained only Lin Qing, Jiraiya, Konan, and the unconscious Sasuke. Jiraiya sighed. Beyond physical exhaustion, the emotional burden of guilt weighed heavily on him, yet he felt that it was all worth it. He formed hand seals, manipulating the clean water sphere to gradually disperse, revealing Sasuke at its core. Sasuke appeared significantly emaciated, his cheeks sunken, and his ribs protruding, resembling a victim of famine. His life force was barely discernible. If this continued for a few more days, Sasuke might truly succumb to his condition. Without further delay, Lin Qing placed the Orochimaru disc against his chest, allowing the ripple power to gather at his fingertips. He lightly tapped it against Sasuke's forehead, employing the cursed seal method to gradually extract all invading energy. Drops of black tomo flowed through Sasuke's chakra pathways, finally streaming out from his brow. Lin Qing caught them in a small vial he had prepared in advance. Jiraiya and Konan instinctively held their breaths as they observed. 10 minutes later, all of the heavenly cursed seals within Sasuke vanished. Perhaps due to the prolonged flow from his brow, a black inverted tomo symbol emerged at the center of Sasuke's forehead. The 3 jade pendants, rounded and overlapping in position, with their pointed ends facing outward, resemble the curved emblem of a Mercedes-Benz. This pattern appeared familiar to Lin Qing. The three fish with one head motif, originating from the Eastern Han Dynasty, was primarily used in burial art but gradually became widespread beyond funerary contexts. In Taoism, it symbolizes the cyclical nature of life and rebirth. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it a divine blessing bestowed upon Sasuke, whose thorned crown evoked thoughts of a sage's miracle? As the last drop of the celestial seal departed, the pure water surrounding Sasuke burst apart, and he landed firmly on the ground, his gaze lowered, as if observing the earth or looking down upon humanity. Lin Qing turned to Jiraiya, who shook his head, indicating he was not responsible. I have lost control over the pure water, he confessed. Not only that, Jiraiya formed the simplest hand sign for the shadow clone technique, a basic ninjutsu that any graduate of the Ninja Academy could master. However, a faint smoke appeared, and Jiraiya's clone existed for merely half a second before flickering out of existence under Sasuke's gaze, like a faulty television signal. Jiraiya stared at Sasuke, lost in thought and utterly perplexed, his only certainty being that his technique had been nullified in the presence of this child. Did you all see that? Jiraiya exclaimed. I saw it, Conan replied. I did not see anything, Lin Qing interjected, ruffling Sasuke's disheveled hair. I only saw a child who had just awakened and a middle-aged man so fatigued that he succumbed to hallucinations. He then glanced at Conan, who quickly responded. I didn't see anything either. She clutched her chest, fearing Lin Qing might impose some strange command upon her. The three within the room understood that if the ability to nullify ninjutsu were real, it would create a tremendous uproar in the ninja world. Conan was aware that Pain's hungry ghost path could absorb incoming techniques, which was already terrifying, but Sasuke's demonstrated power was even more fearsome. In their field of vision, even the body replacement technique could not be executed. What did this signify? It reduced a ninja to the status of a mere warrior. Jiraiya and Conan were lost in their own thoughts. Just then, Sasuke snapped back to reality. Qingji, where am I? Konoha, came the reply. Huh. Sasuke was baffled as to how he had returned to Konoha. Lin Qing elaborated. During your period of unconsciousness, I deemed it more important to ensure the continuation of the Uchiha bloodline, so I signed an agreement with the third Hokage. Once you turn 18, you will be paired with different healthy women daily for procreation. Sasuke, you must strive. The future of the Uchiha clan rests upon you. Huh. Sasuke's face turned pale with fear, losing all semblance of his previous dignified demeanor. Lin Qing burst into laughter, tossing him a set of clothes he had prepared earlier. Realization dawned on Sasuke. Lin Qing was merely teasing him, and he clumsily donned the attire, a silly grin plastered on his face. Jiraiya formed hand signs again, and his ninjutsu functioned as if the preceding events had truly been mere figments of his exhausted imagination. Yet all were aware it was no illusion. Lin Qing placed his finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Jiraiya nodded slightly, indicating he would not speak out of turn. The allure of the Sharingan was already irresistible, and coupled with the ability to nullify ninjutsu, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless ninja villages and bounty hunters. As Lin Qing and his companions exited the infirmary, Kakashi and his team awaited outside. As the host, Jiraiya insisted on treating them to a celebration for Sasuke's awakening and Lin Qing's return. Lin Qing did not refuse and accompanied Jiraiya to his favorite izakaya, where a lavish spread of food and drink awaited. Kakashi's team sat at a separate table, unable to drink alcohol due to their mission, instead sipping on tea and partaking in lighter fare. However, it was not long before the proprietress brought them meat and wine. Kakashi was taken aback. We didn't order this. The proprietress pointed at Lin Qing, saying, that guest ordered it. He also asked me to convey a message. I do not intend to kill anyone today. I will be leaving tomorrow. So feel free to enjoy yourselves. Kakashi and his team were astonished, turning to see Lin Qing and Jiraiya sharing a jovial conversation, with Conan feeding Sasuke edamame. When they looked over, Lin Qing raised his glass in salute, his smile carefree. Ah, Asuma rolled up his sleeves, stroking his chin in amusement. Kakashi, now I understand what you meant when you said he's quite interesting. Indeed, Lin Qing is a fascinating individual. With that, Asuma disregarded his role as a mere observer and approached Lin Qing's table to join in the revelry. Soon after, Might Guy and Yuhi Kurenai joined them, leaving only Kakashi at the adjacent table, remaining vigilant, not against Lin Qing, but against other potential threats. After several rounds of drinks, Lin Qing approached Kakashi and softly remarked, "Thank you." Lin Qing was grateful to Kakashi for taking the initiative to intercept him and Sasuke on the night of the massacre. All were astute individuals, Many matters did not require explicit discussion. Kakashi clinked his cup with Lin Qing's, asking, "How did it feel to be out there?" Lin Qing pondered for a moment before responding, "Konoha is in disarray. The outside world is even worse. It's a world where everything is broken." Kakashi chuckled. "Your assessment is quite astute. Konoha indeed has many flaws, yet it possesses numerous treasures that I hold dear. It is still quite good." Lin Qing lifted his cup, the amber liquid shimmering under the dim light of the izakaya, resembling flowing gold. "But could it not be better?" Kakashi replied, "I dare not dream of such possibilities, nor can I conceive them." As the banquet concluded, Jiraiya was thoroughly inebriated, utterly exhausted. Two Umbu ninjas assisted him to rest. Kakashi inquired, "It's getting late. We have arranged guest rooms for you. Shall we head there now?" "Before sleeping, I wish to take a detour," Lin Qing replied. "Where to?" "The Uchiha clan's ruins." Lin Qing gazed towards the darkest and most profound area of Konoha. "I wish to return and see." As his words fell, the sky suddenly opened up, and rain began to pour. Chapter 58. An unrefusable bargain. The raindrops fell densely, occasionally blown by the wind into Lin Qing's umbrella, soaking his clothing. Lin Qing, Sasuke, and Konan each held a black umbrella, walking along the streets of the Uchiha ruins. On either side stood darkened houses, their remnants of bodies and blood long since cleared away, leaving only a faint, lingering stench reminiscent of a deserted slaughterhouse. The world had changed. All that once was had faded. Lin Qing held no profound feelings for the Uchiha clan, merely finding himself in this body by happenstance. However, Sasuke had lived here since childhood, intimately familiar with every street and neighbor. Under the dim rain-soaked night, Sasuke seemed to glimpse his past relatives, elders, and friends. "Do you wish to kill Danzo?" Lin Qing inquired. Konan gasped and glanced back at Kakashi, who trailed some distance behind. "Is that something you can casually say?" Konan hissed, lowering her voice. "At this distance, a ninja's hearing would catch every word. I know you're powerful, but we are within Konoha's territory." Lin Qing shook his head. "If he hears, then he hears. He is not a ninja. He kills openly and without pretense, never shying away. Moreover, if Danzo had such influence, would Hiruzen Sarutobi still be the Hokage?" Konan turned to glance at Kakashi, who, surprisingly, was whistling and walking a little farther away, pretending to hear nothing. "I want to kill Danzo." Sasuke halted, extending his hand to catch the raindrops, stating, "But not today. I am not yet a match for him. If I wish to kill Danzo, I will need you to take action. However, Chingu, I can sense that you harbor little affection for the surname Uchiha. Your willingness to confront Itachi stems solely from the belief that he has committed a grave error in your presence, nothing more. You possess reasons to eliminate Danzo. Yet I am certain your motives pale in comparison to mine, both in number and in weight. It would be a pity to let you take such action, for opportunities are scarce." Sasuke declared earnestly, "I wish to personally slay Danzo and Itachi, to seek justice for the hundreds of souls of the Uchiha clan." Konan nodded in understanding. She empathized with Sasuke. When she and Nagato sought to eliminate Hanzo, they were driven by similar thoughts. Moreover, as Sasuke touched the thorny crown upon his head, it felt as though it had become embedded in his skull, an inescapable burden since his awakening. "During my unconsciousness, I encountered a strange man who spoke to me at length. Though I could not comprehend his words, it felt as if I understood much. For some reason, I feel that killing Danzo may prove futile." Lin Qing's gaze fell upon the thorny crown atop Sasuke's head. Was this strange man a sage? After a brief silence, Lin Qing sighed softly. "Indeed, you are correct. Killing Danzo is pointless, as is eliminating Orochimaru, Kiba, or any other. Such acts yield no tangible results." Konan listened, perplexed. What does it mean for something to be useful or not? Killing is killing. How could it possibly be tied to utility? Yet, Lin Qing's next words struck Konan like a thunderbolt. They cannot be eradicated. She gazed at Lin Qing's profile. The dense raindrops fell, rendering his outline somewhat hazy. Yet his eyes remained strikingly bright. Lin Qing contemplated the vast darkness of the night. He realized that there were 3 pathways to acquire shards of the soul: defeating formidable foes, altering the world line, or mortgaging one's own soul. Upon first receiving the system, Lin Qing believed that altering the world line meant changing the original plot. If the plot could be altered, wouldn't he eliminating certain main characters suffice? After dispatching the 7 ninja swordsmen from the mist, he received no indication of a world line change. At that time, Lin Qing speculated that perhaps those characters were too peripheral, their elimination having little impact on the overall narrative. However, after he eliminated Orochimaru, he still received no notification of a world line alteration. Surely, Orochimaru could not be deemed a peripheral character, since returning from the land of rice. Lin Qing pondered this throughout the journey. The only explanation he could muster was that killing and altering the plot would not incite a change in the world line. As long as this wretched world continued to operate under its current rules, the demise of Orochimaru would merely herald the emergence of another, such as Oitori Maru or Fat Bear Maru, who would persist in their pathological research methods to counter the bloodline supremacy of the ninja realm. What then should be done? Conan's tone turned earnest, akin to that of a diligent student. In that moment, she forgot the adversarial relationship between her and Lin Qing, solely yearning to uncover the means to break the deadlock. Do you wish to learn? Lin Qing smiled. I will teach you, but before that. He extended his hand and flicked it lightly, sending droplets of rain flying like bullets, which crashed against the two tightly shut wooden doors with a resounding thud. The doors swung open, revealing a figure seated in the pavilion within the courtyard. Danzo sat there, a table laden with tea and snacks before him. He inclined his head slightly toward Lin Qing, gesturing for him to enter, his voice cutting through the rain curtain. Lin Qing, would you care to join me for a cup of tea? Lin Qing suppressed his smile, striding into the pavilion, pulling out a chair and fixing his gaze directly upon Danzo's aged visage. Sasuke and Conan flanked him, standing resolutely behind. From Shinhara Hayato's intelligence, Lin Qing had seen a photograph of Danzo. In person, he appeared even older and more sinister, akin to a dark noose stained with the blood of countless victims. He did not possess the immediate intimidating presence of a blade, yet the more one interacted with him, the more palpable the chilling aura of menace became. I had expected you would cower in a hole, too afraid to emerge. I am surprised you dare to show your face before me. Lin Qing placed his shattered blade beside him. Danzo lifted the teapot. Those who hide in holes are but mice. I am the root of Konoha. For the sake of Konoha, I must meet with you. And then, I wish for you to stay. Danzo poured a cup of steaming tea, the aroma wafting enticingly, revealing its quality. He slid the first cup toward Lin Qing. I wish for you to return to Konoha and serve the village. Lin Qing gestured to the ground beneath him. You invite me back to this land of Uchiha, stained with blood and vengeful souls, to serve as a pawn for the mastermind behind their massacre? Have you lost your senses? I am not mad, Danzo replied. Lin Qing, I understand your confusion. However, do not worry. Soon, you will come to align with my perspective, for I will present you with an offer you cannot refuse. As he spoke, Danzo unveiled the eye concealed beneath his bandages. A crimson Sharingan began to spin slowly. Danzo fixed his gaze upon Lin Qing. I will aid you in ascending to the pinnacle. I will make you Hokage. Chapter 59. The heavenly deity for the majority of those residing in Konoha. Becoming Hokage is a distant dream, a phrase filled with the innocence of childhood. Yet for someone of Danzo's caliber, becoming Hokage is merely a simple arithmetic exercise, a commendable personal prowess, a list of impressive achievements, and a fabricated narrative stirring enough emotion to sway the villagers, combined with control over public opinion. With a little time, one can transform any Konoha ninja into an exceptional Hokage. If becoming Hokage is so easy, why do you not take the position yourself? Lin Qing inquired. Danzo shook his head. I am tainted. Once I ascend, many within the village would contest my authority. But Lin Qing, you are different. You are untainted. You lack the complex familial ties and a troubled past, coupled with your remarkable strength to eliminate Orochimaru. If we cooperate, I can elevate you to the position of Hokage in just 3 years, not 10. Lin Qing lifted his teacup and took a sip. And what do you gain from this? Danzo spread his arms wide, his deep voice resonating with conviction. A more prosperous and powerful Konoha. Lin Qing could discern the sincerity in Danzo's tone. This truly was his lifelong ambition, without exception. Why me? Lin Qing pressed further. Danzo refilled Lin Qing's cup. Currently, Konoha is led by a third generation that is aging and lacks ambition. Jiraiya possesses virtue but lacks wisdom, indecisive. Tsunade is nowhere to be found. And her mastery of medical ninjutsu would hardly suffice against a powerful adversary. Among the younger generation, aside from Kakashi, none have made a name for themselves. Since the death of the fourth Hokage, Kakashi has wallowed in despair, appearing to focus on missions while merely toiling like an old ox. Danzo chuckled lightly. Those in power must look up and gaze into the distance. In my view, The true heroes of this era are only you and I. The rest are merely fools with strength. For years, he had sought someone capable of leading Konoha back to greatness. Lin Qing, you possess the potential, not only due to your strength, but also your desire to break the rules. Danzo extended a piece of cake dipped in sugar toward Lin Qing. Join me. Mastering Konoha is merely the beginning. Let us unify the ninja world and fulfill the unfinished legacy of the first Hokage. Konan listened in astonishment, feeling her worldview shatter. The position of Hokage, once deemed unattainable in their eyes, now lay before them, akin to a fish from the market, exposed and scrutinized, its merits and drawbacks laid bare. The Nagato plan aimed to collect tailed beasts, with the intention of creating an absolute force that would plunge the world into peace through fear. Compared to Danzo's eloquent scheme, this notion seemed rather naive. The deterrence of weapons can only be maintained for a few years or even a decade. If the world were truly unified, it would indeed see an end to conflicts. Even if they arose, they would be mere skirmishes, and Lin Qing would become the true power holder. She gazed at Lin Qing, asking, "Will you agree?" Danzo was confident that Lin Qing would acquiesce, as he had already activated the power of the Sharingan, specifically the Kodoame Tsukumi. Regarded as the strongest illusion, Kodoame Tsukumi could silently invade the opponent's mind, altering their will, allowing the target to be manipulated unconsciously, turning them into the puppeteer's marionette. Danzo was a cautious man. He did not harbor the naive belief that he could control Lin Qing solely with Kodoame Tsukumi. He genuinely hoped Lin Qing would return to Konoha and overthrow Sarutobi's rule. Reflecting on Lin Qing's remarkable achievements over the past half-year, he pondered how powerful Konoha would become if all its members could harness his thunder, ripple, and evil spirit stand abilities. Thus, Danzo presented an enticing bait. Should Lin Qing feel even a moment's temptation, Kodoame Tsukumi would serve as the final impetus, guiding him to make a decision advantageous solely to Danzo. It was not entirely without harm. Should Lin Qing gain power and collaborate with Danzo, he would inevitably have to compromise on certain matters. Yet, in comparison to what Lin Qing stood to gain, such compromises seemed trivial. Lin Qing glanced at the pastries Danzo offered. "What if I refuse?" "You will die," Danzo replied bluntly. "Even if Konoha does not move against you, the Cloud Village will come for you. The Mist Village will not let you go. Akatsuki will hunt you down, and the Stone Village, known for their opportunism, will inevitably take action as well. Lin Qing, I know you are strong, but against endless foes. You cannot protect yourself, nor those around you. Collaborating with me is your only means of survival." Danzo fixed his gaze on Lin Qing, urging him to agree. "Just nod, and your heart will form the first snowball rolling down the hill. You will become my puppet without respite." Sasuke sensed something amiss and quietly cautioned Lin Qing, yet he seemed oblivious. Accepting the pastry from Danzo's hand. "If I agree, no one has to die, and I can become Hokage, right?" "Indeed," Danzo replied with a sinister smile. "I promise you." "That sounds appealing," Lin Qing said, receiving the pastry and placing it in his mouth. "However, I must decline." With a swift flick of his finger, a golden ripple surged from the bamboo skewer, causing the pastry to fall, while the skewer shot forth like a bullet, piercing through Danzo's right eye, which was casting Kodoame Tsukumi. Danzo let out a scream as he attempted to retreat, only to be held down by a cold hand pressing his head firmly against the table. He turned to see the hollow eyes of White Snake staring back at him. White Snake struck Danzo across the face. Clack! 2 discs popped out. White Snake sneered ominously. Little Danzo caught. It handed one of the discs to Lin Qing, but at that moment, the disc became faint, eventually vanishing entirely, along with Danzo's body. Lin Qing abruptly turned to the corner he had previously overlooked, where Danzo seemed to emerge from the shadows, standing a safe distance away. His demeanor increasingly frigid. "When did you realize it was Kodoame Tsukumi?" Lin Qing rose, brushing the sugar granules from his hands. "It was the moment I thought, hey, this old fool actually has a point." He rubbed his forehead. "Your illusion has its merits. It targets the human subconscious, doesn't it? The human subconscious continuously generates uncontrollable thoughts. For instance, one might feel a spark upon seeing a beautiful girl, consider theft upon seeing an armored car, or even be tempted to taste something foul observed a dog doing. These thoughts, however, are fleeting and do not linger in the mind. Kodoame Tsukumi appears to select suitable thoughts from these subconscious impulses, amplifying them until they manifest as the target's own thoughts. Since these thoughts originate from the target's subconscious, they typically go unnoticed, allowing for seamless control. However, the ideological chasm between Lin Qing and Danzo was vast. The rhetoric of unifying the world might sway others, even if they did not immediately agree. After all, who does not yearn to stand atop the world? Even Conan, who aspired for peace, could find resonance in Danzo's envisioned blueprint. Should one waver, they would fall under Konoha Tsukumi's influence. Lin Qing, being human, had indeed almost been swayed, just a hair's breadth away. Yet that slight margin was precisely Lin Qing's understanding that the issue he sought to resolve could not be addressed merely through unification. Collaborating with Danzo would entangle him in various interest groups, ultimately rendering him just another pawn among them. Lin Qing turned to gaze at Hokage Rock, pondering whether this was the reason the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, chose to distribute the tailed beasts and establish separate villages. Lin Qing, Danzo began to slightly loosen the bandages on his right arm. I have told you, since you have returned, do not entertain thoughts of leaving. I had hoped to allow you to depart with dignity, but since you refuse my goodwill, you shall remain as a corpse. In an instant, nearly 100 members of his organization hidden in the shadows surged forth, unleashing a rain of shurikens and kunai upon Lin Qing. Chapter 60. The rain has stopped. Hundreds of shurikens hurtled toward Lin Qing. He raised his hand, pointing forward. Starlight. The majestic form of Starlight appeared, and with a sweeping gaze, the countless shurikens seemed to move in slow motion, each trajectory crystal clear. Aura, 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 aura. It unleashed a barrage of punches, deflecting all approaching shurikens. Among them were several chains attempting to ensnare Lin Qing, but they were seized by Starlight, which yanked them back, sending several root organization ninjas crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. Despite witnessing his comrades' injuries, the root ninjas remained unperturbed as another 10 surged towards Lin Qing, Conan, and Sasuke. Undoubtedly, they were akin to moths drawn to a flame, and upon nearing, they were all obliterated. Danzo's loyal subordinates suffered injuries one after another, yet he maintained an expressionless facade, silently calculating the time. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. For the battle today, Danzo had compiled all known combat records of Lin Qing. Incredible close combat prowess, a regenerative ability more formidable than Orochimaru's, unparalleled illusion techniques rivaling those of Itachi Uchiha, and even the capability of flight for supersonic movement. Upon receiving this intelligence, Danzo remained silent for a long while. He had never encountered such a perfect warrior. Not merely a ninja, but a true fighter capable of direct confrontation on the battlefield, capable of toppling a nation. Danzo yearned to harness Lin Qing's power. Thus, he extended an olive branch. Lin Qing would become the sovereign of the great nations, while Danzo operated as the shadow behind the scenes. This was Danzo's true ambition. Yet, Danzo was a prudent man, even with such enticing stakes and the power of Konoha Tsukumi at his disposal. He was prepared for the contingency of failure in direct confrontation with Lin Qing. After all, should Lin Qing refuse, he would have to eliminate him. Danzo could not allow another ninja village to acquire the powers of Ripple, Stand, and the Uchiha bloodline, as it would be a devastating blow to Konoha. But how to kill Lin Qing? From the moment Jiraiya entrusted Sasuke to the protection of Konoha, Danzo was incessantly devising strategies. Once he took action, Danzo's adversaries were not merely Lin Qing. They could also include the somewhat eccentric Jiraiya and the indecisive Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Danzo gazed at Lin Qing from several dozen meters away, he murmured, "This is my answer." A translucent barrier rose from the edge of the Uchiha ruins, isolating the chakra fluctuations within from the outside world. Coupled with the cover of the night rain, the villagers were momentarily oblivious to the battle raging within the Uchiha site. "Danzo, what do you intend to do?" Kakashi shouted. He recognized Danzo as a brooding old madman, yet he never anticipated he would descend into such madness. When Kakashi attempted to intervene during Danzo's negotiation with Lin Qing, he was thwarted by several root organization ninjas. Considering the need for restraint from both sides, Kakashi remained outside the courtyard, poised to act at any moment. However, the conflict erupted more swiftly and decisively than he had imagined, now even employing barrier techniques. Kakashi observed the root ninjas clashing with Lin Qing. He could not assist. On one hand, he had the third Hokage's orders to protect Lin Qing and his companions, and on the other, they were still Konoha ninjas. Though they belonged to Root, they ultimately were one of their own. Kakashi's only option was to retreat and relay the information, requesting the third Hokage and Jiraiya to intervene and halt Danzo's reckless actions. Suddenly, several root ninjas surrounded Kakashi. One of them stated, "Kakashi-senpai, please remain here and do not move. It is for your own good and ours." Kakashi furrowed his brow. Protecting Lin Qing and his group within Konoha is the third Hokage's order. The root ninja coldly replied, "You are not permitted to leave. It is Danzo-sama's command." A thunderous voice echoed from another direction. "Might Guy." Before he could finish, the root ninjas surged forward. "It seems I must take action." Kakashi pushed up his forehead protector, revealing a slowly rotating Sharingan, his expression gradually calming and turning cold. "Ladies and gentlemen, swords are merciless. If anyone gets hurt, do not blame me." Kakashi, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and Asuma, for elite ninjas, found themselves surrounded by a multitude of root ninjas. In terms of raw power, despite their numbers, it would be challenging for the root ninjas to restrain the four of them, primarily due to one factor: compassion. Unlike the Hidden Mist Village, which had experienced the Blood Mist, they were not merciless towards their comrades. Kakashi and the others still possessed a sense of empathy. Without resorting to lethal force, escaping from a horde of root ninjas and breaking the barrier was something none of the four could achieve in a timely manner. Danzo's gaze swept over the fiercely engaged Kakashi and his companions. This was part of his plan. The next step was to unleash the ninjutsu group. "Ninjutsu team, move out," Danzo commanded, and from the darkness, hands began to weave seals. Earth style, Hell Swamp. Wind style, Tornado. Water style, Water Severing Wave. Fire style, Great Fireball. Four elemental ninjutsu surged forth from the shadows. Kakashi glanced back, exclaiming, "Joint ninjutsu?" The so-called joint ninjutsu involved dozens of ninjas executing the same technique simultaneously, significantly amplifying its power and range. Furthermore, under the exquisite coordination of the root ninjas, the fusion of wind, fire, earth, and water from the single-element joint ninjutsu was formidable. A vast swamp emerged beneath Lin Qing and his companions, glistening with oil and snaring their legs. The tornado fused with the fireball, forming a fire tornado, while the water flow of the water-severing wave mingled with the oily surface, further merging into the fire tornado. In the next moment, a fire tornado appeared, nearly 100 meters high and 30 meters in diameter. Super Fire Dragon Storm. This was the lethal technique meticulously conceived by Danzo. "You are indeed powerful, but you possess a fatal weakness." Danzo fixated on Lin Qing, stating, "You lack means to counter large-scale ninjutsu, or rather, as long as you remain human. It is impossible to overcome such colossal ninjutsu." Faced with the enormous fire tornado, akin to a black hole, Lin Qing could neither flee nor manipulate the evil spirits to explode. As soon as he entered the attack range of the Fire Dragon Storm, the flames, gales, and water blades within would reduce him to a mere puddle of flesh in less than half a second. This was a force that only tailed beasts could contend with. Danzo stood atop a rooftop, declaring, "Unfortunately, you are ultimately but a mortal. Madmen. All of them are mad." Conan felt that everyone she had encountered since following Lin Qing had lost their senses. She cradled Sasuke and performed the dance of the Shikigami. "Lin Qing, hurry and escape." "What are you doing?" She understood that evading the attack range of the Super Fire Dragon Storm was nearly impossible, but she had to at least try. She could not simply wait for death. "Lin Qing," Kakashi shouted, forming hand seals. "Raikiri." He transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Lin Qing, intending to leverage the speed enhanced by lightning chakra to pull Lin Qing out of the storm's attack zone. However, Conan unfurled her paper wings, and before she could flap them, countless sheets ignited from the intense heat, falling to the ground. As Kakashi rushed halfway, the howling winds destabilized his footing, causing his speed to plummet. "There's no escaping," Danzo whispered. "I'm sorry, Lin Qing. We have no grievances, but for the future of Konoha, please meet your demise." Conan stared in despair at the approaching Fire Dragon Storm. What magnitude of power did Danzo summon such a contingent of ninjas for? Despair enveloped her. Just then, she felt a warm little hand grasp hers, and Sasuke's voice rang in her ears. "It's all right, One-chan. With Lin Ji here, he is invincible." Invincible? Conan was taken aback. How could anyone in this world be invincible? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she saw Lin Qing raise a hand. The rain ceased. Simultaneously, the Fire Dragon Storm, akin to a catastrophic apocalypse, also halted. Chapter 61. Rainbow Catcher Stop. It has stopped. Danzo gazed in astonishment at the halted fire dragon storm. This did not pertain to the ninjutsu itself. The ninjutsu group was still tirelessly expending chakra to maintain the technique. The roaring fire dragon storm seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, unable to advance even an inch. What on earth? Danzo's thoughts abruptly halted as he beheld it. The rain, suspended in the air, glowed a crimson hue under the firelight, resembling countless glimmering rubies. As Danzo's finger touched one, a sharp pain surged through his fingertip, as if pressing against a nail. The raindrops hung in the air, unwavering regardless of Danzo's immense strength. Danzo came to realize that it was the dense raindrops that obstructed the advancing fire dragon storm. But why? Controlling raindrops could be considered Lin Qing's ability. Yet the temperature surrounding the fire dragon storm was exceedingly high. The raindrops would be incinerated and evaporated before they could intervene. Sizzling sounds echoed as golden lightning flashed within the raindrops. The ripple and natural forces had reinforced the rainwater. The 4-star stand-in, Rainbow Catcher, possessed the ability to suspend rain droplets in midair upon contact, allowing one to tread upon them or employ them as weapons to slice through foes, as well as serving as barriers to block enemy attacks. Since the raindrops could not cut themselves, they could be traversed through the body, enabling distant manipulation. To describe it simply, it was the ability to manipulate rainwater upon contact and achieve one's own elementalization. This is an immensely powerful ability. The reason why the Rainbow Catcher is a 4-star stand is due to 3 inherent limitations. First, it can only be activated during rainy weather. Second, it can only manipulate the rainwater it touches. To control a larger quantity of rainwater, a certain amount of time is required to warm up, allowing the body to come into contact with the rain. Third, rain is ultimately still rain. When faced with fire techniques or high-temperature objects, it will evaporate. The first limitation is something Lin Qing cannot currently resolve due to the absence of weather forecasts. However, the latter 2 restrictions can be disregarded by Lin Qing, who has mastered the ripple and the forces of nature. The natural energy entwines with the ripple, and under the amplification of the dragon and serpent pearl, Lin Qing's will is transmitted to every droplet of rain within a 3-kilometer radius. At this moment, they become Lin Qing's most formidable shield and sharpest spear. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why has Lin Qing never demonstrated it before? Danzo suddenly looked up at the sky. Could it be due to the rain? One by one, the root organization ninjas discovered the rain droplets solidified in the air. Upon accidental contact, their bodies were left with gaping wounds. How terrifying! How could such power be wielded by a single individual? Even the root organization, which is founded on the principle of erasing emotions, could not help but feel an overwhelming shock at such a horrifying scene. Kakashi. Lin Qing's voice echoed from above. Are there any allies aside from your 4? Kakashi shook his head. The Umbu ninjas remained outside, and out of courtesy, only Kakashi and 3 others followed Lin Qing into the Uchiha ruins. Lin Qing nodded slightly. That's good. Kakashi was taken aback, contemplating a possibility. Could it be that? Buzzing. With Lin Qing present, everyone concentrated their chakra into their eyes and ears. Danzo heard the sound of whirring rotors and turned to look. A small aircraft circled above, and the pilot, Smith, gave Lin Qing a thumbs up. What do you intend to do? Danzo felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Lin Qing extended his right hand, and the rainwater fell into his palm. Simultaneously, an aerial view of the Uchiha ruins appeared in his line of sight, with a dense cluster of red dots marked. A total of 139 root organization ninjas. Locking on was complete. Lin Qing clenched his fist tightly. Let the torrential rain pierce through. Rain fell once more, transforming into arrows that pierced the darkness. The root ninjas hurriedly employed defensive ninjutsu. Yet, human strength is ultimately finite. The torrential rain, each droplet, pierced through barriers, penetrated cover, and shattered the psychological defenses of the root organization members. In an instant, screams echoed continuously. Without the wielder's control, the super fire dragon storm quietly dissipated, leaving behind vast, charred marks on the ground as the only evidence of its existence. Lin Qing. Danzo roared in fury. Countless streams of water flowed into Lin Qing's palm, coalescing into a water sphere. Rest assured, Konoha is willing to protect Sasuke. Out of this goodwill, I will not kill those you have misled. The only one who shall die today is you. Lin Qing pointed, and the water sphere transformed into a massive dragon that lunged at Danzo while the rain redirected, falling upon Danzo. In an instant, Danzo was riddled with holes. His body quietly faded away, only to reappear moments later in another shadow. Izanagi. The ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan allows one to negate unfavorable realities for a brief period. Upon reappearing, Danzo did not hesitate, disregarding his severely injured subordinates. He turned and fled towards the outside of the Uchiha ruins. The plan had failed. He had miscalculated Lin Qing's strength. Continuing the fight would only waste his Sharingan and might even lead to death. Konoha had yet to find a path to greatness once more. Danzo hurriedly dashed through the rain-soaked night. I cannot die yet. A thought flashed through his mind, and the torrential rain engulfed Danzo once more. Another Sharingan closed its eyes, and he appeared several meters away. Buzzing. The sound of rotors still circled above. Simultaneously, 2 5-star stands were summoned, which Lin Qing's mental energy could only maintain for 23 seconds. However, with 1 4-star and 1 5-star, Lin Qing could sustain them for an entire day. Protect Lord Danzo. Several root organization ninjas, injured yet determined, began to rise to support Danzo. Kakashi stopped them, shaking his head. Lin Qing spared your lives. Do not go to your deaths. You cannot stop him. One root ninja straightened his back and declared, Kakashi-senpai, life is not about living an entire lifetime, but rather a few moments. Our deaths are trivial. But Lord Danzo cannot die. Not just them, but an increasing number of root organization ninjas, dragging their wounded bodies, stood up with extraordinary willpower. They surrounded Danzo, waving kunai with trembling arms in a futile attempt to shield themselves from the rain falling from the sky. Danzo died repeatedly, yet under the influence of Izanagi, he was reborn time and again. He gazed at the brightly lit center of Konoha not far away. If he could reach that location, Sarutobi would arrive in time. Danzo ran, but suddenly, a devastating blade pierced through his chest, tearing his clothing, revealing the face of Senju Hashirama. Just as he was about to activate Izanagi, he realized that no transformation occurred. Turning his head, he discovered that his last Sharingan had closed. How many times had he died already? Boom. Lin Qing descended, standing before Danzo. Protect Lord Danzo. The root ninja shouted. Danzo spat out blood. Lin Qing, you cannot kill me. Konoha still needs me. This time it was my fault. Give me another chance. Simultaneously, a voice called from afar. Lin Qing. Jiraiya rushed over. You cannot kill him. You would bear an unjust burden. Let me handle it. Lin Qing's confrontation with Jiraiya was fundamentally different. The former represented an external invasion, while the latter signified internal strife. One was an attack, the other a family feud. The distinction was clear. Should Lin Qing strike, whether for the sake of Konoha's dignity or Danzo's deeply entrenched influence, he would become Konoha's eternal enemy. Jiraiya too would share this burden with Lin Qing. In the distance, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was hurrying towards them. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Might Guy were also rushing to the scene. What a commotion! Lin Qing looked at the elderly man before him, the blade piercing his chest, forcing Danzo to hunch over, making him appear even smaller than before. Surrounding him were his respectful subordinates. In the distance were his rushing old friends. They all extended their hands toward Lin Qing, some pleading, some commanding, some threatening, urging him not to take Danzo's life. Lin Qing nodded, withdrew the devastating blade, and waved his hand, causing the rain to form a curtain, isolating everyone except himself and Danzo. Streams of water brought 2 teacups to Lin Qing and Danzo. Lin Qing accepted the teacup, sitting cross-legged, gesturing for Danzo to do the same. Danzo wished to turn and flee, but with the torrential rain overhead, where could he run? Reluctantly, he followed Lin Qing's example, accepting the teacup and sitting down cross-legged. The two seemed to return to the previous pavilion. Lin Qing said, I have shared a cup of tea with you. Thus, I offer you a chance. I will ask, and you shall answer. A satisfactory response means you live, an unsatisfactory one means you die. Is that reasonable? Danzo trembled. Reasonable. Lin Qing took a deep breath, focusing on the closed Sharingan on Danzo's right arm, and posed the question that had weighed heavily on his heart since his arrival in this world. Did you order Uchiha Itachi to slaughter the entire Uchiha clan? Previously, all answers regarding this question had been mere speculation and analysis. However, Lin Qing wanted to hear Tuanzo speak the truth in front of everyone. Just as Tuanzo was about to open his mouth, a cold, pale hand rested on his shoulder. The white serpent chuckled coldly. Old man, think before you speak. Tuanzo, aware of the white serpent's abilities, closed his eyes and pondered for half a second, then said, It was me. What conditions did you promise Itachi that he would foolishly kill his entire clan? Peace, Towanzo replied. At that time, if the Uchiha clan had not been eradicated, Konoha would have fallen into chaos, and the major ninja villages would have seized the opportunity, leading to the Fourth Great Ninja War. I made this decision out of greater righteousness. Itachi acted out of peace when he committed his act of slaughter. Lin Qing waved his hand, signaling Towanzo to calm down. He turned his head to look at Sasuke and Konan. What do you think? Is that correct? Before Sasuke or Konan could respond, Lin Qing glanced over at the arriving Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Kakashi. What say you? No one replied. Lin Qing stood up, waved his hand to dissipate the rain barrier that isolated them, and walked over to pat Sasuke on the head. Let's go. This is pointless. Sasuke nodded vigorously, glancing back at Towanzo, who was surrounded by everyone. Towanzo held his head high, a spot of crimson blooming between his brows. His hand drooping as water from the teacup spilled. It was as if he were pouring a tribute for the vengeful spirits of the land. Kill Shimura Danzo. Receive 1,100 soul fragments. Lin Qing, you killed a high-ranking member of Konoha and expect to walk away. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out from behind, devoid of emotion. Chapter 62. Clarification. Lin Qing halted his steps and turned to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. It was a peculiar scene. Despite Towanzo's death before them, neither Lin Qing, who harbored a deep-seated grudge, nor Sarutobi Hiruzen, who witnessed the death of an old friend, displayed any emotions in their eyes. No exhilaration, no regret, nor excessive hatred. They regarded each other like strangers meeting for the first time, a calm exchange devoid of understanding of one another's thoughts. Old man, do you wish to keep me here? Lin Qing asked. After killing, do you intend to simply leave? Lin Qing gestured to the ground beneath them. Towanzo and Itachi conspired together to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Blood debts must be repaid. That is irrefutable, is it not? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied calmly, indeed. I came here without the intention of killing him. It was Towanzo who first used Jinjutsu on me, and when negotiations failed, he attempted to kill me. When he couldn't kill me, I killed him. That is not an issue, is it? No. Since there is no issue, Lin Qing tilted his head slightly. What does this mean, Elder Hokage? Towanzo has killed innumerable people. Retribution is inevitable. Lin Qing, I understand your perspective, yet he is not merely Towanzo. He is a high-ranking official of Konoha. You killed him in front of me. I must intervene. That is the responsibility of the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his Hokage cloak, revealing a fitted outfit beneath, and said in a low voice, I need to provide an explanation to the village. Third Hokage, Jiraiya stepped forward, intending to stop Sarutobi Hiruzen, but suddenly found himself unable to move. Countless raindrops clung to him like steel nails, freezing him in place. Not only Jiraiya, but everyone present was pinned to the spot by the torrential rain, unable to lift a single finger. The hurriedly arrived Sarutobi Hiruzen then realized the true extent of the cunning power that had caused Towanzo's demise. Lin Qing stepped forward, advancing steadily towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The platinum star appeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face darkened, formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a jutsu. Jiraiya, having witnessed the terror of the platinum star before, panicked and, disregarding the rain piercing his body, moved forward to prevent the conflict. On the other side, my guy observed this scene, suddenly adopting a stance, his body brimming with energy as he prepared to open the gates and confront Lin Qing. Just as the atmosphere became taut, on the verge of erupting into a bloody battle, Lin Qing spoke, Old man, do you have a candidate for the next Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for half a second, without answering. The crowd looked on, bewildered. Lin Qing picked up the Hokage robe that Sarutobi Hiruzen had dropped, draping it back over him. If you don't have one, take care of yourself. Lin Qing glanced at Towanzo's corpse. Indeed, Konoha harbored some appalling darkness. But he then looked towards Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the bustling village. There lived countless ordinary people, their faces adorned with the rare, genuine smiles of this world. And there was the light he needed to protect. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand seal froze. As for the explanation you seek, Lin Qing raised his hand, his index finger pointing skyward, and the natural energy within a radius of several kilometers surged forth, forming a tempest that sent rippling thunder into the clouds. In the darkened sky, golden lightning dragons flickered. Lin Qing's finger descended. Boom. Lightning crashed down, the thunderous sound reverberating through the ears of everyone present, causing their eardrums to vibrate, their vision blurring. Accompanying the descending lightning dragons was an even more terrifying downpour. Everything became obscured. Nothing could be seen or heard. Not even the sound of their own shouts was discernible amidst the torrential rain. 5 seconds later, the downpour eased. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly opened his eyes and saw that the Uchiha ruins had transformed into a wasteland. No, it could not be called a wasteland. From bricks and rubble to tables, chairs, and furniture, everything had been reduced to fragments smaller than a fingernail under the previous deluge, littering the ground. The sheer destructive force was horrifying, but more terrifying was that not a single person had been injured in this round of rain. The rainwater had avoided each individual. This absolute control was more fearsome than the destructive power itself. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that if Lin Qing had wished, he could have killed everyone present just moments ago. Lin Qing patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder. "This is my explanation to you." Having said that, he no longer lingered and turned to leave. Asuma lit a cigarette, only to find it soaked, so he simply held it in his mouth, savoring the taste of tobacco, and pointed at Lin Qing's retreating figure, saying to Kurini Yui, "I really wish to have another drink with him." "But he is your enemy," Kurini Yui replied. "Is he really?" She pondered aloud, unsure of what to say. Indeed, was Lin Qing truly an enemy? The four of them had witnessed everything. Had Lin Qing not possessed sufficient strength and vigilance, he might have already become a puppet under the control of the otherworldly gods or perished under the combined jutsu of the root organization. In the end, Lin Qing had only killed Danzo, which was more than justified. "That may be so," Kurini Yui nudged Asuma with her elbow, "but your demeanor seems rather jubilant." "Oh, do I?" Asuma was indeed in high spirits. In his youth, he had significant disagreements with his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, primarily over Danzo's methods. Now that Danzo was dead, he felt as if he could sit back and celebrate. Asuma glanced at Danzo's corpse and then subtly nodded towards his father, whispering, "Look at how drenched he is. Still wearing the Hokage cloak. Doesn't he resemble a soaked old monkey?" The rain poured throughout the night. When the sky finally cleared, a warm sun appeared on the horizon. Conan turned to glance back at the direction of Konoha, softly stating, "This is Konoha. This is the third Hokage, ultimately." "Too slow." Sasuke did not understand. "What do you mean by too slow? Shouldn't it be about strength rather than speed?" Xiaonin remarked. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen acted with greater decisiveness during the Uchiha massacre, he could have averted this tragedy. If he were to arrive at the scene promptly this time and rally the villagers of Konoha against Lin Qing without hesitation, perhaps he could have saved Danzo's life. She cast a glance at Lin Qing's retreating figure, pondering that this seemingly fierce individual would likely hesitate to strike down someone like Kakashi or Jiraiya, who had shown him some kindness. He was slow to save lives and equally sluggish in taking them. Such indecisiveness in a Hokage could only be tolerated in a village as robust as Konoha. In lesser villages, he would have been consumed long ago. Once upon a time, Xiaonin had trained under Jiraiya, envious of those residing in Konoha, believing the air there sweet and the moon rounder. Yet, it seemed now that the entire world bore a similar visage, with only Pain's plan capable of rewriting destinies. Xiaonin shook off her thoughts, focusing on Lin Qing, who appeared somewhat different. Chapter 63. Success does not rely on me. In a small border town in the Land of Fire's northern region, Xiao Tao, Mayuri, and Amber stood at the sole entrance, quietly awaiting. Sitting in the shade nearby, Kamahara Hayato munched on watermelon, saying, "Are you sure you don't want to join me for a bite?" "No. I'm waiting for Qingji and Sasuke Onizen to return," replied Xiao Tao. Kamahara shrugged. He had been tasked by Lin Qing to arrive early and protect Xiao Tao and Amber. Since Lin Qing had eliminated Orochimaru, many had begun to take an interest in him, each harboring their own intentions toward Xiao Tao and the others. Among Lin Qing's acquaintances, Kamahara was one of the few he could trust. An exceptional intelligence expert, he was not particularly skilled in combat. Yet leading a group of 30 to hide without being discovered was not overly difficult for him. However, since taking on the role of caretaker for this group, it had been quite some time since Kamahara had enjoyed close interactions with the ladies. He spat watermelon seeds forward, observing the trio of girls. Their spirits were remarkably high. Having received word from Lin Qing 2 days prior, they had calculated his arrival for today and had come early to wait. If it were up to me, there would be no need to wait. Just prepare a bathtub and a beautiful lady, and Lin Qing and Sasuke would appear like magic, he jested. A bathtub and a beautiful lady? Xiao Tao looked bewildered. Mayuri covered Xiao Tao's ears, puffing her cheeks in discontent as she glared at the unserious informant. Mr. Kamahara, please refrain from such talk in front of children. Kamahara replied earnestly, I'm not joking. I'm serious. There is some truth to it. You wouldn't believe that if I said, I'm tired. I need a lady to massage my shoulders. Lin Qing and Sasuke would appear like weeds along the roadside. After finishing his words, he abruptly turned his gaze toward the path. Nothing. He repeated his statement and looked again. Still nothing. Kamahara turned back to Xiao Tao, their eyes locking. TSK. Tossing aside the watermelon rind, Kamahara stood up, deciding he would no longer wait. Whoever wants to wait can do so. I'm off for a bubble bath. The sound of hooves echoed as three figures emerged from the wooded path at the end of the trail. It was Lin Qing, Sasuke, and Xiao Nan, returning from Konoha. Kamahara's eyes widened as he grasped Amber's arm. Look. Amber shrugged off his grip, dismissively replying, Yes. Xiao Tao took her first steps, initially walking, then breaking into a jog, and finally sprinting, her pink hair dancing in the wind as a smile spread across her face. Sasuke dismounted and ran toward Xiao Tao. They met in the middle of the road, embracing tightly. With tears of joy, Xiao Tao exclaimed, Sasuke Onizen, I truly thought I would never see you again. Sasuke gently stroked her head, saying, Don't cry. I'm back. He glanced at Lin Qing. We're all back. Yes. Xiao Tao nodded vigorously, tears still in her eyes. Mayuri and Amber bowed deeply to Lin Qing. Lord Lin Qing, everyone has been waiting for your return, Mayuri said. Lin Qing dismounted. Let us go? Hiding over 30 people was not overly complex if approached correctly. Kamahara had divided them into smaller groups, assigning various false identities. As long as they avoided drawing attention to their habits from the land of water, they would remain undetected. However, today, all 30 were gathered in a single room. Clad in various uniforms, each pair of bright eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. Lin Qing sat cross-legged opposite them, flanked by Sasuke, Xiao Tao, Xiao Nan, and Kamahara, while Mayuri poured tea for him. Thank you, Lin Qing said, accepting the cup and gazing at the assembly. All awaited his words. Yet he lowered his head in silence for half a minute. Not a single person urged him, and they sat quietly, even their gazes unwavering. In the stillness, an invisible force began to coalesce. Xiaonan felt a sense of deja vu. At last, Lin Qing spoke. Everyone, I wish to tread a path untraveled by others. He raised his head to address the 30-odd individuals, stating, To pursue this path, I intend to establish a village and attempt to alter certain circumstances. However, this path is fraught with thorns. Many may perish if they choose to follow me, including myself. This journey is not suitable for everyone. So I have prepared an alternative for you, to remain. If you choose to stay, your false identities will become reality, and you will live as ordinary citizens of the land of fire, enjoying stability and tranquility. Those who wish to stay may leave now. No one exchanged glances, nor did anyone move. If they intended to retreat, they would not have chosen the path of establishing a village of hope, nor would they have waited in a remote town for Lin Qing's return. Amber knelt, hands resting on her thighs, and said, My lord, please direct us. Where to next? What can we do for you? Lin Qing surveyed the crowd, nodding slightly. We shall return to the land of water. This revelation startled everyone. They had barely escaped the clutches of the land of water, and returning seemed akin to stepping back into a fiery pit. Yet, as they met Lin Qing's calm gaze, their trepidation began to dissipate. Very well. They returned to gather their belongings. Lin Qing stood by the window, observing the bustling town below. Just 2 days prior, he had received a message from Terumi Mei. The actions of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, had become increasingly peculiar. And with Terumi Mei and others forming a significant force, they intended to overthrow Yagura's regime soon. Considering Yagura's prowess as a perfect Jinchuriki, Terumi Mei had invited Lin Qing to lend his support. If successful, her faction would ascend to the position of Mizukage, and whoever held that title would grant Lin Qing a territory as a base for the Village of Hope. This would serve as the cornerstone for all of Lin Qing's plans. A faint wisp of smoke drifted over, and Kamahara approached, holding a cigarette, hands in his pockets. Swaying slightly. Earlier, you mentioned you might die. What exactly are you planning? Lin Qing smiled. With your level of intelligence gathering, you cannot ascertain my intentions? Because I've gleaned your actions along this journey. I posed the question, Kamahara replied, his usually carefree demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Lin Qing, you can't possibly be thinking. He extended his hand, flipping it over and back again. And if I am? Lin Qing inquired. Would you still be willing to assist me? Hayato Canberra moistened his parched lips, and the instincts of an information broker alerted him to the gravity of the impending decision that would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Answer my final question, and I shall assist you, he stated. If you truly perish, will the path you wish to tread be severed? It will not be severed, came the reply. As long as there are individuals living in this world, as long as there are those yearning to escape this wretched existence, there will always be successors to continue along this path. As the saying goes, success need not rest upon my shoulders. Upon hearing this, Canberra bowed his head, inhaled deeply from his cigarette, and discarded the remaining stub upon the ground, extinguishing it with a firm stomp. Then let us proceed. An hour later, a gathering convened on the main road of the small town, with Lin Qing positioned at the forefront. Let us embark to the land of water. Simultaneously, within the Akatsuki base, Pain's icy gaze pierced through Itachi Uchiha. Who can elucidate what is meant by traitor? Chapter 64. Return to the land of water. A traitor is one who betrays, Deidara declared, pointing accusingly at Itachi. Itachi Uchiha is a traitor. He conspired with Lin Qing and betrayed us, leading to Conan's capture by him. What dreadful fate awaits someone as beautiful as Conan in Lin Qing's clutches? I shudder to imagine. Scorpion chuckled coldly. Coward. He dares to imagine. Although Scorpion bore no grudge against Itachi, if Pain chose to eliminate him, Scorpion would begrudgingly accept Itachi's lifeless form, transforming it into a puppet for remembrance. I am not a traitor, Itachi asserted. Deidara stepped closer. Then why the flush upon your face? You appeared invigorated, yet now you seem pale. Itachi did not respond, merely locking eyes with Pain. If I were a traitor, I would not have returned. Pain's gaze grew increasingly frigid. I instructed you to clarify what traitor means. Kisame, who shared a bond with Itachi, sensed the tension and interjected. A traitor is simply a traitor. There is no need for translation. Itachi-san is certainly not one. There must be some misunderstanding. Pain shook his head slightly. You are mistaken. Allow me to explain what a traitor truly is. An aura of lethal intent emanated from his Rinnegan. A traitor is one who deserves to die. From the moment Itachi joined the Akatsuki, Pain had sensed something amiss within him. Of course, the others present were not blameless either. The difference lay in the fact that the malevolent intentions of the others were directed towards outsiders, while Itachi's were seemingly aimed at his own comrades within the Akatsuki. As for Conan, she was the last family of Nagato, who dared to lay a hand on her. Such an offense warranted death. Pain's murderous intent was unabashed. Deidara, Scorpion, Zetsu, and Kakazu, each intrigued, stepped back to grant space for the two. Especially Deidara, who had recently joined the Akatsuki and had yet to witness Pain in action, widened his eyes in anticipation of the spectacle. Kisame raised a hand, intending to intervene, but ultimately lowered it in resignation, retreating to the side. On one side stood Itachi Uchiha, a formidable master of the Sharingan, developed to its utmost potential. On the other stood Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, wielding the enigmatic Rinnegan. Just as the two were poised to clash within the confines of the underground base, an unfamiliar voice emerged from the shadows. Itachi is not a traitor. From the darkness, a figure emerged, clad in the Akatsuki's crimson cloud cloak and adorned with an orange spiral mask, exuding an aura of mystery and detachment. Obito. Originally, Obito had not intended to reveal himself so soon, wishing to keep his existence known only to Pain, Conan, Itachi, and Zetsu. Yet, he had not anticipated that Itachi, Conan, Deidara, and even Orochimaru would fail to gain the upper hand against Lin Qing. Orochimaru had fallen. Conan had been captured. If Obito did not show himself now, one of the two critical pieces on his chessboard, Pain or Itachi, was destined to perish, and if luck was not on his side, both could meet their demise. Deidara nudged Kisame, whispering, "Who is this person?" Kisame shook his head and turned to Kakazu, who also shook his head. However, given Pain's demeanor and the stranger's attire, it was apparent they were acquainted, prompting the others to settle down and continue observing. Obito stepped forward, positioning himself beside Itachi. I vouch for him. He is not a traitor. As for Conan, he met Pain's gaze. I will personally visit the village hidden in the mist. The village hidden in the mist was currently rife with turmoil, and with Lin Qing's movements, it was no secret to the astute that something monumental was on the horizon. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, had succumbed to madness, plunging the village into chaos, all under Obito's Genjutsu manipulation. Utilizing Yagura, Obito amassed considerable wealth while simultaneously purging dissenters under the blood mist policy, gradually transforming the village hidden in the mist into his personal fiefdom. Before long, once Obito's plans took flight, the ninjas of the mist would become his private army. Just as Nagato cherished Konan, so too did Obito covet the riches of the village hidden in the mist. Whoever dared to intervene would find their hands severed. With arms crossed, Obito spoke in a calm and resolute tone. I will eliminate Lin Qing and retrieve Konan. This matter will be resolved, yes? Upon hearing this, Obito anticipated Pain's agreement. However, Pain replied, no, this time, I shall accompany you. At this declaration, the members of the Akatsuki stirred slightly. Since the framework of the Akatsuki had been established, Pain had not personally executed a mission in quite some time. Was Konan truly that significant to him? Or was Lin Qing formidable enough to necessitate Pain's direct involvement? Obito let out a slight chuckle. Then let us go together. Years prior, it had been Obito, Pain, and Konan who journeyed to the village hidden in the mist to control Yagura. It was a return to familiar ground. Lin Qing disembarked from the ship. The land of water appeared unchanged since his departure. The air was humid, shrouded in mist. Officials brandished swords, barking orders, while the common folk bowed their heads. Engrossed in toil, over 30 individuals did not disembark. Accompanying Lin Qing were only Sasuke, Sakura, and Mayuri. Canberra and Amber remained at sea with the rest, awaiting news from the village hidden in the mist before making landfall to avoid detection by other organizations. The decision to bring these three was due to Lin Qing's understanding that he could not rely solely on himself for every endeavor. He required dependable comrades. Remaining forever in Lin Qing's shadow would not yield strength. This served as an opportunity for growth. As a captive, Konan naturally followed Lin Qing as a trinket. However, upon setting foot on the soil of the land of water once more, her expression was complex. What occupies your thoughts? Lin Qing inquired. Konan replied coolly. I am under no obligation to answer you. Lin Qing smirked. Your silence speaks volumes. You are likely troubled by the transformation of the land of water and the village hidden in the mist, feeling a degree of responsibility and guilt. Yet, in the name of your plans, you rationalize it as a necessary sacrifice. A conflict of conscience, perhaps? Suddenly, Konan turned sharply, her amber eyes fixed intently on Lin Qing. What do you truly know about me? Lin Qing disregarded her gaze, passing by her, softly stating, rest assured, I only focus on critical intelligence. I have no interest in trivial matters such as your penchant for singing in the bath or needing a plush toy to sleep. Conan's face flushed crimson. Had it not been for the constraints of orders, she would have lunged at him to silence his audacious mouth. Lin Qing chuckled lightly and strode towards the northern regions of the land of water. According to the letter, there were still days remaining until Terumi may instigated unrest, and Lin Qing decided to take a detour to Yuki Village. Before departing, Lin Qing entrusted the severed blade of the Thunderblade, Lei Daoya, to the Knife Master, requesting the creation of suitable weapons for Sasuke and Sakura. Given the passage of time, it was reasonable to assume these weapons had been crafted. As they were about to engage in a significant team battle, enhancing the combat capabilities of the squad was imperative. The five of them moved with remarkable speed, arriving in the afternoon of the third day at Snowfall Village, where they were reunited with the Knife Master. Upon seeing Lin Qing, the Knife Master broke into a broad smile. The bond between a craftsman and a swordsman is eternally reciprocal. What artisan does not wish for their creations to accompany warriors in their quest for renown? Every formidable opponent felled by a legendary blade becomes an indelible part of its legacy, passed down through the ages as legend. I have heard of your exploits in the Land of Fire. Upon your return, who do you intend to slay? The Knife Master inquired. The influential figures, Lin Qing replied, gesturing towards Sasuke and Sakura. We have come to retrieve their blades. They have long been ready. The Knife Master opened a cabinet and retrieved 2 wooden boxes. Placing them on the table, feel free to open them. Sasuke and Sakura each opened their respective boxes. Perhaps due to an innate connection, they did not misidentify their weapons. Sakura was the first to unveil her blade. Rather than a traditional sword, it resembled a long whip composed of countless blades. As she infused it with her chakra, the whip suddenly straightened, transforming into a serrated sword. Depending on the chakra's intensity, it could shift between a serrated blade and a whip, with the maximum attack radius extending to 10 meters. When not engaged in combat, the Knife Master indicated for Sakura to strike the ground with the weapon. All the blades aligned seamlessly, ultimately forming a staff-like rod, more suitable for defense and concealment. Thus, her weapon possessed three forms: a staff, a whip, and a sword. In contrast, Sasuke's weapon was far more straightforward, a straight samurai sword without a sharpened edge. At the knife master's prompting, Sasuke channeled his chakra inward. A slender silver light appeared at the blade's tip, and the knife master casually tossed an iron ingot, which was effortlessly cleaved in two by the blade, resulting in a smooth and even cut. The knife master, in his 60s, sat back in his chair, smiling as he watched Sasuke and Sakura each cradling their weapons. Lin Qing had shared the backgrounds of these two children with him. Sakura's mother had been slain, and as a girl navigating the treacherous ninja world, she required every advantage to ensure her safety. The knife master designed her weapon using materials from the former Thunderblade, significantly enhancing the user's speed and affinity for lightning-based jutsu, while incorporating various functionalities. Sasuke's situation was markedly different. Lin Qing had avenged Sakura's mother, but the complexities and depths of Sasuke's familial tragedy were far more intricate. By crafting a blade without a cutting edge, the knife master hoped Sasuke would carefully consider whom to slay and whom to spare, not allowing the sword to dictate his choices, but rather his own judgment. Even when wielding a blade with great swiftness, he should retain the opportunity for reflection. Unaware of the knife master's profound intentions, Sasuke and Sakura were merely participants in the moment. However, Lin Qing perceived the deeper meaning. "Thank you," Lin Qing said earnestly. The knife master waved his hand dismissively. "I am merely a craftsman. My duty is to forge weapons befitting their masters." He then affectionately tousled Sakura and Sasuke's hair. "They are both good children." After bidding farewell to the knife master, the five of them set forth once more, officially heading towards Hidden Mist Village. The journey was tranquil, and time seemed to slow. Once they exited the Snowfall Village area, the wind and snow diminished, and the roads became increasingly spacious. As they caught sight of Hidden Mist Village in the distance, they could see a steady stream of merchants and visitors. "Isn't Hidden Mist Village supposed to be quite isolated?" Sasuke inquired, echoing Lin Qing's sentiments. The village appeared more bustling than he had anticipated. Guests meandered through the streets while vendors enthusiastically peddled their wares. However, upon closer inspection, disparities became apparent. The smiling patrons and warmly welcoming vendors seemed to be outsiders. Without needing to discern further, the locals, shrouded in the perpetual mist, exhibited pale complexions and gloomy expressions, clearly distinguishing them from the visitors. Aside from a few residents managing taverns and inns, most locals wore expressions of indifference, observing the passing travelers with an undercurrent of disdain. Lin Qing even detected a fleeting glimmer of hatred in their eyes. "Brother, something feels off with these people," Sakura whispered. Lin Qing nodded in agreement. Amidst the bustling streets, he could distinctly sense the fervor and excitement of the visitors, juxtaposed against the locals' apathy and the concealed animosity lurking beneath their indifference. At that moment, a young boy, around 5 or 6 years old, caught sight of Lin Qing and his companions, their appearances starkly different from the villagers. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he sprinted over. "Brother, would you like to purchase an intelligence book? It's undoubtedly the most detailed in the village, and I'll throw in some candy for free." Lin Qing scanned the surroundings and noted similar sales pitches occurring throughout the streets. "I'll take one," he replied. The boy handed over a book and distributed 5 cheap candies among them. Lin Qing glanced at the intelligence book, which contained profiles of nearly 50 youths, detailing their proficiency in ninjutsu, complete with ratings for each individual, culminating in a battle diagram on the final page. Lin Qing seized the boy's arm and produced a bill, prompting the child to pat his chest and proclaim, "Big brother, just say the word. Should I steal something or deliver intel? I'll brave any peril." Lin Qing gestured toward the intelligence book. "What does this mean?" The boy was taken aback. "Aren't you here for the annual Hidden Mist Village graduation ceremony?" "Graduation ceremony? What kind of event could attract so many visitors and stimulate the industries of dining, lodging, tourism, and this intelligence?" The boy explained. "The village's ninja academy hosts duels between students during graduation season, allowing only one survivor from each pair. Initially, only villagers attended, but as interest grew, more outsiders came to watch, leading to the establishment of betting and gambling operations. Most visitors arrive with hopes of winning money." He raised the booklet. "This is the key to profiting." After absorbing his words, Lin Qing and his companions fell silent. This was the blood-soaked reality of the Hidden Mist. The academy's graduates were merely 12 or 13-year-old children, compelled to annihilate one another to suppress their emotions and become more effective instruments of violence. This practice was inherently grotesque, laden with the disdain of the powerful for the powerless. The root organization of Danzo operated similarly, yet Hidden Mist's methods surpassed that in brutality. They had transformed bloodshed into entertainment, normalizing it, rendering the entire village complicit in this madness. Villagers profited amidst their loathing, contributing to the ostentation of the graduation ceremony in their numbness. Conan stood dazed, her expression grim. She was acutely aware that life in Hidden Mist Village, under Obito's control, was far from pleasant, but she lacked the specifics of how it was unpleasant. For her, the village only resurfaced in her thoughts when unexpected funds appeared in the Akatsuki accounts. Conan could accept the necessity of slaying thousands of enemies on the battlefield for the sake of peace, but now, the candy in her mouth seemed to carry a hint of blood. A hand suddenly clapped on Conan's back, interrupting her train of thought. She turned to glare at Lin Qing, who, gazing ahead, wore a faint smile. If you're feeling sorrowful, save it for when we're wrapped in blankets tonight. For now, we must take action and awaken this absurd village. Following Lin Qing's gaze, Conan spotted a tall, striking woman standing at the end of the street. Mizuki Mei lazily extended her hand, beckoning Lin Qing with a silent gesture, mouthing the words, "Long time no see." Lin Qing strode over. The distance between them reduced to 3 paces. With a step forward, Mizuki Mei closed the gap, slightly tilting her head to gaze quietly at Lin Qing, a flicker of anticipation rising within her. "What will your first words be?" Lin Qing clenched his fist, contemplating when to strike. Mizuki Mei rolled her eyes. "Follow me." Chapter 66. Then let us kill them all. As Lin Qing followed Mizuki Mei down the streets of the Hidden Mist Village, nearly every visitor clutched a small intelligence booklet, a clear indication of official endorsement. "Is this also part of Yakura's policy?" Lin Qing inquired. Mizuki Mei nodded, stating, "Since taking office, Yakura has gradually implemented numerous policies, primarily focused on 2 aspects, killing and amassing wealth." She gestured toward the intelligence booklet in Lin Qing's hand. "This is just a minor aspect. There's also human trafficking, which you've encountered before." She subtly raised her chin toward a street leading to the city center, shrouded in perpetual fog. The Hidden Mist Village featured a street where the rooftops extended deliberately, obscuring the scant sunlight, rendering the entire thoroughfare dim. In the shadows, neon lights flickered on, casting an alluring glow, illuminating women clad in extravagant attire, adorned with floral hairpins and exquisite makeup. The street bustled with a diverse array of men, their expressions frivolous as they surveyed the women, while a short, oily-haired man continuously solicited customers. The Hidden Mist Village, with its reputation as the water country, was arguably the most prosperous kabuki district in the entire shinobi world. Countless men flocked there daily, extravagantly spending to share a night with the courtesans. Of the earnings, 50% was paid to Yakura, creating a substantial fortune. Lin Qing could surmise the reason for the kabuki district's thriving success. The oppressive blood mist policy heightened psychological pressure, leaving everyone uncertain of their fate. Conversely, Yakura's wealth accumulation policy ensured that even a fraction of money trickled into the market, benefiting the lower and middle classes. With money came pressure, and sex remained the simplest form of relief. Truly, the Hidden Mist Village earns while the village spends. Not a single coin can return home. Lin Qing lamented. Mizuki Mei raised an eyebrow, regarding Lin Qing with amusement. "Are you tempted to explore? With your looks, you might not even have to spend money. Perhaps you could profit." Lin Qing waved his hand, dismissing the notion. "I am not here to observe women. I am observing the shinobi." The Kabuki district showcased numerous shinobi wearing the Hidden Mist Village forehead protectors on patrol. Lin Qing remarked, "I believe I understand why Yakura instituted the blood mist policy while still garnering loyalty from a segment of shinobi. The financial stakes between the Kabuki district and the human trafficking base I dismantled involve considerable sums. Yakura merely needs to distribute a portion to secure unwavering loyalty. To ensure a continuous flow of income, these individuals will instinctively protect Yakura's industrial chain. Anyone attempting to overthrow Yakura's reign is merely threatening their livelihood, positioning themselves as enemies." Mizuki Mei discerned the implication in Lin Qing's words, nodding softly with a sigh. For the sake of profit, many sacrifice their conscience. For numerous individuals, this is the ultimate sanctuary for their conscience. Beyond the Hidden Mist Village, how many shinobi wish to sell out but lack the means? From this perspective, Yakura becomes their benefactor, As they navigated through the bustling crowd, the conversation remained brief until they arrived at a hot spring inn. Ascending to the second floor and entering a room, they closed the door. After a round of tea was served, Mizuki Mei resumed speaking. Based on your intelligence, Qing has utilized the Byakugan to examine Yakura's chakra flow. He has indeed fallen victim to an illusion. Koyoko asked, if that's the case, wouldn't he publicizing this intelligence and dispelling Yakura's illusion suffice? Not so simple, Mizuki Mei replied. Since assuming office, Yakura's temperament has drastically changed, and many speculate he has succumbed to an illusion. If we were to assert he is under an illusion and seek to break it, what do you think would happen? Koyoko pondered, her little mind working hard. Yet she could not arrive at an answer. Sasuke reflected for a moment before stating, it would provoke a backlash from Yakura's diehard followers. Precisely, Mizuki Mei affirmed. These loyalists are not devoted to Yakura, but to money and power. If we were to shatter Yakura's illusion and overturn the blood mist policy, what would become of the loyalists? Would they return to a life of drudgery, laboring for paltry earnings? Once the notion of dispelling the illusion is introduced, if we fail to eliminate Yakura's illusion immediately, we will simultaneously face a perfect Jinchuriki of the Kage level alongside numerous loyalist members. Mizuki Mei lowered her gaze, her expression solemn. Although I hate to admit it, with our personnel, even if we could secure victory, it would be a Pyrrhic triumph. So, you intend to act during the graduation ceremony. Lin Qing lifted the intelligence booklet in his hand. It mentioned that the daimyo of the water country would also be attending the hidden mist village to participate in the celebration and place personal bets. Mizuki Mei took a sip of her hot tea, smiling. You are even more perceptive than I imagined. Yes, as long as the daimyo is present. Those in pursuit of wealth and power will think twice before taking action. If all goes well, and we dispel Yakura's illusion, everything will be resolved. If not, our only adversary will be Yakura, and with your involvement, our chances of success will significantly increase. Lin Qing cradled the teacup, but did not smile. Contemplating a possibility, what if the daimyo of the water country was also a member of the diehard faction? Mizuki Mei's smile gradually faded. Indeed, this was a possibility. A nightmarish scenario she had envisioned in the depths of her mind. The fact that the corrupt governor of Senura County could garner the favor of the daimyo of the water country alone indicated the daimyo's stance. Furthermore, Yakura's illusion was set by a masked member of the Akatsuki organization. If you seek to dispel the illusion, this masked figure might also emerge to obstruct you. What then? Lin Qing inquired again. If that is the case, Mizuki Mei drained her cup and set it down decisively. Then we shall kill. From the diehard faction to Yakura, the Akatsuki, and even the daimyo, whoever obstructs the hidden mist village's escape from the blood mist shall become part of this blood mist. Mizuki Mei's eyes glinted with cold resolve, radiating a fierce aura. However, upon meeting the bewildered gazes of Sasuke and Koyoko, her demeanor softened as she cradled her teacup. If it truly comes to that, the situation will be perilous, facing the diehard faction, Yakura, and the daimyo's guards, three opposing forces. Lin Qing, if you wish to leave, you still have the chance. I would indeed leave. What? You truly intend to go? Mizuki Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. Had you uttered some platitude like let's think this through, I would have departed immediately. Lin Qing gazed into her eyes. You are orchestrating a transformation that involves nations. If you harbor any doubts, do not pull the trigger. One elder like Sarutobi Hiruzen is sufficient. Mizuki Mei took a deep breath and gradually nodded. I understand. I am prepared. Excellent. Then let us proceed. Lin Qing refilled her teacup. It is time to discuss compensation. What do you desire? Lin Qing raised 3 fingers. I want land, personnel, and a promise. Chapter 67. The demon no longer beheaded land. Grant me a piece suitable for establishing a village. As for personnel, once Yakura steps down, I hope you will assume the role of Mizuki. Mizuki Mei questioned, and the promise? Lin Qing lowered his hand. That is not urgent. We shall discuss it once we achieve victory. The land is not an issue. I can agree to that right now. However, the position of Mizuki. Mizuki Mei awkwardly scratched her face, pointing to herself. I am only 21. In the original plan, while awaiting the abdication of the current Mizuki, the position was to be temporarily managed by Elder Genji until a suitable candidate for the 5th Mizuki could be selected. Lin Qing shook his head. Before coming here, he had requested from Kamihara Hayato a list of notable ninjas from the Mist Village along with their respective personality traits. There was no one more fitting than Terumi Mei. If Lin Qing wished to execute his plan, It necessitated Terumi Mei's ascension as Mizukage. However, Lin Qing chose not to delve deeper into this matter. All rewards would only be realizable after a victory. With only 3 days remaining, after ensuring the safety of everyone, Terumi Mei hurriedly departed once more. Conan, watching her leave, turned to Lin Qing and asked, "Is she your woman?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qing, Sasuke, and Sakura simultaneously spat out their tea, splattering Conan's face. Just as she was about to protest, Mayuri gently offered her a towel. "Of course not," Lin Qing replied. "Then why do you treat her so well? Risking danger to assist her, and even supporting her to become Mizukage? Because she possesses potential." "What kind of potential?" Lin Qing did not continue to respond, but instead inquired, "Do you think the masked man will come?" After a moment's hesitation, Conan replied, "He is a very mysterious person. No one can discern his true intentions." Realizing her slip, Conan suddenly paused. "Why am I telling you this?" Lin Qing chuckled lightly. "Let me rephrase my question. After witnessing the events unfolding in the Land of Water and the Mist Village, Conan, do you hope the masked man will come to prevent the changes from occurring?" This time, Conan remained silent. Seemingly concerned about information leaks, Terumi Mei had reserved the entire hot spring inn, ensuring that apart from their group, no other guests were present. Seizing this rare opportunity to soak in the hot springs, Lin Qing changed into his bathing attire and made his way to the onsen. From behind, Mayuri's voice called out, "Sir, if you need, I can help scrub your back." Lin Qing pretended not to hear and entered the men's bath. Upon stepping in, he was enveloped in a haze of steam, rendering visibility quite low. He felt along the edge of the pool until he gradually submerged himself. Just as he closed his eyes to relish the warmth of the water, a cold voice pierced through the steam. "Is this the so-called invincible Lin Qing? I truly cannot understand why that woman, Terumi Mei, places such trust in you." A kunai emerged from the thick mist, pressed against Lin Qing's throat. Lin Qing opened his eyes slightly to see a menacing figure wrapped in a towel behind him. He recognized him from Kamahara Hayato's intel, Zabuza Momochi, a notorious rogue ninja, who had long harbored grievances against Yagura's blood mist policy. He had initially intended to assassinate Yagura single-handedly, but was intercepted by Terumi Mei. Now, he had become a core member of the reformist faction. Lin Qing shifted to a more comfortable position, leaning against the edge of the onsen, and said, "Look behind you." In the thick mist, Sasuke had silently appeared, brandishing a kunai against Zabuza's side. Zabuza snorted disdainfully. "Now look behind you." The mist receded behind Sasuke, revealing another Zabuza. Kunai poised at Sasuke's neck. It turned out the first was merely a water clone used as bait. Forget about looking again. Lin Qing had no desire for an endless standoff. From the back, the Platinum Star seized both Sasuke and Zabuza, unceremoniously tossing them into the onsen. Water erupted high, splashing over the bamboo barrier into the women's bath, eliciting shrieks from the women inside. "Enough noise," Zabuza barked, waving his hand to disperse the mist technique. And his vision cleared considerably. He coldly fixed his gaze upon Lin Qing, stating, "I advise you to leave immediately. Whether you topple Yagura or we are eliminated by him. These matters are internal to the Mist Village and should not involve you, an outsider." Before Lin Qing could respond, Sasuke interjected, unable to tolerate Zabuza's arrogance. "Without Qingji's intervention, you would lose." "Nonsense." Zabuza raised his fist, declaring, "As long as I'm here, we cannot lose. I am Zabuza Momochi, the demon. You're the one talking nonsense. Take this." Sasuke gathered his strength and let out a series of bubbles in the hot spring, launching them at Zabuza. Hot spring fart wave. Zabuza swatted the bubbles away, and a pungent odor filled the air. "You little brat." Though Zabuza was irked, he would not stoop to quarreling with a child. His pride as a formidable ninja prevented him from associating with the die-hard faction, and he had intended to confront Yagura alone. Lin Qing chuckled softly. Zabuza's approach was merely an attempt to gauge Lin Qing's capabilities. If Lin Qing proved to be all talk, Zabuza would prefer him to leave swiftly. Given the reformist's high expectations of Lin Qing, since Terumi Mei had invited him, any sign of weakness from him 3 days later would be a significant blow to their morale. However, can I truly handle the perfect Jinchuriki? Lin Qing pondered. He had never encountered a tailed beast before. From the information he had gathered, his impression of these creatures was akin to the monsters in Ultraman, immense and possessing strength, vitality, and defense befitting their size, along with the ability to emit laser attacks. To combat such colossal non-human beasts, the simplest method would be large-scale bombardment, similar to the super fire dragon storm created by the Root Organization ninjas. Unfortunately, the situation in the Mist Village was complex, with only 50 to 60 personnel available to Terumi Mei, unlike the Root Organization, which had extensively trained and selected its operatives. Lin Qing evaluated his resources. The Purple Sage was of no use. The Aviation Smith could provide aerial harassment, but lacked direct combat capability. The White Snake might be summoned to dispel illusions, but its utility in actual combat was limited. The Rainbow Hunter would have been ideal on a rainy day. If it were to rain, Lin Qing believed he could easily handle not only Yagura, but also a few tailed beasts. The Rainbow Hunter combined with the Ripple and Nature's power would yield tremendous control, surpassing an entire tier of strength. Alas, the Mist Village had not seen rain recently. He would have to rely on the Platinum Star. With its unparalleled offensive capabilities, it could ignore size disparities and bombard enemies effectively, which was Lin Qing's devised strategy. To achieve this, he resolved to elevate the Platinum Star to its maximum level. Currently, the Platinum Star was at level 4, requiring 4,000 soul shards to ascend to level 5. He had acquired 1,100 shards from slaying Danzo, in addition to defeating over 100 Root Organization ninjas, along with his previous surplus. Now, he had a total of 3,810 shards, leaving him short by 190. As he prepared to commence his operation against Yagura in the Mist Village, he was unable to draw attention as he had in the past by offering bounties for hunting. Where can I find 190 shards? He mused. If only I could find a somewhat famous ninja to give me a good beating. Suddenly, he locked eyes with Zabuza across the way. Lin Qing broke into a hearty smile. Hee. Chapter 68. A chance for promotion. No one knew what transpired in the men's bath that day. All that was known was that from that day forward, Zabuza Momochi never again uttered phrases like "I won't submit" or "Lin Qing is nothing special." Conan faintly heard angry shouts and screams from the other side of the wall, which soon fell silent. When she emerged from the bath clad in a yukata, she happened upon Lin Qing, who had also just exited. Care for a drink? Lin Qing offered her a bottle of cold milk. Thank you, Conan replied, accepting the bottle, twisting off the cap, and gulping down nearly half in one go. A drop of milk trickled down her chin, cascading down until it was swallowed by the deep shadow of her collar. Feeling a slight chill against her chest, Conan realized, wiped the droplet away, and tightened her collar, casting a wary glance at Lin Qing. Unexpectedly, Lin Qing had already stepped aside, not casting a glance in his direction. He was sipping ice-cold milk, the cool night breeze mingling with mist caressing his face, tousling his hair, and rendering him particularly enchanting under the hazy moonlight. Xiaonan couldn't help but concede that the assertion made by Mei Ying about Lin Qing's potential to earn money in the kabukicho was indeed accurate. However, she discerned that Lin Qing's mood was somewhat askew. Approaching him, she inquired, "You told Mei Ying during the day, if your heart is in confusion, do not pull the trigger. But what is it that you are now perplexed about?" Lin Qing glanced at Xiaonan in surprise. He hadn't anticipated this woman would approach him so inexplicably, nor did he expect her to perceive his thoughts. What kind of look is that? Xiaonan lightly clicked her tongue and remarked, "Having managed the Xiao organization for years, I possess a keen eye for reading people. Are you concerned about the battle in 3 days?" Lin Qing shook his head. The upcoming battle for the Water Shadow was undoubtedly significant. Yet, since the goals and plans had been established, he would not waver. Victory or defeat would depend on their respective fates. What occupied Lin Qing's mind was something else entirely. He took out the cap from the milk bottle, placing it on his thumb and flicking it gently. The cap soared high under Xiaonan's gaze. Platinum Star. The world froze for a moment. The Platinum Star suddenly appeared, grasping the cap and returning it to Lin Qing's hand. The frozen world resumed its flow. Xiaonan maintained her upward gaze, and after half a second, she saw the cap back in Lin Qing's hand again. Xiaonan picked up the cap and examined it closely. What kind of trick is this? With a gentle sigh, Lin Qing replied, "I wish to know what this trick truly is." The Platinum Star was at level 5, having consumed a total of 4,000 soul fragments to reach its maximum level. In its presence, everything in the world appeared in slow motion. An invincible power, speed, and precision were at his command. It could be said that anyone stepping within Lin Qing's 2-meter radius would be bombarded by thousands of descending fists in less than half a second. If Lin Qing were to concentrate intensely, the slow motion effect would reach its zenith, akin to a pause in time. Yet, it lasted only for an instant. Due to its brevity, It allowed for only one punch from the Platinum Star before the sensation of frozen time dissipated. Although the Platinum Star had indeed grazed the threshold of time suspension upon reaching its maximum level, it still lacked a critically important opportunity for true time stasis. In the original text, Jotaro encountered the benevolent Dio and, through repeated guidance, ultimately unlocked the ability to stop time. In the world of Naruto, where could I find a Dio to replicate such powers? This was the dilemma that troubled Lin Qing. He once again opened the description for the Platinum Star, his gaze falling on the annotation. Since it specifically noted a no time stop version, could it be due to the insidious rolling card system? Would I still need to draw a time stop version of the Platinum Star? The so-called rolling card system refers to the same character being produced in different iterations based on varying periods, where the new characters are always stronger than the original ones, thus enticing players to spend money. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qing dismissed this notion. Although the Platinum Star lacked the incessant chatter of the White Snake, which could converse with him for an entire day with just a handful of sunflower seeds, Lin Qing sensed that the Platinum Star possessed a uniquely radiant soul. He pondered many yet-to-appear stands. Weather forecast, gale, the train of love, miracles with you, and the Crimson King, among others. These stands evidently surpassed 5-star ones, representing a power level yet unseen, 6-star stands. Currently, my draw interface was labeled as normal draw. Lin Qing sipped his milk thoughtfully. If the Platinum Star were to acquire time stop and ascend to Platinum Star World, surpassing 5 stars, would that not coincide with the appearance of a special draw option in the system interface? Throughout his journey, Lin Qing had mortgaged his soul and vanquished numerous formidable foes. The only aspect he had yet to achieve was altering the course of the world. Gazing at the hazy moonlight, he finished the last sip of milk, his expression regaining its firmness. In 3 days, the answer would be revealed. Xiaonan noticed the shift in Lin Qing's demeanor. Have you come to a conclusion so soon? You truly are a decisive man, but what exactly have you figured out? The following 2 days remained shrouded in mist, yet the village grew increasingly lively. Visitors loudly discussed which graduates they had placed their bets on, and in the corners, whispers could be heard of clandestine dealings with the ninjas of the Mist Village, urging them to sabotage high-odds participants. Moreover, dignitaries from various regions paraded through the streets, embracing different courtesans from local establishments, flaunting their wealth, and occasionally tossing coins, drawing many eager to collect the fallen currency. Their sole aim was to bask in the envious gazes of onlookers. This behavior struck Lin Qing as familiar. After a moment's reflection, he realized it resembled the scene of a societal bigwig strutting down the street with a yoga pants-clad companion, only to declare at the bar that young Master Zhao would cover the tab for everyone. Indeed, in any world, the act of ostentation remains an undeniable theme for countless men. As another handful of bills was tossed his way, Lin Qing smiled, casually accepting one, echoing, "Thank you, brother," before approaching an elderly woman nearby to purchase a skewer of fried meatballs, savoring it as he walked. Lin Qing was not merely idling. Tomorrow marked the graduation ceremony. The daimyo of the Land of Water had arrived at the Mist Village that afternoon, entering a designated courtyard prepared for him, guarded by numerous samurai. Yet, it seemed that fewer courtesans roamed the streets, likely summoned to the daimyo's quarters, sharing the spoils evenly. High above, the aircraft smith concealed itself within the mist, surveying the city below, recording the city map to familiarize itself with the battlefield layout. Suddenly, the small aircraft locked onto a patch of carbon dioxide. Judging by the silhouettes, 2 individuals were engaged in a fierce struggle. Had someone taken action prematurely? Lin Qing followed the coordinates to investigate. Chapter 69, Peeping. In an unnoticed corner of the Mist Village, a boy and a girl, both in their teenage years, were locked in combat. On the ground lay 2 discarded wine cups, indicating that they had each partaken in a toast before the confrontation. Both were graduates featured in the intelligence dossier. The boy, named CHJR, was a prodigy, merely 2 years older than Sasuke, making him the youngest among this graduating class. The girl, named Ryuna, was an ordinary graduate. They had grown up together, with Ryuna 3 years older, often taking on the role of caretaker. In the Mist Village's cruel whimsy, they were paired together for a graduation duel. They wished to avoid a fate akin to fighting cocks in an underground casino, battling under the scrutiny of gamblers. Instead, they sought to determine the last survivor in a secluded corner. This was a battle devoid of suspense. Although CHJR was 3 years younger than Ryuna, His swordsmanship was exquisite. He didn't even need to employ ninjutsu to achieve absolute dominance. CHJR's blade halted just an inch from Ryuna's chest, refusing to descend any further. Ryuna, let us escape. Let us wander. Let us become rogue ninjas. Ryuna gazed at the blade, slowly shaking her head. There is no escape. Other ninja villages may turn a blind eye to rogue ninjas, but only the Mist Village adheres to a policy of no mercy. If we escape, it would mean death for both of us. As she spoke, she took a step forward, allowing the blade to tear her clothing and press against her chest. CHJR stood frozen, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. A crimson stain seeped forth, yet Ryuna smiled, as she always did, cupping CHJR's face and wiping away his tears. This is for the best. Kill me, and live on for a better future. Luna was about to take another step when a strange voice interrupted from behind. Excuse me, little ones, please stop for a moment. They turned to see a man with a cold demeanor emerging from the shadows, holding a dossier and scrutinizing them with an indifferent gaze, as if inspecting two pieces of merchandise rather than looking at people. Who are you? CHJR demanded, pointing his blade at the stranger. The cold man cast a glance at CHJR before suddenly breaking into an exaggerated smile. CHJR, is it? I apologize, my employer, Mr. Cardo, has wagered that Miss Luna here will win. The cold man slowly drew a scythe from behind him. I have no desire to kill you, but it is only right for a subordinate to alleviate their boss's concerns. Wouldn't you agree? I was contemplating how to eliminate a prodigy of your caliber. But now it seems. He raised an eyebrow at CHJR. If you wish for this woman to survive, then stand still and do not move. If I kill you, it would be akin to saving her, correct? In silence, CHJR gradually lowered his weapon. The man's words rang true. This was the only way to save Luna. He discarded his blade and closed his eyes, ignoring Luna's frantic pleas for him to flee. He had resigned himself to his fate. The cold man swung his scythe and charged forward with a laugh. This is an easy payday. A faint golden lightning crackled in the air, and before the cold man could react, he instinctively swung his scythe, only for it to freeze midair. A tremendous force struck him, causing sharp pain in his wrist, and he instinctively fell to his knees. A shadow loomed over him. Lin Qing looked down at him. You just mentioned your employer. Who is it? Master Cardo, the cold man stammered. The one from the land of waves? Lin Qing inquired. The cold man felt a pang of instinctive desire to scold his superior, but, upon meeting Lin Qing's gaze, his fierce demeanor softened. Yes, master, it's indeed Master Cardo. Are you acquainted with him? One might say we share some history. Lin Qing recalled the bags he had discarded from the transport ship and helped the cold man to his feet, brushing off the dust from his trousers. Is Cardo in the hidden mist village? Yes, master. Would you like me to guide you there? Before the cold man could finish his sentence, he froze in place. With a swift motion, two discs ejected, one containing memories, the other jutsu. Lin Qing glanced over the contents of the memory and concluded with 4 words. Death is not regrettable. Lin Qing replied flatly, no need, I'll find my way there. He gently pushed the cold man, who fell heavily to the ground, staring blankly at the sky like a soulless husk. Though CHJR was a prodigy, his worldview was limited to the hidden mist village. He had never encountered such eerie methods as Lin Qing's. The man's silhouette loomed like a dark veil, suffocating him. He grasped Luna's hand, cautiously retreating, intending to escape. Yet, as CHJR lifted a leg to flee, Lin Qing spoke. Where do you think you're going? Planning to commit suicide elsewhere? CHJR halted in his tracks. Indeed, what was the point of fleeing? The problem remained unresolved. One of them would die, leaving the survivor to live in regret, worse than death itself. What was wrong with suicide? Clutching his blade, CHJR lowered his head and confessed. I only wish to end the suffering. Lin Qing chuckled softly. What is so amusing? CHJR looked up, his gaze meeting Lin Qing's, who wore glasses that made him appear more like a scholar than a ninja. I laugh at you. You understand everything, yet why pursue the wrong path? Lin Qing stated. You seek to end your suffering, not your life. Your existence has only just begun, and countless intricate fates await you. Should you choose death, your future will vanish, and your destiny will condense into the very painful life you currently endure. Lin Qing extended a finger toward Luna. Instinctively, she wanted to recoil, only to find herself bound by an invisible force, helplessly watching as Lin Qing's finger touched her shoulder. A gentle warmth enveloped her. A tingling sensation coursed through her chest, and when she regained her senses, her wound had scabbed and healed. Go back, Lin Qing urged, waving his hand. Return and get some rest. Perhaps tomorrow. A miracle will happen, and none of you will have to die. Jur and Luna stared at Lin Qing in a daze. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would have deemed them mad. Yet somehow, from this man, there was an indescribable allure, as if miracles could indeed unfold. Hand in hand, Jur and Luna vanished into the distance. Lin Qing remained uncertain whether they would abandon their suicidal intentions. It was their life to lead, and he could not interfere excessively. He picked up the discs and, following the cold man's memories, headed toward the Kabuki street, intending to converse with the merchant from the land of waves. As the sun set, casting its last rays, Lin Qing walked through the streets, gradually swallowed by the dense fog. Suddenly, he sensed being watched and swiftly turned his head. In the distance, there was nothing but a series of buildings appearing and disappearing in the mist. At the same time, Obito drew the curtains, blocking Lin Qing's gaze. Quite perceptive, Pain remarked. His Rinnegan coldly fixed on Obito. Since you found him, why not kill him? Patience, the actors have yet to take their places. The hidden mist village harbors too many scurrying cockroaches. I must eradicate them all in one fell swoop to ensure a clean slate. Obito stood, the Sharingan behind his mask slowly rotating. Let us go. First, we shall sever their escape route. Chapter 70. The courtesan Obito and Pain navigated through the secret passageways with ease, as if wandering in their own garden. When they resurfaced, they found themselves in the heart of the hidden mist village, near the Water Shadow's office building, facing a quaint, elegant structure. Where's this? Pain inquired. The residence of the Elder Master, Obito replied. Since Obito had manipulated the situation with the arrow, many policies had been influenced by the Elder Master to varying degrees. Had it been anyone else, Obito would have killed them long ago. But the Elder Master had operated in the hidden mist village for years, with intricate networks of interests and close ties to the official dignitaries. His death would stir unnecessary trouble, so Obito opted for a cold approach, gradually undermining the Elder Master's authority. I appreciate his contributions. I had intended to let him pass peacefully, but some wished to make the Elder Master their spiritual support, using his name to pursue actions that displease many, and he chose to support them. The door creaked open. Obito's indifferent gaze swept across the interior, revealing 4 hidden mist ninjas tasked with guarding the Elder. Then we must eliminate this group of hopeful guardians. Stop. 2 massive blades barred Obito's path. What brings the Akatsuki here? Asked Hozuki Mangetsu, his gaze fixed on the pair's black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Obito chuckled lightly. There are 2 reasons one might feign ignorance. The first is to exert psychological pressure, confident of victory. The second is out of fear, hoping for a different answer. Obito's spinning Sharingan locked onto Hozuki Mangetsu. Which are you, Hozuki? Hozuki's grip on his blades tightened as he swung them in response, shouting, enemy attack. The courtesan was a woman in her 20s, with exquisite features and a graceful figure. Before Lin Qing and Cardo, she casually donned a kimono, loosely tying the obi around her waist. From her pouch, she retrieved a lady's cigarette, clicked it into flame, and elegantly exhaled a plume of smoke. Noticing the gaze of both men fixed upon her, the courtesan paused for a moment before inquiring, Gentlemen, do you require my service? Or have you decided to eliminate me before discussing business? Lin Qing glanced at the scattered corpses of Cardo's subordinates and realized that the courtesan feared for her life, opting to abandon her pretense and smoke while awaiting her fate. In stark contrast to the pale, terrified Cardo collapsed on the ground. Her nonchalance rendered him grotesque, akin to a wild boar in the mud. Cardo knelt, fervently bowing his head, pleading, Do not kill me. I have wealth. I can pay any sum. Spare my life, and you shall enjoy boundless riches in your next life. His fear was palpable as he recognized Lin Qing, who had the audacity to slay Orochimaru and Danzo's fanatic. Cardo possessed wealth, yet politically, he could not compare to Danzo. After a lifetime of toil to build his commercial empire, the thought of it being extinguished by a madman was unbearable. Money was indeed a valuable asset. Lin Qing crouched and patted Cardo's shoulder, remarking, However, your money is tainted. It requires cleansing before I can dare to use it. Cleanse it. He stammered. Yes, Lin Qing whispered conspiratorially, with your blood. The white snake appeared, delivering a devastating punch that pierced Cardo's chest. Blood poured forth as he clutched his wound, his eyes brimming with malice and hatred. The feudal lord of the land of water will not forgive you, Lin Qing. You shall ultimately meet your demise. The white snake spat disdainfully. Placing one hand on her hip, tilting her body back and raising the other hand to deliver a slap to Cardo's face, sending 2 gold teeth flying. You talk too much. Do you think we sought you out for no reason? With a hiss, 2 discs ejected. One contained memories, while the other, due to Cardo's lack of shadow clone techniques, revealed a mind disc, encapsulating over 40 years of his business acumen. Lin Qing, disinterested in Cardo's commercial wisdom, discarded the mind disc, retaining only the memory disc. As a magnate of the land of waves, Cardo's wealth rendered him indifferent to the graduation gambling stakes of the hidden mist village. His journey to the land of water was a considerable loss for him. He could have utilized that time and energy to further his own business ventures. Lin Qing deduced that Cardo's visit was for a new enterprise. He delved into Cardo's memories, swiftly uncovering an agreement with the feudal lord of the land of water to introduce a product, mixing it with salt for nationwide distribution. Citizens consuming the product would work harder, their lifespans significantly shortened, eliminating the elderly who waste resources, while fostering addiction and increasing internal consumption within the land of water. The ninjas of the hidden mist village would serve as bodyguards for Cardo's caravan. Lin Qing set down the memory disc. Recognizing Cardo and the feudal lord's scheme, 2 beasts intent on transforming a nation's populace into livestock, he pocketed the disc and stood, planning to discuss matters with the feudal lord after the conclusion of tomorrow's plans. He extracted a substantial sum of cash from Cardo's body, contemplating before leaving a stack on the table for the courtesan. Exhaling a puff of smoke, she extended a finger, pressing it against the bills. Her rosy nails juxtaposed against her fair skin as her garment slipped from her shoulder, revealing a considerable expanse of porcelain skin. Sir, are you paying me to remain silent? No, you need not conceal anything. Should anyone inquire, simply tell the truth. And this money, Lin Qing gestured toward her figure. You are a courtesan, and I am a man. I have just seen your form. It is only proper to compensate for the service rendered, is it not? The courtesan was taken aback, gazing at Lin Qing with wide eyes, her expression genuine, devoid of any ulterior motives. Lin Qing nodded to her and turned to leave. Only when his silhouette vanished did she regain her senses, rising to chase after him, calling through the window, Sir, was it pleasing? Lin Qing turned, smiling and nodding. Upon receiving his response, her eyes sparkled with delight. I am Yinfeng Jinyako. Sir, feel free to seek me out whenever you wish to see me. Lin Qing chuckled softly, offering no reply, merely waving his hand as he prepared to depart. Suddenly, his smile faded. A small aircraft hovering above detected numerous rushing breaths, converging towards a gathering. Lin Qing turned to look toward the heart of the hidden mist village. Indeed, plans are ever susceptible to disruption. He raised his hand, releasing the shattered great sword bound beneath the aircraft, catching it deftly as it descended, spinning it once before slinging it across his back. Lin Qing dashed toward the converging crowd. Chapter 71. The promised flames erupted skyward, the roar of explosions resonating, shattering vast panes of glass as the air momentarily stilled, followed closely by a scorching gale. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, stood amidst the ruins of the courtyard, surveying the scene below with Zabuza Momochi, Terumi Mei, Ao, and a cadre of mid-level ninjas from the hidden mist village. Lying on the ground was a critically wounded Hozuki Mangetsu, his fate uncertain. Obito and Pain had long vanished before the others arrived. The fierce wind dispersed the swirling fog, and a long, dark rod descended, its hooked end ensnaring the elder's throat, lifting him like a lifeless fish. Yagura extended his hand, gripping the elder's head and forcibly twisting it 90 degrees, compelling him to face Terumi Mei and the others. Old man, I had hoped you could enjoy your twilight years, tending to crops and flowers, perhaps even finding a dignified widow to share your life with, but alas, they would not allow it. Now, elder, behold their faces and remember them well. Yagura's grip tightened, contorting the elder's neck grotesquely. Save him, Terumi Mei cried, forming hand signs. Water release, water dragon bullet. A slender jet of high-pressure water erupted from her mouth, akin to a spear, aimed at Yagura. On either side, Zabuza and Ao charged at Yagura. Mei, Zabuza, and Ao represented the last remnants of elite combatants following the annihilation of the previous generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Yet, against their combined assault, Yagura exhibited no reaction, still clutching the elder's head, whispering into his ear, "You perish because of them." With a sickening crack, the elder's skull twisted unnaturally before his head slumped. Elder Hozuki Mangetsu was dead. Yet Terumi Mei's water dragon bullet surged towards him. Earth release, earth flow rampart. A wall of earth and rocks surged from beneath Yagura, blocking the oncoming water dragon bullet. Dozens of hidden mist ninjas surged forth to confront Zabuza and Ao. Throughout the ordeal, Yagura made no effort to retaliate, for he understood well. The number of those wishing for his demise was rivaled only by those desiring his survival. The die-hard faction, far outnumbering the reformists, emerged from the shadows, their gazes coldly fixed upon Terumi Mei and the others, their disdain unmistakable. The path to wealth and a prosperous life lay glaringly before this group, yet they not only refused to walk it, but sought to overturn it. Was this not sheer folly? Zabuza kicked aside a blocking ninja, his fierce gaze sweeping the area as he nonchalantly declared, "You truly dare to show your faces? Are you unaware that the feudal lord of the land of water is in the village?" Yasakura was ensnared by an illusion, and Aoi observed the situation with clarity. Should Yasakura dare to refute, it would be a simple matter to summon someone to dispel the illusion. This was a virtually costless and risk-free means of proving his innocence. However, it was well understood that Yasakura, or rather the masked man orchestrating these events from behind the scenes, would never consent to such a resolution. Consequently, the legitimacy of the Mizukage had been thoroughly undermined. At present, the foremost benefactor of the hidden mist village, the feudal lord of the land of water, was present, and those standing beside Yasakura were unequivocally rebels in the eyes of all. Even if they triumphed and eliminated Terumi Mei and her faction, what difference would it make? The hidden mist village could no longer be considered the hidden mist village of the land of water, a reality that was utterly unacceptable to the feudal lord. Once the feudal lord of the land of water severed financial support, could one expect a band of opportunists, solely intent on quick profits, to undertake missions for monetary gain? That was a ludicrous notion. Before long, this group would be embroiled in discord over the lack of funds. From the moment the feudal lord of the land of water arrived at the hidden mist village, the best course of action for the loyalists was to remain hidden, avoiding detection and patiently awaiting the conclusion of the conflict. Should Yasakura falter, he would have to sheepishly admit defeat. Even if Terumi Mei's faction were to exert their strength, it was implausible they could eradicate all loyalists. The hidden mist village still required manpower to function, returning to a prior state of affairs. Conversely, if Yasakura emerged victorious, the feudal lord of the land of water would not recognize Yasakura's legitimacy. The loyalists would swiftly sever ties with him, discarding all affiliations. Given that the reformists would likely be decimated in this conflict, the loyalists could simply nominate a trusted individual to replace him, thus ensuring their continued prosperity. Should the feudal lord of the land of water be foolish enough to recognize Yasakura as the Mizukage, despite knowing he might be under the influence of an illusion, that would be even more fortuitous. After all, Yasakura would have no grounds to hold the loyalists accountable for their lack of assistance. Aoi pursed her dry lips. Acutely aware that the loyalists present had not fallen under the illusion, they had voluntarily come forth to protect Yasakura. Had these individuals lost their minds? The sound of precise footsteps echoed once more, accompanied by the faint clinking of swords against armor. Terumi Mei turned to look and beheld the feudal lord of the land of water seated in a palanquin, surrounded by hundreds of samurai guards, all exchanging steely glances with the numerous ninjas. The samurai tasked with guarding the lord were all masters of swordsmanship. While they could not employ ninjutsu, their sword skills alone were sufficient to engage in fierce combat with average and elite ninjas. Furthermore, their sheer numbers and the lord's presence would form a formidable battle array. The feudal lord of the land of water languidly inquired from within the palanquin, "What are you waiting for? Capture the rebels at once." Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei felt a wave of relief, but the very next moment, she witnessed the samurai under the feudal lord drawing their swords, their blades aimed directly at them. What? Terumi Mei gasped in disbelief. How could this be? The elder had sent a letter to the lord days prior, and less than half a day ago, had personally visited to explain the situation, ensuring that the lord was aware of Yasakura's predicament. Boy, Terumi Mei called to her old comrade, who shook his head slowly, a dark expression clouding his features. The feudal lord had not fallen under the illusion. The feudal lord of the land of water unfurled a fan, lightly waving it as he spoke in a tone imbued with a peculiar rhythm. Mizukage Yasakura, who has toiled day and night, laboring for the internal affairs of the land of water, has been wrongfully accused and slandered by treacherous individuals. Today, I shall restore order and execute the traitors. the rebellious ninjas. But it matters not. The Lord dismissed the need for further embellishment with a wave of his hand. Kill them. Terumi Mei's expression hardened. Lin Aoi was correct. The feudal lord of the Land of Water had turned against them. He cared little for the title of Mizukage or the hidden mist village. His sole concern was who could assist him in amassing wealth. In this regard, Yasakura had proved himself exceedingly capable. Yasakura chuckled lightly. Gentlemen, let us send our old friends on their way. After all, we were colleagues once. Let us grant them a swift end. Yes, the loyalist ninjas surged forward to attack. The feudal lord's samurai army encircled them, preventing any escape. Yasakura formed hand seals, channeling the immense chakra of a Jinchuriki into his mouth. Water release, iron cannonball. A 10-meter-high projectile of condensed water surged forth like a cannonball. Terumi Mei stood in stunned silence, gazing at the multitude of enemies. Elder Yuan Shi was dead. The feudal lord of the Land of Water had forsaken the legitimacy of the ninja village. How could they possibly fight back? Terumi Mei's heart plunged into despair, darkness enveloping her like an abyss. Just then, a massive blade whirled through the air, severing Yasakura's water release and sending dozens of the foremost ninjas crashing to the ground. The earth trembled as the feudal lord of the Land of Water fell from his palanquin, emitting a cry of anguish. Lin Aoi appeared silently, grasping the shattered blade, and turned to Terumi Mei, saying, "Do not forget your promise." Promise? Yes, she had vowed that Yasakura, the feudal lord, and any adversary daring to obstruct her would face her wrath. They would either be reborn through slaughter or perish within it. There was no third option. Given this, what was there to despair? Shadows descended from above, landing behind Lin Aoi. Sasuke and Sakura drew their respective blades. Mayuri gently placed Orochimaru's ninjutsu disc against her chest. Zabuza grinned widely. It's about time. Regardless of who they are, let us chop them all down. Lin Aoi unsheathed the shattered blade. Let us begin. Chapter 72. Wonderful. It's the tailed beast transformation. Victory is assured. Lin Aoi struck with his first blow. This strike, surrounded by golden ripples of thunder, illuminated the night, revealing countless faces and allowing them to discern one another. Kill, kill, kill. The loyalists and reformist ninjas, once of the same root, collided like two raging currents. Blood gushing forth as the mist enveloped the scene like a canvas, the crimson hues blooming like a blossoming flower, a dazzling spectacle. This was a sight they had witnessed countless times in recent years. None faltered, for those present had resolved to face their fates. Mayuri gathered frost in her hands. With her bloodline limit of ice release, long suppressed, she unleashed a torrent of icy spikes. Ice release, 1,000-kill water flight. Countless ice needles pierced through the loyalist ninjas, eliciting cries of horror. The loyalist ninjas were not to be underestimated. They quickly formed hand seals to retaliate. Just as they struck Mayuri, she transformed into a swarm of venomous snakes, slithering away. Hundreds of snakes targeted the attackers, launching themselves from the shadows to sink their fangs into their throats. It's Orochimaru's ninjutsu. The caster could not finish his words before the venom solidified his blood, causing him to collapse. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura coordinated their efforts, their kunai flashing in the air. Occasionally, Sasuke unleashed ninjutsu, enhanced by the ripples, amplifying its power and range for devastating effect. Having just dispatched a loyalist, Zabuza paused for a moment, taken aback by the combat prowess displayed by Mayuri, Sasuke, and Sakura. He had initially thought of them as mere attendants to Lin Aoi, but they proved to be unexpectedly formidable. Stay focused. Aoi's voice came from behind as he blocked an enemy's advance. Zai Bujan let out a cold laugh, lifting his garment to reveal a series of explosive tags across his chest. "This is my intentional water clone to lure the enemy," he said, turning his gaze towards the core battlefield. The pivotal factor influencing the war was not us, but them, Lin Qing, Terumi Mei, and Yagura. The power displayed by these three had surpassed that of others by a significant margin. Even if they wished to assist, they would find themselves unable to intervene. Yagura glanced at the broken coral staff in his hand, a consequence of a previous misstep when he had unknowingly stepped into the attack radius of the Platinum Star, resulting in his staff being shattered by a single punch. Yagura scoffed, carelessly discarding the coral staff. As rumored, the absolute suppression within the attack range was indeed terrifying for an ordinary ninja. He leapt onto the rooftop of the Water Shadow building, the moonlight casting a glow behind him. He looked down at Lin Qing. But Lin Qing, Do you know what a Jinchuriki is? Extending one hand. Crimson water currents gradually manifested along his arm, symbolizing boundless power. Yagura raised his other hand, accelerating the flow of chakra, deepening its scarlet hue, absolute defense. 3 spiny tails sprouted from his back, his skin entirely enveloped in the crimson chakra of the tailed beast, exuding an aura of madness while his consciousness remained alert. His tone was frigid. Lin Qing, how do you intend to fight someone like me? The oppressive sensation belonging to the tailed beast was released without reservation, looming like a celestial dome over the heads of all in the hidden mist village. The loyalist faction grinned through clenched teeth. Excellent. It's tailed beast transformation. We've definitely won. Many members of the loyalist faction had previously expressed concern regarding Yagura's potential inability to enter tailed beast form while under Jinjutsu control, as it was common knowledge that a perfect Jinchuriki could not be manipulated by illusions. Upon seeing Yagura don the crimson cloak of the tailed beast, the loyalist faction felt a surge of exhilaration, their movements in performing ninjutsu growing swifter. Lin Qing stood agape. He can truly transform into a tailed beast? Even the 3 tails can't resist Jinjutsu? A shadow of dread enveloped the hearts of the reformist faction members. Yagura slowly lowered his outstretched arms, dropping to all fours. The tailed beast chakra manifesting the armor of the 3 tails on his back. He was not merely bluffing. The defensive and offensive capabilities of the 3 tails were indeed unparalleled among tailed beasts. What nonsense about malevolent spirits? What absolute invincibility in close combat? Yagura aimed to demonstrate to Lin Qing that in this world, invincibility did not exist. He darted between the buildings like a wild beast, his speed increasing with each leap, transforming into a streak of crimson light, enveloped in the terrifying pressure of the tailed beast's chakra as he lunged toward Lin Qing. Be careful, Terumi Mei shouted. Even before Yagura transformed, she had begun forming hand seals to unleash a jutsu. Yet, the speed of a perfect Jinchuriki's transformation was too rapid. Before her jutsu could be completed, Yagura had already reached Lin Qing. At that moment, regardless of whether they were from the loyalist faction, the reformist faction, or the warriors under the daimyo, even the spies from various hidden villages lurking in the shadows instinctively held their breath. Their gazes darted first to Yagura's razor-sharp claws, then to the tail that circled around from behind to strike at Lin Qing's neck, and finally to the pitch-black sphere rapidly forming in Yagura's mouth, the tailed beast bomb. Everyone understood Yagura's intention. His claws and tail would pierce the opponent, and if Lin Qing attempted to defend, the tailed beast bomb would detonate at point-blank range on his face. But will we win? For some inexplicable reason, this thought flickered through everyone's minds. Though Yagura had transformed into a tailed beast, and his offensive seemed flawless, why did they harbor doubts? Why did they feel this was a challenge from a weaker party to a stronger one? In that fleeting moment, as if freezing time, all eyes turned to Lin Qing, who had remained quietly standing in place from the beginning, and saw him raise a finger towards Yagura. Platinum Star. Lin Qing's concentration reached its zenith, the world faded, and the platinum star hovered behind him, fists clenched. Taking a deep breath, Aura? His first punch collided with Yagura's advancing claws. Yagura's arms were forced apart. The tailed beast cloak shielded his flesh, yet under the immense impact, his bones twisted at unnatural angles, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. The sensation of time freezing dissipated. However, Lin Qing's assault was far from over. Aura, 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 aura. Spectators could not discern the movements of the platinum star, only perceiving it as a radiant force akin to a fierce roar of a diamond, with dazzling punches resembling fleeting meteors encircling Lin Qing. Spectators gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. Indeed, Lin Qing was formidable in close combat. However, no one believed he could surpass the power of a tailed beast Jinchuriki. That was an entirely different realm of strength. Yet, Terumi Mei murmured in disbelief, "This is the strongest." Die! Yagura roared in agony. The tailed beast bomb in his mouth condensing to its limit, shooting forth at Lin Qing from a close distance. It was too close. Evasion was impossible. Just then, the platinum star suddenly descended, as if a true malevolent spirit had possessed Lin Qing's body. Lin Qing's right hand faintly manifested the armament of the platinum star, waves and natural energy surging from his palm. He single-handedly caught the incoming tailed beast bomb, the violent energy tearing at his palm. Yet it was neutralized by the natural power, the waves, and the platinum star. Zai Bujan was taken aback. He caught it. Lin Qing took a step forward, aiming. Yagura's sinister grin froze. What do you want to do? Lin Qing remained silent, gripping the tailed beast bomb tightly. With a single punch, he shattered Yagura's jaw and teeth, then forcefully stuffed the tailed beast bomb back into his mouth. Victory! The reformist faction rejoiced internally. Suddenly, the space warped, and two men clad in black robes adorned with red clouds appeared behind Lin Qing, simultaneously launching an attack. One was the masked man, and the other was Pain. Chapter 73. A cut in two. Lin Qing learned from Conan's memory disk that Yagura was under the control of the masked man. The conflict between the reformist and loyalist factions was common knowledge, and given the recent movements within the hidden mist village, it would not be difficult for the masked man to anticipate an upheaval. However, a question arose. Will the masked man come? Lin Qing believed he would. After years of nurturing a foundation, no one would want to abandon an influential figure of the shadow level and the numerous intertwined interests. From the moment Lin Qing arrived in the hidden mist village, he had been awaiting the masked man's appearance. Unfortunately, he lacked sufficient intelligence on the masked man. Without a stable causal link to exploit, rendering him unable to probe as he did with Orochimaru, he could only maintain heightened vigilance. They're here. Lin Qing's gaze swept over the two figures. Obito scattered chains from his palm, while Pain produced a pitch-black short rod. Lin Qing recalled their abilities. The masked man had previously used his power for spatial movement and could render his body intangible, making him untouchable. Pain's Deva path, as seen in Conan's memories, was a puppet controlled remotely by Nagato, capable of manipulating gravity. Lin Qing made a judgment. Seizing Yagura, he hurled him at Obito like a grenade. The tailed beast bomb in Yagura's mouth detonated. However, both the shockwave and Yagura himself passed harmlessly through Obito's form. As expected, he had become intangible. Lin Qing reached for the chains flung by Obito, only for his fingers to pass through without making contact, unable to inflict harm. As long as the masked man enters an intangible state, he can disregard any attacks. Lin Qing thought, summoning the aviation smith. The dense barrage pierced through Obito. The moment he made a blocking motion, it signified the lifting of his intangibility, and until then, there was no need to concern oneself with him. Lin Qing shifted his gaze towards Pain. It was a one-on-one confrontation. The Platinum Star, shedding its possessed state, lunged towards Pain and unleashed a ferocious punch. However, Pain had anticipated this, promptly opening his arms. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsion surged forth, denying the Platinum Star any opportunity to close the distance. Just as the fist was mere centimeters from Pain, he was forcefully deflected. The Platinum Star adjusted his trajectory, grasping Lin Qing's outstretched arm, and with a swift motion, hurled Lin Qing towards Pain at an even greater velocity. As Lin Qing charged in with his blade raised, Pain momentarily faltered. Who was the true body? And who was the substitute? Pain's Shinra Tensei had a 5-second cooldown, yet Lin Qing had already approached, his massive sword poised. Suddenly, a whistling sound echoed from behind. From a distance, the cannon of the Azura path billowed thick smoke as dozens of missiles, trailing fiery tails, soared through the air. The Platinum Star had just been sent flying, and Lin Qing had no time to summon him again. He had to abandon his pursuit of Pain. Instead, he turned and swung his sword, slicing through the incoming missiles mid-flight. The explosive shockwave sent both Lin Qing and Pain hurtling backward, increasing the distance between them once more. Lin Qing landed steadily, while both Pain and Obito remained unharmed. The first round of confrontation was swift and electrifying, leaving many spectators unable to comprehend the spectacle. The only thought that echoed in their minds was the sheer terror of techniques that required no hand seals, the surpassing physical prowess, and a fighting style that seemed inhuman. Many ninjas, who had resided in the hidden mist village for years without venturing beyond its confines, whispered in disbelief. What sort of monsters are these? In the years of isolation, had the ninjas from other villages developed to such an extent? A deep, thunderous roar suddenly interrupted their thoughts. Buildings and structures collapsed en masse, dust swirling into the sky, torn apart by a colossal turtle, nearly 20 meters tall, adorned with spikes, and possessing 3 tails. The full might of the tailed beast was unleashed. The 3 tails, Isabu. Lin Qing's voice resonated deeply, infused with immense rage and hatred. Pain and Obito landed atop Isabu's back, gazing at Lin Qing from a distance of several dozen meters. Is this all there is? Pain inquired. Indeed, Obito replied nonchalantly. Lin Qing's abilities are fundamentally limited. In close proximity, the Platinum Star, White Serpent, and Lin Qing's true form. At mid to long range, the Sage of the Purple and Aerial Smith. There remained one special ability, the Rainbow Catcher. Obito and Pain had obtained intelligence on Lin Qing's capabilities during the battle in Konoha, understanding that he had the power to manipulate Ring. Thus, they had previously concealed themselves to observe his fighting style. Now it seemed that without Rain, Lin Qing was unable to unleash the power of the Rainbow Catcher, nor had he demonstrated any other peculiar abilities. Therefore, as Obito stated, this is basically all he has. Standing on the back of the Three Tails Isabu, Obito's spinning Sharingan bore no emotion as he spoke softly. Lin Qing, you are quite the troublesome individual. For someone like you, I prefer to resolve matters swiftly and decisively. So, if you possess no new abilities, I regret to inform you that you shall perish here. The Three Tails Isabu opened its mouth, gathering tailed beast bombs. The Azura Path's body split open, and its multiple cannons unleashed a barrage of ammunition. Obito formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. 3 powerful attacks converged on the same target, a vacant patch of land. As onlookers remained puzzled, Pain raised his hand, aiming at Lin Qing. Bansho Tenin. Lin Qing was propelled into the air, uncontrollably flying towards Pain. He sought to evade, but found no foothold. Just as the Platinum Star had pushed him away, an even greater gravitational force bore down upon him. Those who had faced Pain feared his Shinra Tensei, believing it to be an indestructible, intangible barrier capable of repelling and crushing all ninjutsu and adversaries. However, Bansho Tenin was even more terrifying, a skill of absolute control. As long as Pain maintained his technique, Lin Qing faced 2 choices, to charge at Pain or remain trapped within a confined area. Yet both options led to the same outcome, being overwhelmed by the extensive tailed beast bombs, missile bombardments, and the great fire annihilation, all striking simultaneously. Such an assault, even with Lin Qing's formidable regenerative capabilities surpassing that of Orochimaru, would reduce him to countless fragments, flesh, and ultimately, ash scattered by the wind in an instant. Everything was accounted for in Obito's calculations. Lin Qing, I concede your strength, Obito coldly stated, but I have witnessed countless powerful individuals, and in the end, it is I who survives. Humanity ultimately has its limits and vulnerabilities, and there exists an answer to be killed. Pain's forceful control, the extensive firepower of the Three Tails Isabu, and the dire situation orchestrated by Obito, which cornered all enemies, constituted the death sentence prepared for Lin Qing. Kisame released a defensive water release technique. Zabuza, gritting his teeth, clutched the corpses of 2 loyal followers and charged forward, intending to use them as a human shield to protect Lin Qing. Mayuri unleashed ice release, sending a multitude of ice spears towards Obito, attempting to force him to relent. But it was too late. The 3 attacks had already been launched, and the next moment, they would descend. A gust of wind surged forth, the natural forces of the world converging into Lin Qing's being, flowing into the destruction great sword. The already colossal blade extended outward, enveloped in a golden thunderous edge. Obito sneered. He had anticipated this. Lin Qing's strike was indeed powerful, yet he would be reduced to mere rubble before delivering it. Suddenly, a sound, faint and nearly inaudible, akin to a hair being snapped, resonated in everyone's ears. At that precise moment, it vanished. The tailed beast bomb, the explosive missiles, and the great fire annihilation, 3 distinct techniques, vanished as if erased by an eraser. What? Obito exclaimed in shock. Not only him, but even Pain lost control of Bansho Tenin, and far away, Nagato nearly severed his connection with the Deva and Azura paths. Indeed, Lin Qing had not acquired new abilities, but that did not imply his allies lacked them. Sasuke's ninjutsu nullification had developed since leaving Konoha. Gradually, he had honed his experience, in a state of heightened mental concentration, as the ripples, chakra, and natural energy surged into his body. He could once again hear the voice of the strange uncle. Subsequently, he could erase any ninjutsu within his line of sight. This effect lasted only an instant. After that, it would dissipate. Should the enemy cast ninjutsu again, Sasuke would be unable to respond without resting for a period before he could unleash it again. Yet, such power was sufficient to serve as a trump card in critical moments. The so-called trump card was meant for times like these. Sasuke clutched his forehead, his face pale. Chingu, now is the time. Lin Qing nodded at him. The child who once cried helplessly in the face of slaughter had now grown into a reliable ally. The Platinum Star hurled Lin Qing into the air. The nearly 100-meter-long sword raised high, its golden radiance piercing through the mist that had shrouded the hidden mist village for decades. The Three-Tails Isabu trembled slightly. He was locked onto. Lin Qing spoke no further. He struck down with his sword. A fissure appeared in the Isabu's shell, merely holding for a second before being completely torn apart, exposing the flesh and bones beneath. The blade descended mercilessly until it cleaved through entirely. Having slain the Jinchuriki Ki Shikura, I obtained 1,500 soul fragments. Lin Qing gently descended, the rear of the destruction greatsword releasing billows of hot air as the bodies of the Three-Tails Isabu crashed down on either side. Is being human not sufficient? Why must one become a tortoise? Lin Qing shook his head slightly, embedding the greatsword into the ground and allowing it to expel steam. He then turned his gaze toward Obito and Pain. Next, it is your turn. Chapter 74. You are nothing but a common scoundrel in the hidden mist village. The massive form of the Three-Tails was cleaved in two like a matcha pudding. Nearby ninjas from the hidden mist and spies from other villages swiftly evaded, their eyes wide with terror. He is dead. The creator of the perfect Jinchuriki in the blood mist of the land of water, Keiki Shikura, is dead. This was no ambush nor a sudden assault. It was a three-pronged attack by Shikura, Pain, and the masked man against Lin Qing alone. Not only did they fail, but they were also cleaved in two, truly akin to a turtle being butchered in the kitchen. As they recalled the previously vanished tailed beast balls, fire release, and ninja art missiles, the onlookers swallowed hard. Although the mist of the hidden mist village had been dispelled by Lin Qing's blade, why did they find it increasingly difficult to see and comprehend? Boom. The chakra-formed body of the Three-Tails Isabu gradually dissipated, dust swirling without a single particle reaching Lin Qing. The fusion of natural energy and ripples, the qi, connected Lin Qing with the world. In that moment, he could sense the breath of existence. Qi, akin to a phonograph recording all things, allowed Lin Qing to hear the tones resonating from the depths of this land, continuously emanating blood and wails. Those were the souls of the wrongfully deceased. The souls were not in hell. They clung to stacks of cash, lay on tatami mats in the Kabuki district, and sprawled across desks in ninja schools. At the moment Lin Qing felt their presence, each soul cast its gaze upon him. Then came the kneeling. They beseeched Lin Qing to end it all. Lin Qing slowly opened his eyes, unsure if what he had sensed was mere illusion. He comprehended why these souls had not ventured to hell. Because here, indeed, was hell. Lowering the overloaded destruction greatsword, he pointed at Pain and Obito, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. Now, it is your turn. Obito discerned the fury in Lin Qing's gaze. This was a human's disdain for another human at the very essence of their soul. In Lin Qing's eyes, Obito was unworthy of being considered human. Perhaps the intensity of that gaze ignited a flicker of rage in Obito's typically icy heart. He was not fond of conversing with his opponents during battle, yet today, he could not refrain from speaking. Do you believe yourself to be a righteous hero? You have no idea the atrocities committed by the people of the Hidden Mist. Everything they endured was merely the consequence of their own actions. Rin died because of the Hidden Mist. After Obito spoke, he anticipated Lin Qing would argue, yet he noticed a hint of scorn mingling with Lin Qing's fury. Lin Qing had long harbored doubts regarding certain policies within the Blood Mist that contradicted the aims of amassing wealth and controlling the Hidden Mist village. He had initially thought there was a deeper significance behind it, a purpose unknown to others. Now it seemed, if a purely sinister mastermind orchestrated this tragedy for some lofty ideal, he might feel anger, but such unadulterated malevolence was something he could understand. But you, Lin Qing's gaze turned cold, are nothing but a common scoundrel. Under Lin Qing's scrutiny, Obito felt as if his chest had been torn open, his heart exposed to the biting wind, a chilling pain coursing through him, quickly followed by a surge of fury. Were Obito to articulate this emotion, Lin Qing would inform him that this sensation was known as rage born of shame. What do you understand? Obito began, but was interrupted as a golden lightning flickered. As an adult, refrain from uttering childish words that others might comprehend. I shall not indulge you. Lin Qing appeared beside Obito, whispering, I shall only kill you. With a swift kick, Lin Qing passed through Obito's body without resistance. Platinum Star. Under the intense concentration of his spirit, the world momentarily froze. The Platinum Star delivering a crushing blow toward Pain. This strike was immensely rapid, perhaps fueled by Lin Qing's overwhelming fury, it was several times faster than before. When his fist struck Pain's cheek, any ordinary individual would be unable to react to the distortion of their jaw under the stimulation of the vagus and trigeminal nerves. However, Pain was a puppet controlled from afar. In the final moment before his head was pulverized, he activated the universal pull. Lin Qing and the Platinum Star were flung away once more. Yet, those gathering intelligence on the battlefield were not limited to Obito and Pain. Lin Qing was adapting to the rhythm of combat in his own manner. He had anticipated Pain's movements, summoning the aviation smith to unleash a barrage of bullets with 5 seconds of cooldown, forcing Pain to retreat continuously. "Be careful," Obito shouted, rapidly forming hand signs. Fire release, explosive wind dance. Rings of flames swirled around Lin Qing, who had been blasted into the air. Pain felt a chill at his back. Through the shared vision of the Azura path, he noticed the white snake appearing silently behind him and realized that Lin Qing had dispelled the summon of the Platinum Star. Heh. The white snake sneered, reaching out to touch Pain's forehead. Zzz. 2 gray-white, fragile discs were ejected. As the white snake reached for them, the sound of rockets roared. Flames erupted from behind the Azura path, charging like missiles toward Pain. The white snake was forced back by the flames engulfing the Azura path. Failing to seize the discs, tilting its head up slightly, it scoffed, "Show off? Who doesn't have a brother who can shoot?" Snap! The white snake snapped its fingers. "Kill him." The aviation smith locked onto the flight trajectory of the Azura path, and missiles fired from below, striking the fleeing Azura path and Pain with a resounding explosion. A small mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The shockwave, mixed with debris, rained down upon Obito's mask with a series of cracks. His eyelids twitched, unable to spare a thought for Pain's condition, as Lin Qing, like a monster, tore through the flames of explosive wind dance, fists raised, charging toward him. Boom! Lin Qing's fist pierced through Obito, crashing down onto the ground. In the next moment, the Platinum Star manifested, unleashing a flurry of punches. Regardless of how Obito sought to evade, the Platinum Star enveloped him like a true specter, relentlessly maintaining its assault range. The overwhelming speed, strength, precision. In reaction, Obito could do nothing but persist in maintaining his phasing posture. Yet, phasing was not without limits. Should he burrow into the earth, the Platinum Star would smash through the ground. Should he hide within the trees, the Platinum Star would cleave the massive trunk. Obito's mastery of the Kimui had 2 forms. The first allowed partial phasing, making him visible yet untouchable, suitable for combat. The second involved entering the Kimui space, achieving a similar effect to teleportation, ideal for escape and travel. However, both abilities possessed limitations. The duration of partial phasing was 5 minutes, while entering the Kimui space required him to first materialize his body, a brief distortion of space before entering. This time was fleeting, merely a fraction of a second. But Obito, staring closely at the fist of the Platinum Star, realized he would not have even that brief moment. The instant he returned to physical form would be the moment he became a corpse. As time passed, the tension grew palpable, beads of cold sweat forming on Obito's forehead hidden behind his mask. He shouted, "How much longer do you intend to prepare?" From beneath him, a voice as cold as ice responded, "Now." Hands emerged from the ground, casting a small, pitch-black sphere radiating a halo of white light towards Lin Qing. The sphere moved with astonishing speed, lacking any discernible shape, piercing through the fist of the Platinum Star and adhering to Lin Qing's chest. Obito leapt from the earth, his hands clasped together. Planetary devastation. Chapter 75. Is that thing harder than diamond? With an uncontrollable surge, Lin Qing ascended into the sky once more. This time, it was not only him. Within a radius of several kilometers, every structure crumbled, the earth cracked, and rivers flowed backward. Lin Qing transformed into a black hole, drawing in all lifeless entities under the immense gravitational force. Yet, that was not the end. Obito spread his arms wide, and the space behind him warped, unleashing a multitude of explosive tags, shurikens, and kunai from the swirling vortex. Under the pull of gravity, they hurtled towards Lin Qing. Watching Lin Qing ensnared by the explosive tags, Obito suddenly resonated with Daidar's concept of art, a fierce desire igniting within him. Detonate! Detonate! All of them! The earth-shattering explosions engulfed Lin Qing, and in the next moment, more debris rained down upon him. On the other side, under the bombardment of Smith's missiles, the mechanical body of the Azura path lay in tatters. It raised its remaining left hand, aiming at Sasuke. its fist detaching from its body and soaring forward in a trail of flames. This was a precaution against Sasuke's ability to negate ninjutsu. Although the principle eluded him, it was evident that Sasuke's power could not be wielded at will. If he wished to survive, he ought to disregard Lin Qing in the sky and deal with the incoming rocket fist first. Finally, a massive, circular stone sphere, obscuring the moonlight, floated silently in the air. The sound of small stones dropping echoed softly, yet in the eerie silence of the battlefield, it was jarringly loud. Obito slowly lowered his arms, a satisfied smile gracing his features. It was done. Lin Qing had not escaped, nor had that Uchiha brat exhibited his strange abilities again. The victor was undeniably me. Standing amidst the ruins, Obito chuckled lightly, perhaps influenced by the phrase vulgar little man. As he witnessed Lin Qing's defeat, an unprecedented sense of elation surged within him. His laughter reverberated over the hidden mist village, casting a new shroud of fog over the hearts of all. So powerful, such strength is beyond human comprehension. Zabuza recalled an unverified legend he had once heard. The Hidden Rain Village was the Akatsuki's base, home to an angel soaring with pristine wings and a deity capable of reshaping the world. Is this the power of a god? Clang. It was uncertain who first discarded their weapon. Soon, a second and a third followed suit. The reformist ninjas collapsed helplessly to the ground. They were not devoid of courage. Standing here, wagering their lives for a glimmer of hope, required immense bravery. Yet, before them lay a scene devoid of any prospect. How could humanity triumph over a deity capable of conjuring celestial bodies with bare hands? They felt akin to primitive savages wielding stones and sticks. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Obito's laughter became a taunt, piercing their hearts. Stand up. Kurenai's voice rang out. She tore the tattered remnants of her dress, transforming her long blue gown into a short skirt, binding her long hair into a ponytail with the torn fabric. Even if I must die, I shall perish on the battlefield, not in fear. Though she could not match the combat rhythm of Lin Qing and the others, Jinchuriki, Sharingan, Rinnegan, and substitutes, all unleashing immense power without hand seals, her resolve was unwavering. Yet, no one stood beside her anymore. The crowd bowed their heads in silence. At that moment, a light chuckle pierced through the stillness, intermingling with Obito's laughter and the people's silence. They turned their gaze to see a bloodied Sasuke, his feet planted before the rocket fist launched by the Azura path. Sasuke hadn't used ninjutsu negation? Obito's smile faltered. Was it because he couldn't? Or was that thing harder than diamond? Sasuke pointed towards the enormous stone sphere sealing Lin Qing in the sky. No one anticipated him to pose such a question. Was there any need for inquiry? It was unequivocally impossible. The conditions for diamond formation involve temperatures around 1,000 degrees and pressures of 4.56 million atmospheres. If Payne's planetary devastation could exert such pressure, it would transcend sealing techniques, capable of annihilating anyone, since it lacked the hardness of diamond. This entity could not confine Qing. I need not squander my ineffective opportunity, but instead, boom, thunderous roars echoed in everyone's ears. Initially faint, the sound swelled into a cacophony. What is that sound? Obito murmured. There are two scenarios where one deliberately asks a question they already know the answer to. The first, when victory is assured, to psychologically pressure the opponent. The second, out of fear, hoping for a different response. He shouted at Obito, "Which are you?" Obito could barely speak. Even if he did, no one would hear him. The stone sphere formed by planetary devastation, akin to the sesame balls from a breakfast stall, began to shed stones. And through the gaps, they heard the platinum star's furious roar. Aura, 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 aura. Aura, 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 aura. Aura, 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 aura. With a thunderous crash, the final obstructing stone was sent flying, along with Lin Qing. He had truly broken free. Lin Qing surged straight towards Obito, casting a glance at the descending Lin Qing. Obito felt a jolt in his heart and swiftly turned to Sasuke. Under the assault of the rocket fist, Sasuke, bloodied and battered, struggled to maintain his footing, collapsing to one knee. Yet, his gaze bore an unprecedented determination. Sasuke raised his finger, mimicking Lin Qing, pointing at Obito. Instead, I will reserve the ineffective opportunity for you. A chill enveloped Obito. The situation had shifted too rapidly. One moment he was laughing heartily, and the next, Lin Qing was soaring above him. Instinctively, Obito wished to phase out, only to find all ninjutsu and bloodline limits had vanished into thin air, even his final trump card, the Izanagi. which nullified all damage and death. The shadow of death loomed over Obito as he attempted to gaze up at Lin Qing, but the world fell eerily still. Platinum Star. Both Lin Qing and Sasuke extended their fingers towards Obito. In the fleeting moment of ninjutsu negation, the moment of the Platinum Star freezing time perfectly overlapped. Aura. The Platinum Star's fist shattered the mask, crashing into Obito's head. Time resumed its flow. The negation of ninjutsu dissolved. Obito's body was flung backward, but before he could travel far, the Platinum Star seized his ankle, yanking him back. Another punch struck Obito's heart, a massive wound opening on his back. A pulsating heart expelled from within. The Platinum Star continued, unleashing a third punch. But it struck nothing but air. Obito's figure began to fade, appearing several meters away. The Izanagi had ultimately activated. The first punch hadn't killed him. Lin Qing distinctly heard the sound of Obito's skull shattering. The Platinum Star clenched its fist, exchanging a glance with Lin Qing. The sensation of striking was not that of an ordinary human. Lin Qing gradually understood that this was yet another instance of a body modification technique akin to Orochimaru's. The moment was ultimately too fleeting, merely allowing the Platinum Star to deliver a single punch. This blow could bring Obito to the brink of death, yet it could not truly halt the workings of his mind. With but a single thought, Obito could invoke Izanagi, consuming one of his Sharingan to evade disaster. However, this would be his only chance. Having expended one of the transplanted Sharingan, should he remain, he would have to sacrifice his Kimui next time. He cast a deep glance at Lin Qing, denying him any opportunity to close the distance, and swiftly executed a space-time ninjutsu, vanishing without a trace. Pain observed the retreating figure of Obito, his countenance stoic, lost in thought. Lin Qing brushed off the dust from his attire and approached him. Pain raised his hand, preparing to cast another technique. Lin Qing waved his hand dismissively. The masked man has fled. What purpose does our conflict serve? Or rather, he gestured toward the devastation of the hidden mist village. Do you believe this calamity is justified? Pain did not respond immediately, instead directing his gaze toward a group comprising the Hungry Ghost Path, the Beast Path, and two others, who were hastening towards them with Conan. The Hell Path summoned the King of Hell, seizing the body of the Azura Path and casting it into the King's maw. Moments later, the Azura Path emerged, revitalized. Thus, Pain's 6 paths were gathered. The intimidating presence of 6 pairs of Rinnegan eyes instilled a profound fear, silencing any who dared to speak. For this figure could conjure celestial bodies from thin air, a god. Pain finally spoke. Those who have not endured suffering cannot comprehend what true happiness is. Yet the suffering here, even if sustained for a decade or a century, will forever be for the happiness of but a select few. Lin Qing stepped forward, unfazed by Pain's imposing aura. Do you truly believe this is right? Pain remained silent for a long moment before nodding slightly. I must take Conan back. Of course. The white snake appeared and waved his hand. Lin Qing said, Your command has been lifted. Conan placed a hand on her chest, vaguely sensing the thoughts that had long entangled her dissipate, and she nodded at Pain. Let us depart, Conan. Pain turned to leave, having no further reason to linger. But after taking a couple of steps, he paused, casting a suspicious glance toward Conan. Conan looked at Pain, then back at Lin Qing, her expression conflicted. I do not wish to leave just yet. Chapter 76. The happiness derived from suffering. I do not wish to leave just yet. I want to stay by his side a few more days. Pain's 6 pairs of eyes fixated intensely on Conan, then abruptly turned to glare at Lin Qing. Have you not dispelled the illusion yet? Since their appearance, amidst battle and bloodshed, even witnessing the celestial body of the 10, Obito's escape had not stirred any emotional response from Pain, until now, when intense emotions surged forth. A murderous intent, scorching and overwhelming, akin to a cataclysmic tide. Yahiko was already dead. Many of his former comrades in the Akatsuki had perished over the years. Conan was Pain's last and most cherished family member. It is not his fault, it is mine. Sensing Pain's emotional shift, Conan hurriedly explained. His technique has been dispelled, but I have journeyed alongside Lin Qing. Witnessing many events and people, Conan surveyed the ruins of the hidden mist village. I wish to see the conclusion before I depart. Pain struggled to comprehend this, remaining silent for a few seconds before ultimately choosing to respect her decision. 10 days from now, I will come to retrieve you. Pain nodded slightly, then glanced at Lin Qing before turning to leave. At that moment, an incongruous voice filled with anger broke through. Hey, what are you all doing? After all this fighting, not a single traitor has been slain. Do I fund you each year just to support a bunch of useless fools? That man in black with the sickly eyes, stop right there. Have I permitted you to leave? Complete your mission, or beware of your commission being docked. The man in black with sickly eyes, Pain lowered his gaze to the Akatsuki uniform, pondering for 3 seconds before realizing he was being addressed. All eyes turned toward the daimyo of the Land of Water, who was cowering at the back, shielded by hundreds of samurai. He remained seated in his palanquin, attended by 2 maidservants, one serving tea, the other peeling grapes to feed him. While the ninjas fought fiercely, the daimyo watched the spectacle, enjoying the carnage. This scene mirrored centuries of the relationship between ninjas and daimyos. The daimyo of the Land of Water was oblivious to the Akatsuki. Even if his subordinates had warned him, it was long forgotten. It was merely a ragtag organization without a village, unworthy of his memory. As for the 3 tails, the celestial body of the 10 could surely create various illusions, nothing more than tricks to deceive. The daimyo was thoroughly entertained. However, upon witnessing the death of Yahiko, Obito's escape, and Pain's intention to depart, the daimyo's mood began to sour. His reasoning was simple. Illusions are entertaining, but ninjas, you have been compensated handsomely. You must deliver tangible results. With a flourish, he exclaimed, you cannot leave until the problem is resolved. The moment these words escaped his lips, the maidservants and samurai froze, sensing the daimyo's genuine fury, bowing their heads in silence. Indeed, you shall not depart. The words came from Lin Qing, but the subject of the conversation was not Pain. It was the daimyo, perched high upon his palanquin. I nearly forgot about you, Lin Qing remarked. The daimyo of the Land of Water raised his chin defiantly. Forgotten what? Forgotten to kill you. What? The samurai gasped in shock. They had never anticipated that a ninja would dare harbor murderous intent towards the daimyo, and one by one, they drew their swords. A fierce wind roared like thunder, sweeping through, sending all the samurai flying with a single punch from the platinum star. Lin Qing stood before the palanquin. As the daimyo and Lin Qing locked eyes, ready to speak, Lin Qing delivered a swift kick, toppling the palanquin. The daimyo's grand robe caught the edge of the palanquin, spinning twice before he fell unceremoniously to the ground. The daimyo of the Land of Water was momentarily stunned. Having lived a life of luxury, he had never endured such indignity. He lay on the ground for a full 3 seconds before rage surged through him. Struggling to rise, he exclaimed, you dare! A blade hovered at the daimyo's throat. It was a sword Lin Qing had casually snatched from a samurai, a slender, finely crafted blade, perfectly balanced, indicative of a masterful creation. Yet it is too light. The daimyo glanced down at the blade, his anger intensifying rather than waning. You dare to kill me? What right do you have to do so? I am a daimyo. Lin Qing had initially intended to deliver a fatal blow, but, glancing back at the united front of samurai, and seeing Terumi Mei shaking her head slightly in the distance, he refrained. You inquire about my justification. Allow me to elucidate. Lin Qing retrieved Kato's memory disk, tossing it to the white snake. The white snake waved his hand, releasing a cascade of waxy liquid into the sky. Lin Qing snapped his fingers, sending a shockwave that struck the waxy liquid. Under the intense heat of the wave, it rapidly evaporated, enveloping the sky. It formed a colossal screen, covering the entirety of the hidden mist village. The onlookers gazed upward, faint images materializing. The more they relaxed, the clearer the scenes became. Until they discerned the discussions between the daimyo of the Land of Water and Kato regarding trade. Mixing the product with salt for half a year will make it addictive. Raise the salt prices, and we will soon amass great wealth. We have conducted human experiments. Those who consume the salt seldom live past 40, dying after their prime. Haha. What about the insufficient population? Those who indulge will be filled with desire. The nation will be blessed with newborns, leading to an abundance of labor. Esteemed Lord, there is no need for your concern. Indeed. The scenes played out too vividly. The two spoke fluidly about transportation routes, the distribution of profits, and various risk assessment measures. Illusions may deceive the eyes, but they cannot conjure information from thin air. Anyone with even a modicum of discernment could ascertain that everything before them was genuine. The most irascible of them, Zabuza, turned to hurl curses at the Lord of the Land of Water. Yet, before the final word could escape his lips, a figure flew through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. It was a samurai, unlike the one previously sent flying by Lin Qing, who had merely suffered injury. This warrior lay with a crushed chest, blood oozing from his mouth, clearly deceased. Lin Qing's voice was calm as he gestured to the scene above. If you still wish to protect the Lord after witnessing this, I shall not hold back any longer. Samurai are not bureaucrats. They are not adept at gathering intelligence like ninjas. Many are single-minded warriors, adept only at wielding their blades. There is much they remain unaware of. Thus, Lin Qing offered them a chance. However, should they witness malevolence and still choose to act as accomplices, he would show no mercy. The samurai's gazes wavered momentarily, but quickly regained their resolve. Indeed, they had followed the Lord for years, witnessing countless acts that defied their conscience. It was the first time they had seen the abuse of the Lord's power to poison the common folk. But what did that matter? They were samurai. They were the Lord's sword, their bodies his shield. Sword and shield require no emotions, no self-judgment. Samurai need only pledge their loyalty to their master. To protect the Lord, hundreds of samurai, their gazes resolute, tightened their grips on their blades and charged toward Lin Qing, eager to demonstrate their loyalty to the Lord. Such blind loyalty felt archaic. Lin Qing sighed softly. The platinum star appeared. One by one, the samurai were sent flying like cannonballs. Lin Qing did not look back at the charging warriors, but instead turned to the Lord of the Land of Water and asked, "If you were to die, do you have any heirs?" As he witnessed the death of each samurai, the Lord's fury waned, gradually giving way to a long-forgotten emotion, fear, quietly burgeoning from the depths of his heart. "I have 3 sons. If you kill me, they will not spare you." Lin Qing smiled gently. "The ones who desire your demise the most are your sons. However, as long as there are heirs, that is sufficient." "Huh." The Lord opened his mouth, bewildered by Lin Qing's meaning, only to see a glimmering blade flash by. The head of the Lord of the Land of Water fell. Silence enveloped the scene. The Lord was dead. For so many years, he had remained aloof, forever languid and opulent, akin to a celestial being inhabiting a realm apart from the common folk. Everyone in Kirigakure, the diehard faction, the reformists, spies from various villages, and even distant villagers, heard the resounding thud of the head hitting the ground. Blood mingled with the dust, staining the Lord's face. Filth, repugnant, stripped of any semblance of nobility. Yet, this sordid tableau, when viewed in the context of the numerous tragedies that had befallen the Land of Water in recent years, brought an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Lin Qing turned to the still stationary pain. This is the happiness born from suffering. Chapter 77. The third reward. Lin Qing glanced back at the dozen or so samurai who stood dumbfounded, unsure of their next move. They had lagged behind, unable to follow their master to his demise. "Are you not leaving?" Lin Qing inquired. The samurai exchanged glances. Some knelt, facing the direction of the Lord's death, and committed seppuku. Others turned and fled. Ultimately, only one remained. He approached Lin Qing, bowing nervously. "Sir, may I take the Lord's head back with me?" Lin Qing waved dismissively. "Do as you wish." The samurai bowed deeply once more, removed his clothing to wrap the Lord's head, and departed with his blade. It was over. Lin Qing discarded his weapon, glanced at his soiled attire, and resolved to return for a proper bath. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps drew near, and Lin Qing turned to find Conan rushing into his embrace. He awkwardly opened his arms, unsure whether to push her away or reciprocate the embrace. Suddenly, he heard a soft sobbing. Hot tears fell onto his chest as Conan choked out, "It's finally over." "Thank you, Lin Qing." Lin Qing's discomfort gradually dissipated. "Yes, it is over. The blood mist has come to an end. Not only the blood mist of Kirigakure, but also the tragedies of the Land of Water. The Lord had 3 sons. No matter who ascended to power, they would surely ponder the circumstances of their father's demise, tempering their desires. This was not a passionate embrace. It was a celebration between survivors who had traversed hell, stepping over the corpses of demons to emerge from calamity. The diehard faction slumped in defeat, while the reformists embraced and wept, raising their voices in cheers. Joy belonged not only to them. News of the deaths of Zabuza and the Lord spread like a gust of wind through the streets and alleys, reaching every corner of the village. In the Kabuki district, Iwasaki Masako sat by the window, lighting a cigarette, taking a puff before placing it on the sill. In memory of the unfortunate women who perished on this street, she hugged her knees, gazing through the curling smoke toward the center of the battle, reminiscing about Lin Qing's smile. "You truly are remarkable, my lord." In the residential area, Ryuna and Nagato stood hand in hand atop a building, gazing up at the twinkling stars. "Sister Ryuna, Is this what a miracle feels like? Indeed. A miracle that belongs to us. She softly kissed Nagato's cheek. Similar dialogues unfolded throughout the streets. Zabuza, weary, sat on the ground, giving Lin Qing a thumbs up from a distance, saying, "You truly are impressive." Lin Qing smiled, his arm relaxing as he gently patted Conan's back, leaning in to whisper, "The blood mist has ended, but your work is only just beginning, Lady Mizukichi." Huh. Conan's head snapped up. Me? Lin Qing shrugged. Who else could it be? Once you become Mizukichi, we can discuss the final reward. Lin Qing had 3 conditions: a piece of land for establishing a village, Conan's ascension to Mizukichi, and a promise. What that promise entailed, he had yet to reveal. Conan sensed the seriousness in Lin Qing's eyes, released her embrace, and replied earnestly, "I will agree to any promise you make." Pain observed the jubilant crowd and turned to Conan beside him. He is indeed exceptional. They remind me of some people from my past. If only I had been stronger back then, perhaps I could have brought smiles to their faces as well. Conan shook her head. Everyone has their own path to tread, their own issues to resolve. We were merely unfortunate, encountering unsolvable problems. Regarding him, what do you intend to do? The him Conan referred to was the fleeing Obito. This man, who called himself Uchiha Madara, would not simply relinquish his ambitions after today's defeat. Pain had been his collaborator. Would he now aid him in confronting Lin Qing? Or would their partnership come to an end? Conan hoped for the latter. "I will speak with him," Pain replied. "However, I wish to wait until you've completed your observation and hear your thoughts on Lin Qing during this time." "Very well." Pain glanced at the cheering crowd. A myriad of complex emotions flickering momentarily in his indifferent Rinnegan before dissipating entirely. He was no longer the emotional Nagato of the past. He was the leader of Akatsuki. He was the god of amage cure. He was Pain, the embodiment of suffering. At last, Pain's gaze settled on Lin Qing. "I hope we will not become enemies." After saying this, he turned and departed. It was a bustling night. Victory does not signify the end of toil. Under the influence of the 3 tails and the Earth explosion star, vast areas lay in ruins, with many individuals buried amidst the debris, prompting the ninjas to commence rescue operations. Thanks to the carbon dioxide reconnaissance by Air Smith, by the dawn of the following day, all survivors had been rescued and were receiving treatment in temporary medical zones. Subsequently, a series of events unfolded, including disaster recovery, the election of the Water Shadow, the trial of loyal factions, and the unveiling of truths to the populace. Lin Qing was not involved in these matters. Instead, he enjoyed a rare moment of respite at a hot spring inn with Sasuke, Xiao Tao, Mayuri, and Conan. It was a week later that Lin Qing encountered Terumi Mei again. Clad in the robes of the Water Shadow, Terumi Mei exuded a newfound authority, her gaze sharper than before. Now, with the Mist Village in dire need of revival, every decision she made had to be resolute and swift. However, once her subordinates closed the entrance door, Terumi Mei promptly discarded her Water Shadow robes, disregarding her image, and leaned over the table to vent her frustrations to Lin Qing. "I shouldn't have agreed to become the Water Shadow." "Sister, eat." Xiao Tao offered her an orange. Terumi Mei spread her hands, indicating her fatigue from peeling the orange, and turned to Lin Qing with a pitiful look. Lin Qing chuckled softly, took the orange, peeled it, and placed it in her palm. "You've worked hard." "Indeed. It has been arduous." Terumi Mei sighed contentedly while savoring the orange, "but seeing the village gradually improve makes it all worthwhile." She clapped her hands, inhaled deeply, and straightened her posture. "I came here for 2 matters. First, tomorrow night, we plan to hold a celebration banquet and would like to invite you all to join." Sasuke cheered. "Yay, a feast." "The second matter is that I have come to pay the 3rd reward." Terumi Mei fixed her gaze on Lin Qing. "What exactly is the promise you mentioned?" Not only was Terumi Mei curious, but Sasuke, Xiao Tao, Mayuri, and Conan also turned their attention to Lin Qing, awaiting his response. What could this so-called promise entail? Wealth amassed by the Yagura clan? The authority to command Mist Village ninjas in battle? Or perhaps a beauty like Terumi Mei? The group struggled to conceive of anything else worthy of Lin Qing's solemn regard. Lin Qing did not keep them in suspense, stating, "I hope you will ensure that the ninjas of Mist Village no longer serve merely the powerful, but can devote some of their efforts to caring for the common folk within the Land of Water. I hope you will not be constrained by the boundaries of the 5 great nations and maintain amicable relations with the ninja villages of other countries." Upon finishing, Lin Qing raised his teacup and took a sip. 5 pairs of eyes stared at him in astonishment. Terumi Mei inquired, "Is that all?" Just that, Lin Qing replied. Why care for the common folk of the land of water and foster diplomacy with other ninja villages? Terumi May expressed her confusion. Lin Qing set down his teacup and posed another question. Who do you believe our enemies are? Chapter 78. Our enemies who are the enemies? Terumi May pondered for a moment and analyzed. The land of water borders the land of fire, so if we speak of enemies, it is most likely Konoha. However, with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, aging and Danzo dead, Konoha faced internal and external strife, rendering them less of a concern. The Wagakure and Sunagakure. The former's Tsuchikage is also elderly, but compared to Hiruzen, he is more cunning and reserved. The Wagakure adopts a policy of contraction, cloaking their strengths and nurturing talent. Yet the new generation lacks notable elites. The latter, Sunagakure, is burdened by financial strains, focusing more on survival than military might, with even the Kazekage resorting to gold mining and selling ninjutsu for supplies. Neither of these can be considered true enemies. Terumi May spoke eloquently, her reasoning clear. The Mist Village had just emerged from the turmoil of the Bloody Mist era, now seeking to rebuild while remaining vigilant against external threats. Hence, she had gathered considerable intelligence in advance. Finally, there was Kumogakure, which, since the rise of the Fourth Reikage, had aggressively expanded its military might. And with the Land of Lightning situated across the sea from the Land of Water, the proximity raised concerns. Military expansion necessitates substantial manpower and financial resources, a considerable investment for a village. With investment comes the expectation of returns, and such military expansion typically yields its rewards through the plunder of war. Terumi May concluded. If we are to speak of enemies, Kumogakure is the most likely candidate. Lin Qing shook his head with a smile. Not quite. Then is it Akatsuki, the masked man? Or perhaps the new daimyo of the Land of Water? Terumi May remarked. It is said that the daimyo's second son has inherited the title, but there are no immediate actions taken. However, since you have killed his father, he will surely need to show his appreciation, lest the daimyo's authority wane. Lin Qing continued to smile and shake his head. Neither of those. Terumi May, frustrated, tossed a segment of orange at Lin Qing. What do you propose it is? Accepting the orange, Lin Qing popped it into his mouth. To elucidate this question, we cannot merely examine the present, but must look to the past, to the ninja world of centuries ago, or the era of ninja clans. In those times, ninjas operated as families, employed by daimyo, aristocrats, and financial magnates. But their relationships were unstable. They worked for whoever paid them, constantly striving to secure a meal for their kin. Rather than being ninjas, they resembled beggars. Terumi May nodded in agreement. Before the establishment of ninja villages, it was the most chaotic and darkest period for ninjas, until Senju Hashirama emerged. He was unmatched in strength, unifying the wandering ninja clans to establish the first village, Konoha. He showed ninjas across the land that life could be lived differently. The group nodded slightly. This was not a secret. The legend of Senju Hashirama was a tale recounted in every ninja village, marking the beginning of their respective histories. Ninjas from various nations emulated this, establishing their own villages. Lin Qing continued. Then, Senju Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts. What are your thoughts on that? Konan shook her head, offering a simple response, naive. Terumi May added, he was overly confident. Had he retained all the tailed beasts in Konoha, the village would not have faced defeat in subsequent ninja wars. Lin Qing nodded. Indeed, however, your conclusions arise from reverse reasoning. I believe that for Senju Hashirama at that time, he certainly had to distribute the tailed beasts. Konan, intrigued, asked why. It was not because the existence of the village allowed for the acquisition of tailed beasts, but rather the reverse. It was precisely due to the presence of the tailed beasts, which served as a decisive deterrent on the battlefield, that the newly formed ninja villages could stabilize their existence and not crumble under minor disturbances. At that time, Konoha had Senju Hashirama, a steadfast core. This core was not merely about strength, but also encompassed the charisma to unite heroes. Outside of Konoha, other ninja villages may have possessed numerous formidable individuals, but in the short term, they still prioritized family loyalty. Faced with attacks, temptations of gold from the daimyo, or other unforeseen circumstances, instability among the populace was inevitable. The tailed beasts became the stabilizing force for the hearts of the people. To Senju Hashirama, the various ninja villages were not enemies, but comrades striving together against the daimyo. Relying solely on Senju Hashirama's strength was insufficient to confront the challenges of that era. Thus, He distributed the tailed beasts to empower the comrades across the world to rise, form ninja villages, and possess the capital to negotiate with the daimyo. With the establishment of villages, ninjas no longer had to undercut each other, nor endure the humiliation of the daimyo, aristocrats, and financial tycoons, allowing them to live with a semblance of dignity. After a prolonged silence, the room gradually nodded in understanding. Indeed, compared to the past, the contemporary ninja enjoys significantly improved living conditions. Many, while outwardly revering the feudal lords, secretly regard them merely as foolish cash dispensers. However, Sasuke pondered, if Senju Hashirama was so formidable and commanded respect from other ninja villages, why did he not simply overthrow all the feudal lords and unify the world himself? This question had also crossed Lin Qing's mind, and it was precisely this contemplation that enabled him to resist Danzo's compelling unification invitation during his previous journey to Konoha. There were 3 reasons for this. Lin Qing raised 3 fingers. Firstly, the ninjas of that era were merely a group of bloodthirsty brutes, ignorant of anything beyond killing. Should they overthrow the feudal lords and ascend to power, they would only plunge the country into chaos. Secondly, once a ninja ascended to power, given their limited understanding and the prevailing societal conditions, starting from the 2nd and 3rd generations, they would inevitably follow in the footsteps of the feudal lords, overthrowing one only to become another, rendering the endeavor utterly meaningless. Thirdly, the wealth of a nation is finite. Much like a cake of limited size, if ninjas were to seize control and distribute the wealth among their brethren, who would suffer the loss? The bureaucrats? Absolutely not. They would only exploit the commoners further. This was neither Hashirama's desire nor Lin Qing's. Thus, confronted with the allure of unification, both men from disparate eras chose to decline. Conan sighed softly. Therefore, the only option is to distribute tailed beasts and establish villages. With villages, ninjas can negotiate with the feudal lords, acquire knowledge, have the leisure to explore technology, and gradually address the aforementioned 3 issues. Conan crossed her arms. Yet, ultimately, Senju Hashirama perished, and his ideals crumbled. The disappearance of ninja clans and the establishment of ninja villages did not diminish the flames of war. Instead, the scale of conflict expanded, inflicting greater suffering upon the common people. Lin Qing nodded, sipping his tea. The feudal lords, or rather the bureaucratic factions behind them, were not naive. They were acutely aware of the ninjas' intentions and knew precisely how to thwart their aspirations. The conversation thus shifted from the past to the present state of the ninja world. Are our enemies the feudal lords? Conan inquired. Yes, but they are not the only ones. Our adversaries include the feudal lords, the bureaucratic factions behind them, the outdated rules that have persisted, and the 3 issues mentioned earlier. Most importantly, Lin Qing pointed to his own chest. We ourselves may become corrupted and assimilated by the world's rules at some future moment. The group stared at Lin Qing, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion rise from deep within, the sound of thunderous bells echoing in their ears. Upon closer inspection, however, they realized it was not the sound of bells, but rather the rapid beating of their own hearts. Trigger world deviation. Acquire 1,000 soul fragments. Obtain 1-dimensional star core. Chapter 79, Smash. Voluto. Dimensional star core. Effect 1. Unlock special draw interface, available for a limited time of 10 minutes. Effect 2. Grant a max level stand the opportunity to evolve once more. These 2 effects, though succinct, encompassed a wealth of information. The special draw and stand evolution proved to be exactly as anticipated. On the first day of acquiring the system, Lin Qing had speculated about the existence of a special draw alongside the normal draw. He had been eagerly awaiting the unlocking of the special draw interface, and, to his surprise, it was indeed linked to the world deviation. Lin Qing's gaze fell upon the words special draw. A moment later, detailed descriptive text appeared. Special draw has no guarantee. One may draw from 56 star stands and items. 100 soul fragments per draw. Lin Qing felt his lips dry out. It was exorbitantly expensive. The price for drawing had increased tenfold. After defeating Yagura, overcoming Obito, and sending a multitude of diehard loyalists flying with the aftermath, he had accumulated just under 3,700 soul fragments, including the 1,000 from the recent world deviation. In a normal draw, this would equate to approximately 370 draws. With decent luck, it would be sufficient to yield around 23 5-star stands. However, in the special draw, 37 draws might not yield even a single satisfactory outcome. If he were to expend the dimensional star core and fail to obtain a stand, or find an unsuitable one within the 10-minute window, it would be a complete waste. Lin Qing's attention shifted to effect 2, further evolution. As he looked, the silhouettes of several stands appeared before him, most of which were grayish-white, indicating that they did not meet the requirements for further evolution. Only the fully leveled platinum star shimmered with a glimmer of starlight. Lin Qing deduced his course of action. Either gamble on the chance of drawing a 6-star stand within 10 minutes, or diligently elevate the eligible stands to their maximum level before using the dimensional star core for further evolution. Platinum star, being a first draw benefit, typically required around 150 to 160 draws to acquire a 5-star stand without the 10 consecutive draws guarantee. Adding the resources needed to elevate from level 1 to level 5, 400, 1000, 2000, 4000, 7400. The total cost to elevate a 5-star to 6-star amounted to 8,900 soul fragments plus 1-dimensional star core. From a cost perspective, it was most economical to draw a stand through the normal draw, cultivate it, and then expend the dimensional star core for evolution. After all, even if he spent 8,900 fragments, drawing a 6-star stand from the special draw would still necessitate additional resources for cultivation, and if luck were against him, he might end up with nothing. The challenge lay in the fact that many powerful stands, such as Weather Report and others, were unattainable in the normal pool. Lin Qing contemplated. Platinum Star could evolve into Platinum Star World, possessing the ability to stop time. White Snake could evolve into New Moon, wielding the power to manipulate gravity. These were known evolutionary paths. As for stands like Airborne Smith and Rainbow Catcher, they might also have the potential to evolve. However, without explicit representation in the original work, it was impossible to ascertain whether their post-evolution forms would be worth the investment. Clutching the dimensional star core, Lin Qing gradually formulated a plan. First, to elevate the existing Platinum Star and White Snake to level 6, completing their evolution, and thereafter to consider whether to proceed with the special draw based on the dimensional star core and soul fragment situation. Having made up his mind, Lin Qing accessed the system and used the dimensional star core on Platinum Star. The ability to stop time was undoubtedly the power Lin Qing yearned for most. 5 seconds of halted time would suffice to obliterate any adversary daring to stand before him. As the dimensional star core infused into the body of Platinum Star, the next instant, the system prompted a message: Platinum Star Trial Stage. Trial difficulty, high. Trial description: carry Platinum Star and engage in a solitary battle against Dio and Cairo until victory is achieved. Failure or death results in failure of the challenge, and the dimensional star core will be lost. The notion of facing Dio as a trial for upgrading Platinum Star seemed absurd at first, but upon deeper reflection, it appeared quite reasonable. After all, one could not replicate the ability to stop time without first defeating Dio. Lin Qing examined the limitations. Only he and Platinum Star could participate in the battle. Other stands, such as White Snake and the Hermit Purple, were rendered unusable. During the trial, time in the real world would be suspended, meaning he would remain undetected by others. However, he scratched his face, realizing that there seemed to be no restrictions placed upon his own physical form. Do you wish to commence the trial? The system inquired once more. Having restrained himself from drawing new stands and focused on upgrading Platinum Star for this very moment, Lin Qing had no reason to decline. Commence. With that command, the world turned upside down. Before Lin Qing's eyes, the world resembled a melted painting tossed into a washing machine. Colors dripped, spun, and misaligned, until everything eventually settled and his vision refocused. He found himself on a clean and tidy street. Across the road stood a man draped in a golden coat, clad in a tight black suit, with a robust physique, fair skin, and an alluring countenance. He approached step by step, his boots making faint clicking sounds against the ground, exuding an oppressive aura that was both sinister and godlike, crashing towards Lin Qing like a tidal wave. There was no need for further explanation. Such a diabolical charisma could only belong to Dio Brando. Lin Qing glanced around to confirm the absence of vehicles before striding towards Dio. Roar. Lin Qing, are you actually walking towards me instead of fleeing? Lin Qing clenched his fists. In contrast to the world of ninjas, the natural energy here was relatively sparse, and there was no devastating blade at his disposal. However, it was of little consequence. Let us forego pleasantries and proceed to combat. Dio smirked. eager to tear Lin Qing into shreds. The two advanced toward each other until they were merely 3 steps apart. Aura, the stand, Star Platinum, manifested and unleashed a punch. On the other side, Dio's stand, the world, moved with remarkable speed, delivering a kick to Star Platinum's leg. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Lin Qing's trousers ripped, leaving a slender wound on his leg. Too slow. Too slow. Dio crossed his arms, sneering, in terms of both speed and strength, my world surpasses your Star Platinum. Lin Qing nodded. Inputting a cheat code. It appears to be a stand of the same type as mine. Dio scoffed. The Joestar family always had such stubborn mouths. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly noticed Lin Qing's leg wound healing rapidly, vanishing in an instant. Dio's face twisted in confusion. This regenerative ability, boom. A thunderous roar interrupted Dio's thoughts. Lin Qing, enveloped in golden ripples, stomped down and shattered the ground beneath him. Even with a vampire's dynamic vision, Dio could barely catch a glimpse of Lin Qing's fleeting shadow. What? Dio turned abruptly to face Lin Qing, who was now closing in. Ripple. It was the accursed ripple. The power of the ripples surged through the air, causing Dio's skin to prickle and his body to feel nearly paralyzed. This was merely the residual ripple energy emanating from Lin Qing. How potent would the ripples entwined around Lin Qing's fists be? In an instant, Dio's pupils dilated as if he had transcended time and space, seeing Lin Qing before him merge with another man from his memories, Jonathan Joestar. Dio vaguely perceived Jonathan beckoning him gently. Come with me, Dio. Get lost. I am Dio. I will not perish to the ripples, this outdated ability of a bygone era. This is the age of stands, the era of the world. At the final moment Lin Qing's fist descended, Dio spread his arms and shouted, Crush. Varluto. Chapter 80, Vaporization Freeze Technique. The world turned gray and white. Time stood still. Yet Lin Qing and Star Platinum's fists did not halt. What? Dio shouted in disbelief. He had never imagined that someone could move while time was frozen. Even more astonishing was that this person was a ripple user. The fists of Star Platinum and the world collided in midair, sending shockwaves that tousled Lin Qing's hair, revealing his unwavering gaze. Dio locked eyes with Lin Qing. The gray-white world seemed to plunge into utter darkness, with Dio's vision consumed by an approaching fist and the word inscribed behind it. Die. Boom. Lin Qing's punch connected with Dio. He was sent flying, crashing into a building, which crumbled under the impact, bricks and debris cascading down, suspended in the stillness of time. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qing could move within the stasis. The world remained gray-white, time still frozen, everything suspended in silence. A laugh echoed, accompanied by wisps of cold air that dissipated under Cairo's scorching heat. Boom. Dio brushed off the debris and stood once more. Thick ice clung to his head. It was this conjured frost that had blocked Lin Qing's ripple energy moments ago. Vaporization Freeze Technique, Dio's signature move, had once been wielded against Jonathan Joestar, the genius ripple user, a century ago. Pitiful. Pitiful. The ice on Dio's face shattered, falling away as he observed Lin Qing's arms slowly succumbing to frost. A smile crept onto his lips. Thus, the ripple users have long been obsolete. Fool. He crossed his arms again, shaking his finger. Though I don't comprehend why you can move while the world has halted time, you, weak human, are akin to a student who has failed to study before an exam, merely writing their name and sitting in silence, awaiting despair and death. The world surged towards Lin Qing, delivering 3 powerful punches to his chest. Time resumed flowing. All the force from the world's assault was absorbed by Lin Qing, who was sent reeling backward. Dio knew well that ripple users often possessed immense vitality. Without hesitation, he pressed forward, commanding the world to strike down upon Lin Qing. Star Platinum clashed fiercely with the world in the air. Aura, 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 aura. Muda, 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 muda. 2 colossal stands, exerting their utmost strength. Exchanged blows, each one countered by the other. Boom, boom. The sound of their fists colliding echoed. Star Platinum and the world locked eyes. Their muscular arms tensed in a struggle. At that moment, a more thunderous impact sounded nearby, drawing the attention of both stands. 2 stand users maneuvered within a confined space. Ice and ripple energy clashing and dissipating, illuminated by the streetlights, casting a dazzling glow. Boxer shorts. Boxer shorts. Dio laughed uproariously. You, still utilizing ripples, appear to me as primitive and weak as a monkey. Do you truly believe a monkey can triumph over someone who has transcended humanity? Lin Qing's arms were encased in a layer of ice. The flow of ripples hindered. Dio was indeed a genius in the realm of combat, having developed a technique specifically countering the ripples. Yet Lin Qing brushed off the shattered ice. Dio's smile faded, his brow furrowing. Why had this young man's movements suddenly become so fluid? As the fragmented ice fell away, Lin Qing tore off his sleeve, revealing his arms. Dio's pupils constricted. What was he witnessing? Lin Qing's skin was undergoing a transformation. First, it adapted to the cold, morphing into scales reminiscent of reptiles and cold-blooded creatures. Then, realizing that such a form could withstand the cold but hinder agility, the scales shifted into golden fur akin to a Siberian tiger. Finding it still insufficient, it ultimately settled into a coat of white, fluffy fur. The transformation extended beyond his fur. His muscles, bones, and fat altered. Lin Qing's physique grew more formidable as he threw another punch. Dio's expression was one of bewilderment. Before him stood not a mere human, but a creature akin to a polar bear thriving in the frigid wilderness. Dio attempted to employ the vaporization freeze technique again, only to find the cold failing to penetrate Lin Qing's arms, thwarted by the white fur. What manner of power is this? Dio could not comprehend. Adorned with the stone mask, who had truly surpassed human limits. Surely, it must be me. Stop. Time. Dio spread his arms wide. Lin Qing struck again with relentless force. Crack. The ice layer blocked his fist, obstructing the transmission of ripples, yet it could not withstand the sheer power of his blow. Dio spat blood, propelled backward. Were it not for the world, were it not for the ability to halt time, he would have perished. The mightier the body, the stronger I become once I drain your blood. Dio wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A massive indentation marred his chest. A result of Lin Qing's punch. A mere fatal wound. Dio remained unfazed. As long as I kill you and sip your blood, I shall transcend once more, surpassing the limits of a vampire. I can feel this power, so starkly different from my own. And now, Dio extended his hands behind him, retrieving a dozen daggers, hurling them at Lin Qing from various angles. Even the speed of the Platinum Star could not deflect all the daggers in the brief moment the time stop ended. Not enough. Not enough. Dio's eyes glowed crimson, his pupils slightly protruding. Drink. 2 crimson beams shot toward Lin Qing, one aimed at his heart, the other at his throat. Dio inhaled deeply, his shattered eyes restored. He straightened his spine, arms crossed, regaining his former elegance as he awaited Lin Qing's demise. Time resumes its flow. The Platinum Star appeared. Aura, 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 aura. It swiftly deflected the incoming daggers, yet, as Dio had anticipated, the Platinum Star could not repel every single one. Most crucially, whoosh. The 2 crimson rays pierced Lin Qing's throat and heart with pinpoint accuracy. Lin Qing could breathe no more. A century ago, Dio had used this very technique against Jonathan, and now, 100 years later, he employed the same tactic against Lin Qing. Such is the frailty of humanity. Dio charged forward, extending his finger to pierce Lin Qing's carotid artery. Lin Qing, perish, and then become my sustenance. As he gazed at the approaching finger, Lin Qing stood motionless, as if truly gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death. Snap! When Dio's finger touched Lin Qing, it melted like ice meeting lava. The wounds at his throat and heart healed at a speed unattainable even by Dio, the vampire. Lin Qing raised his hand and seized Dio's neck with a fierce grip. Smash! Before the time stop could activate, Lin Qing's fist crashed down with tremendous force. Chapter 81. To kill you. Just a moment is enough. Long before his fierce battle with Pipa Jizong and Black Holeya in the water, Lin Qing had freed himself from the greatest constraint of the ripple user, the air. Coupled with the subsequent absorption of natural energy and the genetic knowledge of Orochimaru, Lin Qing mastered the chi within his body. Whether he breathed or not did not impede his ability to wield the ripple. Moreover, the heart, the throat, for Lin Qing, these were hardly fatal injuries. With a single punch, even though it was blocked by ice, the power of the ripple could not spread, yet it still shattered Dio's skull. Brain matter splattering. Dio's mind spiraled into chaos, memories, illusions, and reality overlapping. Driven by a primal instinct for survival, he successfully activated the time stop. However, Lin Qing remained mobile. Maintaining his grip on Dio's throat, Lin Qing's right fist tightened once more, his calm, yet slightly eager gaze fixed upon Dio. Having lived a lifetime on mere bread, Dio understood all too well the meaning behind that gaze. You intend to consume me? A mere human, daring to display hunger towards him. Was this being truly human? An immortal regenerative ability, a chameleonic versatility, and even the capacity to strike while time stood still. Rather than a human, this being before him resembled an even purer monster. Lin Qing's second punch followed. Dio, driven by his final instinct, raised his arms to block, only to hear a snap as both arms shattered, a fist penetrating flesh and bone, striking down upon Dio's fractured skull with relentless force. Bang! Dio's body fell uncontrollably, spinning 180 degrees before being driven into the ground by Lin Qing's blow. The asphalt collapsed, fissures appearing like a web, spreading outward. It ceased. Lin Qing halted his movement. Dio was left with but one eyeball, half his skull missing, encased in ice, preventing his immediate demise. Yet he was a mere breath away from death. World, Dio murmured. The golden world appeared, cracks forming in its armor. Dio's weakness reflected upon it. It seized Dio, hoisting him upon its shoulder. Time stop countdown, 3 seconds. The world, expending its final strength, hurled Dio like a javelin, tracing an arc through the air, landing amidst the crowd. This group was encircled around Joseph's corpse, faces twisted in terror. Countdown, 2 seconds. Dio crawled to Joseph's side, thrusting his right hand into old Joseph's throat. Countdown, 1 second. Dio slowly rose. His injured body healed, his shattered skull reformed, a continuous surge of power emanating from within. Indeed, the blood of the Joestar was the most delectable. Countdown, 0 seconds. The onlookers, startled by the sudden appearance of Dio, gasped, and in the next moment, Dio's hands moved, transforming all into corpses. Blood flowed, saturating Dio's boots. He glanced down at the blood, and then up at the charging Lin Qing. A cold smile breaking upon his face. I know how to conquer you, this immortal monster. Dio leapt into the sky, swiftly navigating between buildings, with Lin Qing hot on his heels. Both moved at incredible speeds, soon arriving at the heart of Cairo. It was merely 8 or 9 o'clock at night. Cairo, a city rich in history, was bustling with tourists and locals. Dio cackled as he dove into the crowd, shouting at the approaching Lin Qing. To defeat a monster, the efforts of a hero are required, naturally, alongside the contributions of every civilian. As he spoke, his right eye glowed crimson, once more unleashing the sweeping across the scene, severing hundreds in half, thudding to the ground. In an instant, blood flowed like rivers, wails echoing throughout. Dio discarded his shoes, leaving them behind, and stood barefoot in the blood, absorbing the life force. Now, it is fair. Lin Qing lightly landed, stepping into the pool of blood. Dio noticed that Lin Qing did not attack, nor did he even glance his way. Lin Qing quietly observed the scattered limbs and severed arms. They were still alive, enduring the agony of being bisected. Among the crowd were the young, the old, and children. Lin Qing also spotted several tourists, with yellow skin and black pupils, speaking in the familiar dialect of his homeland. Lin Qing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I regard this as a trial. Should I win, I shall naturally rejoice. Should I lose, I shall accept my inferiority. You are indeed superior, and I may return another time. After all, death, for Lin Qing, was merely a waste of an Ascension Star core. He could retreat unscathed. Because it was a trial, a contest, Lin Qing maintained his equanimity during his confrontation with Dio. Regardless of how cruel or cunning his opponent's tactics were, Lin Qing remained unperturbed. This was, after all, part of the trial. Lin Qing surveyed the bloodshed. He reminded himself that these were mere fictitious characters. Yet, Dio Brando. Lin Qing extended his right hand, blood flowing backward, manipulated by the ripple, coalescing into a blood-red obliteration dagger. He coldly gazed at Dio. What follows is no longer a trial. The sudden surge of his full name and the power inherent in Lin Qing's gaze momentarily stiffened Dio's smile, quickly replaced by fury. What are you so arrogant about? I am the most formidable stand user, and the world is the most powerful stand. The two once again charged towards each other, blood splattering wildly. As the clash between Star Platinum and the world created sound waves that shattered glass within a radius of hundreds of meters. Stop. Time. Dio raised a car with one hand and hurled it towards Lin Qing. Lin Qing severed it with a single slash, and Star Platinum burst forth from the wreckage, delivering a punch that sent the world flying. After the slash and the punch, Lin Qing and Star Platinum froze in place. However, The world dared not approach Lin Qing recklessly, fearing another ambush. Instead, Dio seized a truck and slammed it heavily into Lin Qing's chest. 6 seconds. 7 seconds. Dio cackled madly. The power is still surging. Let me see what my limits are. 9 seconds passed, and time resumed. Dio expected Lin Qing to be sent flying. But he only staggered back a step, forcefully absorbing all the impact with a stomp, merely to increase his combat frequency and charge at Dio once more. The two clashed within the city of Cairo, turning buildings and vehicles into the most terrifying weapons. Dio gasped for breath. Quick. Too fast. He dared not approach Lin Qing carelessly. The previous 2 punches had nearly killed him. Yet, 9 seconds was far too brief to vanquish the immortal monster before him. Unbeknownst to him, Dio realized that he initiated the time stop not to attack, but to catch his breath and allow his shattered body to recover. Unlike Jotaro, who gradually awakened during battle to attain the ability to stop time for 2 or 3 seconds, Lin Qing's strength and resilience were unique. However, there are no 2 leaves in the world that are identical. Lin Qing's power, while formidable, differed from Jotaro's in subtle ways. Lin Qing could only move for a moment. But he had his own method, pressing Dio's usage rate of time stop. When time stop was merely a means to catch his breath and could not even repair his body. What difference did it make whether it was 1 second or 9 seconds? Weary from the fight, Dio caught sight of a nearby queue of vehicles at a gas station, with a fuel tanker beside them. After a series of intense battles, and with his skull nearly shattered, his dazed mind suddenly cleared. This is it. Dio spread his arms wide. Lin Qing, the winds of victory blow from behind me. The identity of the defeated will soon be revealed. He smashed the fuel tanker. The world turned gray. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 3 seconds passed. Dio, now exhilarated and with crimson eyes, had forgotten all about draining blood to seize power. All he wanted was to kill Lin Qing. In this world, there is only one immortal monster, and that is sufficient. Die. The fuel tanker crashed heavily onto Lin Qing, the immense force sending it crashing into the nearby gas station. Boom, boom, boom. Dio was like a madman. For seconds passed. 5 seconds passed. 6 seconds passed. The madness on Dio's face suddenly vanished. He leapt up and, with poise and grace, approached a man refueling his car, stealing a lighter from his pocket. 7 seconds passed. Click. A flame appeared. Dio threw the lighter onto the shattered fuel tanker. 8 seconds passed. Dio lifted his chin, speaking arrogantly, burn away in flames. You monster long obsolete in history. 9 seconds passed. He took a step, ready to leave. Dio froze in place. Did you think I would let you go? Your 9 seconds have elapsed, but my moment has yet to be used. Lin Qing could only halt a moment in time. Yet often, a moment is enough. A fuel hose shot out and ensnared Dio's right leg. Lin Qing yanked back fiercely, sending Dio's body uncontrollably flying towards Lin Qing in the center of the explosion. Dio attempted to break free, but found himself utterly immobile, unleashing a furious roar. Have you lost your mind? If you have a moment, why not use it to escape? Lin Qing appeared to ignore Dio's shouts, pushing aside the shattered fuel tanker as gasoline flowed down like a shower, beckoning Dio. Come, let us see whose life is tougher. The moment ended, and time began to flow once more. The explosion erupted towards the sky. The shockwave struck Dio's chest. He intended to use the force to escape, but felt a sharp pain in his shoulder blade. Looking down, he saw a flaming hand deeply embedded in his body. One hand. Where was the other? Naturally, it was meant to strike him. Dio abruptly looked up, meeting the gaze of Lin Qing, whose entire being was engulfed in flames. The fire reflected in his eyes, igniting like a blazing sun. Star Platinum appeared behind Lin Qing. One man, one stand, executed identical movements as their fists descended upon Dio. The world, the world, the world. The golden stand manifested. However, having just concluded a time stop, it could not immediately activate again, raising a leg to block. Star Platinum's punch smashed against the world's leg, shattering its defense, and Lin Qing followed suit, landing a blow on Dio's head. Crack! The world and Dio shattered together, collapsing into the raging flames. Dio Brando could rise no more. Trial of Star Platinum completed. Unlock Star Platinum, the world. Chapter 82. A roasted chicken. Star Platinum, the world. 6 stars. Level 5, maximum 6. Owner, Jotaro Kujo. Description: a close-range stand with immense power, incredible speed, and high precision. Ability: time stop. When operating Star Platinum alone, It possesses a 5-second time stop range. When manipulating multiple stands, it has a 2-second time stop range. Within the time stop space, only Star Platinum and its user can move. Other stands are rendered immobile. Note 1. Invincible. Note 2. 5 seconds is still too brief, but what about leveling up? Lin Qing reviewed the description of Star Platinum, the world. Other attributes remained unchanged, merely ascending from 5 stars to 6 stars, unlocking the ability to pause time. Alone, Star Platinum could stop time for 5 seconds, while controlling multiple stands allowed for 2 seconds. Is it because my mental energy is being dispersed? Lin Qing pondered, believing that to be the only possibility. Additionally, within the time stop space, only he and Star Platinum could move. This meant that the mindless strategy of stopping time to summon the green baby to seize the disc was no longer viable. This was indeed reasonable. The only stands capable of simultaneous movement within the time stop space were Star Platinum and the world. Perhaps one day, if Lin Qing were to draw the world, he could experience the spectacle of 2 stands joining forces to overwhelm a single foe. Lin Qing's gaze finally rested on Note 2. After unlocking the world, Star Platinum became 6 stars, yet its level remained at 5. The implication of Note 2 was clear. Once I elevated to level 6, the corresponding time stop duration would increase. Would it match Dio's 9 seconds? Or perhaps exceed it? Lin Qing possessed a total of 695 soul fragments. Upgrading Star Platinum, the world to level 6 required 6,000 fragments. A gap of 305 soul fragments was not insurmountable. He could afford to wait. Lin Qing sipped his tea, organizing the powers at his disposal. His recent focus had been on upgrading Star Platinum, leaving other stands' levels relatively unchanged. In contrast, Lin Qing, as the main body, had become increasingly adept in the manipulation of ripple and natural forces through battles with Yagura, Obito, and Dio. He could sense the transformation of his body, not merely the growth of feathers on his arms or changes in muscle, but a profound evolution, transcending the limits of mundane life forms. In the midst of a fierce battle with Dior, an unmistakable sensation enveloped me. With a brief 5-second pause in time, combined with my swift movements, I found myself at the epicenter of chaos, capable of targeting all foes within a 100-meter radius. Should any adversary presume that Lin Qing's reach was merely 2 meters and attempt to engage in mid to long-range combat, they would find themselves obliterated in an instant. Furthermore, when confronted with massive area attacks such as the tailed beast balls, those precious 5 seconds would suffice for Lin Qing to evade the epicenter of the explosion. Coupled with his remarkable regenerative abilities, should he face pain and Zetsu once more, even without Sasuke's ninjutsu nullification, Lin Qing would navigate the encounter with greater composure. With the upgrades complete and self-reflection finished, Lin Qing allowed himself to relax. The journey to the land of water had yielded abundant rewards from every conceivable angle. He glanced at Terumi Mei, who had unknowingly dozed off at the table, and draped the water shadow robe over her shoulders. Tonight, let us take a moment to rest, he murmured. The celebration had welcomed a multitude of guests, including members of the reformist ninja faction and several neutral ninjas from the Mist Village. Jur, as the representative of the surviving students, was also present. In addition to the villagers, guests from various ninja villages had arrived. Due to time constraints, many renowned ninjas were unable to attend in person and thus sent representatives to bear witness on their behalf. Initially, Terumi Mei had extended invitations to the prominent figures of the Land of Water, but with the recent appointment of the new daimyo, who held an ambiguous stance toward the Mist Village and Lin Qing, the influential elites hesitated to take sides, feigning illness instead and sending gifts through their subordinates. Terumi Mei, however, remained unfazed by this. In her view, the neutral ninjas and guests from other villages should step aside, allowing the brothers and sisters who had fought alongside her that day to revel in camaraderie over food and drink. However, the responsibilities of Kage demanded otherwise. With a roll of her eyes, she maintained a facade of cordiality, raising her glass in a display of goodwill. As the evening progressed, Terumi Mei mingled with various factions, succinctly outlining the political trajectory of the Mist Village to all present. Yet, she discerned their lack of interest in her village's intentions. Their curiosity was singularly focused on one individual. Might I inquire, Mr. Lin Qing, why he has not graced us with his presence at the banquet? The question came from the representative of the Cloud Village. Unlike other villages that had only managed to send nameless ninjas, The Cloud Village had prepared an abundance of gifts upon hearing of the Mist Village's coup against the Water Shadow, sending none other than Samui, a disciple of the Eight Tails. Killer Bee. Samui possessed delicate features, with short, light yellow hair and a tall, statuesque figure that set her apart from most Cloud Village ninjas. Her skin remarkably fair and refined. Clad in a gray skirt that accentuated her long, slender legs, she wore a cinched waist that emphasized her already ample bosom, while the loose neckline revealed an expanse of flawless skin. A shameless woman with impure intentions, Terumi May noted, having observed Samui's relentless search for Lin Qing since the commencement of the festivities. Nevertheless, as a guest, Terumi May donned a disingenuous smile. I would like to discuss my vision for our two villages, the Cloud and the Mist. That won't be necessary, Samui interjected bluntly, nodding slightly to Terumi May before turning to leave. Zabuza approached, his hands clasped theatrically over his chest. So, she too is seeking Lin Qing? Terumi May took a sip from her glass, surveying the assembled crowd, aware that everyone had witnessed the events of that fateful night. Lin Qing, once a pitiful stray escaping the Uchiha massacre, had now amassed the power to shake the very foundations of the ninja world. Yet, beyond his strength, Terumi May recalled Lin Qing's words from the previous night, realizing that what was even more formidable was his ideology. An instinct within her warned that his aspirations would utterly transform the Mist Village and the Land of Water. As Zabuza's drunken haze cleared, a glimmer of cold realization crossed his features. Do you believe him to be a schemer? No, Terumi May replied with a light chuckle. He embodies something far more terrifying than mere scheming. Those who have interacted with Lin Qing seem entranced, as if ensnared by an illusion, irresistibly drawn to gather around him. Akin to a mesmerizing succubus. Haha. Zabuza laughed heartily, neither confirming nor denying her statement, before seizing another drink from a servant and departing to reunite with familiar comrades. As time slipped away, the celebration reached its conclusion, and guests began to disperse. Terumi May, feeling slightly inebriated, scanned the room and spotted Sasuke and Sakura peeling oranges for dessert. Approaching Sasuke, she inquired, "Where's Lin Qing? Surely he hasn't decided to skip the event altogether?" Sasuke replied. Brother Qing took one look and remarked, "Tonight is likely just a gathering of people exchanging idle chatter, before taking a roast chicken and heading to the rooftop." A roast chicken? Terumi May's lips twitched slightly. I see. And you two little ones, don't consume too many oranges. Excessive intake might turn you yellow. Unsure if they absorbed her advice, she grabbed a bottle of wine and 2 glasses from the table, making her way to the rooftop. The moonlight was splendid, shrouded in a gentle mist that lent an air of mystery to the night. As she ascended the stairs, she felt an unprecedented sense of joy. Upon reaching the rooftop, she found Samui standing beside Lin Qing, bowing slightly. Terumi May squinted at the sight, softly exclaiming, "So there truly is a roast chicken."